30. Afterwards, Persia led them downstairs into a reception room at the rear of the mansion, overlooking the sea. "If you would wait here," she said, "I'll make the necessary arrangements." "What arrangements?" Nish said, but she had already gone. They sat down. The windows had many small panes, and through them he could see all the way to the horizon. The sky was clear, and the crescent moon touched the crests of the waves with red and silver. It was a beautiful sight, yet he could not enjoy it. How could he take on the Empire with 2,000 men? Nish was not looking forward to the long voyage south either. The sea was not his element, and on the one time he had sailed, the ship had been wrecked in a storm and most of the people aboard had drowned. He and Flid had been marooned on a miserably cold island for weeks, living on worms and grubs, and though it had been many years ago, he could still remember the taste of them, going down and coming up. "I gather you're not entirely happy with this strategy," said Flid. "I feel as though it's been forced on me and that you've negotiated all my choices away." "If you had a better plan, you should have mentioned it earlier." "Everything is moving too fast. I like to think things through." "There isn't time." No matter how careful we were on the way from Taramta, the air sled could have been seen, and if the Seneschal of Roros should guess we're here, he'll bring in so many wisp watchers and scryers that not even Eula will be able to hide us. Nish shivered, his hopes dwindling. Did you have to agree to all her outrageous demands? Reparation and restitution? She's robbing us blind. Of course she is, but I don't have time to look for a better ally, and if I did, I doubt I could find one. Eula has many qualities, and we can't do without her. But a seat on the council, why concede that? She would not have agreed without it. Wealth can be lost far more quickly than it was gained, and it's hard to hold on to it without power. A position on the advisory council guarantees Eula that power. Besides, she was an excellent governor of Crandor, and she will be invaluable on any such council. You might have asked me first. It sounded petulant, though Nish had not intended it that way. Is that what this is all about? Snapped Flid. You don't even know her, Nish. As Scrutator, I negotiated with Eula and dozens like her for more than a decade. I can read her. I know what she'll accept and what she won't. I gave her nothing we could not afford and no more than the minimum she would accept to help us. Even so, said Nish, you could have told me this on the way. I didn't know she was alive until I got here. But you had this plan in mind, or one like it. You're manipulating me, Flid, the way Vivimord did, and my father. You don't feel like my old friend anymore, and you haven't since taking renewal. You're acting like an arrogant Scrutator moving around lifeless pieces on a game board. Flid opened his mouth to speak, evidently thought better of it, and stalked to the furthest window, his chest rising and falling. Nish watched his rigid back for a while, then sighed and leaned back in his seat. Flid was using him, of course he was, but did he have any choice? Nish's irritation began to fade as he realized that Flid was right and that this plan was the only one with any hope of success. Even so, he missed their comradeship of old, which had largely vanished on renewal, and perhaps that was what this was all about. Nish felt alone now, so desperately alone and helpless. He closed his eyes. He was always tired these days, and he ached all over. You're not a young man anymore, he told himself. You're approaching middle age, you've done too much, and you can't keep it up. But he had to. There was still so far to go. Persia came in. Nish, if you would come this way, I'll show you to your room. I beg your pardon, said Flid, swinging around. Nish will be staying here until we're ready to sail. Since he was a hero of the war and is the God Emperor's son, everyone knows his face, and Eula can't allow him to be recognized. But my gear, said Nish, the militia. Melente's crew will collect your gear and the militia when she raises the air sled tomorrow night. If you need anything else, it will be provided. What if I have to go outside? If it's absolutely necessary, I will accompany you and you will be disguised. From now on I will be your bodyguard." "You!" Nish exclaimed, for she was neither tall nor muscular, but indeed exceedingly feminine. She raised a perfectly sculpted eyebrow. "I have been Eula's bodyguard for almost 7 years, and I assure you I'm very good at it." "As was Talia Belsoon," said Flid thoughtfully. "According to the great tale, she was a master of armed and unarmed combat." "It's in the family," said Persea. "Then I'll leave Nish in your safe hands. I'll just have a word with my former mechanician before I go, if I may. It's late and there's much to be done tomorrow." "I'll show you to Melente's quarters, Nish. I won't be a minute." Persea led Flid away. Nish sat down and stared moodily out the window, feeling less in control than ever. He was practically a prisoner here, and what if Eula turned out to be a traitor? Flid had said that she kept her promises, but a lot could change in 10 years. Clam had also been a reliable man who kept his word. Technically, Clam had not broken his word, Nish conceded, since he did not change sides until long after the war had been won and the world lost to the God Emperor. And if Eula was a secret ally of the Empire's... "You seem troubled, Nish," said Persea from behind. She was also a master of moving silently. "I hadn't expected to be kept here," he said coolly. "Eula is sorry about that, I'll bet." Persea might be sorry, but Nish was damned sure Eula wasn't. She did not appear to be troubled by normal human emotions, save greed. "Why does she have all those rocks and crystals upstairs?" said Nish. "Is she a geomancer?" "Not at all," said Persea. "She collects beautiful things wherever she can, and perfect minerals satisfy her most of all. She also appreciates their solidity and permanence, in a world that is transient and unreliable." She gave him a measuring glance, as if assessing his own reliability. "But you must be hungry now." "I'm starving." "Come with me. You will want to bathe? I'll bring a tray to your room afterwards." He rubbed his hair, which was stiff with salt. "That would be splendid. I itch all over." The bathing chamber had both hot and cold running water, an unheard-of luxury, and Nish lay in the huge tub until the warm water had eased the worst of his aches and bruises. He donned the robe laid out for him and found her waiting outside the door with his tray. His room was on the other side of the house and had a view up the rugged coast, which made a series of jagged outlines against the palely silvered sea. Nish noticed that the windows, unlike those in the upstairs room, did not open. "Am I a prisoner, Persea?" he said, careful to pronounce her name correctly. "No, you are being held here for your protection." If anyone else had said that, he would have called them a liar, but Persea's face seemed incapable of concealing deception or falsehood. He wasn't blinded by her beauty. Nish had known many beautiful liars, but over the years he had learned to read faces, and he seldom misjudged people. She turned down the bed, and Nish sat in a chair by the window, picking at the food on the tray. He was starving, but his stomach was so knotted and his throat so tight that he had to force each morsel down. "Is there anything you would like to ask me before bed?" she said, delicately concealing a yawn behind her hand. "It's nearly 2 in the morning." He shook his head and stood up, yawning as well. She was turning away when his robe slid off one shoulder, revealing his battered and bruised chest and side. Her eyes widened. "You look as if someone tried to batter you to death." "That's one way of putting it," said Nish. "What happened?" "Surely you've heard our tale by now." "Just an outline. I've been away and only returned this evening." "You're tired. It can wait until the morning." "Not if you're carrying injuries that could affect the campaign. Take your robe off and lie on the bed." In other circumstances, Nish might have lusted after Persea, and he didn't want to reveal himself to her in his present condition. "I'll visit a healer in the morning." "Now," she said mildly. "I'm stronger than I look, Nish." He certainly wasn't going to suffer the indignity of her stripping the robe from him, so he did as she asked. Though her gaze was entirely cool and professional, Nish felt self-conscious and embarrassed. She rolled him over, exclaiming at the fading bruises and sword-edge scars on his buttocks, and touching the ancient criss-cross scars on his back. "There's hardly an unmarked spot on you," she said. "I would not have thought any man could have suffered such punishment and lived." She didn't look so professional now. There was a soft look in her eyes, as if she felt for him. "You should have seen Flid's body before he took renewal. Compared to him, I've got skin like a baby." "Stop trying to change the subject," she said with a lilting laugh. "How did these scars on your back come about?" He had long since lost his embarrassment about that punishment. "I was flogged at the manufactory where I worked as apprentice clanker artificer. But don't feel sorry for me. I was a callow, obnoxious fool, out for what I could get, and deserved every stroke." "I'm sure you were quite a rogue," she said, smiling as though she did not believe a word of it, and her hand lingered on his shoulder. Persea was thorough, he had to grant her that. She questioned him about every scar and every bruise, and felt his bones and skull all over, after he'd told her about being flung about inside the falling air sled. She peered into his eyes and frowned. Her breath smelled like tangerines. "Were you knocked unconscious at any stage?" "No, if I had been, I probably would have drowned." "Have you ever been unconscious?" "Quite a few times. I can't remember all the battles I've fought in." "Is something the matter?" "I'll tell you if there is." She studied his scarred left hand. "What happened here?" "An encounter with Reaper." He told her about it. "It's a wonder you're not dead a dozen times. We'll have to take better care of you if you're to fulfill your destiny." "And restore Eula's fortune," he said without thinking. Persea went still. All the warmth went out of her eyes. Then she said stiffly, "You came begging her favor and asking her to collaborate in a sedition that could cost everyone here and our families their lives. She did not approach you." She went out and pulled the door closed. Nish got into bed, his cheeks flaming. Why hadn't he thought before he'd opened his mouth? Had he damaged the campaign? Surely not. The agreement had been made and could not be broken. But even so, he needed Eula's regard, and he wanted Persea's even more. For a moment there, she'd seemed to care about him. Putting her out of mind, he lay in the dark, listening to the waves breaking on the shore below and going over the day's events, trying to think of another way to attack the Empire, but he could not come up with one. What of the campaign Eula had proposed? Suppose she did raise an army of 2,000 and they took the long sea voyage down to Fad, a perilous journey of some 400 leagues along a coast notorious for its sudden storms, uncharted reefs and treacherous currents. It would take a week if the weather was fair and the winds favourable, 2 or 3 times that if not, and should the weather turn bad they would have to wait it out in the nearest port, running a grave risk of being discovered. How could the departure of a fleet of ships be kept secret anyhow? Even supposing they reached Fad, its garrison held at least 5,000 troops, and if he did slip past them and march his little army up into the mountains without being attacked, the army guarding Moraloon and the grim prison of Mazahaiza must be even larger. How could he evade the first army and beat the second? Nish had no idea, and little hope. A frustrating week had gone by, which Nish had mostly spent staring out the window or pacing back and forth. Though his room was large, beautifully decorated, and had a glorious view, he felt as though he was in jail, and that raised hideous memories of the 10 years he had spent in Mazahaiza. Malente had successfully raised the air sled and taken the militia on board the salvage vessel, but it had sailed to a secret location, and he had not set eyes on them. He only saw Persea when she brought his meals, and Eula not at all. As far as he knew, no progress had been made on finding enough ships or assembling his army. Without either company or news, Nish grew more anxious every day. Was the Empire's net drawing ever tighter around them? Even if the air sled had not been seen heading to Rhoros, it was one of the most likely places to begin a rebellion, and its imperial seneschal would have his scryers on high alert. "I've got to go outside," he said when Flid finally appeared. "What for?" grunted Flid, who seemed more preoccupied than usual. "I feel like a prisoner." Nish paced the track he'd worn in the carpet. "Here?" Flid exclaimed. "I nearly went mad in Mazahaiza," Nish said quietly. "I'm a trifle sensitive about jail." "You'd better speak to Persea," said Flid. "I've got to go away for a while." "What for?" "Private business." "What about?" Flid scowled in the scrutately way Nish knew all too well and turned towards the door. He constantly queried others about their affairs, but did not like to be asked about his own. It refreshed Nish's anxiety about what Flid was really up to. "How are your insides, Zervish?" "Worse," grunted Flid over his shoulder. "I'm not sure how much more I can take. Oh, I brought you this." He turned back, unbuckling a finely tooled sword belt and sheath, and handed them to Nish. Nish drew the sword, a light, double-edged blade so keen that he could have shaved with it and so finely polished that it reflected his face. The metal had a reddish cast, the hilt was subtly engraved, and the weapon was perfectly balanced. "Thanks," said Nish. "It's a beautiful sword, but not a showy one. I appreciate that." "You're a plain, down-to-earth sort of fellow," said Flid, looking pleased for once. "I didn't think you'd want anything flashy." He went out, leaving Nish to wonder if he'd just been complimented or insulted. When Persea brought his lunch, he asked to go outside. "Into Rhoros," she said, frowning. He explained about nearly going insane in Mazahaiza and how ever since he could not bear to be held against his will. Again he saw that soft, caring look in her eyes. "I understand perfectly. I'll speak to Eula at once." When she returned, Persea said, "You'll have to be disguised, though I'm not sure what disguise would be best. Could you pass for a dark-skinned native of Crandor, I wonder?" "That depends how good the disguise is." "Illusion is best if you only want to fool the common folk, but unless it's a powerful one, the Wisp Watchers will see straight through it." "Don't powerful illusions have their own problems?" said Nish. "They do. The Seneschal has sensitives capable of detecting such forms of the art." "What about shape-changing?" "That's mighty mansory, way beyond my minor powers. Besides, the shape-changing spells are cousin to the regression and renewal spells, and you already know how deadly they can be." "Poor Tulatine," he said, wondering if she could still be alive. "I think we'll go for a physical disguise," said Persea. "When done well, it can even fool a scryer close by." "Should I make you into a native of Crandor or a foreigner?" she said thoughtfully. "A foreigner would be easier, and there are plenty of them in Rhoros. But if word gets out about you, every foreigner will be taken in and you'll be uncovered. I'll make you into a local." "I don't look much like a local," said Nish. "My skin is too pale and I'm the wrong build." "There are stocky Crandorians, such as the silver miners of Twissel. Exposure to all that silver turns their brown skin a hideous silver blue, and everyone despises them, so it's a good disguise. And the rest, beard, frizzy wig, grime under the fingernails, silver black teeth, is easy. It'll be fun making you up," she said, smiling for the first time in a week, and he saw the lovely, warm Persea again. "More fun than looking at myself in the mirror after you've finished with me, I dare say." "What do you care? You want people to avoid you." "I don't know why," said Nish, "but I've always cared about my appearance, such as it is. You couldn't understand that, being so beautiful." She started, then knitted her brows. "Beauty has benefits, but also many drawbacks. It attracts all the pests and parasites in the world, and when you do well, some people imply that you achieved it, horizontally. I often wish I could walk through a crowd and have nobody notice my passing. Speaking of which, this is the way miners walk, and you'll have to learn. The seams they mine aren't thick enough for them to stand up." She demonstrated a bent-backed shuffle, which Nish did his best to imitate. "Not like that," she said, smiling again. Putting her hands on his shoulders, she bent his back a little more and tilted his face sideways. Again her hands lingered before she said, briskly, "Try that." Several hours later, Nish looked in her full-length mirror and saw a man so grotesquely ugly that he would not have spoken to him in the street, and there was no question that he was unrecognizable. "You're an artist of rare skill, Persea." "Thank you," she said. "It's been fun. I haven't had a lot of fun lately. I've enjoyed watching you do it." She was an oasis of calm and perfection in a world that lately had mostly shown him its ugly side, and he wanted to see more of her. They headed down a long underground passage. "This comes out in a mean little alley which isn't watched," said Persea. "But when we get there, I'll go out first to make sure. When I walk past the exit, follow me, but don't say anything or meet my eyes." "Why not?" "My dress tells everyone that I'm high caste, rich and beautiful, while you're a filthy silver miner, one of the lowest castes of all. I would not acknowledge your existence, and you wouldn't go near me in case I ordered you flogged." "Thanks," Nish muttered. "Do you often have people flogged?" She laughed. "Not as often as some of them deserve." "So did you choose this disguise to trim me down to size?" The smile faded. "Why would I do that?" she said quietly. "You're the son of the God Emperor and the hero of the wars. High caste though I may be, I could never aspire to move in your world." Her silky cheeks had taken on the faintest ruddy tinge, and Nish felt mortified and humbled. "I'm sorry, I really am. It's just that I don't see myself as the son of the God Emperor. I never have." "Really? What do you see yourself as, deep down?" He would not have said it to anyone else, but Persea's manner invited confidences, and he knew she would not use his against him. The boy who was always trying to please a harsh father and an indifferent mother, yet, no matter how hard he tried, it was never good enough. "Ah, Nish, I'm sorry. If only we could see ourselves as we really are and not through the distorted prism of the expectations of others." She stopped, looked into his heavily made-up eyes, then moved on. "But you're still a hero among heroes, still far more elevated than I." "I suppose I am," Nish said absently. "A hero, I mean," he added hastily in case she took offense. "Well, of course I am, and everyone sees me differently because of it, but I don't puff out my chest and recount my mighty deeds before breakfast. I've only done what I had to do, but I had the good fortune to survive when so many other people, many braver than me, did not." "Then we're not so different after all." They were approaching the alley. "Outside, I won't acknowledge you in any way, but I'll always be close by, and in case of trouble, you must do exactly as I indicate. If we're separated, come back here, press this hollow, and someone will come for you." She indicated an oval depression in the rough stone wall. Persea went out, and shortly she walked past the exit. Nish followed, using the bent-backed miner's shuffle she had taught him, and keeping his eyes lowered. Despite these handicaps, he felt his spirits lift the moment he was outside in the great city. She led him through the alleys to an enormous square filled with hundreds of market stalls, all with colourful signs, streaming pennants, peddlers crying out their wares, and thousands of people sampling them. Rhoros was also famous for its food, and he could smell a dozen different kinds of cuisine, not to mention the hanging bundles of spices, the dried fish and meats, the blossoms and perfumes, and enchanting stacks of pastries. This would be a good place for spies to meet, he thought. 2 wisp watchers loomed over the square, but they could only see part of it, and it would be easy to exchange secrets privately among the teeming shoppers. Nish had no interest in anything being sold here. All he wanted from the outing was a respite from feeling like a prisoner, and to see the great city of Rhoros and assess its people through his own eyes. He did not get the chance to do either. He was wandering between the stalls when a coruscating light burst from the huge wisp watcher mounted at the far end of the square, dazzling him. He threw his arm over his eyes, but felt the burning rays of an equally brilliant beam issuing from the wisp watcher behind him. "It's Father," he thought, and acid burned a track up his throat. "He's got free, he's back, and this disguise hasn't fooled him. He's pinned me like a beetle to a board." Nish began to back away, but the beam remained on him and he bumped into the front of a booth clustered with boots, bags, and belts. He could smell hot leather. Where could he go? Nowhere. He could barely see while the wisp watchers had him, and they wouldn't let go. Then, incredibly, the broad beams from both wisp watchers slipped off him. He rubbed his eyes. The beams were moving upwards until they faced each other. What was going on? They must be signalling to Gatherer who would alert the local seneschal. Nish was about to slip under the booth when a ground-shaking rumble issued from a pair of huge loop listeners he had not noticed. Booths toppled and objects smashed on the ground. The two beams combined, brightened, and a tower-high figure of light formed in the air between them, the same figure that had appeared so shockingly in the little valley below the Whitethorn Peak and seized Nish's father. It was Stilkeen, or rather, the image of it. The hair stirred on the top of Nish's head. Even the skin on the soles of his feet was crawling. Persea cast him a wide-eyed glance, but Nish, remembering that he was a silver miner of Twissel and therefore low-caste vermin, looked away. Stilkeen had a broad head, flattened at the top. Bony plates flared out from the sides and swept back like a multi-winged helmet. The small yellow eyes were covered in clear membranes that swept slowly across and back. Its nose was split at the bottom, revealing two clusters of nostrils, and its gaping, thick-lipped mouth held hundreds of needle-shaped teeth. Its long, clawed fingers were webbed, as were its broad, flat feet, while a frilled membrane flared out from the backs of its long arms all the way across its shoulders. "I am Stilkeen," the figure made of light rumbled. Wisps of red flame dripped from its nostrils. It snapped at them. "I have roamed the 11 dimensions of space and time for an eternity and a half. I cannot die, and nothing you may do can harm a being such as me. But I can ruin you and your world. Oh, yes." 31. A woman began screaming hysterically. Beside Nish, a man collapsed in apoplexy. The leather seller had retreated under his counter, and Nish could hear his teeth chattering. From the corner of his eye, Nish noted Persea edging towards him. Stilkeen went on. "Long ago a mortal Yalkara stole that which was most precious to me. The rancid-colored or white ice fire, you call it chthonic fire, which for all my existence had bound my physical and spirit aspects together. Without fire and spirit I am diminished and in pain, and when I hurt I hunger to make worlds pay." Nish felt his own silver-back teeth chatter. He clenched his jaw. "Because of this crime," Stilkeen went on, "one of your 3 worlds, the world of Arcan, has been destroyed by volcanic fire, and Santhenar stands in peril. Corrupted chthonic fire has been spilled in the south, and now consumes the ice across that vast wasteland. Should the great ice cap at the southern pole melt, Santhenar will drown. Only I can stop it. But why should I? The figure of Stilkeen paused, and its eyes seemed to look directly at Nish. Then it went on. Your God Emperor failed me and has paid the price. People cried out, and Nish missed the next few words. What did Stilkeen mean, has paid the price? What had it done to his father? Who brings Stilkeen the true, uncorrupted chthonic fire will be rewarded beyond their dreams. Who keeps true fire from Stilkeen will suffer such agonies as no human has ever felt, endlessly prolonged. Bring the fire to Moraloon within 15 days, or I will release the most savage creatures from the void into Santhenar. All human life will be erased, and the waters will engulf the ruins of your civilization. Something struck Nish as odd about Stilkeen's words, but with another booth-shaking rumble, the beams went out. For a few seconds there was a shocked silence. Then chaos erupted. The woman began screaming hysterically again. A man bellowed in fear. 1,000 other throats joined them, and the crowd stampeded towards the exits from the square. Persea appeared beside him, her eyes wide and staring. Grabbing his arm, she hissed, "We've got to get back, right now." He pulled away, saying from the corner of his mouth, "I'm a low-caste miner from Twistcell, and the Wisp Watchers could be watching. Not after that." However, she let go and stepped away. "Now!" He ran with the crowd until he felt sure that no one could have followed him, but when he entered the alley and looked back, Persea was close behind. They went up the secret passage in silence, Nish trying to think through the implications of Stilkeen's ultimatum. No one could now be in any doubt that the God Emperor was missing, yet in Clam's continued absence with the tears, no legitimate deputy had stepped forward to take his place. The Empire was in desperate peril, and with no one in charge, there was a real danger that when Santhenar most needed unity, it would be plunged into civil war. "We saw it too," said Flid, when they met in Eula's rooms at the top of the mansion that evening. "The message issued from every Wisp Watcher, Loop Listener, and Spec Speaker in Rhoros," said Eula, "and probably in the whole Empire. That tells you how all-encompassing Stilkeen's power is." "Its power is great," said Flid, "yet not nearly as great in our material world as it would be on the ethereal planes, since I'm told many of its powers cannot be used here. Stilkeen is severely constrained in what it can do on Santhenar, and that's our best hope. Surely that's why it has ordered us to search for the true fire, because it can't do so itself." "But did it speak the truth when it said we could not harm it?" said Persea. "That depends on what you mean by harm. It would take a mighty weapon or a very particular one to kill an immortal being or to do it serious damage, but that doesn't mean it can't be hurt. Since being severed from its spirit aspects, Stilkeen's mere presence in the physical world causes it pain, and therefore if we should encounter it, our best defense would be to cause it so much pain that it has to retreat." "A being might be able to endure a lot of pain," said Nish absently. "Or it might be so used to having whatever it desired that any pain would be unbearable." "It's a risky plan," said Eula, "but I don't see any alternative. I'll consult the librarians. Let's find out what will cause a being greater pain. However, that can't save us. We've got to have a weapon that can threaten a being's very existence." "Little has been written about beings," Flid said mildly. "They've seldom been encountered in the three worlds or the void, and when they have been, it has commonly proven fatal to the observer." "Nonetheless, if humanity is to survive, we need that weapon." "What about the tears?" said Persea. "I don't think the answer lies in sheer power," said Flid. "Nish, are you listening?" "Sorry," said Nish. I've just worked it out. Eula raised a grey eyebrow. I've been thinking through what was so odd about the proclamation. When we first met Stilkeen and it took Father hostage, it demanded chthonic fire in return, but this time it demanded the true uncorrupted chthonic fire. Has the ordinary chthonic fire been corrupted? That is the nature of such things, said Flid. Once taken from their natural place, and especially when carried via portals between worlds, as the fire Yalkara stole was, uncanny objects or forces often become corrupt. Then this changes everything, said Nish. There's no point heading for Moraloon now. We don't have any pure, uncorrupted fire. It changes nothing, said Eula coldly. Moraloon is still the heart of the Empire, and that's where Stilkeen is. And you heard what it said about Nish. Your God-Emperor failed me and has paid the price. Nish froze. Was Stilkeen saying that Father is dead? That's how I would interpret it, said Flid. As would I, said Eula, and every rogue in the Empire will soon be on the way to Moraloon to try to seize it. Nish couldn't take it in. His all-powerful father dead. Nish, you've got to get to Moraloon first, said Flid. We must have a steady hand at the centre and a leader who isn't there for what he can get. One that the common folk can believe in and the wealthy and influential rely on. One who has a legitimate claim to the throne. I will not become my father, Nish said coldly, for he knew how corrupting absolute power could be, and in the past he had often longed for it. It was so very tempting, and he could not afford to give in to that temptation. I've made that clear many times. What if some upstart steps forward, said Eula, saying he's the bastard son of Nish and claiming the throne by right? If there is no true heir, many will see his claim as legitimate, and the only way to stop him is for you, your father's acknowledged heir, to claim the throne. She was right, of course, and Nish was starting to feel trapped. At every turn, circumstances were forcing him to take a course he'd sworn to avoid. You've got to continue with the plan, said Flid, breathing heavily. You've got to get to Moraloon. Within 15 days, said Eula, who alone among them seemed calm and in control. She thought for half a minute. All right, this is the plan. You will have to allow 11 days to sail to Fad, then march up into the mountains to Moraloon. Adding a slim contingency of 2 days for all the things that can go wrong makes 13 days. Therefore, you've got to sail within 48 hours. It was another insight into the woman who, greedy though she was, had been such an accomplished governor. She had the gift of instantly summing up each new threat and calmly responding. Nish wished he had her presence of mind. In 15 days, 100 things could go wrong. Any one of them could prevent him from reaching Moraloon in time. He fought to control his panic, to appear as calm as she had, though the situation already seemed beyond control. That schedule allows no time to get the fleet away in secret, said Flid, and our departure must be secret, for every power in the Empire will be after Nish now. Eula steepled her pudgy fingers and rested her chin on them. I have it. Nish has to show himself in Roros tomorrow morning, then fly away on the air sled. How is that going to help? Cried Nish. The moment you appear, then disappear, said Eula. The Seneschal of Roros will know you're up to something, and he'll send his army after you, plus most of the scryers and wisp watchers in Roros. How can you be sure? He has to. If the Seneschal takes you, he has removed the biggest obstacle to his seizing the throne. But if he loses you and you take the throne, you'll get rid of him at once. Eula turned a black crystal over in her hands, then went on. I've been moving my corps out of Roros in small numbers over the last week. Once the Seneschal's army and scryers have gone after you, Nish, the fleet will slip out of port, load your army in the isolated cove of Kraut, south of here, and sail for Fad at all speed. She looked around, smiling like a crouching toad. How do we get to Fad? Said Nish. On the air sled? Eula's smile vanished. I have other uses for it, Melente will take you to the fleet and bring the air sled back." "I don't understand why I have to show myself," said Nish warily. "There's got to be a good reason, otherwise the seneschal will be suspicious." "He'll be sure you're after chthonic fire, so you can claim the empire." "I don't understand," said Nish. "Why would he think I'm after the fire?" "Because you're going to attack an ancient monastery not far from Roros." "A monastery?" "It's called the House of the Celestial Flame, and it's built over a vent that has been burning for thousands of years." Flid stared at Eula. "And you think the pure chthonic fire could be hidden there?" "I wouldn't know," said Eula, "though I know that a good place to hide something is where everyone can see it. Once the seneschal thinks you're after the fire, Nish, he'll be determined to take you, and it's all that matters." "So you want me to steal some of the monk's sacred fire tomorrow?" said Nish. "Yes, then run for the mountains on my air sled. Melente has repaired it, but she'll pretend that its mechanism is failing. The seneschal is bound to take most of his army and his scryers, since he can't afford to give you the slightest chance to escape. Once you've led him well away from Roros, Melente will double back to the coast at night, and you'll go aboard ship for Fad." "And the seneschal will follow us?" "He won't be able to," said Eula. "He won't have any ships." "I like it," said Flid. Nish did not. Events were moving too quickly for him. How can I plan an attack on a place I've never seen in so little time? If something goes wrong, we could be trapped. "If it's planned properly," said Eula, "nothing will go wrong." Statements like that only made him feel worse. If this diversion is necessary, why can't it be done by someone else? "The seneschal won't lead his army out of Roros after anyone else, and he's got to go or I won't be able to get the fleet away. You have to do it, Nish, and it has to be tomorrow." "The House of the Celestial Flame," said Flid thoughtfully. "I can't say I've heard of it." "For 3,000 years its monks have worshipped at the sacred vent, and they're a wealthy, secretive order with powerful friends. When Nish's father declared himself God Emperor, most other monasteries were dissolved and their wealth was appropriated, but the Order of the Celestial Flame went untouched." "Where is the monastery?" said Nish. "In a valley a few leagues west of Roros, a place of great natural beauty," said Persea. "Its walls are granite cliffs hundreds of spans high, threaded with waterfalls. The floor of the valley is lush with sweet grass and 100 kinds of wild flowers. There are geysers, mud baths, and mineral springs, and the animals that dwell there are so tame that they can be fed from the hand, for the monks of the Celestial Flame eat neither flesh, fish, nor fowl." She sounded wistful. "Tomorrow," Nish said dazedly. "Yes," said Eula. "You'll leave here in the early hours, rendezvous with Melente and your militia, and depart on the air sled at dawn, so you can be seen, and reach the valley an hour later. The great city wisp watchers will note your path, but it'll take the seneschal's fastest riders all morning to get to the monastery. It doesn't leave you a lot of time to deal with the monks and find the white fire, if it's there," said Flid. "If you want everyone to believe Nish is after the true fire, he's got to do a convincing job." "It's all the time we have," said Persea. "We can't leave before dawn because Nish has to be seen leaving Roros." "How many monks are there?" asked Nish. "About 60, though many are old and some infirm. At least half the number are young and will doubtless put up a fight. You'll have to subdue them without harming them." Nish's heart sank even further. It would be like fighting with his hands tied. "What's the layout?" "The monastery is set halfway up a broad valley with rivers on either side," said Persea. "It's a single building shaped like a wheel, 1 story high, easy to attack and impossible to defend. The Order has no enemies." "It does now," Nish thought. "And the Celestial Flame is where?" asked Flid. "There's a temple at the center of the wheel, built over a subterranean vent. Its vapors have burned continuously since the monastery was established." Flid raised an eyebrow. The parallels with Mistmurk Mountain, where I first found the chthonic flame, are unmistakable. But they must be coincidental, said Eula. Flames fed by natural vapours occur at several places in Crandor. Has anyone built temples over them and protected them for thousands of years? Not to my knowledge. Then the true fire could well be hidden at the monastery, and since no one had heard about chthonic fire until I found it at Mistmurk, it would be perfectly safe there. Even if the place was ransacked, fire would attract no attention. Flid paced the room. Surely it can't be that easy. If it is there, said Nish, we can't let the God Emperor's seneschal get hold of any. You'll have to search the place thoroughly, steal any white fire you find, and put out the sacred flame. The monks are going to love that, Nish said to himself. Who is the seneschal anyway? Eula looked at Persea, who was staring straight ahead, her hands clenched. Persea, Eula said sharply. Persea drew a shuddering breath. Her voice went shrill, but she controlled it with an effort and said, He comes from the south and has an evil reputation. His name is Vomix. Nish felt the acid burning his throat again, for Vomix had destroyed Melis's home, Niflheim Manor, and eliminated most of Clan Niflheim, all because of a thoughtless remark she had made as a child when the seneschal had passed her on the road. And what did Persea know of him? That settles it, said Nish, thinking about the relentless way the seneschal had hunted him and Melis after the escape from Mazahaiza. He's a brute and no depravity is beyond him. If I get the chance to strangle the bastard with my bare hands, I will. Under the terms of our agreement, said Eula icily, you will take no unnecessary risks. I don't recall that being mentioned before, snapped Nish. It must have slipped my mind, she said blandly. You will carry out the diversion, take the fire, fly away on the air sled and hide until dark. Later that night Melente will fly you, your militia and Persea to the fleet, and Persea will carry the flame to Moraloon, in case it is the pure, uncorrupted fire. I hadn't realized she was coming with us. I have to protect my investment, said Eula, with another toad-like smile. So Persea wasn't only here to protect him, but also to spy on him and report back to Eula. Nish ground his teeth together. He was fed up with being manipulated, first by his father and Vivamord, then Flid and now Eula. We still have one unsolved problem, said Flid. What's that? Said Nish. To save Santhenar, we've got to find pure fire. But if it isn't at the monastery, we don't know where to look for it. That must be your task, Flid, said Eula, and it may be that you're the only one who can do it. It may be that no one can do it, said Flid. They were supposed to be leaving Eula's mansion in the early hours, but Persea woke Nish before midnight. It's time to go. He checked the stars through the window and saw that he'd been asleep for no more than an hour. Is something wrong? She was looking down at him, and Nish thought he saw a momentary sadness in her dark eyes. She hesitated before saying firmly, Eula thought it best that we leave early. He got ready, yawning and feeling more than usually dull-witted. Persea led him on foot to an empty warehouse by the harbour where the militia were camped, still asleep. He found a spare blanket, lay down and slept at once. Not long before dawn, Chismool and Melente landed the rebuilt air sled on the warehouse roof, which sloped towards the sea and was not visible from Roros. The craft now boasted an ornate cabin over the stern half, framed in brass and black iron. Small windows all around were made from thin, flexible sheets of clear mica, and there were also angled arrow slits. Rows of benches inside would seat the militia during flight, while double doors at the front would keep out wind and weather. The walls and roof are of bimble wood, said Melente, a timber so light that a beam of it can be picked up by a child, yet so strong that it will keep out a crossbow bolt fired from close range. But not a javelard spear, unfortunately. I hope it won't come to that, said Nish. Best be prepared for every contingency, said Melente, rubbing her stubby, oil-stained fingers through her thin hair and smearing black oil across the bald patch. Like keeping the wretched thing in the air? You won't have that problem again. I've rebuilt the flight mechanism. Considering it was the personal air sled of the God Emperor, it was remarkably ill-made. It'll be much more reliable now, and twice as fast. Her old eyes gleamed at the thought. Everyone must stay inside during fast flight. Melente went on as the militia assembled. Otherwise they'll be in danger of going over the side with every change of course. What about Chismul? Said Nish. Her canvas seat had been replaced by an extravagant, sleigh-like bench, wide enough for two, made of iron and red cedar. A pair of belts were looped through the rear slats. I've got to be able to see. Chismul wore leathers. A pair of insect-spattered goggles were pushed high on her forehead. She took her seat. Melente sat beside her, and Flangers led the militia inside. Nish was glad to be back with them after the past frustrating week. The injured had been left behind, save for Kletch, who, after allowing a risky experimental bone-healing spell to be used on him so as to heal his thigh bones quickly, was hobbling about on crutches, and Amy, whose healing ribs were bound so tightly she had trouble bending over. Dawn streaked pink rays across the sky. Chismul looked questioningly at Nish, who was standing with Persea on the roof. In the blushing light, she looked more beautiful than ever. A few more minutes, she said. Nish has to be seen. He went through his mental list again, fretting that he had forgotten something vital. In daylight, the attack seemed foolhardy, even reckless. Where's Zervish? He said abruptly. Gone, said Persea, who was looking out to sea. A pleasantly cool breeze ruffled a few dark hairs that had escaped her braid. I thought he was coming with us. He was never coming with us, she said quietly, not meeting his eyes. And no one thought to tell me. Wait a minute, that's why we left early, isn't it? So you could separate us. It wasn't of my doing, said Persea, again colouring delicately. Eula thought it was best. Really? Snapped Nish, still furious about the way he'd been manipulated by everyone. Why does Eula want to separate us? I can't say. Can't or won't. I can't betray my mistress's confidences or plans any more than you would betray Flid's. Right, he snapped. Thanks for reminding me that you can't be trusted. It was as though he'd slapped her across the face. I can always be trusted, she whispered. My word is everything to me. You're not here to protect me at all, are you? You're here to control me, you and that cow, Eula. Well, I'm not taking it. All the softness went out of her eyes, and all the warmth. Persea did not say a word, but walked away across the gently sloping roof, her jerky steps betraying her agitation. He went after her, caught her by the arm, and she swung around. Where's Flid? He said, furiously. He made a portal with his serpent staff and went through to search for the true fire. A portal? I didn't know he could make portals with it. Why didn't he tell me? She did not reply. If Flid had that ability, why hadn't he used it earlier? They might have come directly here from Taranta, or the Range of Ruin for that matter. And if Flid had known all along, if he could have saved them at the Range of Ruin but had chosen not to do so, it must prove that he was up to no good. What about Eula? Was she planning to betray them both? Or did she hope to seize the chthonic fire if Flid came back with it? She was a master strategist who manipulated people without even thinking about it, and Persea was her willing acolyte. He scowled at her, but she was hunched over, her shoulders shaking. The light was growing rapidly now. Time to go, Nish said curtly, and climbed aboard. As Chismul lifted off, he sat down with his back pressed up against the rear of the sleigh-shaped seat and held on to the base of the frame. It's not safe there, said Persea. You must go inside. I couldn't give a damn whether it's safe or not, he gritted, so furious that he could not contain himself. Go into the pen where you belong. A spasm passed across her face, but Persea did not move. As his bodyguard, she must remain by his side. She stood behind Chismul, holding onto the back of the bench, rocking back and forth on the balls of her feet. She stared blindly ahead as the air sled shot across the city, her eyes watering in the wind. It passed low and fast over the square where they had heard the announcement yesterday, and both wisp-watchers swung to follow their path, as did the heads of the people already swarming there in the cool of the morning. No question but that we've been seen, Nish thought. This gamble had better work. Where to? Said Chismul. Fly west, straight as an arrow and at all possible speed, for the monastery of the celestial flame. Let no one who sees us be in any doubt about our destination, nor the urgency of our quest. 32. From the great library, Igur, Tulatine and Melis went to Zile and equipped themselves for their coming journey, then travelled by portal to the Arkhim city of Stasor, which lay hidden within the glacier-woven mountains several hundred leagues south of Rhoros. Melis stepped out of the portal onto flat ice. She faced a series of snowy peaks across a broad valley, and an icy wind was blowing. They had obtained mountain clothing in Zile, but even with her furs pulled tightly around her, it was miserably cold, and the thin air at this altitude was hard to breathe. Each portal takes more out of me than the one before, said Igur, swaying on his feet and pressing his forearm across his belly. Melis steadied him. I thought the Caduceus was doing the work. It is, yet I feel drained, as if I had drawn power from the mighty portal spell from within myself, and that's strange. Is your after-sickness getting worse? He doubled up, groaning, and Melis thought he was going to vomit, but at length he straightened. You could say that. Enough of my troubles. Turn around, look up, and see the majesty of Stasor. The three of them turned together, and Tulatine said, with a dry little cough, Now that sight is worth any amount of pain. Melis looked up and up. Stasor was more astonishing than she could have imagined, for it was set on a mountain top that had been planed off, save for 4 up-thrusting peaks framing the bottom corners of a vast white cube, the city itself. They were standing outside one of its lower corners, and its walls reflected the surrounding peaks. From a distance, Stasor must have blended into the snowy mountainscape. On closer inspection, the walls shimmered like oil on water, while colours and patterns within a deeper layer were like the play of colours in precious opal. This way, said Igur, walking to his left along the platform, which appeared to be made of compressed ice and extended all along the base of the city. They proceeded to the middle of the wall, where the lower part of the cube's face was marked with a grid. As they approached, a dark line divided the grid vertically into 2 halves, then each grid square separated and rotated, revealing that they were the front faces of an array of cubes. The glassy cubes drifted upwards and inwards, creating an opening through which gushed a current of warm air. Inside the opening stood a woman, rather taller than Melis, with several lingering touches of flame in her thick, silvery hair. Her eyes were grey-green and her cheeks lined, though she had an air of wisdom about her, of having lived long and seen much, that Melis had not encountered previously. Hello, she said, when neither Igur nor Tulatine spoke. My name is Melis, but you would never have heard of me. Are you Malien by any chance? I am, said Malien, extending her hand. Despite her age, her grip was almost as firm as Igur's, and her extraordinarily long fingers wrapped right around the back of Melis's hand. And I know of you. How could you? Said Melis. Stasor isn't at the end of the world. We hear the news regularly via Skeet. How is my old friend, Nish? The pit of Melis's stomach dropped sharply. He fell on the range of ruin and fled. At least, we're afraid they were swept away by a flood. With those intense, grey-green eyes on her, Melis couldn't think straight. And you sighted their bodies? Malien said sharply. Malis saw in her mind's eye the smashed and battered corpses in the lower clearing, and felt ill all over again. No, we couldn't get through the gorge, but I'm sure. How could they? I won't count Nish among the fallen until I have good evidence that he is. I've known him too long for that. And as for Flid... Malien looked past Malis towards Igur and Tulatine. But I am discourteous, and if my fellow Arkim were here, they would justly rebuke me. Hello, my lady, she said to Tulatine. I am Malien, Matar of the Arkim. The title is an honorary one, she explained, but being Matar frees me from the oppressive rituals and obligations of my people. Tulatine is my chosen name, she said, shivering despite the mild breeze flowing from within. Yet if I were to tell you that my true name is Liel and my father was Iliel, I saw Iliel within days of his birth, and held him in my arms, though not his twin brother. Iliel was a fine scholar, as indeed was his mother. Malien broke off. The Numinator and I are estranged, said Tulatine bleakly. The Numinator? Malien turned to Igur. No, Igur, you knew Maid Graith. Tell me it is not so. It is so, he said heavily. I saw her just weeks ago, at the Tower of 1,000 Steps. For nearly 200 years Maid Graith has been the Numinator, and I fear that her obsession has driven her insane. If we might go in, Tulatine is unwell. Come, said Malien, shaking her head. I'm sorry, lady. Take my hand. I can manage, thank you, said Tulatine. The moment they passed through the entrance, the cubular door reassembled itself. Malien led them into a reception area to the right and sat them down. From there they could see, through the glass walls, the majestic eastern and southern mountains. I'm sorry for keeping you waiting on the doorstep, Igur, Malien said. The old grow forgetful and neglect their manners. Since I am far older than you, said Igur, shaking her hand with both of his. Am I to take that as a reference to my own sad decline? Not today. Have you come far? Are you hungry? Starving. We've come across the known world in space, but only a blink in time. We have been at the Great Library. Lilith sends her best wishes and hopes to see you when she retires. Dear Lilith, said Malien. I still think of her as that little waif I met back in the time of the mirror. Do you really? Said Igur. I can't say that I do. I'll bring food and drink, if you will excuse me. You have no people here at all? Igur looked surprised. They've all gone to Feranda for another of their interminable conclaves. We Arkim, or rather they, can debate a vital matter for years without ever coming to a decision, she said to Malis, and went out. After they had dined and admired the beauties of the sunset, Malien said, But the Matar is not like her fellow Arkim. To business. You have come about Stilkeen's proclamation. You saw it here too. I believe the whole world did so. We also came to ask if you know anything about chthonic fire, for Lilith did not, said Igur. Nor I, said Malien. Not a whisper, though some of my kin might. He told her about going to Noom and Mistmurk Mountain, and showed her the 2 fire samples in the dimensionless boxes. Malien stared at the fire and said solemnly, Yalkara kept that secret very well hidden, and little wonder. I cannot but see the grim irony in her crime, and its outcome. As a mother who has lost her children, I feel for her. She glanced at the window, which now darkness had fallen, reflected the room, and added, savagely, But as an Arkim whose world was stolen, and whose ancestors were reduced to slavery, whose beloved Arcan was destroyed because of the chthonic fire she stole and carelessly set free, I wish her all the misery in the 3 worlds, and may Stilkeen consume her after she sees the failure of all her hopes. Malis gasped and shrank back in her seat, clutching at her taffloid. I have shocked you, said Malien, the fierceness fading. But why should we not be bitter? We did nothing to offend the Charon before they stole our world, and after thousands of years of slavery and suffering at their hands, to hear that Yalkara's criminal folly destroyed Arcan is more than I can bear. She turned to Melis. I know something of your life. You too have been stripped of all you held dear because of the greed or malice of another. You must understand. I would not have when I left home, but half a year has changed me immeasurably. The taphloid was hot now, and vibrating gently against her chest. Melis opened her hands to look at it. Where did you get that? Hissed Malienne, rising to her feet. My father gave it to me, said Melis, closing her hands around it protectively. I'm sorry, I did not mean to frighten you. May I see it? Melis did not want to let go of it, but she could hardly refuse. Malienne studied it carefully, opening and closing its compartment, running her fingers over its smoothly curved surface and holding it against her ear. Finally, she laid it down on the table between them. Did you know it was of Charon make? She said, frostily. Charon? No. Then how did you come by it? Melis explained, and added, How can you tell a Charon made it? I have the gift of knowing, Malienne said, but did not elaborate. And I also know where it came from. It was made by Candor, the least of the 3 Charon who dwelt on Santhenar. Candor? Igor cried, pushing himself to his feet. Is something the matter? I recognized the taphloid the moment I held it in my hand, yet I would swear I've never seen it before. When you held it in your hand, said Malienne in a curious voice. Igor told her what he'd heard and felt that day in the clearing below the range of ruin when he'd taken the taphloid towards the caduceus. And yet, when I looked down at it, I was surprised to discover how small it was. I thought it was made by an Archim. No, I'm sure Candor built it, though I cannot say what for. It's surprising Yalkara did not recognize it, said Igor. She would have known it was Charon made, but after all this time, perhaps it was of no interest to her. Could any of your people tell me about it? I expect so, but you'll have to take it to Ferranda. My Stasor kin are there at the moment, at the city of Blemph, in the mountains behind Nish. Then let us go to Blemph, said Igor. We can ask your kin about chthonic fire at the same time. Getting up wearily, he raised the caduceus. You'll have to use that outside, said Malienne. My people would not want you to employ an unknown art in their principal city. Besides, I'm not sure it would work, given all the protections bound around this place. They returned to the platform of compressed ice, which lay outside the protections. Malienne showed Igor where Blemph lay on a map and described the city to him, and they took hold of the caduceus. No portal opened, and there was no sensation of movement at all, though Igor groaned and slipped to his knees. It's not working, though it hurts as much as if I had made a portal. Malienne, perhaps the caduceus doesn't want to take me, she said, releasing it and stepping back towards the cubular door. Igor tried again, but the result was the same. No portal formed, yet it was as painful and draining as if one had carried them across the world. It's not going to take us to Blemph, said Melis. No, said Igor. Let's make a try for Havissard, Yalkara's stronghold that she abandoned long ago. The caduceus would not take them to Havissard either, and after the final failure, Igor was on his knees. Each attempt is more painful, he wheezed. I can feel the life draining out of me. They helped him inside and put him to bed. Any further attempts would have to wait until morning. Melis went to her own bunk, which was rather cold, since the Archim did not heat their sleeping chambers. 6 days had passed since Stilkeen's proclamation, and all they had to show for their efforts were the 2 dimensionless boxes of white fire which Igor felt sure had been corrupted. Time was running out. What about trying Katazo in the once dry sea? Said Chthonic in the morning, after they had gone to check on Igur and found him to be deep in a coma-like sleep. Since Kandor lived there, there could be some clue. Kataza collapsed long ago. It's just a pile of rubble. Rulka's Tower of Karkaron? Even more unlikely, said Malien, for I searched it after his death, and I can't think of anywhere else that pure chthonic fire might exist on Santhenar. Then we've failed, said Malis. We've lost. Hold on, said Chthonic. You said on Santhenar. What about Arcan? My home world is a boiling, sulphurous hell, said Malien stiffly. How do you know? The Arkim who fled here told me so, after they came through their portal to my secret refuge, inside Mount Turthrax. But that was, 13 years ago? The eruptions could have stopped, and time passes differently in the three worlds, so more years may have passed on Arcan. Surely it's worth having a look. Malien's eyes gleamed. We can certainly look, if Igur is up to it. Malis visited Igur later that day. He had finally woken, though his breathing had a clotted rasp and his eyes were yellow-tinged. Chthonic was asleep in a large chair beside him, one transparent hand dangling over the side. Good afternoon, Malis said brightly. Are you feeling better? I wish I could say I was, said Igur, but I won't be going anywhere today. He closed his eyes. When she went out, she found Malien standing outside the cubular entrance, watching the shifting colours wash across the snowfields and glaciers. Malien turned and her old eyes shone with captured sunset. I love this time of day. It's a beautiful sight, Malis agreed. I never tire of it, said Malien. Malis pulled her furs around her. It's a little too cold for my liking, though. How is Igur? He looks worse than yesterday. I was afraid he might, said Malien. I've known him for more than 2 centuries, and he's scarcely aged in that time. But now he looks worn and withered, eaten away from within. Is it the caduceus? I think so. How long has this been going on? Several weeks, since we arrived at the range of ruin and Stilkeen appeared. From the moment Igur tried to use his art near the caduceus, he said that it was feeding on him. But I'm worried that his troubles go back much further. What do you mean? Said Malien curiously. 7 years ago, the Numinator put silver shackles on his wrists to stop him from using his power, and they drew it from him constantly to maintain her tower and her dreadful work. Malis rubbed her arms and backed closer to the cubular door, where it wasn't quite so cold. Its smaller cubes split and stirred. She could see them moving from the corner of an eye. Her teeth chattered. And you're afraid that, after being drained over and over, Igur has nothing left? Malien came over to Malis. Malis nodded stiffly, intimidated by Malien, whom she knew from the pages of the histories and from a great tale. If he can't make another portal, what are we going to do? Let's see how we go. He has a strong constitution. He may be better in an hour or 2. The day passed, but Igur grew worse, and by dinner time he was too weak to sit up. Malis could not imagine how the strong man who had heaved those enormous blocks of frozen ground aside just weeks ago had fallen so low. I don't know what's happening to me, he said, after they had come to visit him for the 3rd time, late that night. Chthonic had been sitting at his bedside all afternoon, but was now in bed with him, trying to warm him up. I'm cold and there's no strength in my legs, no strength anywhere. Malis said it was like after sickness, said Malien. I don't recall ever having after sickness this bad. I've scarcely used Mansory since we left the range of ruin, but I'm as exhausted as if I've been doing it non-stop. Get some rest. We'll try again tomorrow. After they were out of earshot, Malien said, I'm going to take a look at the caduceus later on. You can help me. Are you a Mancer too? Said Malis. You might say that, Malien replied dryly. By the frozen light of a ringed moon, Melis carried the caduceus out onto the ice platform and stood by while Malienne attempted to make a portal. Nothing happened. She might as well have been holding an iron bar. "Clearly Stilkeen doesn't want us to use it," said Melis. Malienne gave Agur various Archim medicines, but the following day he was no better, nor the 5 days after that, and only on the succeeding morning, the 14th day after Stilkeen's proclamation, could he find the strength to get out of bed. "You're not ready," said Tulatine, wincing as she took his weight on her fragile bones. "And if our positions were reversed?" he said wryly. "I'd tell you to mind your own damn business," she chuckled. "But it has to be done, and I'd do it too, no matter how much it hurt," she added, more soberly. "We're out of time, my friend, but we don't have to try for Arcan. We could go straight to Moraloon with the fire we have." "Of course we must go to Arcan," said Agur, "and right away, before I fall down. Pure chthonic fire is our only bargaining chip. We have to have it." "Bargaining chip?" said Melis. "I don't understand." "In the frozen south, corrupted fire is consuming the ice and spreading ever faster, as fire does when it has plenty of fuel. If the great southern ice cap melts, Santhenar will drown, and we may not have long to stop it. Indeed, we may have no way of stopping it. But I'm sure Stilkeen can, and it might be convinced to do so in exchange for pure fire." From what she had seen of Stilkeen, Melis thought that was doubtful, but she did not say so. "I would not have this world lost," said Malienne, "as my own has been." "What if Arcan is still uninhabitable?" said Melis. "We might end up in the middle of a volcano or something." "I'll hold the portal open until we're sure it's safe," said Agur. "What if it isn't?" "We'll come straight back, assuming we can," she muttered. "And while we're there," said Agur, steadfastly ignoring Melis, "keep your eyes open for a weapon, anything at all that we might be able to use against Stilkeen. Is everything ready?" "It's ready," said Malienne. She wiped her eyes. "Beloved Arcan, you cannot imagine what this means to me. This way." 33. The air sled had just passed over the outskirts of Rhoros, and Persea's eyes were already red and watering from the wind. Being both watcher and bodyguard, she had to stay close to Nish wherever he was. He was already regretting the way he had spoken to her, but he felt so manipulated that he could not bring himself to apologize. "Hey," said Chismul, "that looks like a small army below us." Nish peered over the side and saw a long column of horsemen riding west at a fast pace. "Surely that can't be Vomix's force already." "It is," said Persea stiffly. "We passed over the barracks a few minutes ago. They're heading for the monastery, and the rest of the army won't be far behind." He looked back and saw what was unmistakably a walled army barracks and parade ground. A considerable army, some thousands of men, was forming into ranks, and the leaders were marching out the gates. Vomix was taking no chances. "How can he have reacted so quickly?" Nish said. He knew how long it took to mobilize an army, for he'd done it many times, and for Vomix to get his cavalry armed and on the road this quickly surely meant he had been forewarned. Could there be a spy in their midst? Or a traitor? He glanced back at Persea, who was still staring over the side. Nish could not believe it of her, though almost anyone could be bought if the price was high enough, or coerced if they would not betray willingly. But if not her, who? "Vomix has had them on full alert for days," said Malente. "This could get a little awkward." "But those riders are ahead of us. They must have known where we were going." "Not necessarily," said Malente. "Once the scryers in the market square told him our direction, Vomix would have plotted it on a map and seen that we were flying directly for the monastery." "How far away is it?" he said, not at all mollified. Betrayal still seemed the most likely explanation. "A few leagues in a direct line." Malente did not consult her map. "5 at most, the way Vomix must go?" "Then his cavalry will be there in under 3 hours. It was far too soon. After we reach the monastery, we'll have less than 2 hours to subdue a host of furious monks and search the place from top to bottom. It's not enough time, not nearly. Can you go faster, Chismul?" "Not without tearing the cabin off." Within an hour, the air sled had reached the valley, which proved to be as beautiful as it had been described. The monastery was set on the flat crest of a gentle hill between 2 small rivers. There were cultivated fields to the left, separated by low hedges, while open pasture lay to the right, streaked with outcroppings of grey rock. Trees shaded the northern and western sides of the monastery, but were not big enough to conceal their approach. There were no walls, ditches, palisades, or defensive structures of any kind. It looked undefended and was certainly undefendable. "Go up a bit," he said to Chismul. "I need to get a better picture of the place." The air sled lifted, and shortly he was looking down on the monastery as if it were a plan drawing. For the first time, Nish understood the perfection and symbolism of its design. A perfect wheel with the temple at its hub, joining sky and earth, sacred and profane, celestial and chthonic. The monastery is like a sign or a pointer, he thought in a blinding flash of realization. It's got to be. Is it intended as a sign to the being whose chthonic fire was stolen? Is that who the monks really worship? Stilkeen? How could he find out? "They're coming fast," called Flangers. Nish looked back east, and in the distance saw a cloud of dust made by Vomix's racing cavalry. His stomach spasmed. "They're making incredible time over such rough country." "We haven't got much more than an hour," said Flangers. "Not the way they're riding." There was no time to find out about the monks and who they worshipped. All he could do was snatch some white fire in the special container Flid had left with Persea and run. But if it was the true fire, and he felt sure now that it must be, what a victory it would be. With it, suddenly anything seemed possible. Nish's mind was racing as he ran through his strategy. "Chismul, land next to the temple. We don't have time to search the other buildings. Then go up and hover so the monks can't attack you, and keep watch for Vomix. Persea and I will go inside, along with 4 militiamen. Flangers, you'll seal the entrances to the temple so we can search it without being attacked by the monks. Keep me informed, and call us out if there's a danger you can't handle." "Sir," said Flangers. "Don't take any risks. We have to get away the moment Vomix's cavalry comes into view. We're not here to fight them, and we certainly don't want to hurt any of the monks." "What if they attack us?" "Everyone has staves and cord. Knock the monks down if you must. Knock them out if there's no alternative, and tie them up." "Ready?" "Yes," Flangers said, looking dubious. "It might be useful if I came with you," said Melente. Said Nish. He liked Melente and was awed by her utter mastery of the artificer's trade at which he, despite all that hard work in his youth, had never been more than mediocre. He did not want to offend her, but she was old and slow and would be a liability if they got into trouble. "If chthonic fire is hidden in the temple," Melente said, "I rather think I can find it." "Is that so?" said Nish. "How?" "My gift allows me to see beneath the surface of physical things, and I've trained it to a high order. I can spot traps, hidden drawers, false walls, and most other hiding places merely by looking." "What about objects concealed by the art?" "It depends on which art has been used to hide them and how powerful the adept was who used it." "All right," he said. "If the true fire is here, we've got to have it. But if I say so, you'll go at once, won't you?" Nish's cheeks grew hot. He felt like a apprentice giving orders to his master. "Of course," said Melente, amused. "A force can only have one leader, and I would not have it otherwise." "All right. Chismul," said Nish. "Go in fast." She zoomed in over the left-hand river and across the fields. Several monks, hoeing weeds, looked up with mouths agape as the baroque craft hummed overhead. It lifted over the circular roof of the monastery and headed for the temple at the centre, which had been built on exposed grey rock and was surrounded by short green grass. Constructed in a style that had not been used for thousands of years, it was circular, with columns around the circumference and roofed over by a large stone dome with a broad round vent at the top. "That's the main entrance," said Persea, pointing to an opening between the columns. "Set down there," said Nish. Chismul landed the air sled on the grass. Nish and Persea leapt off, then Hoshi, the apprentice potter, Bale, the short, dark woodsman, his ear of corn earring swinging, followed by thin and nervous Alioun, and finally stocky Xana, her dark hair cropped short like a soldier's, all carrying their staves. They all wore blades, but had been cautioned not to use them on the monks. Melente began to clamber down, and Nish's heart sank, for she wasn't as mobile as he had thought. "How dare you!" a heavily built monk shouted from the veranda of the monastery. His black, spade-shaped beard had a white patch below his lip, and it quivered with every furious word. "Take your abominable contraption and go, profaners of the celestial flame!" He brandished a staff at them, and other monks appeared behind him, while more were running from the other side of the circle. Nish cursed. This was going to be even harder than he'd thought. "Come on!" He ran for the temple. It was cooler under the circular colonnade, beyond which he saw a line of thicker columns. No, they were arranged in a square, and inside that was a triangular array. The only other visible structure was a steep, narrow stone ramp, broken by several landings, that curved around the inside of the dome to a circular vent at the top, where there was a platform and an altar, presumably for observing the celestial flame, or the heavens, or both. "A triangle within a square within a circle," puffed Melente. "The symbol of the celestial realm. And for symmetry, I'd expect to find the symbol reversed inside. I don't think we'll find anything out here, but we'd better make sure." They hastened in between the columns. Melente turned right and began a circuit of the temple walls, with Hoshi and Bale behind them on the left, and Alioun and Xana to the right, like a trailing pair of wings. At the end of the circuit, Melente shook her head. "Nothing." "What about the ramp and altar?" said Nish. She looked up. "Unlikely. The celestial realm would be linked to the Chthonian, so the fire, if it is here, would be kept below us." From outside, Nish made out the clash of staff on staff, the outraged bellowing of the monks, and cries of "Sacrilege!" and "Blasphemer!" He put them out of mind. Flangers would deal with them. Inside the triangular array of columns, the floor stepped down in a series of white stone benches, like a triangular amphitheatre, and the stone had been polished until it shone. The lowest, central point contained a square hole rather bigger than the width of Nish's shoulders. He assumed that the flame worshipped by the monks issued up through it, though no flame was visible from here. A spicy smell of incense hung in the air. "There's nowhere else to search," said Melente, heading for the nearest bench. "We'll have to look down there. Oh!" 3 lean and wiry monks in white robes sat on the benches near the bottom, their shaven heads bowed, while another lay prostrate beside the square hole, and a 5th, a withered old man, swung a censer back and forth, emitting blue puffs of smoke which formed swirling patterns above the hole. Nish cursed under his breath. If merely entering this place was sacrilegious, what he was about to do was so much worse, but he had no choice. "We have come for the chthonic flame, also called white ice fire, stolen by Yalkara from the shape-shifting being Stilkeen in ancient times. What do you know about it?" The withered old monk turned slowly, and the censer slipped from his hand, fell to the step, and came open, spilling burning incense across the white marble. He looked up, clenching blue-veined fists, and spoke slowly, coldly. "This place is forbidden to all but the monks of the celestial flame. You have polluted our temple and debauched the sacred ceremony. Now all must be cleansed and purified before we may worship here again. Get out!" The other monks rose, save for the prostrate one. The old monk nudged him with a gnarled toe. "Rise, brother. Your penance is wasted and must be begun anew. But first the temple has to be cleansed, and that will take from one full moon to the next." The prostrate monk rose, pulling his robes together. He was only a youth, but big and muscular, with calloused hands. He bowed to the old monk, hands humbly clasped together, then glanced sideways at Nish, and his eyes blazed with a terrible fury. He did not look humble now. A violent rage burned in him, and he wasn't going to be easy to deal with. "I'm sorry, venerable monk and brothers," said Nish. Though he was not a believer, he did not wish to offend anyone who was. "We do not come to harm you, but we must have the chthonic fire." "I have no idea what you're talking about," said the old monk. "We worship the celestial flame, and it is blue. There is no white fire here, and never has been." Nish cursed inwardly, for he did not think the monk was lying. Could everyone else be so wrong about this place? Were all the resemblances to Mistmerk no more than coincidence? No, he had to be sure. It could be locked away in a small flask or casket. It may have been hidden for thousands of years. Think. "You are mad," the old man enunciated clearly. "Fire can't be locked away. It must be fed with fuel and air, or else it goes out." "Chthonic fire is different," said Nish desperately. "It had to be here, and he had to have it." "For 3,000 years we have studied the nature of flame. Fire must be fed. There are no exceptions." The old monk turned away. "Brothers, throw them out." Nish glanced at Persea, who gave him a blank look. Melente mimed, "You have no choice." Nish gestured to his militia. "Move them out of the way." The four advanced, holding out their staves. The old monk gathered up his robes and lurched up the benches, swinging bony fists. The other brothers followed his lead. Hoshi pushed the old monk aside with his stave, but he stumbled and fell, cracking his head on a bench. A thin line of blood ebbed from his forehead, and he lay there, dazed. "I didn't want this," said Nish quietly. "Yet it was inevitable," said Melente. "Since we are two opposing forces, neither of which can give in. Time is running out. Let's get it done." She lumbered down the benches. Nish moved around to the other side of the triangle, leaving his troops to deal with the monks. He had no idea what he was looking for. He was just keeping an eye out for anything that did not fit. At the bottom he peered into the square hole. A slight warmth issued from it, and down an inner circular shaft he made out a flame flickering some distance below. But as the monk had said, it was blue. Blue. His heart sank. No, he refused to believe it. Chthonic fire was infinitely precious. It would be hidden to elude the most determined searchers. He felt all the joins in the floor stone and peered down the hole, singeing his eyelashes, but saw no evidence of concealed rooms or lower levels. Persea and Melente completed their inspections. "Anything?" Nish said, feeling the prize sliding through his fingers. Persea shook her head. "My meager arts tell me nothing." She headed up. "Mine tell me a lot," said Melente, "but nothing to our advantage. The temple is just what it seems, and there's no white fire here. We were sent on a wild goose chase." It had always been a long shot, but Nish had talked himself into believing otherwise. Nonetheless, the disappointment was so crushing that he tasted bile in the back of his throat. "Or have we been betrayed to Vomix?" he muttered. He would not have thought Persea could have heard him from so far away, but her head shot around and her fists were clenched. "How dare you? What are you implying?" "Nothing," he said hastily, wishing he could have taken the words back. "I never said it was Eula." Too late. He'd made it worse by mentioning her name. Far worse. Eula would never have anything to do with him. "That's easy for you to say," he thought. On the temple floor above, his militia were still struggling with the monks, who were proving difficult to subdue. The big, angry youth was wrestling with Hoshi, the two of them swaying backwards and forwards not far from the top bench. Hoshi tried to whack the youth with his staff, but was kneed in the groin. Then, as Nish watched helplessly, the staff was wrenched from Hoshi's grip and slammed into the side of his head. His eyes rolled back and he collapsed unconscious. "Blaspheming dog of an infidel!" the youth cried fervently. "How dare you defile our temple?" Swinging the staff through the air so swiftly that it hummed, he sent it spinning into the backs of Alioun and Zana, knocking them down. Then, picking up Hoshi by collar and crutch, with an effort the youth raised him above his head. "No!" cried Nish, running up the benches. "Put him—" With an almighty heave, the youth hurled Hoshi over Nish's head and down towards the centre of the triangle, where he struck the lowest bench head first. His neck bent back, there was an audible snap, and he slid off the bench, down through the square hole. Hoshi, Nish's first friend in Gendragore, was dead. The old monk tottered to his feet, blood running down his cheek. "Brother," he whispered, "what have you done?" The youth stood there, chest heaving and big hands hanging by his side. "They defiled the temple, Father. We could have cleansed it, but now—" The old monk scrambled down the benches, squinted into the square hole through which Hoshi had fallen, then fell back and let out a cry of anguish. "Brother, my brother, this stain cannot be erased. The very stones of the temple must now be taken down and replaced, all of them, and you. Your time among us has ended. You must go." "Go," breathed the youth, "but the celestial flame is my guiding light. Without it I am homeless, wretched, broken." "As is that man broken, and you slew him in our temple. You cast him down onto the sacred flame. You have extinguished the flame which has never gone out. Go, my son, and never approach this place again." He went to the youth, tore his robes from him, and cast them on the floor. The other monks were staring at the loincloth-clad youth in horror. Alioun rose and heaved Zana up. She was swaying on her feet, moaning, for the spinning staff had struck her hard in the back near the kidneys. The youth was making an incoherent grunting sound, but his eyes were flaming now, his rage running out of control. He stooped, came up with the staff and swung around, ignoring Bale, who was struggling with two of the brothers further off. The youth's gaze fixed on Melente, and he started down. He must think she's the leader, Nish realized. The attack had been a disaster from the start. It was getting worse, and it had all been for nothing. Holding his own staff across his body, two-handed, Nish moved to protect her. Persea stepped into his path. "Leave the youth to me, Nish. He killed Hoshi," said Nish in a low voice, and remembering the fun-loving young man he'd first met on the sea cliffs, a red mist obscured his own vision. First G, then Forzel, now Hoshi. Of his 4 Gendragorian lieutenants, only Kletch survived, but crippled, and Hoshi had to be avenged. "I can't. Stand aside." Her free hand gripped his wrist, crushing it. "Leave him, Nish," said Melente. "It'll do no good, and we're out of time." Foam flecked the corners of the youth's mouth. He was moving slowly and warily, swinging the heavy staff from left to right, then right to left, making it difficult to approach him. "Get going, Nish. You too, Melente," said Persea. "You've got a job to do, and so have I." Never on the battlefield had Nish taken shelter behind a fellow soldier, especially not a woman, and as he went behind Persea, his cheeks burned with shame. She held her staff lightly in the two-handed grip and moved up and down on the balls of her feet as she waited. She might be skilled in armed and unarmed combat, but the youth was much bigger, fit and muscular from heavy work on the monastery's farms, and had the uphill advantage. Springing down 3 benches, he swung the staff at her head. The blow was so furious that it was difficult to parry, and Persea did not try. Angling her own staff up, she deflected the blow above her head, then swung down and into the right side of his body. He let go of his weapon, took the blow with a grunt, and, swift as a striking snake, caught her staff in his right hand. She tried to heave it away before he gained a firm grip, but he was too quick. The youth yanked on her staff, pulling her towards him, and she came forwards a half step before realizing that she did not have the strength to tear it from his grasp. Persea allowed him to draw her in, used her momentum to propel herself at him before he could raise the staff, and drove her head into his midriff. The youth went backwards, winded, and in an instant she had spun him round, twisted his arm up behind his back, and forced him face down onto the benches, her knee in the middle of his back. Nish's admiration for Persea grew. He had never seen anything like it. "Bind him!" she rasped. Nish bound the youth's hands behind his back with a length of cord. Up above, Alioun and Bale were tying two of the monks, but the other had fled, and so had the old monk. Sick at heart, Nish ran up to the floor of the temple and looked out through the columns. "How long do we have left before Vomix gets here?" he said as he reached the square of columns. "I've lost track of time." "No more than 20 minutes, I'd say," said Malente, puffing along behind him. Outside, the militia had formed a semicircle around the temple entrance and were defending themselves against at least 40 enraged monks who were attacking with staves, clubs, and reaping hooks without heed for their own lives. They were led by the burly monk with the black beard, and very effectively. 2 militiamen lay on the ground, while many others bore bloody wounds. Nish counted 11 monks down. "What a fiasco," he muttered. "We'll never subdue them. They're too handy with their weapons, even the old fellows." "They're trained to defend their temple," said Persea. "Call Chismul," said Malente. "I've a feeling Vomix is closer than we think." "She would have warned us," said Nish. Nonetheless, he ran out into the open, looking up. The air sled was still circling the top of the temple. He waved. Chismul banked and curved down. "See anything yet?" "No," she yelled over the wind. "Go higher." She turned in climbing spirals far above the temple and came zooming down again. "The leaders are crossing the river, about 50 of them. They'll be here in minutes." 34. "Come on," yelled Nish to his militia. "We can't fight Vomix. We've got to go now." "Sir, look out." Another dozen monks burst from a door on the other side of the great wheel of the monastery, 100 paces away, waving lengths of timber, kitchen cleavers, and axes. Clearly there were far more monks here than he'd been told. Panic flared. Nish fought it down as he tried to think. "Do you want me to land?" yelled Chismul. "Yes, no, wait." Nish scanned the green battlefield, looking for flankers. There he was, holding a bloody shoulder. "Lieutenant!" Nish ran to him. "They're putting up stronger resistance than I'd expected," said Flangers. The monks were advancing from either side. "Can we hold them off long enough to get everyone onto the air sled?" "There's too many of them, unless we use our swords." No killing." "They're happy to cut us down, sir," Flangers said quietly. "I know. Hoshi was killed inside," said Nish, "but I'm not going to start my campaign by slaughtering innocent monks." He turned to Malente, who had come to the front of the militia. "Can we get out through the roof?" "You want Chismul to land on the top of the dome?" She considered. "It'll be tricky getting the wounded up through the hole. It's a couple of spans above the platform. But I'll find a way." "Then do it. Flangers, organize the retreat," rapped Nish. "Chismul." He pointed to the top of the dome. She repeated the gesture, questioningly, and he yelled, "Yes!" The air sled curved that way, but they'd lost a lot of time and the monks were close now. "We'll never hold them off long enough to get the injured aboard," said Persea. "Unless I can scare them," said Nish. "Get going, Flangers." Edging through the semicircle of the militia, Nish drew the serpent staff from his back and brandished it at the monks. They stopped, watching it warily. They recognized power when they saw it. "Stand back," he said, pointing the open serpent mouth at them. The monks swayed away. From the corner of his eye, Nish watched the militia backing towards the temple entrance, the ones at the rear carrying the wounded, the men at the front making a barrier with their staves. He backed after them, Persea moving in step with him. "Flangers, send everyone up the ramp. You, Persea, and I will form a rear guard." Over the groans of the wounded and the clash of weapons, Nish made out the drumming of hooves. Vomix was close. The monks must have thought Nish had called for reinforcements, for they attacked in a mass. 3 of them ran at him and Persea, swinging clubs and reaping hooks, while more surged past on either side, going for the militia. Nish and Persea defended as best they could as they backed between the columns into the temple. "This way," called Malente breathlessly from inside. "Get the wounded up first." 2 monks came at Nish, the black-bearded thick-set leader bearing a spiky cudgel made from the root of a tree, the other a reaping sickle on a long handle. Nish parried the sickle blow. The curved blade rang as it struck the serpent staff and was torn out of the monk's hands. Nish kicked his feet out from under him, then went for the neck of the black-bearded monk who had raised the cudgel. The monk took the blow on his shoulder, twisted around, and swung the cudgel with enough force to dash Nish's brains out. He could not get out of the way in time, and Nish was sure he was going to die when Persea, who was to his left, dived and knocked him aside. The cudgel swept down, and again he heard the sickening sound of bones snapping. She gasped and tried to rise, but could not. Nish scrambled to his feet as the monk raised the cudgel to strike her dead. His face was a bloody, engorged purple. There was blood on the white patch in his black beard, and he had a murderous look in his eye. Nish sprang over Persea, putting himself between her and the monk as he began his ferocious downswing. There was no time for niceties now. If Nish had misjudged the moment, both he and Persea would die. Aiming the staff like a javelin, he thrust it at the monk with all his strength, and the tip of the serpent's iron tail went through his chest to the heart. As he fell dead, the other monk backed away, eyes like twin eggs. "He killed the abbot! Murderer! Blasphemer! Despoiler of all that is sacred!" Nish threw the cudgel at him, but it missed, and the monk ran out into the middle of the lawn, roaring, "Murderer!" The other monks gathered around him, staring at the abbot's body, now pinned to the ground by the staff, which had taken on a blood-red glow. "There was no help for it," said Flangers. He helped Persea up. Nish wrenched the staff out and brandished it at them, and they backed away. It was hot and heavy again, churning inside as if the blood sacrifice had woken it. He didn't like the way it felt, not at all, but he couldn't leave it now. He looked around. The militia were out of sight, inside the temple. As he retreated, holding the staff up threateningly, the drumming of hooves grew ever louder. The seneschal's troops were just outside the monastery now, and the monks were staring at the entrance in dismay. Nish turned to Persea, whose left forearm hung at an odd angle and was swelling visibly. "Thank you. You saved my life." She was staring at him as if she'd just had a revelation. "I simply did my duty, but you risked your life to save mine." She shook her head. "My arm is badly broken. I've let Eula down." "Don't be ridiculous. You don't understand. My indenture—" He cut her off, for the huddle of monks was breaking up. "They're going to attack again. Go up the ramp." "I can't," cried Persea. Her chocolate skin had gone a muddy grey. "Eula ordered me to guard you. I'm in charge of this disaster. Carry her up, Lieutenant." Heaving Persea over his shoulder, Flangers went into the temple. Her troubled eyes were on Nish all the way, but she did not struggle. She appeared to be in too much pain. There was no time to wonder about the nature of her indenture to Eula. He dismissed them both from his mind and concentrated on keeping the monks at bay. The Saturnine woodsman, Baal, fell in beside him and 2 others, one left, the other right. "We can do this, Nish," said Baal encouragingly. "We'll beat them the way we beat the enemy up at Blisterbone." Nish hadn't realized he'd looked so downcast. "We must." The monks were almost onto them when the leading riders burst through the entrance of the monastery and stopped on the green lawn. The monks froze, then turned to face the new threat. Nish slipped behind a column, gestured to his rearguard to go up, and peered out. The horsemen leaned forwards over their saddle horns and raised their swords. The war horses pawed at the lawn. The monks must have seen their doom approaching, for their rustic weapons would be useless against armed and armoured troops, but none of them turned and ran. They were brave men. The officer at the head swept his blade down and the horses leapt forwards. Uprooted grass flew up from their hooves as they raced across the turf, and at their head, directing his mount with touches of his knees, was the man Nish despised most in all the Empire, Seneschal Vomix. He had never been a handsome man, but since Malis had tricked him into taking hold of her taphloid months ago, Vomix was grotesque. His nose was a flattened blob, while his face looked as if it had been torn off, ripped into 3 pieces and nailed back on. Half his teeth were gone, and his right arm, severed at the wrist, now ended in a triangular 3-bladed spike. In his left hand he held up an enormous scimitar, the light winking off its polished, curved blade. "Go up!" Nish hissed to his lurking men, and they went, reluctantly. Nish waited, knowing there would be a crowd at the top of the ramp. He had to see what Vomix was up to, and what he knew. If there was treachery afoot, he might reveal something that would give away the traitor's name. Half the monks had lined up in the middle of the lawn, the rest moved to block the entrance to the temple. More riders raced through until they must have numbered 50. Vomix wheeled to come alongside a monk who was holding up his skirts as he ran, and plunged his spike into the man's back so hard that it came out his chest. The monk's hands opened, he tripped on his skirt and fell flat on his face. The spike slid free, and Vomix held it up, dripping red. The old monk who had been at the flame earlier tottered out, brandishing a walking cane. "This monastery and temple are forbidden to all but the monks of the celestial flame," he said in a reedy voice. "You pollute our retreat with your vile swords and wicked ways. Begone!" The seneschal trotted across to the monk, lifted him by the bunched robes, and said, "Where is the white chthonic fire?" "There is no such fire here, and never has been. We are worshippers of the celestial flame, which had never gone out since we built our temple 3,000 years ago." "Liar," said Vomix, swatting him across the face with the side of his bloody spike. "Our flame is not white," said the monk feebly, "and it has never been called chthonic. Indeed, it is the very opposite, for within it we read the movements of the heavenly bodies, and from them tell the future." "I'll bet you didn't predict this future," leered Vomix. "As it happens," the old monk said with dignity, "your coming was foretold 2,000 years ago. Had we known when you were to appear, we would have been prepared. We're going to take this place apart, and then you until we find it." The monk did not shrink away. "You are not the first to threaten us, but our founder's foretelling states that the monastery of the celestial flame will survive until the end of the Third Empire, and that—" "The Empire is finished, you old fool," sneered Vomix. "Did you not see Stilkeen's proclamation on the Wisp Watcher yesterday?" "There are no Wisp Watchers here," said the old monk, looking uncertain now. "And that is a capital offence." "We have an exemption signed by the God Emperor." "Who has been deposed by Stilkeen, a shape-shifting being from the void. The Empire is at an end." Vomix tossed the old monk to the ground. "Take him inside and roast him over his precious celestial flame, until he reveals the location of the white fire. Then roast him some more." "You know what to do," he said to the 20 riders on his left, and they began the killing. Vomix glanced up at the top of the dome, smiled a savage smile, and said to the 30 riders on his right, "The air sled is almost empty. We have Nish and his militia trapped inside the temple. Once he is dead, the first man to reach Moraloon will take the throne, as long as he has the pure fire. Kill them, monks and militia all, he roared. Let not a single witness live. If Nish has the white fire, bring it to me. If he does not, we're going to take the temple and monastery apart, stone by stone, until we find it. Nish slipped inside. Could he make Vomix believe that he did have the true fire? The dead abbot lay to his left. Through the columns he saw the cast-out youth running for the far side of the monastery, his hands still bound. He wouldn't last long. He ran in, through the triangle of columns and down the benches to the square hole. The youth's white robes lay on the stone beside it. "Nish?" called Bale from halfway up the ramp. "Go up, I won't be a minute." The riders were outside, revelling in the slaying, and fear tightened Nish's chest. He was not afraid of dying, but he was terrified of Vomix, a depraved brute who loved to torment and brutalize. When he'd served Jalnish, Vomix had dared not harm his son. But now, with the God Emperor gone and Clam missing, there was no law to save the might of men like the Seneschal, and after being humiliated by Melis and Nish, Vomix would feast on vengeance. Was there a way to fool the brute? Nish picked up the fallen censer and emptied the smouldering incense down the hole. Bundling up the chain, he coiled it inside the lower half of the censer, twisted the top half on, and tore the back out of the youth's white robes. He wrapped the censer in the cloth, tied a knot so it could not fall out, and slung it over his shoulder. A thin haze of smoke issued from the square hole, scented with incense. The celestial flame might have been defiled, but it had not been entirely extinguished. He checked again. Still blue, and no use to him. Nish crept up the benches to the top of the triangle and peered over. There was no one in sight, though he could hear the clack of shod hooves on the smooth paving stones. They must have finished the last of the monks and were riding into the temple. The narrow ramp up into the dome was about 50 paces away. Nish was about to run for it when Vomix rode through the columns and saw him. He bolted, the bundled censer bouncing on his back. Knowing he'd left it too late, the warhorse would cover the distance to the ramp in a few strides. Vomix stared at the bundle over Nish's shoulder, cried, "He's got the white fire, he's mine!" and spurred his warhorse, but as it sprang forwards, its rear hooves slipped on the polished stone and it went down. With a furious oath, Vomix leapt off and pounded after Nish. For such a big man, he was very fast. Nish made the ramp with just paces to spare and leapt up it. Vomix swung the scimitar at his back, trying to cut the bundle free, and barely missed. Nish scrambled up another few paces but slipped and landed hard on hands and knees. Vomix came after him, lunged, and the three-bladed spike passed between Nish's arm and his ribs. He kicked backwards, driving his heel into Vomix's knee, then went on hands and knees up the ramp to the first landing, where he turned and swung the serpent staff at Vomix's head. The Seneschal's eyes widened. "Where did you get that?" said Vomix. "You're no mage." "It's part of Stilkeen's caduceus and it has powers you'll never dream of." "Not in your hands," snarled Vomix. "How do you think my little militia beat 10,000 of Father's finest?" Nish sneered. Vomix hesitated, then lunged again, but Nish was ready and thumped him in the side of the head, slamming him into the temple wall. Vomix arrested his fall by dragging the tip of the scimitar down the stone in a shower of sparks and lunged again, this time stabbing with the spike. It speared into the fleshy part of Nish's left thigh and struck the bone with an excruciating flare of pain. Nish swung the staff in reflex, slamming it into Vomix's shoulder and driving him down several paces before he could stop himself. Blood pulsed from Nish's thigh as he hobbled backwards up the ramp. If the spike had cut an artery, he would collapse from loss of blood before he could get to the dome. His trousers were soaked and blood was flowing down the inside of his leg, though he did not think it was coming out fast enough for him to bleed to death. It was hideously painful, though, and he was starting to feel faint from shock. He pressed the heel of his hand hard against the wound and kept going. Far below, 2 soldiers had dragged the old monk down to the square hole above the flame. Another pair of soldiers were rolling a barrel between them, directed by a robed scryer. The old monk was stripped, stretched over the square hole and held down, and the oily contents of the barrel poured in. Yellow flames gushed up, and he began to writhe, but did not cry out. "Tell us where the white fire can be found," said the scryer, "and we may let you go." "Liar," said the monk, "you're going to burn me alive, and it will do you no good, for I can tell you nothing." Vomix chuckled. "Roast him some more." Nish turned away, feeling sick, and limped up, wincing with every step. He could now see the edge of the air sled through the circular hole in the dome, and his militia was scrambling up knotted ropes, watched by flangers. Melente stood on the platform surrounding the altar, binding a splint around Persea's broken arm, and she was staring down at Vomix as though she was about to throw up. Bale and 2 other militiamen were not far above Nish, waiting. "Go up," he gasped. They could not help him, since the ramp was only wide enough for one, and they carried neither bows nor spears. Vomix leapt up and struck at Nish again, but he slammed his staff into the seneschal's arm below the spike, and Vomix reeled backwards, shaking his wrist. "Fall down and break your stinking neck," Nish cried, but Vomix recovered and struck with both spike and scimitar at once. Nish wove out of the way of the scimitar but could not avoid the spike, which speared into his thigh an ell or 2 above the first wound. Now, when he moved, his foot squelched, for his boot was filling up with blood. Nish's leg would barely support him, but he dragged himself up another pace or 2. His head was spinning and he felt like throwing up, but he fought the shock for his very life. He had to finish Vomix somehow. Nish knew he couldn't get away unless he did. Vomix was watching the blood pulsing from the twin holes in Nish's thigh, grinning viciously. He had his victim where he wanted him and was in no hurry to end the fun. Nish stood upright, then swayed, pretending that he was near collapse, hoping to lure Vomix into coming too far forwards. Vomix bared his few remaining teeth. "You won't get me that easily." Nish backed up another pace and another, widening the distance between them, then deliberately fell backwards onto the ramp, crying out in pain. It wasn't feigned. His leg was giving him agony. Vomix came after him, raising the spike to stab for the belly. With his last reserve of strength, Nish flicked the heavy serpent's head up into Vomix's groin. It hurt him, though not as much as Nish had hoped, and unfortunately Vomix fell forwards, crushing him against the ramp. Knowing that he'd made a fatal miscalculation, Nish attacked with his knees and fists, and when the seneschal went for his throat, head-butted him on the bridge of his broken nose. The blow must have been excruciating, but the brute seemed almost immune to pain. His eyes were red with rage, his breath so foul that Nish gagged, and snotty blood gushed from his nostrils. Vomix took hold of Nish's head and began to bang it on the stone ramp. He tried to poke his finger in the seneschal's eye, but he pulled back sharply, and with the strength of desperation, Nish slammed the heel of his left hand up against the seneschal's larynx. Vomix let go, his hands clutched at the air, and he began to gasp and wheeze. Nish brought up his knees and forced Vomix off, hoping that he would choke. He slid a few spans down the ramp, but after several laboured gasps, he gained a breath. "Take him!" Vomix gasped to the soldiers who were coming up behind. Nish turned and went up in a hopping stagger, trailing blood down the ramp, and knowing that he'd never outrun the soldiers. 35. Nish scrambled up and up the curving ramp, his breath tearing at his throat and his thigh burning, knowing that he wasn't going to make it. He reached a short landing and his blood-drenched leg collapsed under him. He could go no further. The enemy soldiers had climbed over Vomix and were coming on quickly. Flangers was running down from the platform, but he could not haul Nish up and fight at the same time. They were going to take him, though he wasn't going to give Vomix the satisfaction of winning. "Flangers," he gasped, struggling to his knees. "I've got the white fire! Catch!" Flangers stopped, and Nish tossed up the bundle of cloth with the sensor inside, but his thigh twanged agonizingly and the throw went wide. For an awful moment he thought it was going to fall to the floor of the temple and burst open, revealing his meagre deception, but Flangers stretched out, caught the trailing end of cloth, and reeled it in. He passed the bundle up to Persea, who handed it to Bale, and he threw it up to Melente. She dropped a large two-handled amphora to him, which he threw to Flangers, who caught it one-handed, nearly overbalanced under its weight, and said quietly, "Duck." Nish did so, wondering what marvel of the mechanical art Melente had constructed. The amphora soared over his head, smashed at the feet of the leading soldiers on the ramp, and oil went everywhere. No marvel at all. It was full of oil. The leading soldier skidded backwards onto the upraised sword of the man behind him, arms wheeling. Blood gushed. He fell and slid down on the spreading oil, bringing the other two down with him. The lowest soldier clawed at the oil-covered stone but could not get a grip and went head first over the edge of the ramp. The man above fell as well, and the injured man followed them. "Let's get you away," said Flangers. Despite his bloody shoulder, he took Nish under the arms and dragged him up the ramp, which flared at the top, where it met the platform below the circular hole in the dome. As they reached it, reinforcements came running up, but stopped below the oily patch, which was too long to leap, and the first man began to edge his way up, clinging by his fingernails to the stone of the temple wall. It was slow work, yet he and the other soldiers would reach the platform before the short line of militiamen could be lifted to safety, and Nish, Persea, and Flangers could take their turn. Through the hole, Nish could see his troops lined up along the edge of the air sled, peering down anxiously, while Melente sat with her plump legs dangling over the edge, calmly knotting ropes to make a net. Whatever the situation, she seemed unflappable. Persea edged past Flangers and Nish, holding her splinted arm at an angle, and went to the edge of the platform, facing the line of climbing soldiers. The leading man let out a snort of derision. "Seneschal," he said over his shoulder. Vomix limped up to the oiled stone, his red eyes flitted across the three on the platform, and his belly shook with silent laughter. "Wait until the world hears this," he said venomously. "The great deliverer, the son of the god emperor and the hope of the world, slaughters a monastery full of peace-loving monks, then hides behind a pretty woman with a broken arm because he's too gutless to face justice." Was this whole raid a setup, its aim to destroy Nish's reputation in the eyes of the people? And if it was Eula in on it? Well, Nish wasn't giving up, and if he had to die here, he was going to die on his feet. "They'll believe me before they believe scum like you," Nish said. "Vomix by name and by nature." "You won't be talking to anyone, Nish," said Vomix. "You'll be dead and dismembered and your body parts nailed to the gates of the city. I'll live to piss on your corpse." Never had a boast sounded so hollow. "Take him, lads. No need to be gentle, but save the woman for me. I never finished." Persea choked back an involuntary cry, and Vomix roared with laughter. "Go up, Persea," Nish said out of the corner of his mouth. "I know what the bastard is like, and—" "So do I," she whispered, and he turned to stare at her. He had not seen Persea lose control before, but now her face had frozen and there was something dark and hollow in her eyes, as if she had personal knowledge of the seneschal's depravity. "I cannot break my word to Eula." And Nish could not leave her to defend him from Vomix. Not like this. "Let me go, Flangers." Flangers continued to hold him. "Sir, your wits are addled. You can't fight." "I'm your commanding officer," Nish hissed, "and I've given you an order." Flangers let go, and Nish tried to stand upright, but his thigh would not move. He would have fallen and made a fool of himself had the lieutenant not held him up by the back of his shirt. Nish looked over his shoulder. There were still 3 militiamen to be lifted to the air sled. "We've got to hold the enemy off for another minute or two. Where's my sword?" He groped at his scabbard. Flangers pressed the hilt into his hand, though Nish struggled to raise the light blade. He took it in both hands, as he'd done during his lessons in swordplay as a 16-year-old boy, propped himself up with it, and felt a little stronger. "Come back to me," he said to Persea, since he could not move to join her. All the blood seemed to have withdrawn from beneath her brown skin, leaving her a sickly grey colour. "I have my orders." "In warfare mine take precedence. For the sake of the Empire you may stand beside me, but not before me." She moved backwards, taking her place to his left and sliding a long, slender sword from her sheath. It had an ornate hilt of metal basketwork that protected her hand, though the blade had no edges, just a pointed tip that could only be used for thrusting. "What's that?" he muttered. "It's a rapier." Nish had encountered many weapons in his career, but he had never seen a sword like it. The point could kill if it found its target, though without an edged blade she would be at a tremendous disadvantage. The soldiers grinned and nudged one another, mocking the ridiculous, girly weapon. "Take them!" yelled Vomix. The first 2 soldiers were scarred veterans, the third a young man with a shock of yellow hair and a shiny weapon that might never have been blooded. It soon would be. Nish raised his sword, now so weak that it shook in his hands, thinking himself a proud fool. And yet the whole Empire believed him to be their deliverer and expected him to fulfill his oath, so he could do no less. Another step and the soldiers would be within lunging distance. His pulse was pounding in his ears. His opponent tensed, about to strike. Nish lifted his sword and prepared to defend, knowing he would be too slow and afraid that if he moved either foot his thigh would collapse under him. Beside him, Persea went into a crouch and her opponent's eyes narrowed. He was lifting his blade when she lunged, the rapier flashing out too fast to see, then whipping back. What was she up to? It wasn't until a red spot appeared in the centre of the soldier's chest that anyone realised she had thrust the point through his heart. As he toppled backwards, she lunged again, this time at Nish's man, the rapier sliding between the ribs before he saw it move. The youth, dismayed to find himself alone, hacked at Flangers with the shiny sword, but Flangers knocked it out of the way, cut him down and thrust his body onto the next 3, sending 2 over the side and the third skidding down the ramp on his back. The soldiers below managed to avoid him, but he knocked Vomix's feet from under him. "Not laughing now, Seneschal," sneered Nish. "Get them!" roared the Seneschal as he came painfully to his feet. "Cut them to shreds. 1,000 pieces of gold for Nish's balls." He threw his coat down on the oily patch, crossed it, and began to lurch up. "We're done!" yelled Malente, hurling her completed rope net down onto the other end of the platform. "Come on!" "Go," said Flangers. "I'll hold the top of the ramp. Lend me your rapier, Persea." She slapped it into his hand, and he tossed her his weapon. Nish hobbled backwards with her assistance and fell into the net. Persea scrambled in, militiamen pulled on the ropes on its 4 corners, and it lifted them as if they were in a basket. The next soldier came rushing up the ramp, swinging his broadsword in a roundhouse sweep at Flangers' middle, a blow difficult to evade and impossible to parry with a rapier. Flangers did not try. He swayed backwards, the blow coming so close that the sword tip cut through his shirt, then lunged. The rapier was so light that no ordinary sword could match it for speed, and when perfectly aimed, it slid into living flesh like butter. The soldier toppled down the ramp and Flangers turned to the net, but its base was already shoulder high and rising fast, and there was no way to get into it. He sheathed the rapier, ran and threw his right arm through the meshes as the remaining soldiers rushed the platform. "We left it too late," Nish thought. "They'll never lift us in time." "Go!" bellowed Malente to Chismool. The air sled shot up, jerking the net after it, with Flangers dangling underneath. The wound on his gashed left shoulder had broken open and was bleeding again. The leading soldier dodged by him and took a hack at the net, trying to spill Nish out. Flangers kicked him in the head, drew his legs up out of reach, and then they were over the altar, the net swinging wildly, directly towards the underside of the dome. Nish held his breath, sure they were going to be pulped against it. As they were about to hit, Kletch yanked sideways on his rope, centered the net, and they shot up through the hole. But Nish and Persea were thrown to the bottom of the net, and she screamed as she landed on her broken arm. In the impact, Flangers lost his grip, and his hooked arm began to pull through the meshes. Nish caught his wrist, and Persea groped for his other hand as he was sliding free. "Can you hang on to the net with your left hand?" "Sorry," said Flangers. "Can barely raise it. My shoulder." "Careful," Persea yelled at the air sled. "One more jerk like that and we won't be able to hold him." Nish heard Malente speaking to Chismul, after which the air sled steadied and moved slowly away from the temple, above the green lawn now littered with the bodies of the monks of the celestial flame. Nish strengthened his grip on Flangers' right arm. Persea took his hand with her good hand. Her broken arm must have been excruciating, for there were tears in her dark eyes. Blood began to run from Flangers' left shoulder down his arm and off his fingers. "Hang on to him," called Malente. "Not long now." "It better not be," gasped Nish. "We can't hold him much longer." A troop of soldiers outside the temple saw them, then scrambled onto their mounts to follow the slowly moving air sled. Several javelins whistled up, passing not far below Flangers. Vomix came lurching out of the entrance, saw them, and roared a series of orders. Soldiers ran from everywhere. "Tell Chismul to go faster," Flangers said. "If she does, you'll fall." "I'm not afraid of dying." Nish tightened his hold, but he was weak from loss of blood and his grip was failing. "I'll never win the war without my most trusted lieutenant and dearest comrade in arms." "Thank you, sir," said Flangers, deeply moved. "You'll have to sit down," yelled Persea. They began to pass over the great wheel of the monastery, heading in the direction of the rainforest and the mountains, but too low and too slowly. "There's more soldiers outside," called Amy. "We can't sit down." "We can't hold him," cried Persea. Their drifting flight continued not far ahead of the enemy riders. Some carried bows and began to ready them, and once they came within range they would pick people off the air sled with ease. "You must let me go, sir," said Flangers. "No," Nish ground out. "One man can't jeopardize your chances of taking the Empire." Seized by the fear that Flangers would let go to save them, Nish cried, "Hang on, Lieutenant, and that's an order." "Sir," said Flangers. The net could not be hauled over the side for fear that he would be shaken free. Nish didn't know what to do. His consciousness was slowly fogging over, and once he lost his grip, he did not think Persea would be able to hold Flangers. "Stay with us, Nish," she said. "Just another minute." "What's the point?" he said weakly. "We can't sit down or they'll have us. Stay with us." He clenched his teeth and held on, and then little Amy was lowered down on a rope behind Flangers. She swiftly tied another line around his middle. He was hauled up, and the net heaved aboard, and it was over. The air sled shot away, the militia jeering at Vomix and casting aspersions, undoubtedly true, on his parentage. He bellowed out a volley of oaths, then his voice was lost in the whistle of air around the cabin as they accelerated away. Nish was laid on his back on the deck, biting down on his wadded-up sleeve as the healers cut his trouser leg off and began to clean the spike wounds. Now that he had nothing to distract him, the pain doubled and redoubled until he could scarcely think of anything else. "Fly due west," he ground out, "towards the mountains. Make sure they see us. After nightfall, head for Kraut." Part 3. The Final Battle. 36. "Where's the fleet?" said Flangers as the air sled slowly circled the cove at Kraut a few hours before dawn the following day. It was a clear, hot night, and the whole bay could be seen in the light of the waning moon, but there were no ships at anchor nor any troops visible. "Are you sure this is the right place?" Nish, who was wrapped in a blanket behind the pilot's bench, shivering one minute and burning the next, peered listlessly over the side. The healers had done their best for his 2 thigh wounds, but they were still a mass of pain, and the bone throbbed mercilessly. "Quite sure," said Malente, who held the map, though she did not bother to check it. "Chismul, circle around low and slow in case it's a trap." Chismul moved her fingers inside her controller, but the air sled continued on its course. She swore, shook it, and the craft turned, though sluggishly. "Is something the matter?" Malente said sharply. "The stupid controller is acting up again." "I'll take a look at it in a minute." Malente squatted down, her plump knees popping, and rummaged in a wooden crate. Chismul circled over the scrub behind the sand, but when there were no suspicious signs, she sat down on the middle of the beach, close to the water. "Stay at your posts in case of an ambush," said Malente, who had taken command as if she were born to it, "though our soldiers and ships have gone." "Gone?" said Nish dully. "Without us?" "There are tracks in the sand at the far corner of the beach. Eula's men must have crossed there, heading for that flat rock sticking out over the water. It's the best place to embark, quicker than carrying everything through the surf." "Why didn't they wait?" said Nish, trying to get up. He rose halfway but could go no further. The pain was too bad. "How would I know?" said Malente mildly. "Let's see what we can find. Guards, keep a sharp lookout. Lie down, Nish. You're not looking too good." He fell down, cracking his head on the deck. Persia, who was ever solicitous of his welfare, put a folded coat under his head and spooned more potion into him. Flangers and Kletch took a troop and quartered the area behind the beach, searching the scrub with lanterns. Nish huddled under his blanket, watching the lights, which kept going in and out of focus. One minute the hot blood was roaring in his ears, the next he felt that he would never be warm again. "There might be a perfectly good reason why the fleet has gone," Persia said to Amy and Kletch, though from the tone of her voice she was trying to convince herself. "I can think of several perfectly bad reasons," Amy said darkly. Nish closed his eyes and drifted into a daze where time passed slowly, then quickly, then seemed to stand still. "Wake up, sir!" Flangers was shaking him. Nish surfaced slowly, having no idea where he was or what he was doing here, though he remembered a dream where he had been watched by black-robed scryers. He had always been afraid of them, and the dream fear still touched him. His hot, tight thigh throbbed with every heartbeat, and he was incredibly thirsty. "Leg hurts." "Bugger your leg," Malente said. "Pull yourself together, we're in trouble." He opened his eyes. He was still on the deck of the air sled, and the sky was starting to lighten. "What kind of trouble?" "Chismul's controller isn't working." "Are you saying the air sled won't go?" "It's like last time," said Chismul. "It'll go forwards, but not up." "Thought you fixed it, Malente." Talking made Nish's head ache. "This is a different problem," said Malente. "The air sled's controller was so badly made, I'm surprised it works at all." "It's taken a lot of punishment," said Chismul defensively, as though criticism of any part of the craft was a criticism of her. "Weren't you making a better one?" said Nish. "I haven't had a chance to test it," said Malente. He pushed himself upright, which felt like climbing a mountain. She had something in her lap, and her stubby fingers were working on it in the semi-dark. "Drink," he croaked. "You've got a fever," said Persia exhaustedly. "You can't have strong drink." Her broken arm must be causing her a lot of pain, and yet she had watched over him all night. Nish bitterly regretted the way he had spoken to her yesterday. "Give the sod a drink," said Malente, "and bring me one as well, a big one. I'm going to need liquid inspiration to get this thing working." Persea turned away stiffly. "I only want a drink of water," said Nish. Melente chuckled. "Don't spoil my fun. You should have seen her face. Your prim and proper bodyguard doesn't approve of strong drink." "Don't tease her," said Nish. "She saved my life." "And you saved hers, so you're even. Ah, Kletch, what's that you've got?" The giant was hopping across the deck on a pair of crutches, swinging a familiar stolen flagon in one enormous hand. Amy trailed in his wake. "Where did you get that?" said Nish, remembering the enchanting liqueur, though it was the last thing he wanted now. "Divers found it on the bottom when they were putting the lifting ropes around the air sled," said Kletch. "Had to confiscate it, of course." "How come you didn't give it back to Flid?" "Reckon the old coot has had enough to last a lifetime." Kletch pulled the bung out. "What's the matter with you lot?" Amy snatched the flagon from his hand and put it behind her back. "You're not getting any till we're safe on board ship." "Does the prohibition include me?" said Melente fiercely. She wasn't a tall woman, but she towered over Amy. "Yes, it does," hissed Amy, "and I don't care how proud or important you are." They faced each other like a plump old turkey and a furious bantam hen, and finally Melente grinned. "Then I'd better get the controller going." She sat down and continued working on the device in her lap. Suddenly the air sled's mechanism produced a low, humming note, followed by a higher one, before dying away. "Did you find anything out there?" said Nish. His mind felt a little clearer now. "A lot of footprints and the wheel marks of supply wagons," said Melente. "In the dark it's hard to tell what's happened, but a group of soldiers definitely boarded ship. The overhanging rock is worn where they marched across it, though—" "What?" said Nish. "It wasn't an army of 2,000. Nothing like it." "Maybe Eula couldn't raise a whole army," said Nish. "She did," said Melente. "I've seen it." "Then where is it, and where's the fleet?" The light grew. It wasn't far off dawn, and his foreboding deepened. Had this been a setup from the beginning? Thinking that Persea was out of earshot, he said quietly, "Do you think Eula—" "She's rock solid, Nish," said Melente, "which leaves only one alternative." There was a long silence. That we've been betrayed by one of her allies," said Persea from behind him. "The army must have been captured. Maybe the fleet never came, only one or two of Eula's ships." A spasm lanced through Nish's thigh to the bone. Could this be the end, before the real campaign had even begun? "They want you, so they must be out there somewhere," said Flangers, peering into the darkness. "Why haven't they attacked?" Nish was fever hot again. His leg began to throb unbearably, and it took an effort to follow the simplest train of thought. "If I were the enemy," said Flangers, "I'd wait until—" "Nish, what is it?" He had gone from feverish to freezing in an instant, and the grogginess was blasted away by a rolling wave of clear sight. Soldiers and scryers on the southern headland. "Where is everyone?" "Sleeping," said Melente, "or cooling down in the cove." Nish pulled himself up onto the pilot's bench. A dozen militiamen and women were swimming, finally relaxing after the brutal day and sleepless night. "Call them back. Chismool, get it ready." As everyone ran to their posts, dawn broke and the shrubbery stirred on the headland. "Ambush!" yelled Kletch to the people in the water. "Into the cabin, everyone!" A force of several hundred troops rose above the scrubby bushes and began to storm down the slope. Their archers would soon be within firing range. Nish cursed. "They'll kill everyone in the water." The air sled jerked forwards, stopped, and began to shudder as if it was caught on a sticky surface. "What's the matter with it now?" wailed Chismool. "Their scryers must be interfering with your controller," said Melente. A flight of arrows pocked the surface around the swimmers, one missile skimming across the water like a stone. Chismool stood up, shaking the mechanism over her head, and the air sled broke free and shot towards the cove. Unable to rise, it skidded sideways, sending out an enormous curving plume of spray that temporarily obscured all the swimmers. Naked men and women churned towards the air sled and were dragged over the side, but not all of them made it. An arrow, fired from the rocks at the far end of the beach, struck Chismool's pale, nervous friend Alioun in the forehead as she was climbing aboard. She fell back with the arrow sticking straight up. Her blood darkened the water. Chismool gasped and tried to dive in, but Flangers held her. "There's nothing you can do, love," he said gently. "She died instantly." "I'm sick of this," she whispered, tears streaming down her cheeks. The wire and crystal controller dangled from her right hand, forgotten. "I can't take any more." The last of the militia were dragged over the side. Versier and Flangers carried Nish into the cabin as more arrows fell around them, zinging off the metal deck and embedding themselves in the bimblewood walls. The attackers were halfway down the headland already. "Give me the controller," said Melente. "You're not taking that from me as well," Chismool said in a deadly voice. "Get out of my way." "Chismool," began Flangers, reaching for her. She slapped his arm aside. "Get down and stay down. You too, mechanician." "I'll be beside you all the way," said Melente. "Try this." She handed Chismool the object she had been working on, which was red and the shape of a watermelon cut in half across the middle, with a single knobbed lever rising from its rounded top. "Stick the bottom to the deck and hold the lever. It controls everything, forwards and back, left and right, up and down, and the further you move it, the faster it goes." "What about stopping?" said Chismool. I haven't done that yet," said Melente. "Then you'd better hang on." Nish clung to a bench, shivering as Chismool jerked the lever towards her. "That's backwards!" cried Melente as the air sled shot backwards, bouncing off the water and curving around towards the headland. "There's no shelter for us if I go forwards," said Chismool grimly. The air sled bounced across the water, went blazing up the gentle slope of the beach, and turned south along it, Chismool wobbling the stern to left and right so she could see past the cabin. She turned sharply up the headland, crushing the bushes in their path and barely missing boulders to either side. Nish, who was peering through one of the mica windows, could not imagine how she was steering the ungainly craft so accurately. The metal keel hit a bump, shot upwards, and not far ahead he made out the attackers, a dark, running mass in the dim light. Arrows thudded into the bimblewood. He ducked instinctively, and his thighs screamed at him. An arrow smashed into the mica pane, tearing it from its timbers and sending it flubbing past his ear across the cabin. The stern wobbled left, right, left so fast that his head spun, accelerated up the slope, and he heard sickening thuds as it drove through the soldiers, scattering men to left and right and crushing dozens beneath its keel. Thumpity-thump, thump, thump, thump. The keel careered off a small boulder, tilting the air sled sharply to the right, and for a dreadful second he thought they were going to slam into the ground at high speed. Chismool managed to right it, but it tilted the other way, hurtled over the steep side of the headland and down towards the cove, leaning one way and then the other, and flattening out only to bounce off the water so hard that Nish's teeth snapped together. He collapsed on the floor. As the air sled shot high into the air and straightened, Chismool managed to head it through the entrance of the cove and out to sea, but then the craft turned and kept turning until it was heading landwards again, racing directly for the cliffed headland. "Up!" Melente yelled. "Pull it up!" "It won't go up," said Chismool, her voice tight with fear. "I can't control it." The cliff loomed ever closer. Nish rolled over and could see her struggling with the lever. Melente grabbed the controller, heaving the lever this way and that, while muttering what sounded to Nish like a spell of breaking. And suddenly the scryer's command of the controller snapped. From up on the cliff top, a man screamed. Melente wrenched at the knob and the air sled rocketed up and over the top of the cliff, so close that the keel brushed against the heath growing there. Arrows bounced off the thick metal as they soared away, out of range, and finally out of sight of the enemy. Nish lay on the floor until his breathing had returned to normal and the pain in his leg had subsided to a dull throb. They'd got away, but what was he supposed to do without a fleet or an army? As they climbed, the sun tipped the eastern horizon, and shortly the lookout called, "A sail, due south!" Chismul, who had snatched back the controller, turned the craft in that direction. "Sail or sails?" called Nish. "I can only see one so far, and it's not a fishing boat, it's a ship." "One of Eula's?" "It's too far away to tell," said Malente. "If her captain was alert, he might have escaped as the trap was sprung, with the troops he'd taken on board. Go closer, Chismul." Nish crawled around until he found his serpent staff, then, using it as a crutch, limped to the side and scanned the seas. From this height, Rhoros was a smoky smear to the north. A number of sails could be seen on the water near the city, though most appeared to be fishing boats or little coastal traders. There was no sign of a fleet. "Eula said the fleet would be at least 20 ships," he said to Persea, who had come up beside him. "We need at least that number to carry 2,000 men plus all their gear and provisions, but there's no sign of any ships save the one to our south, and the weather has been perfect for sailing." "Yes, it has," Persea said uneasily. "Did you actually see Eula's fleet, Malente?" "She only had 2 ships in Crandor," said Malente. "She arranged to borrow the rest from Pensitor." "Who's he?" "An old friend from the time when she was governor. He was her lieutenant in the old days, but he bought the spice monopoly after the God Emperor deposed her, and now is very rich. Pensitor has fleets of ships. He trades all the way up and down the east coast and west as far as Taranta." "And I dare say he's dependent on the favour of the God Emperor to keep his monopoly," said Nish. "So what has he to gain if father is overthrown?" "He's been good to Eula," said Persea severely. "After your father took her governorship away, he taxed her until she was bankrupt. Pensitor loaned Eula enough to get started again, and he's a man of his word." Nish looked questioningly at Malente. "I've met him several times," she said, "and he seemed an honest fellow to me, for a merchant, I mean, though I did wonder where he got the coin to buy the spice monopoly. His family weren't wealthy." "What are you thinking?" said Nish. "That his offer to lend ships to Eula was genuine when it was made, but Stilkeen's proclamation changed everything. Before that, Nish, you stood a good chance of taking the Empire, since everyone knows your claim is legitimate. However, after the proclamation, you lost the advantage because the local warlords could reach Moraloon long before you could, and as the Empire collapsed into civil war, you would just be one of a dozen rivals for the throne. Vomix is another, one of the strongest. He was seneschal of Fad province for many years, and he's still more influential than the seneschal who replaced him." Persea was clinging to the rope rail, shaking her head. "I can't believe it. Pensitor is a man of honour." "What if Vomix had a threatening word in his ear?" said Nish, following Malente's train of thought, telling him that there was little to be gained by supporting Eula or me, but much to be lost. If Vomix can get his army to Moraloon quickly, he can take it, but he'll need a lot of ships. He must have demanded that Pensitor betray Eula and lend him the ships in exchange for more monopolies when Vomix becomes God Emperor. What choice would Pensitor have? If he refused and Vomix became God Emperor, Pensitor would lose everything. "An honest man would have spat in Vomix's face," said Malente. "But a prudent merchant with flexible morals would see where his best interests lay." "So Nish was right. Eula has been betrayed," said Persea bleakly, "and everyone who aided her is in peril, and our families too. What's left of them, if Vomix succeeds?" She stared blindly over the side for a moment before going on. "His troops must be embarking on Pensitor's fleet now, preparing to set sail for the south at all speed." Nish swayed on his serpent staff as they drew closer to the ship, trying to put as little weight on his injured thigh as possible. "Even if the vessel is Eula's, what's the point of going on? I can't attack the might of the Empire with a handful of troops." You certainly can't if you're not at Moraloon in 13 days, said Melante. And you must go there, for that's where the fate of Santhenar will be decided. It's also where Flid will come, whether he finds the true fire or not. I've got nothing left, said Nish, grinding his teeth with every bump and lurch of the air sled. I can't do it. Nish, we had no hope from the beginning, Flangers said. We never expected to take Blisterbone, nor hold it against Clam's army, but we did. And we bloodied Vomix's nose back there, and we made him look like a fool. I say we go on, because we can't go back and we can't give in. The moment we put a foot on the path to Moraloon, we have no choice but to follow it all the way to victory or oblivion. It was a long speech for Flangers, who was taciturn by nature. And you'll feel better once your leg has healed, said Melante. Snap out of it, Nish. Everything relies on you. If Melante had meant to be encouraging, she failed dismally. But Nish reminded himself of all those who had died so that he could stand here today, and he knew he could not let them down. All right, head for the ship. They were gliding down when Pasea said quietly, Melante, Pensito's ships are faster than Eula's. And the scryers back there saw which way we headed, said Melante. Therefore, Vomix will send his fastest ships after this one. We'd better fly directly to Moraloon, said Nish. I have to return the air sled to Eula. It may be all she has left, said Melante. She'll be in Vomix's cells by now. Nish did not want to give up the air sled. It was the only advantage he had. If she's alive at all, Pasea said bleakly. Eula is a wily old dog, said Melante. If I can use so vulgar an expression. All her life she's been alert for treachery. Not alert enough, snapped Nish, for the pain was getting worse. She didn't see this betrayal coming. Maybe she did, but had no way of getting word to us. Anyway, I said I'd bring the air sled back, and that's what I'm going to do. You'll lose it and your life, Nish said bitterly. I too am a wily old hound, smiled Melante, and I don't think my time is up yet. She looked over the side. It's definitely Eula's ship. Take us down. 37. On the ice platform outside the cubular door of the city of Stassor, the four of them took hold of the caduceus. Melis's pale hand was lowest, since she was much smaller than the others. Next was Malienne's weather-worn and long-fingered hand, then a gap to Tulatine's slender fingers, her flesh pink and blue, sluggish blood clearly visible through transparent skin, and another gap to Egur's big, dark hand. I'm not sure how to get to Arcan, he said shakily, for he was far from fully recovered. Making a portal to a place you know is hard enough, but travelling between worlds is far more perilous than jumping within them, and I've never been to Arcan. You have seen it clearly, though, said Malienne. I have, said Egur, frowning. It was at the end of the time of the mirror, when Maegwraith took Rulka's body and his construct to Arcan, where Yelkara and the other surviving Charon had gathered. They were about to go back to the void. I wish they had, gritted Melis, and taken Maegwraith and Yelkara with them. As I was saying, said Malienne pointedly, the Charon were preparing to return to the void when my people attacked. They were about to kill Maegwraith when Egur did something that had never been done before and saved her life. I loved her once, said Egur, long before she became the Numinator. His mouth twisted, but she would not have me. She cast me aside. That day you did something that should have been impossible, and no Mancer has ever understood how you did it. You fired a bolt of force across the way between the worlds to destroy the construct. And to do that, you had to see Arcan clearly. You're right, said Egur in amazement. I did, though I cannot remember how I did it. I am not surprised. It nearly killed you. I remember the pain, awful, tearing pain as if my inner organs were being torn apart. So, I have felt worse than I do now, and yet I recovered. I can do this. He straightened his bowed back. Ready, Melis? What? She lifted her hand from the caduceus. Sorry. She took a firm grip, expecting a painful passage, if the portal worked at all. It went so dark that Melis could not see their hands. She was weightless. She no longer felt the heavy pull of gravity on her breasts, nor the accompanying tension that was always present in her shoulder muscles. Air whispered around her ears, and she floated for some seconds, her weight slowly coming back, though not as heavily as previously, before she settled on something hard. When her sight returned, the light was dim and ruddy, the air cool and humid. It smelled powerfully of sulphur and tingled in her nostrils. Their 4 hands appeared, placed as they had been before, with Agur's big chest blocking her view. Looking to one side, she made out a dismal black plain, beyond which shard-like mountains marked a jagged horizon. A small red sun hung a third of the way up the sky, haloed by yellow bands, its meagre light struggling to penetrate the thick air. Agur staggered, his fingers slipped, and he clung to the caduceus for support, pulling it backwards. Melis and Chthonic, who were on the opposite side, struggled to hold it. Chthonic stifled a cry of pain. Agur, Malien said sharply, if you can't stand up, sit down. After finding his balance with an effort, he wiped cold sweat off his brow. It doesn't hurt as much as the last portal. Think I can manage it? He looked around. We're here. Arcan. Beloved Arcan. Malien took a deep, shuddery breath and walked away so light-footedly that she appeared to be bouncing. It's more comfortable here, said Chthonic. My bones hardly ache at all. I do feel a little stronger, said Agur. As Melis's eyes adjusted to the light, she saw that the plain was a congealed lava flow, its surface dark, ropey and twisted. The rock was cold beneath her feet, and puddles of water lay here and there, while further on, yellow vapour drifted up from crevices. A stone's throw to her right, a number of large structures, half buried in the lava, looked like reflective metal bubbles. Some were singles, others grouped in clusters, and several were encircled by platforms like planetary rings. Are they houses? Melis wondered, for she had never seen any buildings remotely like them. They were, before the lava flowed, said Agur. The Arkim are brilliant architects, builders and artists, and everything they make is beautiful but different, for they cannot bear to build the same design twice. She sniffed the air, which, though pungent, seemed perfectly breathable. Do you think the ones who came to our world at the end of the Lyrinx War lied about Arcan being destroyed? He shook his head. The Arkim love their world with a depth and a passion we cannot understand, because the Charon took it from them and held it for thousands of years. When they fled through their portal to Santhenar, maybe 13 years ago, this world was almost uninhabitable. Malien came back, breathing deeply in the chill air, and her cheeks were moist. I was born on Santhenar, she said as softly as a sigh, as were my parents and grandparents. Yet the longing for Arcan is etched into our very bones. Every Arkim dreams of making pilgrimage to our home world, though I never thought I would. Why not? Said Melis. Crossing from one world to another has rarely been possible, and it would not be possible now, I suspect, had Stilkeen not allowed it. Malien rotated in a circle, studying the saw-tooth horizon, her chest heaving and her grey-green eyes shining. After Agur destroyed the construct 2 centuries ago, and the way between the worlds was lost, I thought we were destined to be forever exiles. Even then, she mused, as if looking back at that distant time, the volcanoes were erupting out of control. Are they finished now? There's no way of knowing. This country is high up and may have been spared the worst, but much of Arcan's low-lying land was flooded hundreds of spans deep in lava. It must have been a desperate time. It's a grim-looking world, said Melis, without thinking. It must seem so to you, but we love it more than our lives. Malienne looked around wistfully. I wonder if anyone could have survived. In the catacombs, life may have struggled on during the worst of the eruptions. For a while, at least. We came for chthonic fire, said Tulatine gently, as if reluctant to bring Malienne back to reality, and we don't have long to find it. Where might it have survived? Possibly in association with molten lava if chthonic fire caused the eruptions, said Malienne. If it is, it'll be juiced hard to get, said Agur. The Caduceus might know where to look for it, said Tulatine. If it's that easy, said Melis, why doesn't Stilkeen find the fire itself? It can't, said Agur. When chthonic fire bound Stilkeen's physical and spirit aspects together, it could roam the universe at will. But once severed from those spirit aspects, the revenants now trapped in the shadow realm. The physical worlds became excruciatingly painful for it. You saw in that brief appearance before Stilkeen snatched Nish how much it was suffering. To search our world or this one would be impossible. That has to be why it left the Caduceus for us, added Tulatine. That's why it's manipulating us and why Stilkeen made its proclamation to the whole world so someone somewhere might do what it could not. What if you gave the Caduceus its head? Said Melis. Yes, that's the answer. Create a portal, Agur, but instead of thinking of the destination, think about what you want to find there. Can you make another? I should be able to. The after sickness isn't as bad here, at least so far. Put your hands on the shaft. They did so, and were whirled away to the top of a range of volcanic hills, whose tops were as jagged as broken glass, where the brittle lava had shattered, leaving a series of steep little peaks. The ground fell away on all sides into sheer ravines, and in the base of one, far below, Melis saw a broad river of red-hot lava. On its surface, at the centre, several bright worms of white fire writhed. There it is, she said, thinking that it seemed a little too easy. We can't climb down there, said Agur. The rock would cut our hands and boots to pieces, and the merest slip would be fatal. Can you make a portal to the fire? Said Melis. Onto molten lava? Agur studied the flow, frowning and shaking his head. The white fire is right in the middle, and we can't get to it. I'll try again. This time they ended up on a dark, undulating plateau with a great canyon snaking across it, and brooks and rills tumbling over its sheer sides. There were patches of wiry grey scrub on the plateau, swathes of tough blue grass and flat clumps of blue-black luminous flowers, like six-petaled daisies. They walked to the edge of the canyon, the blue grass springy beneath their boots, and looked over. The sun was almost on the horizon here. The canyon lay in shadow, and its bottom was dizzyingly far below. More luminous plants sprouted from the canyon walls. Some were like toadstools, others resembled the growths on fallen logs, and they came in an extraordinary variety of shapes and colours. I don't see any white fire, said Melis, her confidence fading. Keep looking, said Agur tiredly. I'm sure the Caduceus didn't bring us here for nothing. What's that? Said Tulatine, leaning over the rim of the canyon. It's glowing. Melis went down on her hands and knees, just sap, trickling out of the stalk of one of those luminous toadstools. Besides, it's yellow. Luminous plants and fungi are common here, said Malienne. In olden times, the roots of that black daisy were used by seers to follow the paths of the future. Not that it did them any good. She laughed mirthlessly. We Arkham have never had trouble seeing into our futures, only in deciding on any course of action. She crouched beside Melis and looked down. The juice of those toadstools gives a good light for reading or fine work, she went on. Unfortunately, it only lasts a few hours. Melis reached down with her knife and scraped off some juice. It might come in handy after sunset. We'd better keep looking, said Malienne. Tomorrow is the 15th day. It'll be dark here soon. but if you take us west, we'll still be in daylight. Eger was shaking his head. I can't do any more today, or I'll have nothing left to get us home. Where would be the best place to camp? In the canyon? On a ledge or in a cave, if we can find one? Predators roam the high plains at night, and they're very quick. Would a fire keep them away? Said Malis, scanning the darkening plateau. It would help. I'll see if I can find some dead bushes. Look for a campsite. Not far below the canyon's rim, they found a narrow ledge running down to a broader one, and at its back the wall had a deep indentation which, if not quite a cave, could be defended, at least from small predators. The light faded, and here and there along the canyon wall trickles of toadstool sap began to glow like necklaces of pale yellow jewels. Malien appeared, dragging a couple of dead wire bushes, and made a small fire. After dinner, Eger, who was silent and exhausted, lay in his blankets at the back of the indentation, and Tulatine joined him. Malien sighed. Arcan. This world was mentioned in a number of the dark stories Malis had been told as a little girl, but it was an alien place to her. She could never be at home here. She shivered and tried to think of a cheerful tale, but her thoughts kept going back to the tale of the mirror and the two people whose story it had been. Did you know them well? She said absently. Know whom? Said Malien. Sorry. I was thinking about the time of the mirror and Karen Kinslayer and Leanne. Don't call them that, snapped Malien. Yes, I knew them both very well, and I don't want to talk about them. Sorry, Malis muttered. Eger and Lillis had reacted in much the same way when the two names had been mentioned. The betrayal must have been a dreadful one, yet the more Malis heard about Karan, the more she wanted to know about her. They sat in silence for a long time. In the distance, some native creature let out a whistling shriek. Malis jumped, thinking that it had met a violent end. What was that? Perhaps a flight singer, said Malien, a small night bird calling to its mate. Oh. Far above there came a long, vibrating howl that echoed off the canyon walls. And that? A groveler, I'd say. A predator like a wolverine, only larger and faster. Malis put her back against the wall and took hold of the handle of her knife. How large, how fast? Enough to take down a human by itself should one carelessly wander into its territory. And should the bigger predators allow it? She swallowed. Are we in its territory? Of course. If it hasn't already scented us, it soon will. And then? Malien shrugged. She was standing near the edge, staring down the canyon. Malis remained behind the fire, as far away from the brink as possible, for the sheer drop unnerved her, and it would be easy to go over in the darkness. Malien said abruptly, I'm going for a walk. I'll be back for my watch. But you can't go up there. Malis didn't want to be left alone, at least effectively alone. I know how to deal with them, Malis. Here in the land of my ancestors, my art is powerful. In any case, I require little sleep, and I can't bear to waste the few hours I will ever have on Arcan, she said wistfully. I would brave any predator for a little more time here. Moved by Malien's passion for her world, Malis said impulsively, I'll take your watch. Stay out all night if you like. Thank you. That's most generous. I know how afraid you are. I'll be back before dawn. Malis wouldn't have gone up onto the plateau in the dark for anything. What if something happens and you don't come back? Then you must leave without me. We can't do that, Malis whispered. Why not? I'm near the end of my days, and my life can be set at naught compared to the fate of a world. Malien headed away along the ledge and was lost to the darkness. The groveler howled again, closer, and another answered it in a lower register. Were they calling each other to attack Malien or to creep down the ledge? The fire died down to a few dull coals and would soon go out, since there was no more wood. Malis kept an anxious watch along the ledge to left and right, not that she would be able to see an approaching predator now. She unsheathed her knife and held it up. The luminous juice gave out a steady yellow glow, enough to have read a book by, but thinking that it was more likely to attract the predators than deter them, she put it away and continued her lonely vigil. In the morning they would have only one chance to find the true fire, for if it failed, there would be no time to try again. Had they come here for nothing? She felt sure they had. And what would happen when they went back empty-handed? The night sounds continued for hours before dying away. Did it signify that the Groveler were gone, or were they creeping closer? Or eating Malienne? Every second seemed to take an eternity, and Malis desperately wanted to wake Igur and Tulatine, but restrained herself. They needed the rest more than she needed company. When the stars told her it was midnight, she went across to wake Igur, but Tulatine said, "Leave him, I'll take the watch. He needs his sleep if he's to get us home." Malis clutched her blankets and furs around her like a defensive wall and prepared to wait out the night, but soon fell asleep and did not wake until Malienne returned at sunrise, her cheeks flushed from the cold air. She looked serene. "Thank you," she said. "All night I have been communing with the land of my ancestors. If only my bones could rest here after I die, I could pass away in peace." Malis shivered at the morbid thought. She wouldn't want her bones to lie in such a gloomy and forlorn place. "Did you see any predators?" "A number, including a hunting pack of Grovelor. They were following your scent, so I had to lead them away." "How did you manage that? Weren't you terrified?" "There was a tense moment or two," said Malienne dryly, "but this is my world, and I knew it would be worse for you." After breakfast, they trudged up onto the plateau to make a final attempt to find the pure fire. The small sun had risen some time ago, but it was only a hand's breadth up on its low arc across the sky, and its light was dim. They took hold of the caduceus while Igur concentrated on finding a new source of chthonic fire. "That's odd," he said, after several minutes had passed and nothing had happened. "It isn't even attempting to make a portal. Am I too weak, do you think?" "Who can fathom the workings of such an enigmatic device?" said Malienne. "Or the one who left it for us. Try again." After 3 attempts, Igur's knees were trembling and there were globules of sweat on his forehead, but the caduceus hadn't budged. He slumped to the black, ropey rock, wiping his brow. Despite his previous illness, it had never occurred to Malis that Igur could fail. He had been too great and powerful a figure for too long, and in the past he had overcome every obstacle. Now, contemplating the thought of remaining on this alien world until she died, or was eaten, she felt her pulse race and her jaw clench. To never see Santhenar again, or her family, to fail and allow Stilkeen to destroy the world. It could not be borne. There had to be a way out of here, but it was beyond her understanding. She sprang up and began to walk in circles around the others, so fast that she was panting. "What's happened to your sheath?" Tulatine said sharply. Malis looked down at it. The leather had gone black and crumbly at the bottom. She drew her knife. "That's odd," she said, studying the glowing marks on its tip. "Didn't you say that the luminous juice only lasted a few hours?" "I did," said Malienne. "I collected this yesterday and it's as bright as it was then." A shiver made its way across the backs of Malis's hands. "Though it's not yellow anymore, it's pure white and flickering like—" Everyone rose, and Tulatine was reaching out with a fingertip when Igur cried, "Don't touch it! Pure chthonic fire could eat through human flesh as easily as it's consumed the leather." Tulatine took the knife, held it up, and the faintest flame flickered on the tip. "It's white fire, all right, but is this enough?" "It might be corrupted already," said Igur. "Better collect it afresh." Malis collected all the glowing juice she could get from the toadstool directly into Igur's third and last dimensionless box, then wiped her knife carefully on the ground and threw away the crumbling sheath. They sat down to wait, and after a couple of hours, the yellow luminescence disappeared, and the pure white fire it had been masking flickered to life. Iger folded over the dimensionless box. "Is that why the Caduceus wouldn't take us anywhere?" said Melis. "Because the white fire was right here?" "I hope so." "We were also going to look for a weapon against Stilkeen. If we went back to those abandoned buildings we saw earlier or to an Arkham city, do you think we might find some Arkham device we could use to attack Stilkeen?" "We can't delay any longer," said Malienne. "Today is the last day." "Let's see if we can get to Moraloon," said Iger. "Where the jackals will be gathering," said Chulatine, "to rob anyone who approaches with the true fire." "We'd better take precautions," said Iger. "Melis, you know Moraloon. Think of a safe place for us to appear." "I don't know the area well," said Melis. "I've only seen it once." "Do your best. What's our destination?" She thought for a moment. "A gully in the range above the palace, not far off the path up to Niflheim, my home, before Jalnish ordered it torn down." Melis bit her lip, understanding how Malienne had felt last night, and must be feeling now. "I led Nish that way after we got him out of Mazahaiza." "Take my hand. Concentrate on where you're taking us and keep it carefully in mind until we arrive, or we never will. Everyone else, blank your minds, just in case." Melis closed her eyes and held her breath. Now their survival, and the hope of the world, did depend on her and how well she could imagine their destination. She prayed that she was up to it. 38. It was late on the 11th day since Stilkeen's proclamation, and Nish, hobbling onto the quay at the little fishing port of Tungst, was worn thin from throwing up. Eula's ship had carried a mere 100 of her troops, the only ones to escape the ambush, and with no option but to continue, Nish and his militia had gone aboard. As Melente turned the air sled north towards Roros, the ship's captain had fled south for Fad as fast as his craft could go, looking over his shoulder all the way. On the 5th day, a trio of Vomix's fast cutters had appeared far astern and steadily ran them down. Eula's captain had put on all the sail his creaking craft could carry in the stormy weather, but the cutters had continued to gain by the hour, and on the following morning they were almost within bowshot. The strengthening storm had become a gale, and it had raged for almost a week. Nish had been thankful at first, since it was impossible for the enemy to find them in such conditions, but as the weather worsened, Eula's round-bottomed tub had rolled her guts out. The soldiers and Nish's militia had thrown up in the cramped holds until the bilges were awash, and the ship reeked of vomit from the bowsprit to the anchor lockers. They could not go up on deck. The one soldier foolish enough to try had been swept over the side and never seen again. Of the militia, only Kletch the fisherman had been spared seasickness, but Amy had made up for it, heaving so violently that she had cracked one of her healing ribs, for which he mocked her gently but mercilessly. Finally, this afternoon, racing with the wind on bare masts, the battered craft had ridden out the storm, but Nish hadn't dared sail into Fad. It had been close to midnight when the captain had docked at Tungst, 2 leagues north, where he had scraped the soldiers and militia onto the dock like muck from the bottom of a shoe. "I'll never take on such filthy landlubbers again," he muttered, while the holds were hosed down and the polluted bilges pumped out into the harbour. Nish thanked him and looked around the deserted quay, which was dimly illuminated by a single lantern hanging from a post a pebble cast away. He made out the lights of a tavern further around the small bay, but that was all. The fishing village was hidden in a sheltered fold in the hills, the captain had told him, though at this time of night not a single light glimmered there. At the other end of the quay, a wisp watcher hung from its pole, smashed. Even this close to the heart of the Empire, rebellion was everywhere now that the God Emperor had disappeared. The hills, Nish knew, ran up to a steep coastal range, at the top of which Moraloon lay on a long, narrow plain skirting a higher chain of mountains. The palace was 2 hard days' climb from here, and he wasn't looking forward to the journey, assuming they could get away undiscovered. Kletch was pacing back and forth along the shore, limping just a little. With the aid of the healing spells, his broken bones had knitted quickly, though he was not yet back to full strength. The soldiers and the militia were huddled at the back of the dock, wanting nothing more than to lie down on ground that was not rocking and sleep a full circuit of the clock. No one yearned for it more than Nish, but he had to know what was going on. "Flangers," he said quietly. Flangers looked as ill as any of them, but he rose at once. "Sir." "Lead everyone out into the countryside, bed them down in the first patch of cover you come to, and don't let anyone out of your sight. I'm going to the tavern. I'll be back in an hour or two." "You'll have to go in disguise," said Persea, Nish's silent shadow, who had only left his side on board ship when one of them had been throwing up. She was always polite and never failed to do her duty, but they had not regained the friendship that had begun when she was making him up as a silver miner. Nish felt sure that he had mortally offended her by suggesting that Eula might have betrayed them. It seemed an enormous overreaction to what had been an imprudent yet wholly reasonable inference on his part, but it did not seem as though Persea was ever going to forgive him. He should have known better, but it was too late now. Sighing for what might have been, he concentrated on what she had said. "A disguise? Is that really necessary at this hour?" He was so unkempt, bearded, and haggard that no one would have recognized him from the portrait made by his father 10 years ago. "We can't take any chances. It won't take long." "All right." "That'll do," she said shortly, studying his made-up face in the dim light. "Let's go." "I'm going alone," said Nish. "As Eula's bodyguard, your face is too well known. I'll disguise myself. There isn't time, and you'll be a liability, especially if Vomix has spies here." She shivered. "Yes, of course." It was well after midnight when he limped into the waterside tavern, desperate for news. Nish gagged as he entered, for the place reeked of bad food, sour ale, and other unpleasant things, and had his stomach not been emptied out long ago, he would have disgraced himself in front of everyone. That would certainly attract unwelcome attention, he thought wryly, noting that the drinkers were eyeing him. He looked as disreputable as any of them. His clothes were filthy, and his coat still smelt faintly of the vomit that had permeated the whole ship. After buying a large drink he had no intention of touching, he sat in a corner with his hat shading his eyes until the attention of the customers returned to more interesting matters. Despite the hour, the tavern was packed. Everyone was talking about the great armies racing each other up the God Emperor's highway from Fad to Moraloon, and what they would do once they got there. Nish made a mental note of the names of their leaders, though only the last meant anything to him. "My money is on Seneschal Vomix," said a squat, bald sailor with skin like a crumpled leather handbag. "He's the meanest bastard in the world." He glanced hastily over his shoulder as he spoke. "This Stilkeen beast won't know what hit it." "He's a right one, Vomix," said an equally leathery old woman who was smoking tea leaves in a clay pipe. She tamped them down with a tarry finger and drew an appreciative lungful. "Vomix can't get there in time," said the bartender, picking his nose and wiping it on the apron he was drying tankards with. "Hackle's army will be halfway to Moraloon by now." "Vomix's advance guard landed at Fad this morning," said the bald sailor, "and he's already got the support of the army there. He was seneschal in Fad for years, remember? He'll be God Emperor within the week." "And make our lives a misery again," said the old woman. "But the Deliverer is coming to save us," she muttered, emitting clouds of blue tea smoke. "He gave his word 10 years ago." Nish stiffened, then tried to relax. She wasn't looking at him, and there was no reason why anyone should associate him with the Deliverer. He looked like a drunken bum, and stank like one too. "The Deliverer can't beat Vomix without an army," said the bartender, shooting an anxious glance towards the far corner, where a thin man sat hunched over his drink as if it was the only thing in the world to him, though he hadn't touched it since Nish had entered. Spy or scryer, Nish knew, looking away and drawing back into the shadows. Realizing that his own untouched drink was a giveaway, he took a mouthful of the sour, unpleasant brew, swallowed, and almost brought it up again. Nish had a mighty victory on the range of ruin, said the old woman. He'll come. I heard that Vomix killed him up north, said the bald sailor. Gruin pleb said Nish was strung up in the torture chambers begging for his life, said a plump, red-faced young man. Gruin pleb is a famous liar, said the old woman, and so deep in Vomix's pocket he'd need a ladder to get out. I don't believe his lies for a second, and even if Nish is a prisoner, he'll soon get free. No one escapes from Vomix, said the bartender, speaking as if by rote. Nish got away from Mazahaiza, said the old woman. He'll come to our rescue, mark my words. This pronouncement was so comprehensively laughed down that Nish suspected the opposition was organised. Vomix could not allow him to develop a personal following. His spies and followers would ensure any such buds were trimmed early. No one was betting on Stilkeen to emerge the victor, he noted. It was universally mocked as a crude but savage beast, though to his own ears the drink-fueled revelry had an end-of-the-world hysteria about it. He heard no word of Flid, which suggested that he had failed in his quest. If he had returned, Nish felt sure Flid would have made himself known, so as to give hope to his allies. Unless he was really after the tears, or had plans to steal the throne for himself. No. Nish had been friends with Flid for many years, and he'd always been solid and reliable. Besides, Nish knew that one of the God Emperor's most important weapons was undermining the opposition by sowing suspicion and dissension, and he wasn't having it. Self-doubt had crippled him in the months following his escape from prison, and it had taken all his will to overcome it. He wasn't going down that path again either. He had learned enough. He took another pull at the vile drink, grimaced, and quietly went out. Though he was desperate for sleep, he had to get his army going at once. The Wisp Watcher might have been destroyed, but the eyes of the enemy were everywhere. An hour later, he was leading his sick and unhappy troops across the fields towards a minor path that ran into the hills. As they moved up a small wooded slope, he caught sight of Eula's ship, weighing anchor. Good riddance, he muttered. From now on, wherever I've got to go, I'm going on my own flat feet. He had put Flangers in command of Eula's soldiers and told him to allow them no respite, knowing that Vomix's spies were bound to hear about the little army by morning, and in the light of day they would soon discover which path it had taken. It was a race to get to Moraloon first. Every moment counted now. You can't drive them any harder, Nish, said Flangers that evening, when they had been going with barely a rest for 16 hours. My men are on the brink of mutiny, and your militia aren't much better. Nish rubbed his burning thigh. The healers had worked miracles on his wounds during the long voyage, but the brutal march felt as though it had torn the muscle deep down. He had driven himself this far through sheer grinding determination, though it would not carry him much further. I know, Lieutenant, but what else can I do? We're all that stands between the Stilkeen, the Void, and the end of human life on Santhenar. If Vomix catches us, he'll cut us all down, and a lot more will be lost than our brief lives. Then we'd better leave the path and make it harder for them to find us. But we still have to rest. If we leave the path, we get lost, said Nish. As long as we put our backs to the sea and keep climbing, we can't go too far astray, said Persea. And when we top this range, we'll see the long plain of Moraloon. We can hardly miss it. They trudged across broken country for another exhausting hour, and several ridges away, out of sight from the path, camped for the night. Nish slept restlessly, knowing that the opposition was too vast and too powerful. He'd had one miracle victory already in this campaign. He could not hope to repeat it in open battle. They climbed through equally rough ridgelands for 2 more days, and around midnight on the 14th day finally reached a broad area of level ground, partly obscured by low-lying mist. Nish drew everyone back into the shelter of the trees by a trickling stream, and lit a stub of candle so he could check the map. Persea sat beside him, kneading her calf muscles with her good hand. Her broken arm was healing, but it was still weak. The last day's march had been as hard as the first, and everyone was footsore and bone-weary. "This has to be the plane of Moraloon," Nish said to Flangers and Kletch. "Tell your men we'll have a break for 20 minutes, and they'd better fill their water skins." When they returned, he went on, "The plain forms a crescent of flat land separating the coastal range we've just climbed from the ridges running up to the high mountains. Melis's home, Niflheim, was up there." Memories stirred of the terrible time after her little sister had broken him out of Mazahisa and Melis had shepherded him up into the mountains. Nish had been ill and delirious, and yet he had a vague memory of her carrying him at some stage, which was incredible. Afterwards, he had treated her shabbily, and he had not properly made amends. Too late now. He forced the distracting thoughts away. "The plain is about 4 leagues long," said Persea, "but only a league wide at its broadest point, and we're at the northern tip. Moraloon must be a couple of leagues to our left." The 4 of them studied the map. "We'll have to go carefully now," said Flangers. "The other armies will be camped within striking distance of Moraloon, and—" "My head will be a great prize to any of their commanders," said Nish. "I know." "I don't suppose there's a chance they'll fight each other," said Kletch, who was shivering. To Nish it was a mild spring night, but not for someone who came from hot, steamy Gendragore. Nish shrugged. The question was unanswerable. "We'll skirt the northern end of the plain and continue up on this track," he said, tracing it across the map with a fingertip. "It runs into the mountain path about a league west of Moraloon. We'll sneak down it until we see the palace, then take cover and wait. The enemy armies won't have camped up there." "Why not?" said Kletch, thumping his massive thighs, which had wasted while his broken legs were healing. "There's no water. The armies will camp below the plain where there are springs aplenty. Let's move out." They skirted the end of the plain, marched up along the path for some hours, and a little before dawn on the 15th day, he crested a rise, with a silent Persea beside him, looked down and saw the lights of his father's palace below them. Nish stopped, breathing heavily. The last time he'd seen Moraloon, dragged there by his father's guards, it had been framed by the rearing mountains immediately behind it, and it had looked airy, delicate, and stunningly beautiful. A crescent-shaped lake, called the Sacred Lake, curved around its northern side, and from there both the palace and the framing mountains were reflected. Sets of broad steps rose on all 4 sides to a wide promenade surrounding the palace, which was built from white and golden stone. It consisted of 9 levels, tapering upwards, each being like an open temple supported on many columns arranged in interlinked circles. There were no walls, not even in the highest level where Nish had dwelt, which was roofed over with a sky-piercing spire covered in lapis lazuli. The God Emperor had no need of walls, for no one would have dared to spy on him, and with the tears he could even control the weather around his palace. But not any more. He was gone, and Moraloon had been transformed. It was ablaze with light like a glowing jewel, but it was now Stilkeen's, and Nish turned away hastily. He could not make Mazahisa out from here, since it lay another half a league across the plain. Mazahisa, the grimmest prison in the Empire, was surrounded by a vast expanse of paving, though all he could see were the mist-haloed lamps around the 4 gigantic tower-mounted wisp-watchers that scanned the paving with relentless, microscopic precision. It was the converse of Moraloon in every respect. It had 9 levels, but they tapered downwards, for the prison lay entirely underground and was massive, dark, and claustrophobic. The 9th level, the dankest, most putrid and festering of them all, contained only a single cell, and it had been reserved for the God Emperor's son. That was where Nish had served out his 10-year sentence. At the memories, his chest tightened, and he fought to control the frantic impulse to run. Anywhere. "Nish," said Persea, "are you all right?" "Just remembering my prison days," he said lightly. She laid a hand on his shoulder and the panic eased, but it wasn't going to go away. As long as there was an empire and he was an outlaw, the threat remained. In Nish's eyes, Moraloon was equally tainted, For when his 10 years were up, he had been taken to his father's court and tempted beyond endurance. He had almost broken. He had gone so very close. But in the end, the proof demanded by Nish as the price of fealty had been too high. He had repudiated his father, who had then, to punish Nish, shown him the perfectly preserved body of his beloved Irisis in a crystal coffin. She had looked exactly as she had the moment she'd been slain 10 years before. Irisis might still have been alive, save for the thread-like seam where her head had been rejoined to her body. Subsequently, Nish had claimed that he could bring her back from the dead exactly as she had been before death, and Nish had been half mad with longing, but he had fought it and rejected his father once more. He would never again be tempted, yet neither would he be entirely free himself from the desperate yearning to have her back. The sound of brass sliding against brass shook him from his reverie. Persea was surveying the eastern side of the plateau through a field scope. "I can see lights in 3 places, Nish. Army camps." She pointed them out. "There were supposed to be 5 armies," Nish fretted. "Where are the others?" "If they're further down the ridges, we wouldn't see them from here." "Nor if they're up here somewhere hunting me," he thought. "Take a look at Moraloon. It doesn't seem quite right." She trained the field scope on the palace and let out a yelp of dismay. "What is it?" he whispered. "Have you recognized someone? Father?" "No, not at this distance, surely." "The palace still has the shape of Moraloon, but—" "You've been here before?" "I accompanied Eula 3 years ago," said Persea, "when she came to plead for the return of her monopolies. The God Emperor turned her away, of course. See for yourself." She handed him the field scope. He looked through it, adjusted the focus, and stared. The palace was ablaze. Every floor, column, stair, and spire flickered with yellow and orange fire, yet there was no smoke nor any evident damage. Moraloon was burning, but not being burnt. "It's as if the very stone has been replaced by fire," he said breathlessly. He moved the field scope back and forth, but the air around Moraloon had a mirage-like shimmer, and he could not make out any finer details, nor any trace of the great enemy. Why would it do that? "You said Stilkeen was in great pain when you first met it," said Persea. "I'm not sure what you're getting at." "If it's in such pain in our world, it makes sense that it would rebuild Moraloon so as to minimize its suffering. And being a creature of fire and shadow, it has remade Moraloon in that guise. Let's see." Persea took a number of crystalline plates from a bag, pushed one into a slot in front of the eyepiece, and looked through the field scope. Shaking her head, she replaced the first plate with another and another, then swallowed and lowered the field scope, staring blankly. "You'd better take a look." She passed it to him. Nish looked. His heart skipped several beats and began to thump erratically. The fire palace was clearer now, but that wasn't what had bothered her. Between Moraloon and the distant mountains, a translucent barrier could now be seen rising up from the land to the sky like a monstrous wall, and blurred shadows were moving behind it. "Is that what I think it is?" "I think so," said Persea. "The barrier that protects Santhenar from the void, made visible. Stilkeen threatened us with the void. It told us to bring the fire to Moraloon within 15 days, or after that time it would empty the void into the 3 worlds and all human life will be erased." "Was that a threat?" said Persea quietly. "Or was it a promise? I think Stilkeen has been hurt badly, and its sacred person has been insulted and profaned." Nish followed her train of thought to its unpleasant conclusion. "And if it doesn't just blame Yalkara, if Stilkeen thinks all of us are complicit, it may decide to punish us by opening the void into Santhenar even if it gets the pure fire. It would be the end of the world, at least for humanity." His stomach burned as if it was brimming with acid, for this was a problem he could not solve with arms. It was beyond any of them. It had to be the end. "What can I do?" he said. "With 5 armies waiting for me to appear, plus Stilkeen and the most savage creatures in the void waiting to be released. And all I have to oppose them is a company of worn-out soldiers." Persea did not reply, though the look on her face told him that she had no more hope than he did. They trudged back to the wooded fold where the rest of his force was hidden, but as they reached it, there came a crash from the other side of the ridge above them, then the sound of rubble sliding down a slope, and silence. "What was that?" said Kletch, rising to his feet, gigantic sword in hand. He was out of his element in the chilly, barren south, and did not like it. "Has Stilkeen opened the void already?" whispered Persea. "It can't have," Nish said unconvincingly. "It's too soon. It hasn't got what it wants." "We can't predict what a being will do," said Persea. 39. The journey from Arcan back to Santhenar seemed to take forever, and all the while the caduceus shook beneath their hands as if buffeted by a gale, though not a hair on Melis's head was disturbed. She could see nothing, yet she had an uncomfortable feeling that something was watching her. The back of her neck burned as if a searing gaze had focused on it. Eger began to pant, and once Chthonic cried out in pain. Malien was silent, save for several stifled sighs, presumably for the world she would never see again. "What if we're too late?" Melis kept thinking. "Time passes differently in the 3 worlds, as in the Nightland. Days could have gone by while we were on Arcan. If the deadline had already passed, Stilkeen might have emptied the void into Santhenar already." Eger groaned, and the caduceus tilted right over. Malien said sharply, "You can't give up now. If we stop in between, we could end up anywhere or nowhere." "I can't hold it," he slurred. "It's sucking me dry." "Chthonic," Malien said urgently. The caduceus shook wildly, as if trying to throw them off. "I can barely hang on," said Chthonic. "What's the matter with it?" cried Melis. "Stilkeen must know that we found the pure fire," said Malien, "since the caduceus led us to it. And here, within the portal, we're close to its ethereal realm. If Stilkeen can maroon us here, it might be able to take the fire from us, instead of suffering on Santhenar while it waits for us to bring the fire to it. And perhaps it's afraid we won't. Fight it, Eger. If Stilkeen was strong here, it would have snatched the fire at once." "Nothing left," whispered Eger. "Melis, hang on to him." Melis pulled herself up the furiously vibrating caduceus until she caught Eger's hands. "Don't let go," he slurred. "Might fall out of portal." "What if I do?" "You'll go nowhere. Forever." She took a tighter grip, and the taphloid swung against Eger's wrist. "What's that?" he said sharply. "My taphloid. Give it to me, quick." She handed it over reluctantly, wondering what the connection was between Eger and the taphloid, and why he had recognized it back on the range of ruin, yet had no memory of ever seeing it. Eger let out a great sigh. Melis felt him relax, and the caduceus stopped shaking. The feeling of eyes on the back of her neck disappeared, as did all sensation of movement. Did it hide Eger the way it did herself? It must. Unfortunately, they seemed no closer to Moraloon than before. Light grew in the distance, spreading around a horizon, and Melis saw that they were suspended just above a flat surface, faintly marked with a grid of squares. Not completely flat, it was dimpled below the caduceus and again below the taphloid, now held in Eger's outstretched right hand. A distorting wave passed through him as if he were a figure made of jelly. Then he was his normal self again. "Maintain the watch against Stilkeen, Eger," he said, in the voice an adult might use to a young child. "What did you say?" hissed Malien. He blinked twice and shook his head as if to clear it. "The words just came to me, as they did before we left the range of ruin. Didn't I tell you about that? You said a voice told you to keep watch. You didn't say against Stilkeen. And that wasn't your voice. It sounded like a father speaking to his son, but what father would have known about Stilkeen in the distant age when you were a boy? I don't know, said Agur hoarsely, as if afraid of the answer. According to Lilith, not even Nadiril the librarian could find any early reference to Stilkeen. Who could have known it but Yalkara? Or another Charon, close to her, said Malien. He started. But only 2 Charon men ever came to Santhenar, and of them Rulka was ever my enemy. What are you saying? Do you mean... Could Kandor be my father? That's it, cried Malien. Kandor and Yalkara were close in ancient times, and if anyone would have known about the stolen fire, it would have been him. He might have warned her about it, but Yalkara was ever proud and headstrong. What if they fell out over chthonic fire? She mused. Kandor would have known that a being's patience is infinite, and that eventually it must discover who had stolen the fire. He could not force Yalkara to give it back, for she was far more powerful than he was. Neither could he hope to stop Stilkeen when it came. But Kandor had recently had a son by an old human woman, and he must have known that the boy possessed a brilliant gift for mancery. With the proper lessons, his son, you, Igur, might be able to protect the world from Stilkeen. So that's why the Tafloid felt so much smaller, sighed Igur. When I first held it, I was a small boy. I see it now, said Malien. Kandor made the Tafloid and hid your lessons in it in case something happened to him. It was designed to protect and instruct you, and only you, once you were old enough. But soon afterwards he was killed in the Clism, and it was such a bitter war that your mother must have been afraid to tell anyone, even you, who your father was. Left destitute, and not knowing the Tafloid's importance, she sold it to survive, and eventually it ended up at the Great Library. It also explains why my arts are so enigmatic, said Igur, sounding stronger now, because the Charon came from outside the 3 worlds. His face cleared suddenly, and he said, Now I know that my duty was to maintain the watch against Stilkeen. I'm going to fulfill my destiny. You don't have to, said Malien. The past cannot command the future. I want to do it. It's the only way I can bond with the father I never knew. He passed the Tafloid back to Malis. Do you still have our destination in mind, Malis? She focused on the memories. Yes. Then hang on tight. We're going all the way this time. The Caduceus began to shudder, but Igur forced it to stillness, and the gridded plain faded away. Wind whistled about Malis's ears. Tulatine let out a soft cry. Then they emerged from darkness into a chilly morning, landing heavily on a flat rock perched on a steep slope. As the rock began to move, they leapt off and it slid down the hill, a little landslide following in its wake, to crash into a patch of scrub further down. Where are we? Said Malien, rubbing a bleeding knee. Malis looked up at the mountains in the distance, and they were her mountains, and she knew every one of those peaks. Not far above Moraloon, and we've just told anyone within a quarter of a league where to find us, said Tulatine. But are we in time? Said Malien. It reminded Malis about her visions in the pit of possibilities months ago. She had appeared in none of the possible futures she and Nish had seen there. Was she destined to die soon? Today? Where's Moraloon? Said Igur. Malis pointed away from the mountains. We'll see it from the top of that ridge. And Mazahiza, where Jalnish had held her mother, Lima, her aunts Hagar and Boogie, and her little sister Phyllis. Could they still be alive after all these months? Malis had last seen them in the image Jalnish had shown her at the top of Mistmurk Mountain a long time ago now, and they had looked starved, listless and beaten. She could not bear to think of what they had gone through. Someone's coming, said Igur urgently. We'd better hide. She had tried to hide on these barren slopes with Nish last autumn. The only cover nearby was a scatter of spindly bushes and an occasional depression or boulder, Further up stood a patch of woodland, and there was scrub in the gully, though neither would conceal them from a determined search. As they were heading for the woodland, a huge soldier limped over the rise directly ahead, followed by a dark, beautiful woman and, partly concealed behind her, a smaller man. The big soldier looked vaguely familiar, though Melis had never seen the woman before. She was turning to run when the smaller man moved out from behind the woman, and her heart leapt. Could that shaggy, haggard wretch be Nish? Alive? Nish! She cried and pelted up the slope. Nish! We saw the flood! We were sure you were dead! The trio froze, staring. Then Nish came on a step. Melis! She crossed the distance in seconds, past the grinning giant and the beautiful woman, and threw herself into his arms so hard that she almost knocked him off his feet. He clung to her, smiling in bemusement. And we were afraid you had drowned. Is that Igur and Chthonic? Yes, said Melis, hopping up and down, still holding him, before realizing that Nish might not share her feelings, the feelings she had not realized she'd had for him, and that the woman with him might be more than a friend. She disengaged herself and stepped back at once, confused and embarrassed. He was staring at her as if she were a long-lost treasure. You can't know how much I've cursed myself for running on ahead that day. How did you escape the flood? I was high up with Igur and Chthonic. When we came back to look for you, everyone was gone. I was so afraid. Where's Zervish? He's not... Nish was looking over her shoulder. Malien? He ran to her and Igur, leaving Melis even more confused. They crossed to the other side of the ridge, where Nish's small force lay hidden in a patch of scrub that extended the length of the gully. Persea had quietly left the old friends together, and Nish led Melis, Igur, Chthonic and Malien back to the camp, where they breakfasted on field rations and Malien's strange but delicious Arkim food, before settling down to briefly tell their tales. Melis's eyes never left Nish's face while he told the story of the battles at the Range of Ruin and all that had happened since. Surely she can't be that pleased to see me, he thought, after the way I treated her. But it was so good to have her back, unharmed and as strong, brave and beautiful as ever. Melis had always bolstered his faltering heart, and he felt all the stronger for her being here. There might be a faint hope after all. So you found the pure fire, he said when everyone had finished. I don't know how you did it. And we can't imagine how you beat that mighty army at Blisterbone, said Igur dryly. So we're even. What's the plan? We're waiting to see which army moves first, said Nish. If I were a rebel and had chthonic fire, said Malien, I'd let someone else go first. What if they were rewarded beyond their wildest dreams? Said Chthonic. I'd be working out how I could take the reward away from them, or if they suffered an unpleasant fate at Stilkeen's hands, I'd quietly withdraw. How many armies are down there? Said Melis. 5, we believe, said Nish, including Vomix's. Melis moved closer to Nish. I thought he died on Mistmurk Mountain. The man we saw there wasn't Vomix, it was Vivamord transfigured to take his place. Vomix is alive. I fought the bastard a couple of weeks ago and unfortunately failed to kill him, though he very nearly killed me. She clutched at his arm. The others include the present Seneschal of Fad, Lygian, Nish went on, ticking them off on his fingers. He leads a force only half the size of Vomix's, I've heard, but he's a cunning devil. There's also a private army that sailed north from Tixie, led by Hackle, the Jackal they call him, a pleasant fellow to your face, but don't let him get behind you. Who else? Said Igur, lying down and putting his head in Chthoni's lap. She stroked his brow. Nish did not reply for a moment. He was too surprised. He had not seen his old ally with a woman before, and Chthonic of all people. Clearly much had changed in the 4 weeks since they had been separated. General Nosby, the commander of the Imperial Guard at Moraloon. It's fanatically loyal to the God Emperor, and if Father does come back, or his appointed deputy Clam, every man of the Guard would give their lives for him. I don't know what they'll do if Father really is dead. Would they transfer their loyalty to you, Nish? Said Melis. An excellent question, said Agur, to which we don't have an answer. I've heard rumour of one other army, said Nish, but I don't know anything about it. By this time the sun was riding up a clear, brassy sky. It was going to be a hot day, and Melis was wilting. I'm really tired. If nothing is going to happen for a while... Good idea, said Nish, yawning. We marched half of last night, and I'm not planning to move before mid-afternoon unless I have to. The lookouts will warn us if anything happens. He rose. There's a nice, shady napping spot further up. He was looking at Melis, and she accompanied him up the slope, though the others remained where they were. You didn't mention Zervish after Roros, she said. Where's he gone? There's so much to tell, said Nish, putting a companionable arm across her shoulders. He went looking for chthonic fire 2 weeks ago, and I haven't heard anything since. I didn't want to mention it in front of everyone, but I'm worried about what he's up to. I don't understand. They settled down in the coolest patch of shade, and Nish went through his concerns about Flid, his odd behaviour, the frequent disappearances, his apparent obsession with the tears, and most damning of all, that he had not made a portal with the serpent staff until he left Roros. Renewal changed him, and not for the better. I'm worried that he's only after the tears, and not to destroy them. No, Melis said flatly. He has been different ever since Renewal, though that's to be expected, especially since Yalkara interfered with it. But deep down, he's the same old Flid. How would you know? He said quietly. I believe in him. But Melis, when he took Renewal, you'd only known him for a day. Flid and I fought together and travelled together for years during the war, and he's definitely different now. He's harder and meaner, and it bothers me. Let's wait and see what happens when he returns. If he does, Nish said darkly. Melis frowned, clearly uncomfortable with the topic. She was the most loyal of friends and had never stopped believing in him, even when Nish could not believe in himself. It was one of her defining qualities, and he could hardly fault her for it. Is there any news about Clam and the tears? She said hastily. Not since he went into the Shadow Realm. But if he turns up, the tears could change everything. He paused. Chthonic isn't looking well. The regression spell isn't reverting the way she expected. She hasn't aged, outwardly at least, but the pain in her bones grows ever worse. And she only used that spell on herself to save me, said Nish, shaking his head at a generosity of spirit which, for all his courage on the battlefield, felt beyond him. Agur looks worn out too. His art is almost gone, and I'm sure it has to do with the caduceus. Impulsively, Melis took his hands, but realised what she had done and hastily dropped them. How are you, Nish? You look exhausted. I am. What a bunch of crocs we are, said Nish, leaning back against a tree and staring at her until the blood rushed to her cheeks. We're all knackered, battered, broken, or decayed except you. You're more beautiful than ever, Melis. I... Don't talk nonsense. The aunts always told me how little and plain and mousy I was. She looked away. Plain? Mousy? Nish snorted. What nonsense. How can you believe anything they say? They're all I have left. And that was his father's fault. He changed the subject hastily. Have you learned anything about your gift? No, and I never will. I'm too old to begin with the art, and the lessons father put into the Taphloid for me are lost forever. But then, I didn't know I had a gift until a few months ago, so I haven't really lost anything. The tone of her voice said otherwise. 40. In the early afternoon, Melis was sitting on the coarse grass with Nish, watching Chthonic, whose head was bowed. She was using her seer's skills, aided by a decoction Malien had given her, made from a root of the black-petalled Arcan daisy, to search for Clam. Nish felt that the dwarf and the tears were his only hope now, and a very slim hope at that. I have him, she said suddenly. Melis leaned forwards, but Nish put a warning hand on her arm and she sat back again. Catacombs, said Chthonic. Very deep, dark, deadly. The dwarf staggers. His arms and chest run with blood, but he will not set down the tears. He is gone. Her head sagged to her breast, and she slept, her breathing light and fluttering, for 10 minutes before rousing drowsily. I know no more, she said as Nish opened his mouth. Clarm is in the depths of some catacombs, and the time is now, though I can't tell if he's close by or 100 leagues away. So he escaped the Shadow Realm, and he still has the tears, said Melis. Your enemies would pay a fortune to know that. She got up. Let's hope their seers aren't as clear-sighted, said Nish. They went with Chthonic to the edge of the copse and watched her make her painful way down the gully. Melis said, Even if Clarm does turn up, he won't help us, will he? If you were trying to save the world, would you ally with the weakest army here? Said Nish, scanning their surroundings and running his fingers through his thinning hair. Why isn't anyone moving? Anything would be better than this interminable waiting. It won't be long now. Are you all right? You look terrible. My guts are burning like acid and I want to throw up. I've done everything I could do, Melis. I've driven myself to the limits of what mind and body can take, and I'm afraid it's not going to be enough. I can't bear to think that Santhenar might end here, today, because of something I've done wrong or failed to do. You can't take that burden on yourself, she said softly. Stilkeen is an immortal being. It's bigger than all of us. Someone has to. And what if it is the end? How can beautiful Santhenar be destroyed because of something Yalkara did thousands of years ago? I can't come to terms with that. Surely, she began, that's what it's come down to, Melis. It's not right, but Stilkeen has roamed the universe for half of eternity. It must have seen 1,000,000 worlds, so why would it care about ours? If it gets the pure fire back, it could crush Santhenar the way you or I might swat a fly. Shivers ran up and down her back. There isn't much hope, is there? Between Vomix and the other armies on the one hand, Stilkeen on the other, and the threat of annihilation from the void, I don't see how there can be. And what if it deliberately drew everyone here so it could destroy all its opponents at once? Why would it do that? Said Melis. I've no idea. We're dealing with a superior being. How can we possibly outthink it? We can't. Igur lost most of his art just when he needed it most. Chthonic can barely walk. You look like you fell out of your own coffin, and We need help. Desperately, Nish. We're not going to get it. We're on our own. Psh! With a whispering sigh and a puff of fog that vanished as swiftly as it had appeared, a glassy, bubble-shaped portal opened further up the slope, and a small, skinny, horribly scarred and incredibly ugly man stepped out. A very familiar figure that Melis had never expected to see again. No, could not possibly see again. Zervish! She cried, for the man looked exactly like the Zervish Flid of old before he'd taken renewal. She began to run towards him, but stopped. This had to be an illusion or chimera created by one of their enemies. Wait, said Nish, who had his sword in hand. Who are you? Stay back, Melis. It could be Yalkara. She once possessed Flid, remember? Stop right where you are. He shouted. It's me, you bloody moron. The original Flid's harsh and acerbic voice was unmistakable. Is there another man on Santhenar who could wear this body with pride? Melis incongruously giggled. It was Flid, of course it was, and suddenly the despair lifted. With Flid at their side, anything was possible, even taking on a being. Certainly not me, said Nish, sheathing his sword, and looking as though he'd just been relieved of an unbearable burden. If I was that ugly, I'd sew myself into a warthog's skin and count myself fortunate. Why, you obnoxious little sod, cried Flid. It took me 56 years to look this way, plus the services of the Council of Scrutator's 10 best torturers. You're almost as hideous, and you can't be 35. He came down the hill, swinging the serpent staff with the forked tongue, and Nish ran and embraced him. Flid returned the hug, though only briefly, then pushed him off. Let's not get carried away. I haven't missed you that much. Flid embraced Malis heartily and long, and she knew he was delighted to see her. She also knew that he had a fondness for beautiful young women, and despite his appearance had no trouble getting them, at least while he had been a scrutator, before... Remembering what she'd seen when he had been naked and going through renewal, or rather, what he had lacked, she bit her lip and stepped away. "Why did you go back to the old Flid, sir?" she said timidly. "My renewed body didn't fit properly, and it was giving me all manner of trouble, to say nothing of changing me in ways I didn't like. You must have noticed." "No," said Malis hastily, "not at all." "Liar," he said cheerfully. "Moreover, the ladies weren't nearly as satisfied by the renewed middle-aged me as they had been by the scrawny old man I'd been 15 years earlier." "Funny that," said Nish. Malis was looking in every direction but at Flid, her cheeks hot. "And since the serpent staff allowed me to make portals," Flid went on, giving Nish a keen glance, "and do one or two other things." "You took renewal again," said Nish. "I certainly did not. Do I look that stupid?" "Well, since you ask," grinned Nish. Flid swiped at his head. Nish ducked. "I thought I'd try reverting the renewal," said Flid, "and to my surprise, the staff assisted me." "Wasn't that a terrible risk?" said Malis, remembering the agony he had gone through during renewal. Flid had barely survived it. "It was, but I was in such pain I didn't much care whether I lived or died as long as the pain stopped. The reversion wasn't fun either, and it certainly wasn't pretty, but it worked. And most importantly, I got rid of the woman in red," he muttered. "There's no one in my mind now except me." "But you didn't revert to the, old Flid you were just before renewal," said Malis tactfully. "You put it so nicely, my dear. He was on his last legs, no use to man or beast, so I allowed the reversion spell to run a bit longer than it should have. I wasn't greedy, mind. I didn't want to go back to my youth. I merely returned to 56. "You were older than that when we first met, weren't you?" said Nish. "A year or two," said Flid, who seemed very pleased with himself. "And, therefore you must have..." "Yes, I've got back the equipment that the chief scrutator's torturers cut from me that day on the platform suspended above the rooftops of Fizgorgo," he snapped, "if it's any of your damned business. And I'm planning to put it to vigorous use once we've cleaned up the little mess down below." "I don't want to know about your sordid private life," said Nish hastily. "And neither does sweet little Malis, I'm sure," said Flid. "Look, she's blushing again. I've never met anyone else who colours so easily, nor, now that I think about it, so prettily. You could do a lot worse, Nish." Nish frowned, looking anywhere but at Malis, who turned away hastily, her cheeks crimson now. "What are you talking about?" they both said at the same time. Flid gave them a superior smile. "I'm right, you'll see. Let's go down and you can brief me on what everyone has been up to." "I'd like to know what you've been up to." "There isn't time to tell it twice. Have you got anything to eat? I'd forgotten how hungry this old body gets." After gratifying expressions of astonishment at Flid's reversion from everyone except Malien, who had known the old Flid well but not met the renewed version, they briefly told him their tales. Malis noticed that Persea kept staring at Flid, a wistful yearning in her dark eyes. What was it about the old scoundrel? "Just as well you brought back chthonic fire," he said, munching on curled-up shavings of spiced preserved meat from Malien's stores. It was as black as char, as hard as a lump of wood, and so spicy that it lifted the roof off Malis's mouth. But Flid ate it with equanimity. "I didn't find any." "Too busy looking after yourself," said Agur, "having a holiday at our expense." The old rivalry between them was as strong as ever, only this time Agur was at the disadvantage, and he did not like it. "I wouldn't call it a holiday exactly." Flid directed a sympathetic glance at Agur, though judging by his scowl, he did not appreciate that either. "I figured I could leave the fire to you. After all, you had a head start." "How did you know we were still alive?" said Agur. "Several times, when I was using the staff, I picked up fleeting images of far-off places, such as the Tower of 1,000 Steps and Mistmark Mountain." "Where have you been, anyhow?" "When I left Rhoros, I made a portal to Blemf in Feranda and consulted the greatest archimancers there. They concluded that the serpent staves were linked to the caduceus and to each other, which should have been obvious, had I thought about it. I then knew you three were alive, and from your destinations you must have been searching for chthonic fire, which freed me to do other things." "We tried to go to Blenth from Stassor," said Malis, staring at his scarred, familiar face. She'd only known it for a day, yet it seemed more right than the renewed Flid she'd known for months. He was his old, irascible but kindly self again. The mean streak was no longer evident. "But the caduceus wouldn't take us there." "If I was there at the time, it could not open another portal to the same place." "About that," began Nish. "What?" said Flid. "How come you didn't make a portal at the Range of Ruin, or afterwards? You could have saved—" "Don't you trust me, Nish?" Flid said mildly. "Of course I do." "Then you shouldn't need to ask. You know that making portals is the greatest and most difficult art of all." "What sort of answer is that?" "They're moving," called Kletch from the lookout. Malis, Nish, Flid, and Agur went to the top of the next ridge, and the others followed. Moraloon was below them and to the right, looking much as it had months ago, for in the brilliant sunlight the fire palace Stilkeen had made of it could not be seen clearly. Malis squinted at the paved roof of Mazahaiza between the four wisp-watchers, wondering if her family could still be alive, but the blank stones told her nothing. "Here they come," said Persea. On the seaward side of Mazahaiza, a large army was moving up the ridge onto the plain and assembling in front of Moraloon. "Who is it?" said Flid. Persea focused her brass field scope. "It's Flying Vomix's standard." "His personal standard," said Flid, "or his banner as the God Emperor's seneschal for Rhoros?" "His personal standard, a spiked fist on a sea of red." Persea passed back the field scope and Flid checked the edges of the plain. Malis waited impatiently, and finally he said, "The other forces are also coming out. It's going to be a battle of 5 armies." "Plus our mighty force," said Nish ironically. "Don't forget us, Flid." Flid pushed the brass tubes together and handed the field scope back to Persea. "We'd better join them." "They'll cut us down." "The son of the God Emperor has to be there," said Flid, who seemed unfazed by the overwhelming numbers of the enemy. "This is your hour, Nish. It's time to stake your claim." "I've told you 100 times, I will not become my father." "There's no need to get excited. You promised to overthrow him 10 years ago. You've repeated that promise over and again, and you can't retreat now. What kind of message would that send your long-suffering people? That the thugs of the Empire had the courage to face Stilkeen for what they could get out of it, but you were too afraid to defend those who put their faith in you?" Malis felt for Nish. Flid had deftly manipulated him into doing what he wanted, and yet ever since she had helped Nish escape from Mazahaiza, they had been fighting to reach this point, so why was he hanging back? It wasn't fear of dying, she knew. At least, not for himself. Nish met her eyes. "If you get a chance, run for it," he said quietly. "We're doomed, but—" "What do you take me for?" she hissed. "I'll be standing beside you until the end, whatever it may be. And we're going to win." The ever-present worries about her family rose again, but Malis realized Mazahaiza was probably the safest place for them right now. Feeling a little stronger for Malis's faith in him, Nish collected his pack and made sure his weapons were in good order. The women and men of his militia shook his hand as he went down the line, and Eula's troops, mostly veterans of the Lyrinx War who were older than he was, clapped him on the back. He swallowed hard and did his best to look confident of victory, though he did not think he was fooling anyone. As they prepared to march out, Persea fell in behind him, hand on the hilt of her rapier. He looked around, her dark eyes met his, and he had to make amends before it was too late. "I'm really sorry," he said. "Why, Nish?" she said politely. "For the things I said in Roros and the way I treated you. I know it was unforgivable." She gave him one of those warm, lovely, yet slightly sad smiles. He hadn't seen one in ages. "I forgave you long ago. But sometimes you have an awkward way with words, Nish, but your deeds are clear as crystal." He frowned. "What do you mean? Even after I helped Eula to manipulate you, you risked your life for me at the monastery. And that was too much. Too much. It raised you too far above me. The gap was unbreachable." Nish didn't have a clue what she was talking about. "But you've been so cool to me. I was sure you were still furious." "I had to stay cool. I care too much for you, and it's now clear that it can never be." "I don't understand," he said. "Perhaps it's just as well." He could see the ache in her eyes now. For him. "What will you do afterwards? If we survive?" "Yes." "My 7-year indenture to Eula ends here, one way or the other, and if I survive, I must make my own way in the world." She glanced down, gnawing her lip. "I'm really afraid of that. Eula has looked after me ever since I came to her. But who will take care of me once I leave? The world can be a cruel place when you're by yourself." It was a side of the strong, competent Perseer that he had not seen before, an unexpected fragility, and again he wondered what had happened to her when she was young. "If I survive, you must come." "That is kind of you, but no." "Well, thank you for being my bodyguard," he said after a pause, "though I don't think your skills can save me this time." The sadness was back in her eyes. "No, I don't think they can. We'd better go down." At the head of the troop, Kletch was fiddling with a long lance. He raised it high, and a yellow banner fluttered from its end, with a single silver star in the middle. "So did myself," grinned Kletch. "What's an army without a standard to fight under?" "Thank you," said Nish. "Lead on." Kletch, who was hardly limping at all now, led the tiny force down the ridge, onto the plain, and along it towards Moraloon, heading for a large space between Vomix's huge army and the sizable one of the mercenary adventurer Hackle. Two smaller armies stood further away, one led by Seneschal Lygian from Fad, and another that no one could identify, while the fifth force, the Imperial Guard of some 800 men, commanded by General Nosby, stood closest to Moraloon. "This is suicide, Flid," said Nish. "Keep going," said Flid, unperturbed. "I think you'll find Vomix is more worried than you are." "He couldn't be." From this close, even in bright sunlight, Moraloon's 9 levels, its broad encircling steps and towering columns, and the heaven-piercing spire on top, were wreathed in Stilkeen's orange and yellow fire. One edge of the sacred lake could just be seen behind it, and the mountains beyond that. As his little force wheeled and moved between the mighty ones, there came a chorus of catcalls and jeers from Vomix's army. "Ignore them," Nish said over his shoulder. "They don't know what we know." Thankfully, no one asked him to explain, since there was nothing behind his brave words. Vomix trotted his horse to the fore, glaring at Nish across 100 spans of paved plain, and then at Melis to his left. Nish felt a tremble beginning in his right knee and had to clench his injured thigh until it burned to stiffen his leg. "I'll have you when I'm done with him," said Vomix to Melis, and his grotesquely scarred face broke into a sickening leer. "And you," he said to Perseer. Melis choked down on her instinctive cry, swayed, but managed to stand firm. Nish was glad she had. If she had broken, he did not think he could have defied the brute. Perseer stiffened, but said nothing. Vomix raised the arm tipped with the triangular spike, which was stained with old brown blood, monk's blood, presumably. A trumpet blasted. His army performed a right turn, all 6,000 men at once, and the front 3 rows lowered their lances. The army moved slowly forwards, and the front line began curving around from either end to encircle Nish's force. They'll cut us down, he thought, then seize the fire and offer it to Stilkeen. We've lost before we begin. Hold your nerve, Flid said quietly. If you've got any kind of plan, now would be a good time to reveal it, said Agur. I was waiting to see what Stilkeen would do, said Flid. But all right. He moved back into the open space behind Nish's troops, lifted his serpent staff above his head, then slammed it down so hard that it cracked a paving stone. Flid? Nish gasped. What are you doing? It was a direct challenge, not just to Vomix and the other generals, but to Stilkeen itself, and he turned towards the fire palace, expecting the being to fly forth in world-shattering wrath. It did not. However, with a grumble and a roar, with flashes of lightning at the points of the compass and a rolling heave of the ground beneath them, an enormous portal formed behind Flid, a shimmering circle a good 10 spans in diameter. It was mist grey in the centre, but crackling with static electricity around its periphery. Vomix's horse reared up onto its back legs, pawing at the air and whinnying shrilly, and he struggled to control it. His army stopped abruptly, staring at the uncanny sight in wonder and unease. The Empire had been taught that all Mansory was controlled by the God Emperor or his appointed servants, yet Flid had just worked the mightiest art of all, portal-making. What would he do next? Cut them down, you swine! Vomix roared. The front line of his army did not move. What's Flid up to? Said Agur. I haven't the faintest idea, said Nish. And then, from within the portal, he heard the rhythmic tread of a host of marching soldiers, and shortly a 10-wide rank of tall, dark-haired men came forth. They had faint crests over the tops of their heads and exceptionally long fingers that wrapped all the way around the hilts of their swords. Their leader was young and burly, dark of skin and eye, and carried a blade that must have been a span long. When the Empire is held in thrall by scoundrels, said Flid in an amplified voice that echoed back from the surrounding ranges, one must look outside for aid. And so I have. Why, you old villain, cried Nish. Why didn't you tell us what you've been up to? There wouldn't have been any surprise, said Chulatine, nor any theatre. And at moments like these, theatre matters more than might. Flid boomed. 1,000 Arkim from Feranda, led by Lord Garthor. Take Nish, Vomix bellowed. Flid saluted him ironically. Your army is too gutless. And so they proved to be, for Vomix's army still hesitated and the opportunity to crush Nish's force was lost. Half of the 1,000 Arkim had come forth already, formidable fighting men in armour that would repel most sword blows and even longbow arrows. When the last had emerged, the portal sphinctered shut, reopened, and more Arkim marched out in a swirl of fog, led by a compact man with flame-red hair. The Arkim of Clan Eleanor, numbering 400 from Shazmak, Flid announced gleefully, under the command of Irael. Malien let out a glad cry, for Clan Eleanor was her clan. As she ran to Irael, the sun caught her age-faded hair, and momentarily it flamed the same colour as his. Karan's hair was just that colour, said Agur in a husky voice. It so reminds me of her. Eleanor are a brave and noble clan, said Nish, and I remember Irael well. With his people at my side, I can hope again. Vomix met Flid's eyes across 100 spans of paving. Flid sketched him an exaggerated bow, withdrew the serpent staff from the cracked paving, and deliberately turned his back. Take him down! Cried Vomix to his archers, enraged by the implication that he posed no threat at all. Before they could do so, the Arkim formed into their deadly flying wedge formation, pointed directly at Vomix's position, and he stuttered, Hold your fire! Every eye in every army was now on Flid as he sauntered to his right and created a second portal, as large as the first but egg-shaped and green. Who would come forth this time? The marching footsteps were heavier, slower and less rhythmical, but nothing could be seen within, for this portal was full of billowing steam which gushed out like a geyser. As it parted, Nish caught a glimpse of a beautiful forested world, and when he smelled its sweet, spicy air, his heart leapt. 500 lyrics from the world of Talalame, Flid announced. Hundreds of soldiers cried out. The entire mass of Vomix's army swayed backwards. Further off, the smaller army that no one could identify turned and began to creep away. "Boo!" roared Flid, his voice echoing off the mountains, and the retreating army bolted. "Hold firm," bellowed Vomix. "Any man who moves will be shot." "Violence is the only hold you have over them," said Flid. "It won't be enough this time, Seneschal." "And you would begin the Lyrinx War all over again," cried Vomix. "Truly the God Emperor was right to condemn you as a traitor." "Jal Nish only did one thing in the war," Flid said coldly. "He ran like the cur he is, abandoning his loyal army to annihilation." He turned away. "Come forth, people of Talalame, in friendship." And out they came, a 7-wide rank of huge winged humanoids as tall as bears, with red or green crests running across the top of their enormous heads, and chameleon colours shimmering across their armoured outer skin. Their mouths were great with teeth, their hands were clawed, and their folded wings were leathery. "Stand firm!" Vomix ordered his quailing men. 500 lyrinx are nothing to us." "They'll tear Santhenar apart," cried a soldier at the front. "It took us 150 years to beat them last time," said another. "Lyrinx!" It roared through the ranks of troops like a tidal wave. "They eat their victims! Run!" "Stand your ground!" bellowed Vomix. It was no use. Panic had set in, and though most of his soldiers did hold their positions, many hundreds broke, fled across the plain and disappeared into the scrub. None of Nish's troops moved, and he was tempted to give Vomix a derisory finger, but restrained himself. Once all the Lyrinx had marched out, they took position beside the Archim. At their head was a wingless male, smaller than most, and Nish felt his spirits lift at the sight of him and his consort, who prowled back and forth beside him. Though she had glorious, shimmering wings, she lacked the thick, armoured outer skin of the other Lyrinx. Hers was fine and transparent, revealing the almost human underlying skin. The male's eyes and hers searched the plain. He saw Nish, and they hurried across. "Well met, old friend," said the male, extending a monstrous hand, the claws politely retracted. "Rill," said Nish, so moved that he felt tears sting his eyes, for they had been enemies all through the Lyrinx War, only to become friends by the manner of its ending. He shook Rill's hand gingerly, for even when the Lyrinx held back, his grip was crushingly strong. "And Liette! I never expected to see either of you again, but thank you, thank you." Nish shook hands with Liette, then, without thinking, embraced her. The Lyrinx army let out a rumbling growl, all as one, at his boldness, and Nish stepped back hastily. What had he been thinking? Liette cuffed him across the chest, knocking him off his feet, but picked him up at once and dusted him down, grinning so broadly that she could have swallowed his head. "It is very good to see you," she said, then lowered her voice. "Don't ever do that again, for Rill is a jealous husband, and I cannot answer for his fury. Should he see an old human fondling me in such an intimate manner? Aren't you, Rill?" "Beg pardon?" said Rill, pretending not to hear. "A jealous husband!" roared Liette, flashing out her beautiful wings in a fierce display. "Oh, insanely jealous," grinned Rill, shaking Nish's hand again with both of his own. "When we've cleaned up this rabble, what say you and I slip away for a jar or two?" Nothing could give me greater pleasure, said Nish wholeheartedly, then glancing sideways at Liet, assuming you can get away. 500 lyrinx, Flid repeated, louder than before, and as fighters, 1 lyrinx is worth 2 ordinary soldiers. 4, snapped Liet. Rill bowed to Flid and said in a booming voice, We have answered your call to show our gratitude for the way we were treated by you and Nish in the past, and to demonstrate our cousinship with all the human species of Santhenar, now and in the future. The portal closed, but Flid was not finished yet. He now created a smaller one between the Archim and Lyrinx. Who on earth can this be? Said Malis softly. I can't imagine, said Nish. The new portal was only half the size of the others, and the air eddying from it felt bitterly cold and carried whirling flakes of snow that swiftly melted in the warm air. From within, all he could hear was the faint rustle of cloth on cloth and a melodic jingling. A golden-skinned man appeared, no taller than Nish but reed slender. A woman marched beside him, only Malis's height, though she was slim of hip and narrow of chest. I am Galgiliel, said the man. And I am Lenor, said the woman. Our 350 fighting men and women are here to represent the sole survivors of the Phalem species. We remained behind in our southern forests 2 centuries ago, when Phalemor led the rest of our kind back to Talalame, and to self-immolation when they discovered what her folly had done to our beautiful world. She came across to Rill, who was twice her height and 10 times her bulk, and extended her hand. You are the custodians of Talalame now, and I am sure no one could take better care of it. We're slowly exterminating the void vermin that infested the world at that time, said Rill, though the task will take many generations. Do you ever see any trace of our ancestral selves? Said Lenor. The Phalem who regressed to barbarism long ago, or have they vanished as well? They are shy and easily frightened, said Rill, but we see them from time to time. We would so love to see Talalame again, she said wistfully. Might we, one day? Perhaps, said Rill firmly, but not yet. The portal appeared to close, but reopened at once, now rimmed with ice. It had gone a frosty blue inside, and Nish made out the clatter of wooden-soled sandals. The sorcerer Zoflock, reanimated and 80 whelm, Flid announced. You old devil, cried Agur admiringly. You have been busy. But Zoflock was dead, whispered Malis, remembering the way her skin had crept at his touch. Agur, you said his fall killed him. Flid did say reanimated, said Agur. The way the dead in the Tower of 1,000 Steps were brought back to life? Asked Malis, shuddering. By shooting them with needles of distilled fire. Let's wait and see, shall we? Said Agur. The clatter grew louder, and out lurched Zoflock, who looked almost as horrible as Malis's other nemesis, Dead Froon. The sorcerer's grey skin, the colour of lead, was touched with writhing worms of off-white fire. His scarlet, protruding eyeballs sparkled from the twinkle stones still stuck to them, while jagged pieces of bone stuck out in a crest from the back of his evacuated skull. I expect he carried a needle of his distilled fire, said Agur, and plunged it into himself as he lay dying. A good distance behind Zoflock, and looking at him askance, came a disorderly throng of whelm clad in loincloths or ragged robes. The men carried jag-swords and the women long stilettos, but they had a forlorn, hang-dog air about them. I thought the whelm were a proud people, said Nish, who had not encountered them before. They are when they have a master, said Agur. Whelm are born to serve, and without a master they are miserable creatures. The Numinator must have cast them off. The portal closed, but reopened almost at once, and out of it stepped a woman of Nish's age and height, at least 7 months pregnant, and an older man who had only one hand. Nish recognized the older man at once, but the woman was so changed that he stared at her for a full minute before he knew who she was, for her long dark hair was streaked with white, and she was rather plumper than when he had known her. "Tian," said Nish. She also looked at him without recognition, then smiled and came across. "No one has heard anything about you for 10 years, said Nish, embracing her awkwardly, since her bump got in the way. "We were afraid that father had ordered you killed." "I'm sure he would have," said Tian, a dimple flashing in her cheek, "had I not foolishly destroyed all the nodes, thus delivering the gift of Santhenar to him. He hunted us down, father and me. You remember Merrill?" "Very well," said Nish, smiling and shaking hands. He'd always liked Tian's father. "Jal Nish threw us in prison down south, near our old manufactory," Tian went on, "along with my mother, poor old Marnie. But 6 months later we were set free and I was given work as an artisan. Marnie and father got back together, but—" "She was a terrible wife," said Merrill, "as you told me she would be." "Marnie ran away within the month," said Tian, "but I have a good man now, and 2 children, and Merrill." "You look happy," said Nish, pleased for her. "In all the time I knew you, you never seemed happy." "I wasn't. I was always searching for something, but until I found father at the victory feast, I did not know what it was." "Yet you, alone of all of us who sat down to the feast that day 10 years ago, were the one to find happiness. How oddly things turn out. What are you doing here?" "So pregnant, you mean?" said Tian. "I destroyed the nodes and made it possible for your father to become God Emperor, and I've never stopped regretting that stupidity. Even if I cannot undo it, I had to be here." "What about your children?" "If I don't come back, I pray that I will. But if the worst happens, Marnie will look after them. It's what she does best. I had to help make up for the ill I've done, Nish. You do understand, don't you?" "Of course," he said, "better than anyone. And I'm very glad to have you with me." 41. How had Flid done so much so quickly, Malis wondered. But then who better to pull such an unlikely alliance together, since he'd spent the last years of the war doing just that? It was another reason for reverting to the old Flid that people knew and trusted. No matter how persuasive the renewed man might have been, he'd looked and had been too different. Stilkeen had not emerged from the palace, but within 30 minutes the military arrangements outside had been transformed. Vomix and Seneschal Lygian had amalgamated their reduced forces, putting Vomix in command of an army no less powerful than he'd had before. Hackle had lost few men since his mercenaries had come to plunder the wealth of the God Emperor, and their greed for loot outweighed their unease. Nosby's fiercely loyal Imperial Guard had stood firm to the man. Nish's allies now numbered 2,500, a powerful force, but still greatly outnumbered. Malis stood behind him, covertly watching these famous names from the pages of the histories. They might have been enemies once, but all seemed to be old friends now, and she felt quite intimidated by them. "Vomix has raised a blue truce flag," called Persia. "He wants to parley." "Don't go near him, Nish," said Malis. "He means to kill you." "Hackle and Nosby are also raising parley flags," said Persia. "The real enemy is still inside the palace," said Nish. "I have to go, but I won't be taking the pure fire, so killing me will do Vomix no good." "It'll rid the Empire of one legitimate heir," said Malis. Nish glanced at the sun, which hung not far above the mountains to the west. "It's getting late, and we've got to take the fire to Stilkeen before it comes after us. I'm going to the parley." "Not alone," said Persia. "How many is Vomix bringing?" She looked through her field scope. "Just himself, a standard-bearer, and a witness. Then I must do the same. But ranking my allies behind me would mean that I lacked confidence in myself," said Nish. "I will march behind my standard-bearer, Kletch, with one old friend as witness. Malis, Will you stand beside me?"
"Me?"
she squeaked. Vomix had suffered excruciating agony because of her, and she knew he wanted to make her suffer equally. "I need you." Malis could not imagine why, but since he had asked, how could she refuse? She took a deep breath. "Then I will come." Kletch led them out, and she felt very small and conspicuous in the vast paved space between the armies. On her left, Vomix's flapping standard sounded like a whip being cracked. To her right, Hackle's pennant showed a black jackal on a blue background. The officer in the white uniform was General Nosby, behind the flag of the Imperial Guard. Renowned for his loyalty to the God Emperor, Nosby, at least, was unlikely to be after Nish's blood. They came together. Nosby was a tall, bluff man with white hair and pouched eyes. He had lost a lot of weight recently and did not look as though he'd slept in a week, which was understandable. If Vomix took over, he would slaughter everyone loyal to the former God Emperor, including Nosby and his entire family. Hackle the jackal was lean, wiry, and tremendously hairy. His yellow-brown eyes burned with a hunter's intensity. He had a snout of a nose, and his underslung jaw was studded with canine teeth. When he moved, it was with an alert, eager step, as though he was straining at the leash, longing to run down his prey. On his left hip was a short sword with tendrils of white fumes drifting up from its scabbard. A small leather bag the size of a wineskin swung from his right hip. Seneschal Vomix strode up, brandishing his spike-ended right arm, and Malis stared at him in horror. He had never been a handsome man, but after the touch of her taphloid had inverted his aura months ago, his face resembled a painting that had been ripped into pieces and rudely pasted back together. "We meet again, Krill Nish," he said, bowing ironically, but his eyes were on her, and they said, "You'll pay for what you did to me." He extended his left hand. "Don't bother," said Nish. "What do you want?" Vomix's eyes glittered and he dropped his hand. "The 15th day is nearly up. Do you have the pure fire?" "Do you?" said Nish, looking at Vomix and then Hackle and Nosby. "I don't know what chthonic fire is," said Nosby wearily. "I'm here to defend my liege lord's realm as I swore to do." "Then it's between us three," said Vomix. "Shall we draw lots to be the first to approach Stilkeen? Or do you claim that right, Krill Nish, as the son of the God Emperor?" Malis could read Nish's hesitation. Stilkeen was an enigma. Could its word be relied upon, or was it also planning revenge? And how would it react if the chthonic fire they gave it was not pure enough? If its offer was genuine, the first person to bring it the true fire would be rewarded beyond his dreams, though with Vomix and Hackle waiting outside, he might not enjoy it long. Yet if Stilkeen had revenge in mind, it might be better to allow Vomix or Hackle to go first. It was unlikely that they had found true fire, and if they had not, let its wrath fall upon them. However, if they had found true fire, the game was lost. "I do not claim that right," said Nish at last. His brow shone with sweat. He was afraid he'd made the wrong decision. Malis noted that both Vomix and Hackle were smiling. They had also read him. "Then it will be lots," said Vomix, drawing some tally sticks from a pocket. "Put them away," said Hackle. "I enjoy a wager, but I won't have anyone tilting the odds against me." Vomix pocketed the tally sticks. "Do you have a better alternative?" Hackle considered the standard-bearers and witnesses. "You have the only guileless face among us," he said to Malis. "Draw a large circle on the ground." With her knife, Malis described a wobbly circle on the paving stones. "Pick up 3 pieces of gravel the same size and mark them with a V, N, and H." "I'll make my own mark," said Vomix. "The devil you will," said Hackle. "No one touches them but the girl." Malis scouted around until she found 3 suitable pieces of gravel, inscribed the letters on them, and held them out so Nish, Vomix, and Hackle could inspect them. "We'll walk away," said Hackle. You, girl, are to stand in the circle, shake the gravel in your hand and hurl it upwards. The piece of gravel that falls closest to the centre of the circle indicates the first to confront Stilkeen, and the furthest piece last. What if she cheats? Vomix said sourly. How can she? Said Hackle. A layer of grey cloud passed across the setting sun, and in the sudden gloom the fire palace flared and flickered. Malis did not want to go near it. Was she going to meet the death the pit of possibilities had predicted in Moraloon? She hurled the gravel straight up and moved out of the way. One piece fell inside the circle, a second near the rim, and the third further off. An unambiguous result, said Hackle. Pick up the stones one at a time. Hackle, Nish, and Vomix approached. The outer stone was marked H. Oh, well, Hackle said philosophically. The second stone had a V on it, and the third an N. So Krill Nish approaches Stilkeen first, said Vomix, and I've a feeling the reward is not going to be to his liking. We will assemble outside Moraloon in 10 minutes, then go in together. Nish led his allies forwards, Igur, Tulatine and Flid, Malis, Malien and Persea, Garthor representing the Arkim, Rill and Liet the Lyrinx, Galgiliel the Phalim, and Zoflock the Whelm. Nosby was waiting below the broad steps of Moraloon with 2 uniformed officers. Vomix came marching up from the left with 6 men, and Hackle from the right with his 4. They stopped, eyeing each other warily. Malis tried to conceal herself behind Igur, though she knew Vomix could see her. Surely that unpleasantly thick and rancid smell emanating from him, like the fumes from a cauldron of congealed blood, indicated that there was something desperately sick inside him. Shall we go in? Said Hackle, with a toothy gambler's smile. He's no more to be trusted than Vomix, Malis thought. They formed into 4 separate ranks and prepared to march into Moraloon together. As they reached the first step, a current of warm air rushed past them, the structural flames stood out more brightly, and Malis heard a distant roaring like the inward breath of a furnace. Do you think it's wise to carry the caduceus and the serpent staffs into Moraloon? Said Malien in a low voice. Good point, said Flid. Give them here. He fitted the 2 serpent staffs around the caduceus, as it had been when Stilkeen first appeared, and with a flash of red fire they welded themselves back in place. He raised the complete caduceus, struggling with its weight, climbed the steps, and slammed the tip into the marble paving stone directly before the open doorway of Moraloon. Thunder rolled, cracks zigzagged out from the riven stone, and Malis shuddered. How would Stilkeen meet this challenge? Be very careful now, Igur said in a low voice. Close to Stilkeen our arts may not work properly, or at all. Flames leaped up from the palace, higher than ever, but they gave forth neither heat nor any smell of burning. They weren't eating the stone away, they were a replacement for it, and they appeared to burn without ever consuming anything. Malis did not want to go near the place. The hum rose again, and a white barrier appeared behind Moraloon, like the one Nish had mentioned seeing earlier, through Persea's field scope. It slanted up from the ground to the sky until it blocked out the mountains completely. Then its dazzling whiteness slowly faded to translucency, and moving shadows appeared behind it, the blurred shapes of beasts and monstrosities. There's thousands of them, Malis whispered, pressing her hand against her fluttering heart. Millions and billions uncounted, said Igur. We're seeing the barrier that protects our world from the void made visible. Stilkeen threatened to empty the void into Santhenar if we failed to give it the true fire. And if it does... In the unseen distance, something made a low, purring yet mechanical hum. Do you think that could be Clam? Said Nish, looking around. There's no reason to suppose it is, said Flid, nor that he'd help us. Malis covertly studied the other 3 leaders, trying to guess what they would do. Vomix was nervously licking his ruined lips. Hackle's broad and unwavering smile might have been stretched out with hooks, while Nosby's cheeks were bloodless and he was struggling to control a twitch near his left eye. "We'd better go in," said Flid casually. If he was anxious about meeting Stilkeen, his gaunt, ugly face did not show it. "You first," muttered Vomix. He was afraid, which did not make Malis feel any better. Flid returned Vomix's earlier bow, mockingly, and headed for the entrance of the palace. Malis followed, keeping so close to Nish that her shoulder touched his upper arm. The flaming walls, floor, and ceiling burned bright but cold, and she felt no more than a tickle as she moved into the fire. It was not of this world, barely here. Had Stilkeen shifted the dimensions slightly to make it so? Her mind whirled at the thought. Other dimensions were, like Igur's dimensionless boxes, beyond her imagining. Beneath the fire, the original stone floor appeared solid, though when she stepped on it, her foot came down with a thud. It was slightly lower than it seemed. Stepping carefully, she crept along the grand entrance hall. Every so often, as if from the corner of her eye, she caught another glimpse of the translucent barrier and the shadows moving in the void behind it. How much would it take to release that alien horde into Santhenar, and if they got in, could humanity survive? The Lyrinx War had begun after a mere handful of Lyrinx escaped from the void, and it had lasted 150 years. Ahead now, at the heart of the palace, stood Jalnish's majestic audience chamber, a vast oval space 100 spans by 60, with its ceiling soaring 15 spans above them. Sweeping curves of slender golden columns marked the edges of the chamber, the flames coiling in impenetrable walls between them. All was monumental, eerie, and beautiful. This was a room suited to a god-emperor or to a being. "There it is," breathed Nish as something moved at the far end of the chamber where his father's throne had once stood. Stilkeen hung suspended in webs of fire and shadow, which had the lazy swirl of flames seen through the door of a furnace. Yalkara had said that it could take any aspect imaginable, but it wore much the same guise as when it had abducted Jalnish, the broad winged skull, the membrane-covered yellow eyes, and the massively muscled body. Malis wondered why it still looked the same. Could it be trapped in this one form? Might that be a weakness they could use against it? "Why the fire webs?" said Chulatine. "In its severed state, the physical worlds cause it great pain," said Igur. "And me," she said wryly. "Which gets worse the longer it spends here," Igur continued. "But by shifting the palace slightly to keep our physical world at a distance and remaking the building in flame, Stilkeen can remain here relatively pain-free." "You better give me the Tafloid," he said quietly to Malis. "Why?" She didn't want to give it up. It was the only protection she had. "When you're wearing it, Stilkeen won't be able to see you." Malis eyed the great creature hanging in its webs. Its eyes seemed to be looking directly at her. "I don't want it to see me." "It has to. Give it here." She handed the Tafloid over and Igur moved aside so that Nish and Malis were at the head of the procession. Stilkeen stirred as they approached, raised its needle-toothed head, and its voice had the thundering reverberation of air being pumped into a furnace. "Who brings the uncorrupted chthonic fire will be rewarded beyond their dreams. Who keeps true fire from Stilkeen will suffer such agonies as no human has ever felt. Have you brought the fire?" When Nish didn't move or speak, Flid nudged him in the middle of the back. Nish squared his broad shoulders and stepped forwards, putting on a show of confidence he could not be feeling. He bowed to Stilkeen, though not in subservience, rather as one equal to another. Malis was amazed that he could do so. She was so afraid that she would have fallen on her face. "Lord Stilkeen," said Nish sonorously, "we have brought you fire from 3 sources, as pure and white as we could find and preserved as best we could. We cannot tell if it is the fire you seek." Bring it to me, said Stilkeen, and Melis thought she saw a trace of eagerness in its small yellow eyes as the nictitating membranes swept back and forth across them, protecting them from contact with even the air of the real world. Eger handed 3 flat back circles, the dimensionless boxes, to Melis. Each had a different marking on the outside to show where the contents had been found. Why are you giving them to me? She squawked. You're the best person to do it, he said quietly. Stilkeen won't see you as a threat since I can't use my gift. What if it doesn't like what's in the boxes? I don't know what it will do, Melis, but rest assured it'll happen to us as well. That was not comforting. Give them to me, said Nish, whose knuckles were white on the hilt of his blade. It's my job. I don't want Melis. Eger's right, Nish, Flid said quietly. She's the best chance we've got. Melis felt better for knowing that Nish was worried about her, though only a little. She took a small step, then another. How was one supposed to address a being anyhow? Would it be insulted if she got it wrong, or wouldn't it care? "O great Stilkeen, roamer of the celestial realms," she began. "Give me white fire," said Stilkeen, reaching out. The webs of fire and shadow must have been sticky, for they made zipping sounds as its movements separated them. And despite the protection of the webs, it was in pain. Melis could sense its torment, as she had the first time she'd seen it. "I hope these can ease your suffering?" She bowed low. Stilkeen regarded her silently, then reached out with one enormous hand. "This fire came from the Tower of 1,000 Steps," said Melis. "I found it deep in the icy foundations." She handed Stilkeen the first dimensionless box. Stilkeen plunged one hand in through the blackness. Clearly it had no fear of being enveloped by the box, and plucked out a fistful of white fire which it tossed into the air and swallowed. Throwing the dimensionless box to one side, it said, "Not pure enough." She handed it the second box. "This fire was clinging to the shattered casket Yalkara hid long ago deep below Mistmark Mountain." Stilkeen put its thick lips to the box and sucked out the fire. "Purer, but not pure." Her skin crawled. This was their last chance, and if it failed, then what? She gave it the third box. "This fire I found on the ruin world of Arkan, where it had been taken up by toadstools growing in a canyon." Stilkeen hooked a nail into the non-existent edge of the dimensionless box and peeled it apart into 2 identical black circles. Fire flickered between them, but it was no longer white. It had gone a raw, bleeding red. After studying it carefully, Stilkeen put one black circle over the other until they fused into one, sealing in the fire, then crushed the dimensionless box in its fist until it vanished. "Your passage from Arkan corrupted the white fire and rendered it useless. Is that all?" Dread was now an icy waterfall down Melis's back. "There is more on Arkan. You can easily—" "Stilkeen cannot go to Arkan, and fire cannot be brought from Arkan without becoming corrupted." It looked her up and down, incuriously. "As you tried honestly, you will not be consumed immediately. You may yet serve." 42. Nish swallowed the lump in his throat as Melis shuffled away from Stilkeen. He had been so afraid for her that he could hardly breathe. When she reached him, he took her upper arm and drew her gently backwards, and the rest of his company moved with them. Eger slid the taphloid into her hand, and the being's gaze slipped off her onto Nish, then to Hackle and Vomix. "Well," it said. Hackle glanced at Vomix, who did not speak. "I too have found white fire," said Hackle, putting his hand into the bag slung on his belt. "I took it from the topmost chamber of Yalkara's abandoned fortress, Havissard, many years ago. I did not know what it was, and I have always kept it in the sapphire case in which I found it. If it was pure then, it should be pure still. Stilkeen's yellow eyes narrowed to points. In Havisard. Just so. Bring me the case. Surreptitiously, Hackle signed behind him to his men. What was he up to? From his bag, he withdrew a rectangular blue case, like a jewel box, and slunk towards Stilkeen like the jackal that was his namesake. Nish edged backwards until he felt Flid's hand touch his shoulder. Don't move a hair, whispered Flid. Hackle's boots appeared to skim the flame floor without touching the solid stone beneath. He went to his knees before Stilkeen, bowing so low that it seemed insolent, and raising the case above his head. As Stilkeen reached for it, Hackle's thumb slid across a projection in its base. The lid of the case flipped up and something exploded out of it, unzipping and expanding at colossal speed. A light-touched net that unfolded in the air, soaring up and over Stilkeen to envelop him, and every winking shard of light reflecting from it marked a little tri-pronged barb. The instant it touched, Stilkeen shrieked and began to writhe in agony. Hackle's men stormed the webs of fire, and he whipped out a fuming sword that was similarly light-touched. He was leaping up to thrust it into the being's throat when Stilkeen dashed the net aside. Red welts were rising all over its hand and arm where the barbs had touched it, the points concentrating the pain of contact with the physical world. Had the net enveloped it completely, Stilkeen might have been rendered helpless by the pain. Its left arm lengthened, its hand expanded enormously and shot towards Hackle, catching him immovably around the chest. His fuming sword fell, repelling the flames in a circle as it struck the floor. Stilkeen's right hand became a hammer that went up, then slammed down onto the first soldier as if driving a nail, smashing him into a smear on the floor. It whacked another 5 times, finishing the others before pulling back into a normal hand. The room was silent now. As a demonstration of power, it had been terrifyingly convincing. Hackle tried to smile. It was worth the gamble. Was it? Stilkeen said in a staccato voice, as if every word hurt now. It closed its enormous fist as if squeezing a lemon, and when no more red sludge could be squeezed out of Hackle, it tossed the crushed bone bag aside. Nish avoided looking at the mess. Their fate hung on Stilkeen's slightest whim, and no one knew what might set it off. Does anyone else have fire? Said Stilkeen, rubbing the welts and twitching. Vomix's men were backing away. Where was he? In the confusion he had slipped out, abandoning them. You, red-haired man, does your master have fire? No, whispered the red-haired officer. Seneschal Vomix. He licked dry, flaking lips. He planned to steal it from Nish. Stilkeen transformed an arm into a scythe and cut the officer and his men down before they could move. Anyone fire, repeated Stilkeen. Its eyes narrowed. It was looking behind Nish. Outside, something hummed over the paved plain, then back the way it had come. It can only be Clam, Nish thought. In our most desperate hour he comes. But the hum faded and disappeared. Master! Cried a harsh, dead voice. My new master! The reanimated Zoflock was lurching forwards, carrying a small, round glass flask whose contents were bubbling. What have you there? Said Stilkeen. White fire, master, purified of all baseness and corruption. I distilled it myself. You presume. How could you know what was corrupt? Stilkeen's mouth opened and closed. Little flames shivered up and down its throat. It shook its blistered arm, making a faint, moaning sound. Try it, master. Stilkeen swirled the flask, tasted some distilled fire on a finger, and spat it against a column. pink flame belched up. Stilkeen dropped the flask on the floor, put a huge foot on it and smashed it. With the other foot, it did the same to the sorcerer, sending squirts of Zoflock in several directions. One splattered the lower third of General Nosby's white uniform. Its feet returned to their normal size. Stilkeen swung back into its webs and hung there, shivering and wincing. Its small eyes turned to General Nosby. "And you?" "I command the God Emperor's Imperial Guard, Your Highness," said Nosby, looking sick. "I am here to protect my God Emperor." Stilkeen closed one claw upon another, and an image of Nish was painted on the air before them. His father's naked body was the mottled blue-green colour of a month-old corpse, and it had been strung up, unmasked and upside down, from the ceiling of the 9th level of Moraloon. The seeping mouth was clustered with flies, as were the ruined nose, empty eye socket, and the hideous scars made by a Lyrynx's claws. Even with the tears, he had never been able to heal himself, and Nish couldn't bear to look. "Poor father, he must have suffered terribly." "So have my family and thousands of others," said Malis coolly. "Your father made his own choices while they suffered simply because he ordered it." "Even so," said Nish. "He was my father." "That thing call himself God Emperor," said Stilkeen. "He was to me," Nosby said, clearly shaken to see his master's great power and presence reduced to nothing. "No God Emperor," said Stilkeen. "Just pitiful mortal man." The image faded and its eyes moved back and forth over the survivors. Nish wished he'd run while he had the chance. Stilkeen pulled at a length of the flame and shadow web, bound it around its blistered hand and arm, and pressed it down until it could barely be seen. Its pain appeared to ease. "You have no more fire to offer," said Stilkeen, speaking smoothly again. "We searched everywhere," said Nish. "There was no pure fire." "Yet it exists not far away," said Stilkeen. "It will be preserved in a vessel made of corundite, the only substance that can maintain it uncorrupted. I know the pure fire exists, I can feel it, but corundite does not permit me to locate it." Its eyes narrowed, the needle teeth slid seamlessly together. "After the creatures from the void have exacted retribution, they will find it for me." Stilkeen raised a hand, and the flame ceiling thinned until Nish could see the translucent barrier behind the palace, like an endless sky-high wall. It appeared more transparent than before, while the shapes clustering on the other side were clearer and more menacing. Stilkeen was going to open the void, and no one could stop it. Then, as they waited for their doom, the humming Nish had heard earlier rose to a howl, and an extraordinary contraption hurtled in through the flame-wreathed entrance of Moraloon. It had the deep keel and curving sides of a sea-going galleon, save that they were made of brass interleaved with black metal intricately decorated with silver. Its bow was high and pointed, with flaring metal shields extending along the edges of the deck in place of rails, while several white hoop-like structures rose above the deck like covered wagons. An inscription in flowing writing on the bow read, "3 reckless old ladies." "Reckless old ladies," said Nish, bemused. A small javelot, set in a rectangular box-like wooden frame, was mounted behind the bow shields, and on a platform at the stern stood a catapult on a swivelling mount. The sky galleon flashed by, skidded sideways across the centre of the audience chamber, buffeting the flames all around, and a jowly old woman with jingling chins, Eula no less, fired the contents of the catapult point-blank at Stilkeen. Nish couldn't tell what she had fired, but Stilkeen let out a shriek of agony, shrank to a quarter of its former size, and wrapped the webs of flame and shadow tightly about itself, shaking wildly and squealing. The sky galleon curved around towards everyone, dropped sharply, and its keel screeched across the solid floor beneath the flame. "Get in!" yelled a little old lady, her eyes huge with excitement in her lined face. She trotted along the deck, hurling rope ladders over the side. "Lillis," said Malis in astonishment, and ran for the nearest ladder. "What are you doing here?" "I've retired from the Great Library to go adventuring," Lillis said, pulling on Malis's arm as she reached the top. "Quick!" Nish scrambled up and the others followed. Melente, as unkempt as ever, stood in the wheelhouse holding a protruding knob where the wheel of a ship would normally have been mounted. It rather resembled the controller she had made for the air sled after the attack on the monastery. "Ready? Ready, set, go!" shouted Lillis, as if she were 10 again, and leapt up and down, clapping her hands. "Beautiful shot, Eula, fire again!" The sky galleon took off with a jerk that threw everyone against the wheelhouse and began to circle the audience chamber. Eula emptied a bag of sand into the catapult bucket, hauled her bloated body into the seat, aimed and fired again. This time the sand went wide, save for a scatter which struck the webs covering Stilkeen's lower parts. It shrieked in agony, shot upwards like an unbound spring, and the clinging webs peeled apart, the fire webs dangling below it, the webs of shadow sticking to the floor and wall. Stilkeen propelled itself through an opening in the ceiling, and the fire webs were jerked up after it, out of sight. "Never has any face been so welcome, Melente," cried Nish, shaking her hand. "I told you Eula needed the air sled," said Melente, beaming all over her old face. "I made the sky galleon from it. You can let go now." He released her hand. Malis was looking at the 3 old women in bemusement. "Malis, meet Eula and Melente," said Nish. "Back in Roros, Eula was planning to look for a weapon against Stilkeen, but sand?" "If it was in such pain from simply being in our world," said Eula, "we reasoned that contact with any physical object must be so much worse. So we hit it with hard, gritty sand dug from the river Zur beside the Great Library," said Lillis. "A million sharp grains at once. The pain was so bad that it had to run." "We'd better do the same," said Flid. "Stilkeen was about to open the void." "I believe this is yours," said Melente, handing Nish Rivermord's sabre. "I found it when I raised the air sled." "Thanks," said Nish absently, putting it down on the side, for his own sword was much more to his liking. The craft spun on its axis, hurtled down the broad hall and outside. The sun had set, and the surroundings of the palace were now lit by hundreds of concealed lanterns. Nish, looking back, saw something hanging from the ceiling of the open 9th level, directly below the spire. He touched Melente's arm. "I think that's Father's body. We'd better check." She curved the craft back towards the highest level and inside. As they approached, Nish could smell the rotting body, and he had to turn away. No matter his father's crimes, and they were legion, he could not bear to see him like that. "Is it definitely Father?" "It's him," said Flid somberly. "And he's dead," said Nish. "It's not some spell or cunning illusion." "No illusion can exist this close to Stilkeen," said Malien. "The body looks as though it's been dead for weeks." "The God Emperor is dead," said Flid, then took a deep breath. "Long, don't say it," gritted Nish, knowing that Flid was about to say long live the God Emperor. "Don't you dare put that on me. Melente, get out of here." Flid's mouth snapped closed. Melente headed outside, sat down, and they climbed over the sides of the sky galleon onto the elevated 4-sided promenade surrounding Moraloon. Between the palace and the range, the endless barrier wall of the void cut through ground and sky, half a league away. Igur cleared his throat. "Your armies await your command, Nish." Command, said Nish, still thinking about the death of his father. Yes, right. He had to focus. Once Stilkeen tore open the void, the attack could come from anywhere, or everywhere. Pull yourself together, said Flid, thumping him hard on the shoulder. This is the moment we've been fighting for ever since you escaped from Mazahaiza. Nish studied the featureless barrier. How can we defend ourselves against what's up there? Any kind of creature imaginable could come out. Without the aid of our enemies, we can't. Vomix will be a threat as long as he lives, said Nish, and Hackle's army is hungry for loot. They won't help me. They will while their own survival is at stake, said Flid, and I'm going to do my best to ensure that any attack falls on them first. Talk to Nosby. He'll be looking to the son of the God Emperor for leadership. Tell him that you're committed to the survival of the Empire and to recovering your father's body. You can say that much without compromising your precious principles, surely? And you never give up, Nish thought irritably. I'll have to get to Hackle's mercenaries before Vomix does, or they'll blame me for what happened inside. Flid can take care of that, said Agur. Get moving, Nish. I'll make a truce with Vomix, for what it's worth. He headed one way and Flid the other, then both stopped, staring. A needle beam of white light went angling up from the top of the palace towards the barrier wall and touched it, hundreds of spans above the plain. Vapour wisped out, and the needle of light moved across the barrier, cutting through it in a semicircle, then began to shake and abruptly went out. I don't like the look of that, Malente muttered. Someone handed Nish a field glass and he focused it on the ragged semicircle. Shadows behind the barrier converged on the curved cut and forced it outwards to form a horizontal flap, a platform about 20 spans long and equally wide. A broad path ran up to the opening from the void side, and a gaggle of creatures, some familiar to Nish from the histories, others bizarre, appeared there, jostling and snapping at each other. A large crocodilian beast broke free and scuttled across the flap or platform, but plummeted off the edge to the paved plain far below, killing itself instantly. The void doesn't have gravity as we know it, said Rill from behind Nish, and it can take a while to get used to. Let's hope a few more go the same way. A host of winged lizards forced their way through, unfurled long wings, and glided down to attack Vomix's army, which was nearest to the opening. A snake with fins wriggled under the platform and disappeared. Other beasts, many and various in shape and size, climbed down, clinging to the Santhenar side of the barrier with claws, hooks, or barbs. The flow through the opening from the void stopped suddenly. Creatures small and large darted to left and right. Drums thudded like mallets thumping into wooden blocks. Nish slid the tubes of the field scope back and forth, trying to focus on the blurred shapes beyond the opening. An upright, bear-shaped creature appeared in the opening. It was a span and a half high, as big as a large larynx, though its thick, streamlined body had grey skin as smooth as a seal's. A pair of long teeth protruded from its upper jaw like the tusks of a walrus, only larger. Its body was long, its legs short, and even from this distance its eyes were bright and intelligent. A bandolier slung from its left shoulder to its right hip had various objects thrust into it, and it carried a trident in its right hand. It pounded its left fist against its belly, making the drumming sound, thump-a-thump-thump, thump-a-thump-thump. What's that? Nish said hollowly. Atatusk, said Rill. I hope it's the only one. Nish had a feeling it wouldn't be. Are they bad? He said, looking up at Rill. Though he was a small larynx, he stood head and chest above Nish. Put it this way, said Rill, bright colours shivering across the armoured skin of his chest. Nish hoped he wasn't regretting coming to the aid of Santhenar. When we dwelt in the void, Atatusk ate us for breakfast. The Atatusk approached the edge of the platform, drew an object like a bamboo field scope from its bandolier and surveyed the scene. While thus occupied, one of the winged lizards tried to creep by, belly to the ground. Without looking, the Atatusk backhanded it across the side of the head, it went tumbling down, hit the paving, and did not move. The thump-a-thump-thump grew louder, and the front line of a marching rank of Atatusk appeared, 6 wide. Nish could not see how far back it extended. The first Atatusk put 2 flat, flipper-like hands around its mouth and said in an enormously amplified, barking voice, "I, Lemno Gorgandiah, lay claim to this world from the Atatusk nation." Over his shoulder he added, "Find the white fire for Stilkeen, then stamp on all those squirming grubs." Gorgandiah seemed to be looking directly at Nish now, and a creeping terror washed over him. Once these creatures gained a foothold on Santhenar, it would be impossible to get rid of them. "We've got to keep them out," he said, knowing that he had no way of doing so. "Too late," said Rill. Gorgandiah lifted a coil of rope from his back, snapped the hook on its end over the edge of the platform, and threw himself off, sliding down the rope so fast that smoke rose from his grey palms. He reached the plain, spat green gobs into his hands, then grounded the butt of his trident and waited as the rest of his troop followed, 30 in all. Another troop of Atatusk appeared at the opening. "We'll never defeat them," said Rill, colours flashing all over his armoured skin. "It's hopeless." "We've got thousands of men," said Nish, "and you're 500 Lyrinx. And the Atatusk in the void are numberless. I'll go back to my own." Rill bounded away. A messenger came running from the Imperial Guard, carrying signal flags on a pole. "General Nosby's compliments, sir, and he stands ready to follow your orders." "Signal him to stand by," said Nish, as more runners converged on him. Hackle's officers also offered their support. However, Vomix demanded that Nish abandon any claim to the throne and swear allegiance to him. Nish did not bother to reply, for Gorgandiah's platoon of Atatusk were converging on the Seneschal's forces, and he would soon be fighting for his life. As another platoon of Atatusk started to slide down, Nish began to formulate a battle plan. Standing on the top steps of the promenade, where he could see most of the nearby plain, he weighed up his troops, taking account of their capabilities and weaknesses, and began to issue orders. The signallers sent them to his detachments, and they wheeled to face the enemy. He checked his sword, then mentally noted where Flid, Perseer and Egur stood, Tulatine and Malien, Rill and Liet, and all his other allies. The sky galleon shot by, Lillis at the javelard, Eula seated on her catapult, then hurtled off to the attack. Everyone could be accounted for, except Malis. Where was she? She'd been here only a few minutes ago. Then the fighting swept towards him, and there was no time to look for her. 43. Malis was pacing along the side steps of the promenade surrounding Moraloon, which were not fire-touched, thankfully, but good solid stone. Stilkeen had said that the pure fire was not far away, hidden in a corundite vessel, but what was corundite? No one knew, not even Lillis, who was on the deck of the sky galleon at the base of the steps. "It sounds like a mineral," the librarian said. "Why don't you ask Eula?" "Why would she know?" said Malis, who knew nothing about Eula save that she once had been the governor of Crandor. "She has the best mineral collection in the world. Eula?" "Corundite is a very hard and heavy mineral," said Eula, who was readying the sky galleon for takeoff. "Like ruby or sapphire, but it can be any colour." "Thanks," Malis said absently. So she had to find a vessel made from a hard, heavy mineral that could be any colour. It was no help at all. The sky galleon lifted and shot away. Malis had just passed in front of the entrance of the palace when Stilkeen slid down its webs into the audience chamber, gathered spilled chthonic fire from the floor, and shaking with pain formed it into a tight beam which it directed upwards to cut a semicircle through the void barrier. Its webs slipped, it let out a shriek, and the beam cut off. Stilkeen wrapped the fire webs tightly around itself once more and disappeared upwards. The flap cut into the barrier was forced down to form a horizontal platform, and through the opening Melis saw a broad path leading into the void, with dozens of strange and savage creatures clustered on it. She watched in horror as the alien beasts poured forth and came down to the plain. The histories told many stories about the creatures that inhabited the void, and all were desperate to escape from its unrelenting brutality. What was she to do? She had no skill at arms and could not fight them. The least of those creatures would kill her in an instant, but there had to be something she could do to help. If Stilkeen tried again, it might make so many openings that the defenders would be overwhelmed. But after the ruthless way it had dispatched Hackle and Zoflock, she did not want to go anywhere near it. And yet, while she wore the taffloid, it did not appear to see her, and it was crippled by pain, which evened the odds a little. Dare she try to stop it? Melis crept back and forth, peering between the columns into the palace. She looked around to ask someone for advice, but the promenade was deserted, and suddenly there was fighting all across the plain. The longer she hesitated, the more people were going to die, and the greater the risk that Stilkeen would breach the barrier again. She had to act now. Alone and without a plan of attack, she headed into the fire palace. Melis darted from column to column along the hall towards the audience chamber. Her palms were sweating. 1 minute her heart was racing, the next she could barely feel it beating. If Stilkeen could take on any aspect, it might be hiding there now. And even if the taffloid concealed her from its sight, it might hear or smell her. The shadow webs still hung at the rear of the audience chamber, though they appeared to be empty. As she crept closer, sand grated underfoot, the sharp sand that had driven Stilkeen away. But where had it gone? The hair rose on the back of her neck. Someone was watching her, but not with their eyes. Melis loosened her knife in its sheath, slowly turning around. "Who's there?" she said hoarsely, trying to control her terror, for the taffloid only hid her from Stilkeen. What if it was Vomix behind her? Her throat went dry so that it was hard to get the words out. What do you want?" "Help!" called a deep voice from somewhere below her, a voice she recognized. It was Clam, and for as long as she'd known him, he had been her enemy. But if Stilkeen was everyone's enemy, maybe Clam was on her side now. "Where are you?" "Caught in one of the God Emperor's stinking traps. Come down the stairs to your left." He sounded in great pain, and Melis did not think it was feigned, so she obeyed. These stairs were also wreathed in the pale fire that burned constantly yet gave off no heat. She could feel its radiance on her face and hands, like firelight, and it tickled where it touched bare skin. The lower level was a large open space, framed by curved arrays of columns much like the rest of Moraloon. She looked right and left. The flames were less visible here, and behind them she saw silken tapestries on the walls, a plain but elegant silk carpet on the marble floor, but no Clam. Was it an ambush? She felt for her knife. "Up here," he said softly. "Don't laugh." The dwarf hung upside down from the ceiling, several spans above her. His left boot had been caught in a wire noose that must have whipped up after he'd stepped in it, and it had drawn so tightly around his ankle that he could not free himself. Clam's lips were drawn back from his teeth, and sweat dripped from his brow. His right hand was wrapped in a filthy, frayed bandage, possibly the same one as he'd worn when she'd freed Nish from the air sled on the range of ruin weeks ago. "Why would I laugh?" said Melis. "I take no pleasure from others' pain." Clam was scratched and bruised, his clothes were torn as if by large claws, and his face was a congested purple. "Snared in a trap of my own design," he muttered. "I'll never live this down." He caught her eye. "Will you help me?" Melis could not forget that he had once been a devious scrutator, and he had condemned her at the range of ruin. "You've got the tears, free yourself." "I dropped them. Besides, this noose is a live wire. Once you're caught in it, it keeps tightening and there's no way to stop it, even via Mansory. Unless the God Emperor wills it." And he's dead, thought Melis. Hurrah! The tears lay on the floor some distance away, while Clam's sword and knob laggy were directly beneath him. They must have fallen from their sheaths when he was jerked upside down. Her heart began to pound. If she could get the tears to Flid, they might turn the tide of the battle. She crept across and stood looking down at their roiling quicksilver surfaces, sick with fear. The song of the tears was just the faintest drone, but she had seen what their kiss could do. She reached for the chain, then drew back as Clam spoke. "I wouldn't," he said softly. "Few people, indeed few mancers, can wield the tears, and you certainly are not one of them. I wasn't thinking of using them. Even to pick them up by the chain is taking a mortal risk. If Reaper came at you, how would you protect yourself?" Came at me? She remembered Nish's agony after he'd touched Reaper, and how terribly it had burned his hand. She knew the scars still troubled him. "Oh yes," said Clam. "Reaper hates Melis, and Reaper longs to devour. It's been shaped that way by its master, and even a mancer of my power must be ever on his guard against it. Are you going to help me or not?" She stepped away hastily and studied the live wire, a fine coppery binding cutting through the boot into his ankle. "How am I supposed to get you down? Do you want your knob laggy?" "The live wire can't be undone, even by mancery," he reminded her. "Throw me my sword." She picked it up, wondering how she was going to toss it that high without hitting him. She hacked a piece from the silk carpet, wrapped it around the blade, and gave a small heave to gauge the weight. "Careful, it's fiercely sharp," said Clam. She wrapped the carpet around again, tied it on with some loose threads, aimed, and threw. The sword flew to Clam's left, but he gave a convulsive sideways jerk, and his outstretched hand caught the hilt. He swung upside down again, grimacing at the pain in his ankle, allowed the carpet sheath to fall, and bared the blade. Only then did Melis realize what he was going to do. "No," she whispered. "There's got to be a better way." "I designed the trap, Melis. There's no other way out of it. Step aside." Clam's jaw tightened, then he twisted his body and swung the sword before Melis could look away. It crunched straight through his boot and bone above his ankle, and he fell, still holding the sword, tumbled over in midair, and landed on his one foot. The live wire tightened on the severed ankle, squeezing it out of the noose. Then his foot fell to the floor beside him. It was no bigger than one of her own small feet. The stump was pouring blood, and if it wasn't stopped, he might bleed to death. Melis was wondering if she could bind the wound with strips of carpet, when Clam dropped the sword, hopped across to the tears, and pressed the severed end of his leg against Reaper. "No!" she yelled, feeling faint at the thought of such a terrible remedy. There came a ghastly sizzling, and Clam let out a single, choked-off shriek. Smoke fumed up all around him. She smelt burned meat and charred bone. Melis felt a shocking pain in her middle, as if Gatherer were radiating Clam's agony in all directions, but it faded, and he lay gasping on the floor. She ran across. His eyes were tightly closed, but tears were leaking out of them. "What can I do?" she said, taking his hand. "Tell me what to do." He was no longer her enemy, just a little man in agony. "Get my knob laggy," he said through clenched teeth, "and a length of wood or metal." The tapestries were suspended from metal rods. She tore one down, wrenched the rod out, and gave it to him. Using the power of the knob laggy, he bent the rod double and fused its ends to form a blob, flattened on the base, which he bound to his lower leg to form a crude foot. The gruesomely cauterized wound began to drip a straw-colored fluid. "Help me up," he gritted. She did so. "Where's Nish?" As he took an awkward step, pain shivered across his handsome face. "He's dead." "Dead? Are you sure?" "We all saw his rotting body, and he looked as though he'd been dead for weeks. It wasn't pleasant." "Where was he?" "In the top level of the palace." "I swore an oath to him, and I've come all this way," Clam said. "I'll see him laid to rest. You'd better get out of the palace. It isn't safe." He turned aside. "Wait," said Malis. "Stilkeen has cut a hole in the void and they're coming through." He froze, turned painfully. "What's coming through?" "Beasts I have no name for, savage, terrible creatures. It offered Santhenar to them. It told them to get rid of humanity and find the white fire." Clam stumped back, caught her arm, and pulled her down to his level. "And who's to hold them off?" he said hoarsely. "I've had no news since I left Blisterbone and I went into the Shadow Realm. And in there I can't even tell how time is passing." "You left Blisterbone nearly 4 weeks ago." She told him about the armies gathered outside and Nish's allies. "Extraordinary," said Clam, stumping away past his amputated foot and back. "I hadn't thought any of you would survive." "And Vomix has an army as well, maybe 6,000 men." "Seneschal Vomix. What's he doing here? Trying to take the Empire for himself?" "Like hell." Clam thought for a moment. "You better come with me." "I'm looking for a way to attack Stilkeen." "I've been trying to think of one ever since I left Blisterbone Pass." There came a barking, bellowing from outside, as though a great beast was raging into battle. Weapons clashed, and a thin, squealing scream echoed down the steps, but was cut off. Someone had just been slain. "My friends are dying out there and I can't fight beside them," said Malis, "but I've got to do something." "You helped me." Dispassionately, Clam studied the crusted, seeping mess on the end of his leg. "And I'll do what I can for you. I can only think of one man who might know Stilkeen's weakness. Unfortunately..." He looked her up and down as if weighing her resolve. "I'll do anything," said Malis. "Unfortunately, he's been dead for 200 years. But if you truly are brave enough to do anything, that need not stop you." Her toes curled. "What do you mean? You don't mean—" "The one man who might know is old Nadiril, the greatest librarian of all. I saw him in the Shadow Realm as I came through, but I don't see how you could possibly survive in that place, Malis, doughty though you are." Neither did she. She definitely did not want to go there, but she had to do something. "My taphloid conceals me from Stilkeen and also hides my aura," said Malis. She hastily explained about Kandor's protection and Igur. Kandor made the taphloid to give Igur a warning when Stilkeen drew near and to help conceal him. Clam rubbed his beard, thinking. The taphloid must suppress its wearer's aura on all the planes, and it might conceal you from Stilkeen's revenants too, but it won't hide you from the normal spirits in that place. Your old friends Vivimord and Froon are among them. Froon asked after you the moment I entered the Shadow Realm." His face twisted in disgust. The thought of meeting Froon again made Malis physically ill, but she could not back out now. "What choice do I have?" "No more and no less than I do," he said quietly. "We are each prisoners of our given word, yet our oaths may also serve us in dark times. Take this." With his fingertips, Clam tapped a beat on the knoblaggy, which was like 3 brass balls fused together, and handed it to her. The knoblaggy felt as heavy as solid brass. "How will you defend yourself?" she said, amazed that he would offer her something so precious to him. "I have the tears," Clam reminded her. With exquisite care, he picked them up and put them around his neck. Their song rose and fell. Malis stepped away hastily. "How do I use the knoblaggy? Can I use it without any art?" "Yes, I've allowed you to. If you're in danger, you must will a physical shield around yourself matching the concealment the taphloid gives you. It may save your life. Once." "What if I get attacked a second time?" Clam closed his eyes, smoothed his hand over the surface of Gatherer, not quite touching it, and turned his head from side to side. "There's a blade lying on the floor above here. Get it." She did not move. "What good can it do in the Shadow Realm?" "You never know," said Clam. "If you escape, leave my knoblaggy here. I'll need it afterwards." She did not ask what he meant, but ran up the stairs. The blade turned out to be the sabre Melente had returned to Nish, Vivimord's sabre, which he'd left on the side of the Sky Galleon. It must have fallen off. The sabre was way too long for her, but better than nothing, so she took it, and went back to Clam. He started when he recognised it. "I've a fancy Vivamord would be glad to see that." "Why?" said Malis. "It's been enchanted for a special purpose, but don't reveal it unless you have to. It might be worth something to you down there." She wrapped the sabre in the length of silk carpet and tied it firmly in place. "How do I get into the Shadow Realm? Is it far from here?" Clam slid his hand above the surface of Gatherer again, and a pit appeared in the floor between them. "The Shadow Realm lies everywhere, Malis, and it touches all places equally. Jump in." She did not move. She wasn't ready. "I thought it would be harder than that. When Flid was trying to get into the Shadow Realm once..." "Normally it's very hard to get in," said Clam, "but with Stilkeen so near to us, the barriers between the dimensions have thinned." She looked down, but couldn't see anything save vague flittings and scurryings in the darkness. She was sick of darkness and flame. Malis wished she was outside, and that the sun was still shining. But there was no point to wishing. The job had to be done. "Thank you," she said, and jumped. "Wait!" she called as she was falling. "How will I recognize Nadiril among millions of spirits? And how do I get out again?" There was no answer. The pit had already closed over. She drifted down, almost weightless, though she could still feel the heaviness of the knoblaggy and the warmth of the taphloid between her breasts, vibrating ever so slightly. The carpet-wrapped sabre was tucked under her left arm. Mist wreathed across the space she was falling through, and the air sparkled here and there. Rays of light streaked above and below her, illuminating rods of sky like a searchlight shining through rain. Another ray went right through her as though she had a glass belly. A transparent woman in a green gown shot by, head forward, arms clasped behind her, gliding through empty air like a skater across a frozen pond. A pair of children whirled and danced the other way, as excited as puppies chasing a leaf. Malis was smiling after them when she sensed something behind her, turned, and came face to face with a chubby, malevolent spirit whose pale skin shone as if painted with oil. His head was shaven, apart from a gleaming queue, and his cheeks were so plump that his eyes were mere slits. However, his ears had been cut off, and the tip of his nose was split, revealing its revolting insides. "Froon!" she gasped, backing away through the air and groping for the knoblaggy. She did not go for her taphloid, since it had had no effect on Froon's reanimated body after he had died. "One of me," he said in a treacly voice, "but the other 4 Froon spirits aren't far away, as distances run in the Shadow Realm. We've been watching the entrances for you, little Malis. Vivamord said you'd join us before too long." There was no sign of the injuries Froon had suffered when she'd stuffed her taphloid into his open mouth, apart from his swollen, torn and blistered lips, nor, thankfully, of the intestines that had been hanging out for most of the time that dead Froon had hunted her. "Where's Vivamord?" she asked, looking over her shoulder. Her voice sounded higher in the Shadow Realm, almost shrill. The other Froons were not in sight, though she could see spirits everywhere now. The levels below her were thick with them, all flitting and fluttering as only the disembodied could. "Around," said Froon vaguely. "Don't you worry about him. I'm going to look after you." If she used the knoblaggy, it would probably shield her from this Froon, but would there be anything left for the other 4? No, Clam had said it would only work once, and she hadn't yet gained what she came for. "I need to talk to Vivamord, it's urgent." Froon let out one of those incongruous giggles that had always set her teeth on edge. "My master is a busy man." "Here?" she cried. "How can he be?" "Vivamord wants out," Froon said sourly, "and he knows there must be a way." His red lips snapped shut as if he'd said more than his master would have liked. "I won't be bothering him, Malis, as if I'd do you any favours." He drifted towards her, and from the corners of her eyes Malis saw that the other 4 Froons were also converging on her. She gripped the knoblaggy hard. She didn't know if spirits could be harmed in the shadow realm, but live people could. Flid had talked about the dangers during their attempts to escape from Mistmurk Mountain, and if he had been afraid, there was much to be afraid of. "Vivamord!" she shouted. "Where are you? The Froons won't let me talk to you." The Froons clapped their hands over their ears, grimacing. When Froon had been alive, she remembered, shrill sounds had hurt his ears, and her voice was much higher here than in the real world. "I'll scream," said Malis, taking a deep breath and leaning towards him. "Right in your ears!" "Oh, very well," the first Froon snapped. "It'll be nearly as much fun watching the Marshta deal with you." Could Froon be trusted? Certainly not. Was he planning an ambush? Undoubtedly, if he thought he could get away with it. So she had to be on her guard. She followed him after his flitting spirit forms. Finding it hard to keep up, the 5 Froons had to keep stopping for her. Eventually they spiraled through a cloud and emerged above an amphitheatre where Vivamord stood on the stage addressing an audience. He was a very tall spirit with long black hair, black eyes and a thin, hooked nose, and every eye was drawn to him, for he was a charismatic zealot who could sway multitudes with his oratory. At sight of the flying Froons, Vivamord's hard mouth curved down in annoyance until they all pointed at Malis. He nodded, concluded his address, bowed to his audience, and drifted up towards her, showing his teeth. "I hoped to see you here before long," he said, "though I did not expect the added pleasure that you would still be alive." "I need your help," said Malis. "The only assistance you'll be getting from me will be to join us permanently." Vivamord's hand slipped to the knife on his belt. "Wait!" said Malis desperately. "Do you know what's going on at Moraloon?" He drew the knife and tested it by cutting his thumb off. The spirit matter hardly bled at all, and when he stuck it back onto the stump, his thumb wiggled just as naturally as his fingers. "A little. I can't see clearly into the material planes yet." "Stilkeen has opened the void, and if it can't soon be closed, it will be the end of the world. You once said how much you loved Santhenar, so what matters most to you, revenge on me or the world's fate?" "I care less about it now than I did while I was alive," Vivamord said. "But you're right, I do love my world and would not see it harmed, especially as I still hope to return to it. What do you want from me, Malis, and why should I help you?" "I've got to find Nadirul the librarian." "What for?" She looked over her shoulder, instinctively, then lowered her voice. "Because I'm told that he may know Stilkeen's weakness. We don't believe it will go away quietly, even if it does get the pure chthonic fire it needs to bind its physical and spirit aspects together. We're looking for a way to drive it away or even kill it." His dark eyes weighed her. He thrust the point of his knife into his tenebrous thigh again and again until an ectoplasmic fluid spurted out. He caught it in a chalice and swallowed it again. "I don't think a being can be killed," said Vivamord, "but Nadirul knows more than I do. Come this way." He took hold of her arm with fingers that had a tight, chilly clasp, like a frozen tourniquet. This time they did not float or fly, but appeared to skip in and out of existence. Malis felt as though they were covering great distances, if distance had any meaning in the shadow realm. Vivamord stopped suddenly, dropped into a multicolored layer of mist, then threw it into a space shaped like an enormous stone box, where a tremendously ancient spirit sat perched on a stool, rather like the one Lilith had used in the great library, perusing a scroll. He resembled a dying stork, Malis thought, for he was long-limbed and had a thin and sharply arching nose. His limbs were no more than bone and sinew, though his skin wasn't saggy, but rather was stretched tightly across the angular cheek and jawbones. His skull was a high, bald dome, the skin there blotchy and flaking. A few wisps of white hair clung to the sides of his head, and his eyes were clouded as if blind, and yet he had been reading. Did he read via the art? The old man looked up at Malis and smiled. "Hello, a beautiful, live, young woman." His voice was faint and whispery.
Have you come to visit me? Goody.
Hello, said Malis. You must be Nadiral. I'm Malis. I was at the Great Library recently consulting Lilith. Nadiral smiled fondly.
My little protégé, and the finest librarian I ever taught. How is she?
Very well. She has recently retired. Malis told him the tale, briefly, and how Lilith, Eula, and Melante had turned up just in time with the Sky Galleon.
3 reckless old ladies,
Nadiral said delightedly.
Capital, capital. One should always retire before its time. I went on far too long. But live people don't risk the Shadow Realm for idle conversation. You've come to consult me about some weighty matter.
Malis explained their situation and what she was looking for. The clouded eyes never left her face, and she gained the impression that he could see her clearly.
So Oldiger is still going 2 centuries after my death,
said Nadiral.
Who would have thought it? And Candor was his father. Why did that never occur to me? Ah, yes, your question,
he added as Malis stirred.
Time is pressing, and you're rightly impatient with an old man's meandering mind.
Said Malis. He seemed such a nice old fellow, and she did not want to trouble him. Get on with it, snapped Vivamord. She has a date. He tested the knife blade on his other thumb. Nadiral ignored him.
I could not have answered your question before I came to the Shadow Realm, Malis, but since I've been here I've kept my eyes and ears open, in a manner of speaking.
He laughed wispily.
Stilkeen's revenants are silly, heedless creatures, all pleasure and no prudence. They give no thought to the future. It's no wonder Stilkeen keeps them here.
I didn't know they were kept here, said Vivamord, suddenly attentive.
Of course they are, said Nadiral. In Stilkeen's proper state, it is almost invulnerable because it can shift quickly to other aspects and planes where few, if any, enemies can follow. And besides, being a being, he smiled at the little wordplay, it can't be killed save by another higher power. However, severed from its revenants as it is now, it has a weakness. It is almost invulnerable to the most powerful mortals, but its revenants are only safe in the Shadow Realm, or when they are united with Stilkeen by chthonic fire. If they leave this realm unbound, there is one single way that they can be harmed, indeed, destroyed completely.
How? Said Malis, finding it hard to breathe. This was the answer everyone had been searching for. Dare she try to destroy even part of a being?
Unfortunately, I haven't learned that,
said Nadiral with a wry smile. But have you got any idea?
I'm afraid not. You'll have to work it out yourself.
His clouded eyes closed, his head nodded, and he appeared to doze for a few seconds before opening his eyes again.
However, out in the real world their senses fail them. The revenants are blind and they can barely hear, so you may be able to trick them. And if you should succeed and they are destroyed, I believe that Stilkeen would be so hurt by their destruction that it would not be seen again in the physical worlds for a goodly fraction of eternity.
44. We've got to do something or the Atatusk are going to run right over the top of us, Nish said to Rill when they met during a temporary lull in the fighting 20 minutes later. We've done well to hold them back, said Rill, whose chest and right arm were covered in Atatusk blood of a brilliant chromium green. They're the mightiest foe we ever encountered in the void, but they're not as comfortable on this heavy world. We're tiring them. Not quickly enough. The Atatusk were brilliant, instinctive fighters who seemed to anticipate every stroke of their opponents, and they could take even more punishment than the armoured Lyrinx, for the blubbery layer under their grey skin could not only absorb mighty blows, but was self-healing. At least 500 men lay dead already, most from Vomix's army, fortunately, plus many Lyrinx, and the Atatusk were coming out of the void faster than they were being killed. Rill began cleaning the claws of his right hand with the point of a yellow Atatusk tusk. It was as long as Nish's forearm and greenly bloody on the thick end, where it had been torn from the jaw. The Lyrinx were as civilized as old humans, Nish mused, but sometimes it was hard to keep that in mind. Do you know what I hate most about the Atatusk? Rill raised a scaly eyebrow. It's their contempt for us old humans, said Nish. They do think of us as grubs, vermin to be stamped on. They assume we're feeble, cowardly creatures who will run away. Rill made a peculiar coughing bark behind his hand, then turned aside hastily. What's the matter? Said Nish. You're laughing at me. You used to think of us as vermin, said Rill, still smiling. Lyrinx smiles showed hundreds of teeth and took a lot of getting used to, for their mouths were big enough to bite off a human head. However, Nish had known Rill a long time, and even after 10 years had not forgotten how to read his relatively immobile features. Rill was vastly amused. Sorry, said Nish. We were ignorant in the olden days. We hadn't seen the humanity inside you. That's all right, said Rill. We also thought of you as pink squirming grubs with useless teeth and no claws. He laughed thunderously. Nish thumped him in the chest, which was like punching the trunk of a tree. Rill retracted his long, wickedly sharp talons, then extended them again towards Nish's cheek. It was a fiercely friendly gesture, but these very claws had once laid open his father's face in terrible wounds that had never healed, and Nish's smile faded. We can't beat them, can we? He said, surveying the battlefield again. Not unless you can stop them coming out of the void. Rill nodded up towards the opening. There could be millions of Atatusk up there. Probably are. Millions? A few hundred had come through so far, and they were wreaking ruin upon the surrounding armies. Maybe we should have a go at sealing the opening, Nish said, expecting Rill to laugh the idea down. Maybe we should, Rill replied, though I wouldn't want to send my flyers up there. Jagged colours flickered chameleon-like across his chest and throat, signifying his unease. The Atatusk have always had our measure in the air. But they don't fly, said Nish, do they? No, they can't fly, yet they have a way of bringing us down. On heavy worlds like Santhenar, most of our flyers have to use mancery to stay aloft. I remember, said Nish. Rill, born without wings, had been considered a misfit, though he had risen above that prejudice to lead the Lyrinx nation. How do they do it? We don't know. Atatusk aren't even great mancers. Flid might know, but I don't see him anywhere. He looked around and saw the sky galleon hovering not far away. I'll ask Melente. Isn't she a trifle, venerable? Said Rill. You mean old? Said Nish, as they strode towards the sky galleon, which had settled on the plain while Lilith scurried around, collecting fallen spears for reuse. The fighting had swept across this area half an hour ago, and the paving was strewn with bodies, here an Atatusk practically cut in half, surrounded by a halo of human bodies, there a slight, golden-skinned phylum man without a mark on him. Further on were 3 dead Archim, all with red hair, and another Atatusk, this one on its back with 5 spears sticking up from its round, grey torso. But Rill, Nish added, during the war old Lyrinx were proud to die in the line of battle, protecting their young. Rill gave another little cough as he skirted the dead, heaved one of the spears out and carried it with him, still dripping. Old Lyrinx remain strong and vigorous until their end, my friend, while your kind grow fat and feeble 20 years before you die. Truly, old humans are decadent, helpless creatures. How you climbed to the top of this world remains a mystery to me. The Lyrinx was teasing him again, but Nish didn't mind. It was a welcome distraction. We used our brains, not our brawn, said Nish, pointedly. Melente, he called up to the old woman, who was sitting on the bow of the sky galleon, sketching a device on the skirt of her grubby gown. "We need your advice." The fighting was moving in their direction, a squad of Atatusk charging through a company of Vomix's fleeing troops as if they were field mice, flinging bodies to right and left. "You had better come up." She tossed a rope ladder over. When they reached the deck, Melente lifted the sky galleon out of spear range. "We can't beat the Atatusk unless we can stop them coming through," said Nish. Melente rubbed her fingers vigorously through her thin hair, leaving it sticking up in all directions, and raised her eyes to the semicircular opening in the void barrier.
"I don't see how you can stop them."
"If we can't," said Rill, "Santhenar cannot survive." Melente studied the opening.
"Even supposing the enemy could be kept back, can it be sealed? That would depend on the nature of the barrier."
She raised her voice. "Lillis?" Lillis emerged from the cabin, spectacles perched on her thin nose, studying a book as she walked. But she did not resemble a librarian now, nor a little old lady. She was dressed in a yellow blouse and red velvet knee breeches held up by a broad black belt, with long black knee boots folded over at the top. Her hair was covered by a cap, and a scarlet bandana with white spots was loosely knotted around her neck.
"You're looking most piratical today, my dear," said Melente, who wore the same ill-fitting and grubby clothes as ever. Indeed, they might have been the same clothes she'd been wearing when Nish had first met her more than 13 years ago. He thought the librarian looked more like a messenger boy than a pirate. Lillis might have passed for a boy, being so small and slight, had it not been for her lined face and hands and the silver hair peeking out from under her cap. "I feel 100 years younger," cried Lillis.
She glanced over the side, looking down at the bloody battlefield, and said, more soberly,
"And even if I am to die today, I would not go back." "We're thinking about attempting to seal the opening," said Melente. "What do you know about such matters?" "The hole in the barrier is a violation of the natural order of the universe," said Lillis.
"The natural order," said Nish.
"So the philosopher Meloctes wrote 2,000 years ago. He spent a lifetime meditating on the nature of the forbidding."
"Do you remember everything in the library?" said Nish.
"Of course not,"
said Lillis, smiling at the thought, and held up the book.
"But after Stilkeen made its public threat, I read everything we had pertaining to the void, including this book, and I discovered that, in nature, each thing has its own order and its own pattern. The barrier between the worlds and the void forms a smooth surface which resists puncture, and if a breach is made, the barrier yearns to repair itself."
Below them, the sounds of battle grew louder and more violent, and Nish hurried to the side. 6 Atatusk with heavy spears were attacking the company of some 30 Imperial Guard, armed with spears and scythe-shaped blades. The Imperial Guard were holding firm. They were the best fighters here, and surely that number could separate the enemy, surround them, and finish them off. And if they couldn't,
"Then why hasn't the barrier repaired itself?" said Melente, but answered her own question. "Because it can't while Atatusk are continually passing through it." "Meloctes wrote that a sizable hole might take days to heal," said Lillis.
"I wonder that Stilkeen didn't make a gigantic opening," said Nish, "so more Atatusk could come through at once." "When it was cutting the hole, its light beam stopped suddenly," said Rill.
"It would have been a corrupted form of chthonic fire," Melente surmised. "The stuff Stilkeen took from one of the dimensionless boxes, perhaps. Nothing else could cut such a barrier, but it must have been painful to use."
"Even if you can seal the opening," said Eula through the open cabin door, "Stilkeen might make another." Nish turned to face her. She was sitting at a small table, studying a yellow crystal with her hand lens, and did not look up.
"How would you seal it?" she added.
"Push the platform back up into place and hold it there until the barrier seals itself," said Nish.
"Easy to say, not easy to do," said Lillis. "According to Meloctes, the barrier is neither matter nor force, but rather something that can be matter at one time and force at another." You might find it hard to take hold of."
"The Atatusk stood on the platform," said Nish, "and they're a lot heavier than we are."
"They come from the void. The platform could be solid to them, yet intangible to us."
"Great," said Nish. "We've got to raise a platform we can't feel, and even if we somehow get it into place, the Atatusk who can touch it will simply push it down again." Everyone looked at Malente, who was an undoubted mechanical genius.
"What's the one thing around here that's not of this world?" she said distractedly.
"No idea." Nish hated questions like that.
"The web Stilkeen left behind in the audience chamber?" said Lillis. "Precisely," said Malente. "The sticky web partly made of shadow, with which it protects itself from contact with our physical world. I've a feeling some web might do nicely."
"How do we handle a web made of shadow?" said Nish.
"You collect it in a dimensionless box, of course," she said, as though that would be obvious even to an idiot.
"And then what?" Nish had no idea what Malente had in mind. She did not reply. Her eyes were closed and she was deep in thought.
"What if you nudged the platform closed with the bow of the sky galleon," said Lillis, "and held it closed while the opening sealed itself?" "The barrier force would tear the sky galleon apart," said Malente.
Her eyes snapped open and she began to draw on her skirt again.
"I've got it," she said directly. "Nish, you'll have to stick shadow web all along the edge of the opening, then tie ropes to the web and heave the platform up. Once you've done that, you'll climb the wall of the barrier and smear chthonic fire on the edges of the opening until they dissolve, stick together, and reseal."
It sounded like a complicated plan, even if they weren't under attack, and if anything went wrong it would fail. But Nish had to concede that Malente was a genius for thinking of it. "How do we get out if the opening is sealed?"
"Leave a small section of the platform unstuck, then come through and hang from your ropes. We'll be waiting to pick you up."
There came a series of triumphant barking roars from below. Nish ran for the side, but Rill beat him to it. "They're all dead," he said somberly. Who, Nish thought, suddenly afraid that it would be Flid, Igur, Malis, and all the others. He leaned over. The 30 Imperial Guardsmen had fallen, but only 3 Atatusk. The other 3 were dancing on the blood-drenched corpses, waving heads and other body parts in the air. "The Imperial Guard were our very best," he said dazedly. "At this rate we'll be lucky to survive to lunchtime."
"Then we'd better get moving," said Malente beside him. "Call Chismul to fly the sky galleon and a squad of troops to defend the opening while you seal it."
"They'll never hold the Atatusk back," said Nish, dismayed by what he had just seen. It was hopeless.
"I'll fetch some of my best fighters," said Rill. "We can fight them hand to hand, but you, little humans, haven't got a hope." He thumped Nish on the back. "You'll have to stay well behind. Bring your most powerful crossbows and long spears with a crosspiece on the shaft, otherwise the Atatusk will keep coming for you, even with a spear right through them. Cheer up, Nish, we're not beaten yet."
Nish, trying to think of a way to attack the creatures, forced a smile. "I'll take the small javelard as well, if the platform will hold it. Let's see them fight with a heavy spear through the heart," he said savagely. "Atatusk do have hearts, don't they?"
"Yes, but they're high up, behind the armoured bulge below their throats."
Malente flew into Moraloon to gather shadow webs, the discarded dimensionless boxes, and any spilled chthonic fire she could find, while Nish assembled his team. 6 Gendragorian lancers and 6 crossbowmen to enter the void and help the Lyrinx hold back the Atatusk while he, Amy, and Kletch closed the opening and sealed it. He wanted flangers, but that would have left his remaining troops leaderless. Nish passed the word around for Chismul to come quickly. Malente returned, and shortly Rill appeared with a dozen Lyrinx, plus Liette, her eyes flashing. Clearly their relationship was as stormy as ever.
"If you think I'm going to let you do this on your own," she raged, buffeting Rill about the face with her beautiful wings while he grinned sheepishly, making no attempt to defend himself. "You're a sadder fool than I thought." She rounded on Nish.
You know how useless he is. Why do you encourage him? All right, said Nish, who had been expecting this. You can come too. Of course I'm coming. Liette went for Rill again. You scurvy, lying. Evidently searching for the worst insult she could come up with, she settled for, miserable human of a larynx. She battered him to the ground with her wings until he rolled onto his face, laughing and crying. Enough! You said Nish would forbid me to come, said Liette, her crest flushed a brilliant, throbbing green. How could I stop you? Said Nish, who remembered her character very well. Besides, you're the best larynx flyer as ever was, and I could use... What's the matter? Liette was shaking her head. In the old days we used the field to fly on Santhenar, but the nodes are gone, and the field with them, and without the art we're too heavy to lift off the ground. How come Rill didn't tell me that earlier? Nish broke off, realizing his blunder, but Rill had walked away. It wouldn't have occurred to him, Liette said quietly, since he has no wings. Besides, the nodes were destroyed after the larynx went to Talalame, Nish went on. He didn't know. None of us did until we tried to fly here. Nish paced back and forth. What about in the void? We have little weight there. We can fly, but it's perilous to do so near Atatusk. So we'll also be nearly weightless in the void, said Nish. Would that be a benefit or a handicap? Probably the latter, until they got used to it. If you were foolish enough to enter it, said Liette. Liette studied him, head angled to one side, and he imagined that she was seeing him as a pink, squirming grub. He turned away. Where's your pilot? Said Melente, when the human and larynx troops had come aboard and all their gear had been loaded. The small javelard, which, as well as firing spears, could also be fitted with a leather catapult bucket, had been unbolted from its mount and was roped down so it could be deployed quickly. I called for Chismul, but she must be too far away. Or dead, Nish thought gloomily. Melente frowned. That's awkward. Why? I've got to do a lot before you can close the opening, and I can't fly this craft at the same time. Can you call her again? If she'd heard, she would have come. Flying is her life. Melente tapped the toe of her boot on the deck. And we've no other pilot? Wait, I'm sure Tian could do it, said Nish. She was the very first to fly a thapter during the war. In fact, she and Malien worked out how to make thapters fly. They circumnavigated Moraloon and found Tian around the far side with Merrill. Both came aboard at once. Can you fly this craft? Said Melente, looking anxious for once. I know it's been a long time, and the Sky Galleon is very different to a thapter. Tian settled onto the pilot's seat, clearly glad to take the weight off her feet. After the war, I swore I would never use such devices again, but now I have children to protect. I see that was a foolish oath. If you would give me a couple of minutes? Nish and Melente walked away to the rail, and she leaned on it, looking across the plain. How did you end up with Eula? Nish asked. I was sent to her during the war, said Melente reflectively, to look after the thapter Flid had given her, and afterwards I stayed. Eula always had something interesting for me to do, and when she took on Persea, I've often wondered how she came to be indentured. It's an all-too-common story under your father's reign. A powerful, greedy man wanted Clan Belsoon's land and manor, so he sent in a squad of thugs, cut the family down, and took everything for himself. Persea was the only one to escape, and the only witness. He hunted her, caught her, and, well, you can imagine the rest. 8 years later, she still hasn't recovered from it. It's a wonder he let her live. He didn't plan to. So how did she end up with Eula? Eula knew Persea's parents, so she sent me to rescue her. You? Nish exclaimed. Sorry, I didn't mean... It's quite all right, Melente said equably. The job required brain, not brawn, plus the use of certain devices hidden since the end of the war. And we did it. And then Persea indentured herself to Eula for 7 years in repayment, said Nish. Yes, said Melente, and for her own safety, of course. It explained why Persea would not hear a bad word about Eula, and also why she so craved the security of a powerful protector. What happened to the man who did all this to her?
He's out there now.
Melente nodded towards the battlefield.
Vomix? None other.
Poor Persea, said Nish, remembering her terror when she'd seen the seneschal at the monastery. She's had to face him again and again.
Nothing is gained by hiding from our fears. Ah, Tian is ready.
She was moving the lever back and forth. The sky galleon shuddered forwards, then back, and Tian nodded. Whenever you're ready. Up at the opening, another squad of Atatusk was sliding down their ropes. Nish waited until the platform was empty, then said to Tian, "Go, quickly." As the sky galleon raced upwards, sweat prickled in his armpits. His force was pitifully small, but it was all the craft could carry, and they would not have long to get everything set up on the platform. If the next squad of Atatusk were close enough to charge them, everyone would be swept over the sides. "Do they have any weaknesses?" said Nish. "Well," Rill scratched his armoured backside, his claws making a sound like wood being sawn. "They don't like each other. They fight in clan groups, but they never form armies." "They won't need an army. A few dozen of them could finish us off. And their eyesight is poor. They probably can't tell one human from another. I recall you saying that we all looked the same." "I only said that to be insulting. When we were enemies," Rill added hastily. "But their sense of smell is acute and they pick up movement quickly with it. Strong smells trouble them, though I wouldn't exactly call that a weakness." "If you told me earlier, I wouldn't have bathed." "I wasn't aware that you had." Nish swatted at him. Rill ducked, grinning toothily. "What kind of smells trouble them?" said Eula curiously, emerging from the cabin, crystal in hand. "Pungent ones," said Rill. "I can't think of any other weaknesses. When you're fighting hand to hand, they're hard to kill unless you can get in low and close, then strike straight up under the ribs into the heart." "If I'm that close, I'm a dead man," said Nish. "That's generally the problem," the Lyrinx said dryly. "Better put a rope around the first to jump," called Lillis as they approached the opening. "Why?" said Nish, beckoning Amy and Kletch. "The platform might not be very solid." "What do we do if it isn't?"
"Leave that to me,"
said Melente, popping her head out of the cabin where she was working.
"Ready? The sky galleon can't go too close to the barrier."
Kletch and Amy roped up and the craft curved past the platform, 50 spans out. Nish looked through the opening and blanched. If that moving shadow in the far distance was a horde of Atatusk, the attack was doomed before it began. "That's bad," said Kletch. "They're a good way back," said Rill. "We might manage to close it before they get here." Now the sky galleon's flight mechanism began to stutter, and as they approached the barrier it grew worse. "You'd better go," said Tian. "I can't keep it here much longer." Kletch and Amy sprang over the side onto the platform and plunged straight through it, trailing their ropes. It might be solid for the void-dwelling Atatusk, but it was no firmer than air to humans. Rill hauled Kletch up. Nish did the same for Amy.
"I was afraid of that,"
said Melente, hurrying back into the cabin. Nish made out pouring and stirring sounds, and she returned carrying a wooden bucket full of an oily liquid with pink fire flickering on it, plus a mop. As Kletch hauled himself over the side, Melente said, "Here." She immersed the mop in the bucket and handed it to him. "What am I supposed to do with it?" said Kletch. Amy hooted with laughter.
"Swap the platform, you lubber." "The liquid is distilled fire, the corrupted stuff that Zoflok brought, but I've safely diluted it," said Melente. "Mop the top of the platform and it should turn solid enough to stand on. Then swab across to the opening."
Tian held the stuttering craft in place while Kletch mopped a patch on the end of the platform, then prodded it. It did not yield. He jumped down, rather recklessly in Nish's opinion, and began to swab furiously, accompanied by good-natured jeers from his fellow militiamen. When he'd done half the platform, the troop started over the side. Rill's crew heaved the small javelard down, plus the ropes and all their other gear, and began to drag it through the opening onto the track leading into the void. Nish was waiting his turn when Melente reappeared and handed him a stoppered flask with a thong tied around its neck. "What's that for?"
"It's undiluted distilled fire, and unlike any other kind of chthonic fire you may have encountered, it's deadly. One drop will burn right through the barrier and through you as well if you get any on you. Once you've heaved the platform into place, rub the merest smear of fire around the edges and it'll seal the opening."
"How do you know?" said Nish.
"Because that's what it does. When you've finished, Tian will come back and pick everyone up."
Nish thought everyone was a trifle over-optimistic, but he nodded and tied the thong to his belt. Melente handed him a dimensionless box.
"This contains your shadow web."
Nish took the box carefully, knowing how dangerous it was. "How do I get the web out?"
"Shake the box and you'll need this to handle the webs."
Holding a black glove by a dangling string, she dropped it into the box.
"Careful, I made it from a dimensionless box. Don't touch the outside of the glove while you're putting it on."
"What would happen if I did?"
"I can't say exactly, but Hackle's death would be pleasant by comparison."
His hair standing on end, Nish crumpled up the dimensionless box and pocketed it. You might find this comes in handy if the Atatusk are getting too close," said Eula, offering him a beautiful fist-sized pink crystal, partly translucent and rather heavy. "What is it?"
"It's the largest crystal of Realgar ever found. The prize of my collection. If you burn it, it will give off choking fumes of arsenic, which smells of garlic and sulfur, both very pungent. Use it wisely."
She turned away abruptly. "Thank you," said Nish, conscious that the gift meant far more to her than any of her other treasures. He clambered down onto the platform, which felt solid beneath his feet, though slightly rubbery, and the sky galleon side-slipped away. Before he reached the opening, he could feel the chill from beyond. Inside, the granular track, wide enough for a dozen men or half that many lyrics to stand abreast, extended into the limitless void. His defenders had already gone through and were advancing in bounding strides that took them a span into the air, exclaiming at the floating sensation. There was nothing to either side of the track, nor above nor below it, literally nothing except greyness which deepened to black in the distance. Ahead, the track extended straight and true as far as he could see, and moving along it in their separate clan troops came the Atatusk horde. The closest troop was only a few hundred spans away. "Into position," said Nish. The archers aimed their weapons and the Lyrinx formed an armoured barrier beside them. At the rear, the lancers waited. "You'd better get on with it," said Rill, bouncing several spans into the air so as to see further. "We can't hold them long." Nish ran out to the platform, shook the sticky shadow web from its dimensionless box, and gingerly slipped his hand into the black glove without touching the outside, which was more difficult than it had seemed. Using the glove, he pressed a strip of shadow web across the edge of the platform, waited for it to set, and yanked hard to make sure it was secure. The web pulled away. He turned it over and tried the other side with the same result. The plan wasn't going to work. The web wasn't sticky enough to lift the solidified platform. So how were they going to close the opening? 45.
"I'll send you back now, Melis,"
said Nadiral, rubbing his bald and blotchy skull with his fingertips.
"For time is precious. Vivimord, you're the best orator I've ever known. You must convince the Revenants that it's safe for them to leave the Shadow Realm and go to Stilkeen."
The librarian's clouded eyes settled on the carpet-wrapped parcel on her lap, as if he knew what was inside. Melis stirred reluctantly. She felt safe here, but once she left Nadiral she would be surrounded by enemies, including Vivimord, who hadn't yet said that he would help. For all she knew, he was still set on revenge. "That won't be easy," said Vivamord. Stilkeen has impressed upon its revenants that they must remain in the Shadow Realm until it lets them out on peril of their lives. They may be foolish, thoughtless creatures, but they won't disobey it. Nadiral turned those all-seeing, blind eyes on him.
Yet should the revenants come to believe that Stilkeen had opened the gate and was calling them, and if you convinced them that it was safe to leave, I don't think anyone would be able to stop them. They yearn to rejoin with it just as much as it does with them. That longing is a constant ache, a burning need that affects them both when they are severed.
I might be able to sway them, said Vivamord, but what would be the point? I can't let them out of the Shadow Realm. Can't they go the way I came in? Said Melis.
The dead may take many paths into the Shadow Realm,
said Nadiral, again looking down at her lap.
But they have only one way out, and that gate has not been opened in the 200 years I've spent here. No one has the key, and assuming such a key is ever found, the gate only lets one spirit out per opening.
Does that mean only one revenant?
The revenants may all leave at once, since they are effectively one spirit, but no other.
What about me? Said Melis, squeezing the heavy knoblaggy in her pocket. Live humans can pass through any entrance, said Vivamord. He paused, then added menacingly, as long as they have the means to open it, and they stay alive long enough. Would the knoblaggy open the gate for her? Plum hadn't said anything about that. Had he used the knoblaggy to escape, or the tears?
Didn't you say not long after you reached the Shadow Realm that your black arts had fashioned a key?
Said Nadiral. I did, said Vivamord, though unfortunately when I died at the maelstrom of justice and retribution I did not have the key with me. Besides, it was my way back to life.
Then should you ever regain it, you will face a difficult choice. Which do you love more, beautiful Santhenar, or your own freedom?
Melis looked from one to the other, frowning, for Nadiral was talking as though Vivamord did have the key, or soon would. You can't possibly understand, you dried-up old fool, said Vivamord in a low voice.
Can't I?
Said Nadiral mildly. Your librarian's span was far more than the allotted life of any man. And by its end you must have been glad to die. My life was brutally cut short.
As you cut short the lives of many others,
Nadiral pointed out.
Few people are ever glad to go, and I was not. My research was at a most fascinating stage when I died. Besides, what use is your freedom if you return to a world that has been destroyed, when you could have saved it?
Vivamord did not reply, though Melis could see his lungs swelling and contracting through his chest, as though his spirit, which could have no need for air, was breathing heavily.
You must abandon those dreams, my friend,
Nadiral added.
The dead may not return to life, but when spirits are given a chance to ease the burden of the living, we must seize it, to atone for the wrongs we did during our own lives. Melis, it's time. Give it to him.
What? Said Melis, shifting on her seat. The sabre, of course. Clam had said that Vivamord might be glad to see it because it was enchanted. What for? To cut his way out of the Shadow Realm? Yes, that must be it. Vivamord had talked about his delvings into the mansory of death a long time ago. I know black arts that can make a corpse scream in agony, he'd said to her after she had killed Froon. She turned towards Vivamord, praying that he would not use those arts on her, and allowed the carpet to fall away, exposing the sabre. Vivamord stared at it in wonder. My fashioned key, where did you get it? Clam thought you might need it. I enchanted it long ago so as to open the gate of the Shadow Realm, said Vivamord, though I did not expect to be using it from the other side of death. He reached out for the sabre. It's mine and I can take it. I don't owe you a thing in return.
My arts can break the key permanently,
said Nadiral coldly.
I'd advise you to act honourably to her, Vivamord.
Very well, scowled Vivamord, taking the sabre, but I'm not sure it will. A ghastly rising and falling wail fluttered the clouds above them, followed by another and another. What's that? Whispered Malis, rising to her toes. She could not see anything amiss, but now it felt grey and cold in the Shadow Realm, and she remembered how afraid Flid had been of coming here. Once outside the small oasis of Nadiral's influence, how could she hope to survive? She hugged her goose-pimpled arms to her chest, afraid that there was no way out for her.
From time to time the revenants must feed, said Nadiral, and they consume the life forces of the slowest and weakest spirits, the ones easiest to catch. Even in the Shadow Realm the hunt goes on. One day it will be my turn.
No, she cried. Can't anyone stop them?
As I explained, Nadiral said gently, they're quite invulnerable here.
The screams continued until dozens of souls must have been consumed. Then, in a flash, Vivamord was gone. Malis waited uneasily, and directly he returned.
There is news from outside, he said grimly. The Void has had a great victory. An army has fallen and the other cannot last. That's why the revenants are feeding. They know they'll soon be freed.
What's happened to Nish? Malis cried, unable to bear the thought of losing him as well. After such a disastrous defeat, many of her friends might be dead, perhaps all of them. I've got to get back.
We're not quite ready yet,
said Nadiral, glancing at Vivamord, who looked away. Panic almost overwhelmed her, but she fought it down and forced herself to stay calm. If the revenants came this way, she would use the Noblaggy. And if they attacked a second time, then what? Stilkeen must have ordered the revenants to feed and fatten their spirits, said Vivamord. It must believe that it will soon have the pure fire.
And alas, the more souls they consume now, the stronger will be the bonding when they and Stilkeen are rejoined,
said Nadiral. How many can they consume before they're full? Malis croaked, for her throat had gone dry and she could barely speak. Vivamord laughed scornfully.
You can't get full on spirits, said Nadiral. The revenants could consume all of us. But that's not my big worry.
Ice touched her veins. What is?
That they might scent you. A spirit housed in a living body is far tastier than we disembodied ones, and more fattening too.
He rose like a creaky old crane, knees cracking and elbows flailing.
We'd better convey Malis to the gate, now you've the means to open it, he said to Vivamord. It'll take a good while to get there.
I thought the Shadow Realm touched all places equally, said Malis.
It does, but the gate is some distance away. Vivamord, gather a shell of spirits around us so we can hide Malis from them.
Vivamord gave him a black look, and Malis was afraid that he was going to refuse. For in life he had been a mighty and commanding man, while Nadiral, for all his wisdom and knowledge, had been just a librarian.
Go,
said Nadiral, and his wispy voice shivered with power. Vivamord shot off without looking back.
I was never just a librarian, said Nadiral, as though he had read her thoughts. I was a member of the Great Council of Santhenar for 2 centuries, and I would certainly have had that twerp's measure when I was alive.
Thank you, said Malis, but I thought the Tafloid would hide me from the revenants.
It would in the physical world, but not here, and I pray that we can protect you. Ah, here they come.
A flock of spirits soared towards them like birds in flight, their garments fluttering. There were children and crones, toothless old men, pregnant young women, and every other age, size, and shape of humanity. They whirled into a cylinder around Malis, took hold of her and lifted her towards the clouds above. Glancing over her shoulder, Malis made out something red but blurry winding in her direction, like a python gliding across a carpet. More screams issued forth. The spirits tightened their grip and flew faster. Another flock of spirits appeared on the left, coming to her protection, but a second sinuous red shadow curved around them, this time like a tiger circling a herd of deer. The spirits flocked one way then another like frightened birds. A red shadow darted, snapped. A straggling spirit wailed as it was gulped and devoured. So it went on as they fled across the shadow realm for what seemed like hours. There were 7 revenants, and they took down the spirits in the second flock one by one. Then the flock of Ivamord recruited after that, until the last spirit had been taken and no others dared approach. Soon they would come after Melis.
"They're gaining, we must go faster,"
said Nidiril to her spirit shield.
"We can't carry her any faster,"
said a strong, heavy-bodied spirit in an exhausted voice.
"She's alive. She has weight and we have none."
"We must all try a little harder,"
said Nidiril, taking Melis's arm in his fleshless hand.
"The revenants are coming,"
said a spirit youth who could not have been older than 13 when he died. He looked like the little brother Melis had often wished for.
"Why should we be consumed to save her?"
"Because it's the right thing to do,"
Nidiril said gently.
"I'm scared,"
said the boy.
"So am I,"
said Nidiril.
"Come in beside me, lad. We'll get there yet."
Nidiril moved up ahead, taking the boy with him. Now the 5 Froons came slithering in between the spirits of her flock, rubbing their chubby hands together and leaving snail trails of ectoplasm behind them.
"We promised revenge," leered the first of them, "and we're going to have you."
Melis clutched the knoblaggy. Was now the time to use it? No, for that would surely cost her protection as well, and the gate was not yet in sight. The Froons approached, leering, and her stomach churned with revulsion. In life he had been a sadistic killer, and death had not improved him. The plump fingers were almost touching her when Vivamord appeared from above.
"Froons, begone!"
"But Master, you promised,"
they wept. "Things have changed, and now she's mine. I have no further need of you."
"Master,"
snivelled the Froons.
"I gave my life for you."
"And I thank you for it, but I am going where no spirit can follow. Leave us." The Froons wailed and shot out like sparks from a firework without looking where they were going. The circling revenants snapped, gagged, swallowed, and the Froons were gone. But the revenants weren't satisfied, and they were moving in. They must have scented her. They looked larger, stronger, more solid now, and they began to dart at the tail end of her protecting flock, picking them off one by one. Melis was afraid that her spirits would abandon her, but Nidiril kept encouraging them, and though they were terrified, none fled or tried to save themselves. A revenant shot by in a long red blur streaked with black. Dark spots at the front seemed less than eyes. It had a swaying tail like a running crocodile, limbs that dissolved and reformed, and a round, fleshy maw that appeared better suited to suction than to biting. Melis did not find that comforting.
"They're shape-shifters," said
Nidiril, who was still holding her arm.
"As is Stilkeen itself, and before being severed they could take on any aspect they wanted, though in the shadow realm they always look much the same, rather reptilian. For half an eternity they had whatever they wanted, and they believe it is their right. That's the arrogance of absolute power, the arrogance of the being. Look out!"
2 revenants shot in, one from either side, nosing the spirits out of the way and going for Melis like red rockets. Just as they were about to strike, she wheeled a solid shield around her with the knoblaggy. It formed around Vivamord and Nidiril as well, and the revenants slammed into it and recoiled, snarling and snapping at their tails. Unfortunately, the remaining spirits, sent tumbling through the air, were hurled aside by the shield and gulped down one after another. The boy who had been so frightened was attacked last of all, his wet eyes staring desperately at them.
"Nidiril, help me!"
he cried.
"I'm sorry, lad, I can't reach you."
Nadiril, trapped inside the shield, could only watch as the boy was taken. Tears sprang to Melis's own eyes. He had died so young, and now his spirit was gone too, forever. It didn't seem fair. As they continued, the Noblaggy's shield slowly faded. There were only 2 spirits with her now, Nadiril and Vivimord, and Nadiril was thinning visibly. A revenant bored in at him, expecting another easy victim. Nadiril raised his hand, a stubby wand was outlined there, and the revenant was blasted away. It rolled over and over, snapping at its tail before sinking out of sight.
"Get on with it, Vivimord," said Nadiril faintly. "I've used half my ectoplasmic essence and I didn't have much to start with."
The revenant came slinking back up and the others joined it. Vivimord stopped in mid-air and called out to them, though Melis only caught the first part of his oration. "Revenants, Stilkeen has the white fire at last. That's why it told you to fatten up. And now it is calling you to rejoin with it, to come together as one. Just think how wonderful your reunion is going to be after thousands of years of severance. It will soon be safe to leave the Shadow Realm, and I, Vivimord, or Life in Death, am the one person who can cleave the Shadow Realm to the real world to let you out." His voice faded as she passed out of hearing, but shortly the revenants reappeared. Had Vivimord's oratory failed, or had he offered her to them? They came spiraling in from the rear, 7 attacking at once, and Melis put on a desperate spurt, thinking she was gone. Again Nadiril drove them off with his wand, but not far this time, and it was clear he could not do it a 3rd time. Vivimord renewed his siren song, more compellingly than before, and the revenants dropped back. Melis could see the great gate now, not far ahead, but before she reached it, the revenants came streaking for her like a 7-headed trident, and Nadiril was struggling to keep up.
"Sorry, Melis,"
he said, trying to smile.
"There's nothing left of me."
He was much more transparent than before, barely there, for the power he'd used had been drawn from his spirit and could not be replenished.
"And I had so much to mull over,"
he added huskily.
"A whole lifetime of reading to digest. Ah, well, all things must pass. All lives and all deaths."
Her heart went out to the ancient, gentle spirit. "We can still make it." She took his arm and clutched the useless Noblaggy to her chest with her other hand, wishing it was the weapon that could destroy the revenants out in the real world. If she got the chance, she would not hesitate.
"Make it,"
he echoed. As they raced for the gate, Vivimord flew alongside the revenants, and his oratory would have charmed a snail out of its shell. Unfortunately, with such a sweet, fleshy victim so near, they would not be distracted. The 7 of them dived for her, lunging together, but Nadiril's long, bony arm hooked around Melis's waist, and from the last of his essence he drew the strength to hurl her at the barred gate, so hard that she felt sure she was going to break her neck. She was trying to protect her face with her arms when light stabbed from the old librarian's wand, and the gate opened just wide enough to let her through. The revenants turned on him, snapped, and Nadiril was gone. The gate slammed closed, the shadow realm faded, and she went skidding across one of the floors of Moraloon on her backside. Melis came to a halt and sat up, rubbing her bruised bottom. Old Nadiril, that great librarian and dear old man, was gone forever, his spirit consumed. How was she going to tell Lilith? She got up, shaking. A great and noble spirit had been lost, and for what? She still did not know how to stop Stilkeen. "Who else must be destroyed?" she raged. "How many more are we going to lose?" And she had rewarded one of the most sickening scoundrels in all Santhenar. She had given Vivimord the means to come back from death, which surely he was going to take. She was trudging towards a stair when she slipped on a sticky patch of floor and saw Clam's boot and severed foot. She had returned to the level below the audience chamber. She set the knoblaggy down beside it and looked around for him, trying to think. "The creatures from the void have had a great victory," Vivimord had said. "An army has fallen and the other cannot last." But which army had fallen? Nish's? She climbed the steps, stumbled across the sand-strewn, blood-stained audience chamber, and out a side entrance to the promenade to look down over a scene of chaos. Smoke drifted across the paved plain, and in the garish, fume-yellowed glow from the lanterns of Moraloon and Mazahaiza, she saw bodies everywhere in gory, unidentifiable heaps. Around to her left, not far from the edge of the sacred lake, a company of the white-armoured Imperial Guard was fighting a horde of beasts like long-tailed bears. No, not beasts, for they carried forged weapons and knew how to use them. Further off, a phalanx of Lyrinx was in furious melee with several winged serpents, and other struggles were visible fleetingly through the smoke. A monstrous creature rose from the fumes, standing on its back legs and beating its chest with a pumpkin-sized fist, making a sound like a huge drum. It was at least 2 spans high, and in its other hand it held 2 Imperial Guardsmen. Raising them to its mouth, it bit their heads off, spat their plumed helmets high into the air, and beat its breast again. Now it began to lay into a squad of Vomix's soldiers with the bodies, battering the troops out of the way with great sweeps of its arms. It turned, caught sight of Melis on the steps, dropped the headless bodies, and headed in her direction. For a few seconds she couldn't move. Had it seen her? Even if she ran, she could not hope to get away, for it could take 6 strides to her 1. The sky galleon came rocketing around a corner of the palace, piloted by Tian. It banked sharply, and Melente, who was seated at the javelard, fired 3 spears at once into the chest of the beast. They disappeared. It slapped its chest as if it had been bitten by a fly, and kept coming. Melis forced her paralyzed legs into action, and was backing away when a river of brown blood fountained from the beast's mouth, and it crashed to the paving stones at the foot of the steps, shattering several of them. "Thanks," she said, raising an unsteady hand, but the sky galleon had already zoomed away. The smoke was getting thicker. She could hardly see anything now, and apart from Melente and Tian, she hadn't recognized anyone. Her friends might all be dead. Even if they were, she had to fight on. Stilkeen had to be beaten and the world saved. There must be a way. Nadiral had said that there was one single way to beat Stilkeen, and it involved the Revenants. Melis turned, puzzling over that, and ran straight into Yalkara. "So?" Yalkara said, holding her so tightly that there was no chance of escape. Melis had not seen her since her arrival at the Range of Ruin weeks ago. "What do you want with me?" she whispered, looking up at the much taller woman. "Oh, what's happened to you?" The right side of Yalkara's face was black and blue. A ragged scar marred her once perfect left cheek, and her nose had recently been broken. Her clothing was tattered, but more tellingly, she no longer wore the aura of ageless self-assurance that had so characterized her previously. Yalkara looked defeated. "I have been fighting the Numinator ever since Stilkeen came to the Range of Ruin," she said breathlessly, and her voice had the hoarseness of old age now. "And she has beaten me. My own granddaughter has brought me down, yet I still have one hope." Placing her battered hands on Melis's belly, Yalkara pressed gently, eyes closed, as if reading what lay within. Her fingers were hot and had a slight tremor. What was she reading? Yalkara froze, the tremor stopped, and the heat drained from her fingers, replaced by a prickly chill. Melis jerked away, more afraid than ever. "What are you doing to me?" Yalkara was trembling again, her whole arm this time, and she could not stop it. She rubbed her fingers, which were blue, while her knuckles were red and swollen like the joints of an arthritic old woman. "I would never harm you, nor the child you carry." "What?" said Melis dazedly. "Are you saying that I am pregnant?" "Yes." "Definitely. Yes, of course. Haven't you been feeling ill in the mornings?
Malis was stunned. Pregnant. She had hardly thought about the possibility since the range of ruin. She had not wanted to think about it, and when there had been no signs, not even sore breasts, she had decided that she could not be pregnant.
No, but it hasn't yet been a month since Ember and I... What's the matter? Is there something wrong with the baby?
Her voice rose. She was shaking too.
You carry a perfect old human baby, said Yalkara, and all my endeavours have come to naught. I will never see Ember's child, for soon I will be dead.
Being pregnant changed everything.
Then my baby will be all alone,
said Malis, for she felt sure that the rest of her family were dead.
I'm sorry. My life is running out. But before I go, reparation must be made.
You can start by telling us where you hid the pure fire.
The Numinator and I saw Stilkeen's proclamation during one of our battles, said Yalkara absently. But she does not know where any pure fire lies, and neither do I.
How can you not know? Said Flid, staggering out of the smoke with a gur.
They were supporting each other, and both were blood-spattered, smoke-stained, and bleeding from many small wounds. The rivalry was gone. For the first time they seemed like old friends, and Malis smiled to see it.
You stole the fire and hid it, Flid snapped. You alone had custody of it until you brought it to Santhenar.
Yalkara did not reply. Malis ran and threw her arms around Flid, then Agur, heedless of the blood.
How goes the battle? I heard, in the Shadow Realm...
Flid's eyes nearly started out of their sockets.
What the blazes were you doing in there?
He bellowed, wrenching Malis from Agur's grasp and shaking her furiously.
Who let you in? And how did you ever get out?
If you'd stop shaking me, I'll tell you. Is Nish all right? I heard that an army had fallen and another was on its knees.
The Imperial Guard has fallen, said Flid. Nosby is dead, and 2/3 of his men. They took the brunt of the attack and died valiantly.
And Vomix's army is on its knees, more than 1,000 dead already. Agur broke off as Chthonic hobbled out of the smoke. She had a long cut across her brow and 2 rents down her left shoulder, almost to the elbow, and yet, astonishingly, she looked better than she had hours ago. Agur helped her up to the top step, where they sat down together.
You should not be fighting, said Malis, going to kneel beside Chthonic.
She had to keep busy, had to distract herself from the thought of being pregnant, not to mention her worries about Nish.
Let me bind. The wounds are clean and I can barely feel the pain, said Chthonic.
Indeed, it's a welcome distraction from my aching bones.
What about Vomix?
Said Malis. As long as he lived, she could not feel safe.
He disappeared not long after the Atatusk first attacked, said Flid.
Dead?
She said hopefully.
Alas, no. He took his best 1,000 men and said that he was trying to outflank the enemy, but he hasn't been seen since.
Has he run?
Not Vomix. He'll be in hiding, waiting for us to fall so he can claim the spoils, said Flid, and spat down over the steps. But not if I can help it.
Where's Nish?
Malis caught Flid by the arm.
What's happened to him?
We don't know where he is, he said wearily. He and Rill made some absurd plan to try and close the opening into the void, but...
Malis looked up, but the barrier could barely be seen through the smoke, and the opening was not visible.
I've got to find him.
Not in all this mess, said Flid. And you have questions to answer. What the blazes were you doing in the Shadow Realm?
Looking for a way to attack a being. Clam let me in.
Where is the little runt? Growled Flid. With his help and the tears...
I don't know.
Too many thoughts were crowding through Malis's mind. She could not tease them apart.
He sent me there to find old Nadirul, and his spirit told me...
Her voice faded as she thought about that dear old man, giving up all he had left to save her.
Before the revenants got him, Nadirul gave his spirit to get me out.
What did he tell you? Said Flid.
That the revenants can only be attacked when they're outside the Shadow Realm. Vivimord is trying to convince them that it's safe to come out.
How is he going to release them?
I gave him his enchanted saber. It's the key to opening the gate.
You gave Vivimord the means to return from death,
Flid said dazedly. Malis crossed her fingers behind her back.
I had to take the risk.
And she prayed that it worked. It's a big risk. What if he comes back and leaves the revenants there?
Then I failed, said Malis. But if they do come out and we can attack them before they rejoin with Stilkeen, they can be annihilated and Stilkeen will be crippled for half an eternity. At least, that's what Nidiril said.
How do we attack revenants? Said Flid.
Unfortunately, Nidiril didn't know that.
So either we face a resurgent Vivimord back from death, said Flid, pacing, if he betrays his word, or if he keeps it, the revenants will come forth to rejoin with Stilkeen. Once that happens, it will no longer be crippled, it will be 1,000 times as powerful and bent on revenge.
Through the thickening smoke, the sounds of battle rose and fell. It's got to find the true fire first, said Malis.
I feel I should know how,
said Agur, who had his arm around Chthonic. How to find the true fire, said Malis.
No, the way to destroy the revenants. The answer feels just out of reach.
Malis started, for she'd had a sudden flash of memory. The rain, the caduceus steaming on the hillside. But it eluded her too. Flid stalked across to Yalkara, who was slumped on the promenade some distance away.
I don't believe that you know nothing about the pure fire. Charon never give up.
The other Charon gave up at the end of the time of the mirror, said Yalkara. They went back to the void and to extinction, if you recall.
And you returned, so it's hardly extinction.
It is now. I've burned out my art fighting the Numinator. I'll not get it back, and I'm ready to die. I can't help you. I have no idea where the pure fire is to be found. Flid was watching her carefully, and finally he nodded.
You speak the truth. Very well. Before you go, would you answer one question for me?
If I may, Yalkara said indifferently. She looked old now and seemed to be fading by the minute.
When I found Rulka's virtual construct in the Nightland, it was live. Therefore it had been used after Rulka died, after the Nightland collapsed and was rebuilt. Did you use the construct?
Of course not, said Yalkara. When I left Ember there, I departed via the gate through which I had entered and could not return.
What about Ember?
He could never leave the Nightland, not even with a virtual construct.
How curious, said Flid. Now, to the pure fire. Stilkeen said it wasn't far away. Was any lost when you first had it?
Not when I first had it, said Yalkara. I guarded it with the utmost care.
But later, after you brought it to Santhenar?
I thought some might have been taken once, but who can be sure? Fire grows and fire dies down. You can't measure it in a bucket.
When was this?
At the end of the Clism, not long before Kandor died.
Ah,
said Agur. 46. Nish absently slapped his leg with the flat of his sword, trying to work out a way to seal the opening, assuming they survived long enough to try, which was looking increasingly doubtful. The human and Lyrinx guards were arrayed in a semicircle inside the opening, on the track that extended into the chilly void. There was nothing to either side of the track, literally nothing, though further away separate bands of Atatusk were moving along it like beads on a wire until they blurred into the distance. There's thousands of them, said Rill quietly. And only 24 human and Lyrinx defenders to hold them back until the opening could be sealed. The Javelard operator began winding his apparatus up so he could fire over the defenders' heads. An inflowing current of air ruffled Nish's hair, and round knobs of green ice were forming around the inside edges of the opening, condensing layer by layer like pearls around grains of sand. How are we going to raise the platform? Said Nish. That's easy, said Amy, who was standing on tiptoes whispering to Kletch.
At least they can only come straight on, Kletch said in a low rumble. Imagine if they could attack from all directions.
Nothing is fixed in the void, said Nish. In 5 minutes there could be a dozen paths leading this way. What's your idea, Amy?
We sewed the opening up like a tear in the knee of your pants." "Fire!" said Stibble, the burly, hairy smith who was Nish's acting sergeant. He did not deign to carry a blade, but wielded his long-handled blacksmith's hammer with deadly force. Crossbows snapped. "Direct hits?" Nish recognized the voice of Lim, the stocky little archer. Then she said, "Bail! Bail! They're not falling!" "It's hard to kill Atatusk with a chest or belly shot," said Rill. "They've got 6 ells of blubber there. Aim for the throat or the head." Neither would be easy to hit, for the nearest Atatusk were at extreme range, but the archers fired again. "Got one," said Xana. "He's not falling, though. He's pulling the arrow out of his neck," said Lim, her voice rising. "That was a killing shot for any other beast, and the Atatusk is still moving." "Hold firm," said Bale, the grey-haired veteran, who also sounded panicky. Nish turned away. He had a job to do, and he was wasting time. "Sew it?" He realized he must sound like a fool. "We worked it out while you were scratching your arse," said Kletch rudely. "You'll run around the edge of the platform, burning little holes with the flask of distilled fire and knotting ropes through them, while Amy and I make matching holes in the wall around the opening. Then we attach your rope to arrows, shoot them through the holes in the wall, and heave the platform up." "Let's get it done," said Nish. He smoothed the shadow web down with the perilous dimensionless glove, dropped it into the black box, screwed it up, and shoved it into his pocket. Pouring a dribble of fire onto the end of his sword, he passed Amy the stoppered flask. Now Nish tilted the sword blade to allow a single drop of pink fire to fall near the edge of the platform. It burnt a hole through it, but it kept expanding until it reached the edge. One drop of distilled fire was too much. He touched his sword tip to the platform, which was better. His second hole was only as wide as a saucer. Once the fire had gone out, Nish hastily threaded a rope through, tied it securely, coiled it beside the hole, and ran to do the next. There came a fearful roar from his militia, and a shout of "Hold! Hold!" from Rill. An Atatusk let out a triumphant barking bellow, but Nish restrained the urge to look around. He continued burning holes and tying ropes through them. After finishing the last hole, he darted to the opening and looked in, but the view ahead was blocked by a furious melee. 3 of his troops were down, and one, unidentifiable from his blood-covered back, had been maimed by a savage blow. Another, the archer, Lim, bore no apparent injury, though her head now faced backwards and her eyes were wide open, as if astonished at what had happened to her. Stibble, the hairy blacksmith, appeared to have been gorged through the skull with 2 tusks. 3 more of Nish's loyal Gendragorians gone. 2 Lyrinx were also down, though one kept trying to rise, purple blood streaming down his left thigh, his right hand reaching out to Nish as if for aid. It wrenched him to turn away, but he had his own work to do, and if he failed, their deaths would be for nothing. Amy was 20 spans up the barrier wall, hanging from sticky pads of shadow web bound around hands, feet, and knees. Kletch was below her, trying to climb, but the shadow webs weren't sticky enough to support his weight, which was not greatly lessened at the barrier. Nish began to sweat, for the plan depended on them raising the platform quickly, and it was taking far too long. If the Atatusk broke through first, as seemed probable, the opening could not be sealed. Amy unfastened her rope and crept across the barrier above the curve of the opening. Being so small and light, the sticky pads held her easily. She shook the flask, withdrew the stopper with her teeth. "Don't," Nish thought. "If you get any pink fire on you, it'll eat through your face," and pressed it against the barrier until a neat hole formed there. Bellowing like a walrus, a huge Atatusk burst through the line, sending guards and Lyrinx flying, and before the Javelard operator could bring his weapon to bear, the beast had leapt 3 spans in the air and was falling towards him from above. The operator tried to drag out his sword, but the Atatusk landed right in front of him and snapped its head down, plunging the twin tusks into his back on either side of the spine. It tossed its head from side to side, and the operator went spinning across the track, pouring blood from twin lemon-sized punctures, then over the edge into the nothingness of the void. The Atatusk slammed one of the heavy metal spears into the groove of the javelard and wound the cranks so fast that they were just a blur. No dumb beast this. It had understood how to use the javelard in an instant. Nish reacted without thinking, knowing that if the creature was not stopped it would wipe out the defenders in seconds. As he sprang for the back of the javelard's box-like wooden frame, the Atatusk pulled the lever and the spear, fired at point-blank range, passed straight through a massive larynx and into the spine of the smaller one in front of him, bringing it down as well. Was it real? No, it had wings. Letting out a roar of approval for the ruinous weapon, the Atatusk took another spear. Nish climbed the frame one-handed and went for the creature from behind. It could not have heard him over the clamour of battle, so it must have smelt him, and it was spinning around in the seat as he swung. He drove hard for the junction of the Atatusk's neck and right shoulder, and the blade cut deep into a blubbery layer before stopping on bone. Such a blow would have killed any human and disabled most larynx. Green blood poured out. The Atatusk emitted an explosive snort, but went for the blade, and Nish whipped it out of the wound. Another second and it would have been snatched from his fingers. But then, as he watched, the gash pulled itself together and the flesh knitted across, leaving a dark brown, seamed scar across the thick grey skin. No wonder Atatusk ate the larynx for breakfast. Not even a master healer could heal that quickly. How was he supposed to kill such a creature? Nish wasn't game to get close enough to strike that steep, angling and desperately risky blow up into the heart. He slid backwards, then feinted, going for its eyes. The Atatusk did not even blink. It threw its left arm around the frame upright next to it, swung around it, and launched itself at him before he knew what was happening. Such a heavily built creature ought to be slow and lumbering, but in the void it was desperately fast, and Nish couldn't get out of the way in time. He hurled himself backwards off the javelard from a height of a span and a half, a fall which, on Santhenar, would have risked a broken neck. He landed on his head, bounced, flipped over backwards, and ended up on his feet again, but the sword jarred out of his hand and went skidding across the track. Pink fire still flickered near the tip. He leapt for the sword, steadied himself, and waited. He had to stop the Atatusk, and he'd better be quick. It took a little jump forwards and bared its teeth at him, but its eyes rolled upwards. It was looking at Kletch and Amy. Could it spring that high? Nish rather suspected that it might be able to, in the void, and they were unarmed. "You're not touching them," he gritted. "You're mine, Atatusk." Letting out a barking sneer, it snapped its tusks up and down and moved towards him. He ran at it, weaving a wall of steel in front of him, and got in a slash to its lower left arm. The wound was a minor one, but the creature seemed to be expecting him to follow through, so Nish did not, and only just evaded a blow that would have torn his head from his neck. He struck again, trying to probe its weaknesses, but he wasn't seeing any. In the past, he'd defeated larynx by diving between their legs, but the Atatusk's legs were so much shorter that it wasn't an option. It sprang, soaring high above him, then down, the way it had attacked the javelard operator. He swiped at it and rolled well out of the way, or thought he had, but it flipped sideways in the air, a movement he would not have thought possible, swung at its head, and a claw tore through the top of his ear, ripping it like parchment. Nish threw himself the other way, but too far. Being close to weightless here, he was having trouble controlling his movements. As the Atatusk landed in a crouch, he saw an opening, spun on his left foot, bounced upwards, and took an almighty slash at its face. It swayed backwards and he missed, but several motes of the pink fire must have been flung off his blade into the creature's eyes, for it made a harsh, squealing sound and rubbed furiously at them. Yes, pink fire was glowing in its eyes, and it couldn't see, though it continued to fight, turning its head from side to side and sniffing the air to locate him by smell. Since its eyesight was poor, the loss of vision probably wasn't a great handicap. Nish backpedaled, thinking furiously. Surely its sense of smell, no matter how acute, could not locate him as accurately as sight, especially if he came at it front on. That's it, he thought. I'll try to confuse it, make a furious front-on attack, and if I'm wrong, I die. He rubbed his left hand in his sweaty armpit, then raised it high to the left to spread a false scent trail. As the Atatusk swung at his hand, he closed his fist, ducked to the right, and darted in under its upraised arms. For a fraction of a second it hesitated, unsure where he was, because the Nish smells were coming from two different locations. It located him and lunged to take him in a bear hug, but Nish threw himself against its lower belly and struck up, under the hump at the top of the chest, and levered inwards. He felt the tip of his sword slide between the bones into solid, thumping muscle, the heart, and twisted. The Atatusk stiffened, emerald blood exploded from its mouth, and before he could free his sword, the creature fell on top of him. On Santhenar, the impact of an Atatusk 8 times his weight would have crushed him to death, but here he was merely trapped beneath it, its scalding blood flowing over his face until he could barely breathe. Its internal organs churned and bubbled deafeningly. Its punctured heart gave a last ragged thump, then stopped. Nish tried to push it off, but he could not get a grip on the blood-slick skin. His nose was squashed, and with every strangled breath he blew gory green bubbles. Each breath was harder than the last, and he was close to drowning when the Atatusk was heaved off, and Rill stood there, his armoured chest heaving. Long claw marks across his right shoulder had torn through his armoured outer skin to the soft inner skin beneath, but Lyrinx could take a lot of punishment, and he did not seem troubled. Rill shook his head wonderingly. "That was a mighty stroke for a little pink grub," he said, lifting Nish to his feet. He tore the shirt off the dead Javelard operator, and Nish scrubbed the green blood off his face with it. "We can't hold them, my friend," Rill said to Nish's unasked question. 6 of Nish's 12 had fallen, plus 4 Lyrinx, and the enemy was regrouping not far away. Nish looked around. "Where's Kletch and Amy?" "Outside, trying to shoot your ropes through the holes. Better give them a hand." Rill bounded back to the defenders. As Nish stumbled out, Kletch fired an arrow and it shot up towards the wall, trailing the rope, only to fall short. "Can't get it near the hole," Kletch said disgustedly as he hauled it back. "The rope's much too heavy," said Nish, "and we're running out of defenders. Amy, you'll have to climb up and pass the ropes through each hole." "Have we got time?" said Amy. "I'll make time. I've had an idea. Give me the flask." She handed it to him. "Don't use all the pink fire up. I'll need some to stick the platform back in place." Nish ran in and leapt up into the high seat of the Javelard. He was getting the hang of the low gravity now. He fitted a spear into the groove and spun the winding handle with one hand while he swung the sights back and forth, looking for a target. A pair of Atatusk were advancing, about 50 spans off, but 3 Lyrinx were in the way. He pointed the Javelard to the left, where Rill was in furious combat with another Atatusk, and put a spear through its middle. The impact took the creature over the edge of the track and out of sight. Its blubber layer might stop an arrow, but only the heaviest steel armour could keep out a Javelard spear. Rill raised a thumb in acknowledgement. Nish was looking for another target when Liette flashed through the air above his head, her outstretched wings an iridescent glory. She was pointing further down the track. "What is it?" said Nish. "The void is changing, or they're changing it. Paths are forming everywhere." Nish squinted into the distance. His eyes hurt from the Atatusk blood, and his vision was a trifle fuzzy, but something did seem to be forming down there. Yes, more paths were extending slowly this way, one curving in from the left and another down from the right, while 2 more were snaking up from the unseen depths. On every path he could see Atatusk, and once they reached the opening they would wipe out the defense in moments. "Hurry, Amy," he yelled. "Can you help Liette?" Liette flitted through the opening, then came racing back, shooting over Nish's head to attack the Atatusk from above, going for the eyes and nose. It was a perilous manoeuvre, since they could leap many spans, and Liette, being delicately boned and unarmoured, was far more vulnerable than the other Lyrinx, but it had worked so far. Her claws were stained with green blood, and she had blinded and torn the noses of 2 Atatusk, enabling the other Lyrinx to finish them off. Nish took down the last 2 Atatusk of the troop with spears, but it only gained a minute, for another small troop of the creatures was not far behind. This battle was like the fight at the pass all over again, only this time there were an infinite number of the enemy. There had to be a better, cleverer way to attack them. Frantically scanning his surroundings, Nish noticed the thick ice accumulating around the opening. Chthonic fire would feed and grow on ice. Could he fuel the fire enough to burn through the track with it? It was worth trying. Lifting off the leather catapult bucket, he bounced to the opening and hacked off a bucket full of ice. He could barely have lifted it outside, but in the void he could carry the bucket one-handed. He heaved the bag up, fitted it over the hooks of the javelard, wound the crank and looked for a target. 5 Atatusk from the next troop had run ahead and were heading for 2 Lyrinx, but Nish had a clear shot this time. He poured a few drops of pink fire onto the ice and stirred it with his sword until the ice began to burn. Aiming at the track in front of the Atatusk, he fired. The ice chunks shattered and pink fire went everywhere, spreading along the track for spans and flaming up around the Atatusk's feet. It did not affect the track, but the Atatusk leapt out of the way, emitting screeching cries and beating at the flames that speckled their feet. It kept them back for another minute or 2, giving Nish time to gather another bucket of ice. By the time he'd run back with it, they were clearing the path with sweeps of their long arms, and he knew the ploy would not work a second time, but he had thought of another way to attack them. Tying a length of rope to the shafts of 2 spears, he coiled it neatly in the middle so it would not tangle, and fitted both spears into the firing groove, their heads slightly diverging. Aiming at the band of Atatusk, he fired and the spears shot out, one angling to the left of the Atatusk, the other to the right. The rope pulled taut between the spears, struck the leading 2 Atatusk at neck height, and the momentum of the heavy spears slammed them backwards into the ones behind, knocking them off their feet. 3 of the creatures got up, looking shaky, but the other 2 lay still as if their necks were broken. It had gained the defenders another minute, but they were few now. Bale and 4 more of the militia were still fighting, though the other 7 were dead. 5 Lyrinx had fallen while another lay on the track, kicking feebly. "Kletch," Nish yelled. "We can't hold them much longer." "On the last rope," said Kletch. The 3 surviving Atatusk had waited for the rest of their troop and now formed a phalanx, armed with large rectangular shields and long 5-pointed spears that would be almost impossible for the Lyrinx to stop. Nish roped up another pair of spears and fired again, but the front line of the phalanx raised their shields together and the spears glanced off, deflecting the rope over their heads. Only 3 javelard spears remained, and he could not afford to waste them. "We're ready," Kletch yelled. Amy was coming down the last rope. Kletch had hold of the other 4 and was heaving mightily, trying to raise the platform into place, but his feet kept slipping on the soft track. "I need the flask," called Amy. Nish poured a few drops of pink fire into the catapult bucket in case he got the chance to fling more ice, then leapt down and bounded towards the opening, for he'd found that to be quicker than running here. Kletch threw his weight against the ropes, but it had little effect. "I'm too light this far in," he rumbled. "Never thought I'd say that." "You'll be heavier closer to the opening," said Nish as he took hold of the ropes behind Kletch. "The angle is too steep there. The ropes won't pull through the holes." Nish passed the flask to Amy, who darted out to smear fire around the edges of the platform. "Don't forget to leave a gap for us to get out," he yelled. She whirled and gave him the look, hands on hips, then tossed her head and went to work. Kletch chuckled. Even with the 2 of them heaving, they could not raise the platform, and Nish could feel the heavy breath of failure on the back of his neck. "Rill," he yelled, "can you give us a hand?" "When we go through the little hole," said Kletch casually, "what happens?" "We hang on to the rope until Tian comes to pick us up." "What if she doesn't?" "We fall to our deaths, eventually." "Good-o," said Kletch. "Just so's I know. I'd better make some footholds then, otherwise you landlubbers will fall off real quick." He began to tie loops in the rope on the lower left-hand side of the opening. Rill and another Lyrinx came running and took hold of the ropes. Their toe claws gave them a much sounder grip, yet even with all their strength, the platform rose slowly.
"We need another 2 on the ropes," said Rill, panting. "That would leave us almost undefended," said Nish. "If we don't get it closed, we've lost." "I'll see what I can do." Nish bounded back to the Javelard. The other paths were extending from all directions, steadily converging on the opening, and each carried troop after troop of Atatusk, determined to take Santhenar. At their current rate of progress, they would arrive well before the opening was sealed.
47. The Atatusk were now close enough that Nish could fire over the top of their shield wall, and with his last spears he took down 3 of the enemy, but it made no difference. What else could he do? He couldn't take on the phalanx with a sword. The surviving guards had come to the same conclusion, evidently, for they were retreating to the entrance and heaving on the ropes. Amy was clinging to the barrier 20 spans up, applying smears of pink fire to the 2 edges as the platform was pulled into position and cutting the dangling ropes. While Nish watched, the curved rent through the wall began to smooth out and fade like a healing cut. "If a breach is made, the barrier yearns to repair itself," Lillis had said. The Lyrinx ran back to their defence, wrenching used Javelard spears out of dead Atatusk and gathering up their 5-pointed spears. As Amy scrambled down, the flask swinging by its thong, the phalanx broke into a run. Despite the Atatusk's short legs and huge bodies, in the void they could move rapidly. Why had he delayed? Nish fired the burning ice in the catapult bucket, but it was turned harmlessly aside on their shields. "Get moving!" he bellowed, running back, "through the opening and onto the rope." The phalanxes on the other paths were also running now, racing the leading troop to victory. The 5 Lyrinx on the path made a wall with their bodies, with Rill in the centre, and Liette swooped down at the leading phalanx, trying to hold them back. An Atatusk in the middle pointed a white mace at her. She wobbled in the air and shot off. "Come away," Rill said hoarsely. "You know their mancers can bring us down in flight." Liette ignored him, as Nish had known she would, for she was the best flyer among the Lyrinx, and despite her lack of armour, she never held back. She attacked again, striking recklessly between the spears at the red-eyed Atatusk with the mace. The air around it shimmered, her wings missed a beat, she fell sideways, and 3 points of a spear plunged into her thigh. The Atatusk converged on her, but she broke free and flapped away, trailing blood. Rill was staring at her, his chest rising and falling. "Liette!" he said in an anguished voice. Nish's Gendragorian troops were at the opening, but it was a slow squeeze through, and they had to be careful moving onto the rope. "We'll never make it," Nish thought. "The Atatusk were too close and coming too quickly, and after they've killed us, they'll tear the barrier open again. We failed." Liette must have thought so too, for she whirled in the air, cried, "Fly, Rill!" and headed for the face of the phalanx. Red jags burst from her fingertips, for she was an accomplished mancer, and several shields burst apart. Momentarily the spears pointed in all directions. She swooped on one of the Atatusk, caught its head in her toe claws, and though it must have been twice her weight, dragged it upwards. It struck at her, but she retracted her claws and dropped it onto the front of the phalanx, which collapsed. "Go through, Nish!" cried Amy. Only Amy and Kletch remained, and the Lyrinx, but Nish hesitated, watching the phalanx. "I'm leading this force," he said. "I'm not leaving anyone behind." The phalanx swiftly reformed, and as Liette flapped away, clearly exhausted, the red-eyed Atatusk pointed its mace at her. Her wings collapsed. She fell onto the track 10 spans in front of them, hit hard, and struggled to get up. "Liette!" Rill roared and ran towards her, swinging the heavy Javelard spear in both hands. "Hi!" barked the red-eyed Atatusk, and they all surged forwards. "We can't hold it open!" someone shouted through the hole, which was narrowing of its own accord. "You'll have to," snapped Nish as the Lyrinx and Atatusk clashed furiously. Rill was standing over Liette, whose purple blood had puddled on the track. Green Atatusk blood began to mix with it. "Go, Amy," said Nish, and raised his useless sword.
"Hey, what about that pink crystal Eula gave you?" said Amy. He'd forgotten all about it. He dredged it out of his pocket, half embedded in the screwed-up dimensionless box. "I'm not sure how—" Amy shook her head at his stupidity, then poured the last of the pink fire over the Realgar crystal. Fire spilled down towards his hand. Nish hastily tossed the crystal, now trailing white smoke, over the heads of the Lyrinx at the closest Atatusk. It bounced off one of its tusks and landed behind Rill and Liette. The Atatusk doubled over, coughing white smoke out of its mouth and nostrils, then took a tentative step forwards, but fire enveloped the crystal and white fumes belched up from it to hang in the air above the track, then slowly spread across it, enveloping Liette and Rill up to his knees. The other Atatusk checked, but came on more slowly. Rill bent and lifted Liette, though before he could get back to safety with her, the leading Atatusk thrust and caught her in the belly with the points of the spear. She convulsed and went limp. Nish froze. "Liette," he said softly. "Was she dead?" Rill laid her down then, moving faster than the eye could see, tore the spear from the Atatusk's grip and drove it through its open mouth and out the back of its head. He wrenched it out, leapt at the enemy like a berserker, and swinging the spear back and forwards like a club, knocked down the creatures behind it, then hurled it at the next row. Turning his back contemptuously, he lifted Liette and walked into the white fumes with her, one hand pressed against the spear wounds in her belly. As he emerged, the Lyrinx separated to let them through, then bowed as they passed, for Liette was a great favourite as well as their brave and noble matriarch. Her hand moved, her eyes fluttered. She was alive, but grievously injured. Nish glanced over his shoulder. Amy was standing by with the flask, for she would have to go through last and seal the hole. Or would she? Kletch was struggling to hold the gap open. The breach, yearning to repair itself, was pulling closed and sealing. "Lyrinx, come through!" Nish shouted. Before they could follow Rill to the hole, the phalanx pushed into the cloud to attack. Nish held his breath. Would the fumes do their job? The leading Atatusk broke through the clinging white fumes. The crystal had failed. But then an unseen Atatusk let out a deep, shivering squeal, and suddenly the rest were choking and dropping their weapons and shields as they scrambled backwards to safety. A wisp of white fume coiled Nish's way, and he caught an overpowering smell of garlic, followed by an acrid pungency that stung his nose and eyes. "Keep away from the smoke!" a Lyrinx shouted. Nish ran back to Rill. Liette's soft skin had gone transparent. Her bent wings had lost all colour, and blood was still running from her leg and belly. Rill had his hand on her belly and was speaking words of Mansory, presumably a wound-sealing spell, but it did not seem to be working. She was pale as snow and her lips were blue. Nish went with them to the barrier. It was taking all Kletch's strength to hold the opening, and he was straining upwards with all the power of his legs to stop it from sealing itself. "Go through, Amy," he choked. "I can't hold it." "Not without you," she said, unmoving. There was no way out for him or the Lyrinx, for as soon as he let go, the gap would snap closed. Now, beyond the fumes, the Atatusk from the rear of the phalanx were tramping over their fallen fellows, advancing with spears held low and sweeping them from side to side across the track. Once they knocked the crystal into the void, the poisonous fumes would thin and there would be nothing to stop them, and the Atatusk on the other paths were only a minute away. "Go!" cried Kletch to Amy. "You too, Nish!" Tears flashed in her eyes and she headed towards the opening. Rill followed, bearing Liette, but there was no way he could squeeze through the hole before it closed. The smoking crystal was knocked over the side and the Atatusk moved gingerly into the fumes, holding their breath. Their spear tips appeared through the fumes. It was all over. Only then did Nish think of the black glove and know that it was time for the most desperate of measures. He shook it out of the dimensionless box, carefully slid the fingers of his left hand inside, then took up his sword with the right. "Pull the hole open as far as you can," he said.
I'll hold them off. It was undoubtedly the most reckless of the many reckless things he had ever done, but Nish felt no fear this time. The enemy had to be held back, and he was the only one who could do it, if it could be done at all. As two Lyrinx took hold of the hole and heaved it open a little further, Nish headed for the phalanx, gloved fist clenched at his side and sword up. An Atatusk leapt for him, swinging a club. He parried it with his sword, then thought, "Here goes." Springing forwards, he swung, opening his hand so the dimensionless glove's surface was flat. He couldn't reach as high as the Atatusk's head. Instead, he slapped it open-handed in the groin. The very dimensions gave forth a shrill wailing as they collapsed on contact. The Atatusk screamed, dropped the club and tried to clutch at its concealed organs, but they were drawn out of its body into the surface of the dimensionless glove, progressively flattening into a gory sheet, a skein of dripping threads, then disappearing completely. Then the creature's groin followed, and the belly and thighs were pulled after. As its chest was drawn down, the Atatusk let out a despairing bark and tried to pull itself out, but nothing could prevail over the dimensionless glove. Within seconds, the Atatusk had been sucked inside it and disassembled as though it had never existed. The glove swung from Nish's hand, hot and heavy now, and he could feel it yearning towards his thigh as though the urge to consume him was irresistible. He hastily jerked it away and pointed it towards the remaining Atatusk who had frozen, staring at it. They were brave creatures and did not fear death, but the uncanny dissolution of their comrade had unnerved them. The other phalanxes had kept coming, though. They were too far away to have seen. A second Atatusk stepped forwards, a giant at least 2.5 spans tall, hefting a double-edged war axe. He was watching Nish carefully, sniffing the air all the while. Suddenly he swung, so fast that Nish could barely see the axe head. Unable to raise the sword in time, he flung his gloved hand into the path of the blade. It struck the glove with a shocking impact, and Nish expected it to shear right through his hand, but with a shrill shriek the axe's dimensions were stripped from it and it vanished. The giant, who had not let go in time, was drawn in after it. The glove was far heavier now and so hot that it was glowing, though Nish's hand was barely warm. All the Atatusk stood frozen, staring at it. From the corner of his eye he saw a Lyrinx run to the javelard, smash one of its timber uprights with his fist, and bound back to the opening with it. He jammed the jagged end into the floor and forced the smooth end into the gap. The top of the gap snapped down, but the prop held, and the remaining Lyrinx began to squeeze through. The other paths were almost close enough to join with the main track, and a troop of Atatusk stood at the front of each path, making ready to leap the gap and seize the prize and the glory for themselves. "Together," said the leading Atatusk on the track, and the front rank of its troop went for Nish. Nish hurled the dimensionless glove at the leader's smooth grey belly and ran without waiting to see what happened. Slap! The dimensionless glove wailed again as it did its work and grew brighter. Nish could feel its smouldering heat behind him. "Well done, everyone," he gasped and scrambled through the opening onto the rope, taking a firm grip of a loop. Kletch was hanging from another loop on the other side of the rope, waiting anxiously. The last Lyrinx followed, and everyone moved down the loops, one after another. Only Amy was outside now. The 5 paths joined into one broad track. 50 Atatusk ran at them. Amy scrambled through, one-handed, holding the unstoppered flask ready to seal the gap, but slipped and nearly fell. "I don't think you're going to need that, little one," said Kletch, clutching her in an arm as muscled as Nish's thigh. "I'm making sure," Amy snapped. She smeared fire across both edges of the gap, and as the enemy lunged with a wall of spear points, Kletch punched out the prop. The gap snapped closed and vanished as though it had never been. And let's hope Stilkeen can't make another one, Nish thought as he rotated on the line to look for the sky galleon. 48. "You were close to Kandor once," said Agur. "Were you not?" Yalkara looked haggard now and defeated. Clearly, after losing everything, life had become unbearable for her and she wanted it to end. Melis felt a trace of pity for her, though only a trace.
Before we escaped from the void, we were the best of friends, said Yalkara. But on Santhenar, Kandor changed, and we became ever more estranged.
Could he have seen you find the chthonic fire?
It's possible. That was thousands of years ago, in the dark days, when we were trying to survive in the void and failing. Clever, powerful and tenacious as we Charon are, our competitors were more cunning and more ruthless, and our numbers were dwindling. The best and most brilliant among us sought a way out of the void, and, despite what the tales say, I was the first to do so. I saw Stilkeen hide its chthonic fire in the core of a burnt-out comet, and while it prepared to move on to another set of dimensions, I snatched the fire and fled. Fire is a marvelous and subtle force, capable of opening the passage between dimensions for us just as easily as it makes a humble portal, if we know how to use it. I found a way out of the void, and we took Arkan.
And Kandor? Pressed Agur.
He might have seen me take it, or, Yalkara mused, he might have discovered chthonic fire much later, after it had begun to work its evil on us. It rendered most of us sterile, and then drew molten magma up from the deep in Arkan's core to ruin the planet in 10,000 eruptions.
Could he have taken the true fire and hidden it during the clism, leaving you with the corrupt version?
He might have, said Yalkara. Despite all that has been said about him, Kandor was more principled than I, and always looking to make amends.
Did you know he was my father? Said Agur, who still seemed bemused by this revelation.
I did not, though it does not astonish me to hear it. Clearly he protected the secret of your identity with his life.
Kandor made the Taphloid for you, said Melis, looking at Agur and thinking aloud. He put the lost lessons into it and fashioned a shield to protect you. The Taphloid has to be the key. And it's always been a mystery to me.
How so? Said Agur.
I've never understood how it works. Even after we took Father's little crystal out, the Taphloid still concealed my aura. How could it do that without a source of power?
There may be another crystal inside it, said Agur, hidden there long ago.
No one spoke for ages. Melis thought about that, but for some reason she could not fathom, she was sure there wasn't another crystal inside the Taphloid. Yet if that was the case, what did power it? If it isn't a crystal, she said suddenly, could chthonic fire be its hidden power? What if Kandor hid fire inside a corundite compartment so it would be ready for Agur once he learned his lessons?
That would be ironic indeed, said Agur thoughtfully.
Yet many people have checked the Taphloid, I among them, and no hidden compartments have been found.
Yalkara stood up straight. Ah, but you don't know how Charon think, nor the cunning way we design our most precious devices. And for such a vital purpose, Kandor would have designed the Taphloid most cunningly.
She held out her hand, and Melis gave her the Taphloid. Yalkara clenched her hands around it, shook it, then held its ends and curves to her ear and her brow.
Kandor was a clever maker of such devices. But I was a brilliant one, and I think I see what he has done.
She passed her hands over the smooth, shining metal, tapped, twisted and pulled, and it separated into two halves. Inside the smaller half, where there should have been solid metal, sat a tiny bottle made of sapphire-coloured crystal. Melis let out a sigh.
Is that?
Corundite, said Yalkara.
And there's fire inside, I can see it.
She held up the bottle.
It has died to the tiniest flicker, incapable of growing by itself, but I can tell from its glistening platinum whiteness, jewel-like and perfect, that this is the true fire I found in the core of the comet.
Now I understand, said Agur, his craggy features lit up as though by a newly risen sun. This tiny fire must have been the source of my great and mysterious power all along. That's why my power did not fade when the nodes were destroyed and almost everyone else lost their arts. That's why I've lived so long. My life force protected by the everlasting fire, And that's how I came to do the impossible and shoot that blast across the way between the worlds long ago to save Magraith. Pure chthonic fire dissolves the barriers between the worlds, and nothing can stand in its way save Corundite. It's how Stilkeen could roam the 11 dimensions of space and time for half an eternity. And we'll do again after it destroys Santhenar, said Flid, if we can't stop it. So, how do we stop it?
The fire is almost dead, said Yalkara. It must be fed before it can be used by Stilkeen or anyone else.
We wouldn't want to use it, said Malus. Not after what happened when Flid had it.
I've a feeling you might have to use it, said Yalkara.
But if it's fed in our world, it'll become corrupt like all the other fire, won't it? Said Malus.
It will if you feed it like any normal fire, with material fuel.
How else can it be fed?
Pure fire was the binding force between the physical and spirit aspects of Stilkeen, said Yalkara. And it can only remain pure if it's fed on another spirit. Someone's life force.
Her eye was fixed on Malus as if planning to feed the fire on her. Malus edged away. Yalkara smiled thinly.
Have no fear, little one. I wouldn't feed it on your spirit.
Whose, then, Malus thought? Flid's? Igur's? I was meant to keep watch for Stilkeen, said Igur. It's the only connection I have with my father, and you can't imagine how much that matters after all this time. I've lived long enough for any man. I'm prepared to make the sacrifice if it's the only way. We don't know that it is, said Flid, who had been unaccountably quiet. And we can't take the risk. If Stilkeen gets the true fire and rejoins with its revenants, it'll be 100 times as powerful and no longer in pain. It will be invincible, and Santhenar will be doomed. If we do need to use the true fire, as Yalkara has hinted, said Igur, extending his hand, first we have to feed it. After a momentary hesitation, Yalkara held out the Corundite bottle.
No, said Chthonic, struggling to her feet. I'm dying, and the pain is unendurable. I'll gladly feed the fire with my spirit. Stilkeen, here, shouted a woman from high above Yalkara.
Malus, recognizing the voice, looked up. It was the Numinator, and she was standing at the edge of the 3rd level of Moraloon, pointing down at them.
There she is, Stilkeen, cried the Numinator. It's Yalkara, the Charon who stole your chthonic fire. She knows where the true fire lies, and she's kept it from you just to torment you.
Claws scraped on marble. Then Stilkeen came lurching out between the flame-covered columns onto the open edge of the tower's 3rd level and looked down. It was shaking and shuddering with pain, moving forwards then jerking back as if being so exposed to the real world was more than it could bear, but it had to have the fire. As Chthoni's fingers touched the Corundite bottle, Yalkara whipped it away from her. Was she planning to betray them all? Malus groped for her knife, but did not draw it, for that was not what Yalkara was up to. On the contrary.
There must be a reckoning, she said. The time is long overdue.
Flicking out the stopper with her thumb, Yalkara tilted the bottle, allowed the little tongues of fire to slide into her mouth, and swallowed. Within seconds, platinum fire exploded out from her middle and grew into a conflagration all around her as it began to feed on her life force.
This,
Yalkara gasped, bent double but forced herself upright, clearly determined to meet her end with dignity.
This will be my atonement,
she said over the brittle hiss of the flames.
For all that my folly has cost the 3 worlds, and my own Charon kind, I will have peace at last.
Taking a small flat package from her gown, she passed it back and forth through the true fire enveloping her. She groaned, stifled it and hid the pain, then tossed the package to Malus.
A gift for the grandchild I will never see. We Charon, once so great, are finally extinct.
What is it? Said Malus, catching the package absently and stuffing it into her pocket.
A little treasure made long ago. now cleansed by pure fire.
Yalkara fell to the floor, writhing, and the chthonic fire rose ever higher as it consumed her fleeing life force. Melis walked away, unable to watch her death agonies. High above, Stilkeen had wrapped itself in webs of flame, the only protection it could make against the pain of exposure to the material world, and was staring down at the white fire, hungering for it. Why didn't it jump? Was it waiting for the true fire to reach up to the third level while enduring the pain as best it could? Melis kept walking and was facing the main entrance to Moraloon when the gateway to the Shadow Realm appeared halfway down the broad hall, and Vivimord was standing just inside the black gate, enchanted sabre in hand. To one side, the revenants were drifting in a red and black streaked circle. Had Vivimord decided that remaining in the Shadow Realm was too great a price, even to save the world he loved? He must have. He must be planning to come back from death. Melis ran for the gate, knowing that there was but a minute to lure the revenants out, and after that it would be too late. Once Stilkeen held the fire, it could rejoin with them at its leisure, and they could not be harmed. But how were the revenants to be attacked? Again she had that flash of memory, the rain, the caduceus steaming on the hillside, and Igur falling down, but now she remembered what happened next. Skidding to a stop outside the gate, hidden by a pillar where Vivimord could see her but the revenants could not, she hissed his name. He approached the gate. "You're too late, Melis. I'm coming back from death." "The true fire has been found," she said softly. "It's just outside. You must convince them to come out now, else Stilkeen will take the fire and Santhenar will be no more." Vivimord looked over her head, and his eyes widened. "But I can be the only dead man ever to return from the Shadow Realm, to life," he said softly, yearningly. "How can I give that up? How can I give up life?" "What would be the point?" she said. "If Stilkeen isn't stopped, there won't be anything to come back to." He knew it too. Vivimord stalked back and forth. He groaned. He clawed at his hair and rubbed the egg-shaped excrescence on his cheek, but nothing could rearrange the facts. It was a choice between his life and the fate of the world. Finally, the tension eased in him, and he seemed to come to a resolution that must have offered him some sense of inner peace, for the lines on his face smoothed and he let out a small sigh. Vivimord bowed to Melis. "I salute you, for you have beaten me over and again." Thrusting out his right arm, sabre extended, he cried the spell he'd made long ago to cut open the black gate. The sabre blazed blue and brilliant. The lock sagged, the gate swung open, and he spoke, using all his rhetorical art. "The way is clear, revenants. The true fire you have been seeking all this time lies within reach, and now Stilkeen comes. Fly, fly to Stilkeen. Complete yourselves at last." Melis glanced the other way. Outside, the white fire was raging upon Yalkara's dying body, calling to the revenants across all the dimensions of space and time, and such was the voice in his words that they burst forth, so desperate for the ecstasy of rejoining with Stilkeen that they were blinded by it. Melis ducked aside as they rushed the gateway, passed through, and hurtled towards the fire. Vivimord ran after them, raising the sabre to hold open the gate so he could return from death, but the sabre flowed like water in his hands and vanished. The gate slammed, and she saw his anguished face as he understood that his choice was irrevocable. Then the Shadow Realm disappeared. He too had atoned for his crimes, but unlike Yalkara, he regretted it bitterly. Melis ran after the revenants unheeded. They had no interest in consuming spirits now, living or dead, but she did, for Melis thought she knew the one way to destroy them. Like red-streaked moths around a fire, they began to circle the conflagration, feeding on Yalkara's spirit. Melis ran up to Flid and Igur. "And burn them to nothingness," she panted. "What?" cried Flid. "It's the one phrase we recovered from Kandor's lessons in the Tafloid." "But what does it mean?" said Igur. "Burn the revenants with chthonic fire," Melis guessed.
Stilkeen ordered them to stay in the Shadow Realm until it called them because outside they were in peril. Then why don't they rejoin with it? Chthonic fire is the force that binds flesh and spirit together. Until Stilkeen holds the fire, the revenants can't rejoin with it. He looked up at the trembling, flame-shrouded being. All it has to do is jump down onto the fire, snatch it up and call them to it, so why doesn't it? It can't bear the pain, I suppose, said Malis. It'll soon find a way to protect itself, said Flid. Nidiril said there was one single way the revenants could be destroyed, and it must have to do with pure fire. Yalkara said we'd have to use it, remember? If Stilkeen doesn't personally hold the pure fire, it must burn unbound revenants to nothingness. I'm sure you're right, Flid said ruefully, but how do we use it? They aren't going near it. Go back to the Shadow Realm. Fly, choked Stilkeen from the 3rd level, but the revenants did not look up. It was as if they hadn't heard. They continued to circle, hungrily eyeing the pure fire, yet wary of it. Malis whispered, Igur, I think you're the key. You've got to use the fire. I don't know how, he said. Nidiril said revenants are blind in the real world, Malis remembered, and they can barely hear. He said we might be able to fool them. How? Cried Igur. Stilkeen shot inside, then reappeared, wrapping layer upon layer of its ragged shadow webs about it. It was twitching and shuddering with pain, but it must have been bearable now, for it began to clamber onto the rail of the 3rd level. It's going to jump, hissed Malis, and suddenly she knew there was only one way. They can't see you, Igur. Act as though you're Stilkeen. Without a word, Igur leapt into the pure white fire roaring up from Yalkara's body, wrapped it around himself, and it flared even higher. Cloaked in white fire, he looked enormous, powerful, eternal. Igur looked like a being, and he extended his long arms to the revenants as if to envelop them. Come, my spirits, it is time. Letting out ecstatic cries, they whirled around him like black and red dervishes, spiraling ever closer. Stilkeen was on the rail now, teetering there in agony, and it jumped. The revenants circled Igur, closer, faster, until they were no more than streaks, and then they touched. Igur enfolded them in his arms and drew them within the fire. Too late, as Stilkeen came hurtling down, they realized that they had been tricked. The revenants tried desperately to burst free, but Igur crushed them to him and ran with them. White fire exploded out for many spans in all directions as it fed on their pure spirit selves and seared them into annihilation. As Malis scrambled out of the way, a tongue of fire touched the back of her left hand, and a sizzling pain shot across it. Her hand blistered, went numb, and she fell down. Stilkeen was screaming as it hit the promenade beside Yalkara's smoking remains, enormously lengthening its arms towards Igur and the last fading wisps of its revenants, but they burned away just as it touched the fire. Igur collapsed, and Stilkeen let out a shriek of uttermost agony, a shrill, ululating scream that went on and on as if it were trying to split Santhenar apart down to its very core. Malis blocked her ears, but the sound gouged through her head until it boiled, and the backs of her eyeballs throbbed. Flid's nose was bleeding, a trickle of blood had started from Tulatine's right ear, and even the men and Atatusk fighting on the paved plain had clapped their hands over their ears, but no one could keep out the dreadful sound. It cut off as suddenly as it had begun, for the severing of Stilkeen's physical and spirit aspects was now permanent, and it was forever lost, forever abandoned, never to be free of the agony of separation. It tore the last wisps of the dying fire from Yalkara and Igur, wrapped them around itself like a shroud, and whirled up, and the fire grew until it formed a twisting column more than a league high. Other tongues of white fire were drawn to it, including a vast streak that came from the Antarctic south, the fire that had been eating the ice there. All formed into a prodigious white javelin racing up towards the celestial sphere. At its very apex, the fire burst apart, punched a white-starred hole through into unknown dimensions, and then the hole healed itself without a trace.
A colossal boom thundered down, shaking the palace and echoing and re-echoing off the mountains. "It's done," said Flid, when the last echoes had faded. "Every trace of white fire all across Santhenar is gone." Shortly, a faint flush began to spread across the eastern sky. Dawn was breaking. Yalkara's body formed an elongated pile of ash, and Agur lay not far away, his arms and body smoking and most of his hair burned off. Chulatain stumbled across and crouched over him, cradling him in her arms. Melis did not see how he could still be alive, but Agur sat up painfully, his charred garments falling to pieces. "I hoped my art would come back if Stilkeen was defeated and the caduceus was destroyed," he said hoarsely. "But it's not going to, is it?"
"No," said Chulatain, "and your long life is also going to end, for both must have come from the pure fire candle put into the Tafloid when you were a baby. As long as it lasted, so would you. Now it is gone, your arts will fade to nothing, and you'll soon be an aging, ordinary man."
"An ordinary man," he said softly. "Me. And yet when I'm nursed by the most beautiful woman in all Santhenar, how can I regret it?"
"Hush your foolishness," said Chulatain, but she was smiling, and she did not seem to be in as much pain as before. She bent over Agur, put her hands on the worst of his burns, and began to heal them, as well as chthonic fire burns could ever be healed. 49. "Where's Nish?" Melis said quietly, for battles still raged all across the plain as the soldiers hunted down the surviving Atatusk and the other creatures from the void. Several humans were dying for every beast dispatched. "I haven't seen him in ages." She rubbed her blistered left hand, feeling very afraid. Thousands of soldiers were dead and hundreds of the mighty Lyrinx. How could one small man have survived against such terrible foes?
"I don't know," said Flid, pacing anxiously.
With Stilkeen's disappearance, the barrier between the world and the void had also vanished, and the caduceus, which was still embedded in the marble at the front of the palace, had sagged and run like molten iron. Melis had felt the power drain from it as it became a cooling puddle of lifeless metal. The tongues of yellow and orange flame wreathing the palace slowly went out, and underneath, the beautiful white and golden stone of Moraloon had gone a dingy brown, like the smoke stains around the top of a chimney. The stone had been eaten away like decayed teeth. Yellow fumes still oozed from the deepest and most rotten cavities, to fall in slow coils down the fluted columns and spill across the pitted floors. Melis caught a whiff and choked, for the fumes reeked as though all the dead from Mazahaiza had been interred below the palace. As the sun rose over the distant ocean beyond Fad, Moraloon began to shake. The needle-tipped tower swayed back and forth in ever-increasing arcs, and waist-high waves formed on the sacred lake.
"We'd better get to safer ground," said Flid.
Melis helped Chulatain down from the promenade, and two soldiers from the few surviving Imperial Guard lifted Agur between them. The broad steps were cracking by the time they reached the bottom, and only moments after they laid Agur on the paved plain, one of the corroded columns of the grand entrance cracked and fell.
"The foundations must have been eaten away," said Flid. "The palace is coming apart."
Its base shifted, the 9 levels grated against one another, distorting its beautiful symmetry, and several stones toppled. But Moraloon remained intact, as if some greater binding force held it together. However, the paving surrounding it broke in a ragged circle and began to slip downwards, ell by ell, until, after 20 minutes or more, it formed a deep trench around the palace like a dry moat. Now the palace began to subside as well, in a series of small but wrenching jerks, as though cavities were continually forming and collapsing beneath it. It settled slowly, floor by floor. The stone edge of the sacred lake cracked and spilled part of its contents into the moat. Steam rose in wreathing clouds. The palace settled a little further, leaving only the spire standing above the paved plain,
And then, as if satisfied that it had demonstrated its superiority over the tyrant and all his works, the ground gave a faint, satisfied grumble, and all went still. Melis felt so worn that she could barely stand up, but she tottered 10 steps to the brink and looked down. The rickety palace was surrounded by a circular, steaming trench at least 40 spans deep, bounded by steep walls of fractured rock. "It doesn't look as though it's going to last much longer," she said faintly. "And good riddance," said Flid, coming up beside her. "When it's gone, we'll fill the hole with rubble to form Jal Nish's tombstone, a fitting memorial to a monster." The sky galleon came side-slipping in, the wind whistling through its lines. "And look who turns up when all the work is done," Flid said loudly as 3 reckless old ladies settled beside them, Tian at the helm. "Where the blazes have you been, Nish?" But Flid was beaming. "Oh, you know," Nish said airily and vaulted over the side like a true hero, though the grand gesture was marred when he landed hard on his blood-stained leg and would have fallen had Flid not caught him. Nish was filthy, soot-stained, and covered in green blood. "Going up to the void opening, mopping up the last of the Atatusk, nothing special, do it all the time." Flid burst out laughing, and Melis could not restrain her joy as she stepped out from behind him. Nish's eyes met hers, and the most extraordinary expression of longing crossed his dirty face. His eyes took on a liquid shine. He whispered her name, staring at her as though she was a precious, lost jewel that had finally, after years of wild goose chases, been found. Melis couldn't move. She had lost control of her legs. She looked into his eyes, not understanding even when he held out his arms to her. She started, blushed, then went slowly to him. "I heard what you did," Nish said, embracing her and stroking her dusty hair. "Going into the Shadow Realm, all alone. It was the bravest thing." He kissed her on the tip of her nose. Melis didn't know what to think. Almost as brave as flying up there to try and seal the void. "Try!" he cried in mock outrage, taking a step backwards but still holding her by the shoulders. "We did seal the void. It's over. Look out!" He whirled her out of the way as the ground groaned and a finger-wide crevice snaked out from Moraloon, almost under their feet. "It doesn't go deep," said Melis, too distracted to worry about anything outside of them. "Nish!" She wanted to tell him about the baby, but was afraid to. The revelation was too new, too raw, and she had not come to terms with it herself. And also she was afraid of how he would react. The ground kept shaking and they moved away from the edge of the pit. Rock tore deep underground, and clouds of dust boiled up on the other side of the palace. They scrambled onto a boulder to see what was happening. "That crevice is huge," said Nish, pointing to a broad crack that was zipping across the plain towards the underground prison, half a league away. He and Melis stared at each other, the realization taking a while to sink in. Mazahaiza could collapse as well. "And my family are in there," cried Melis. Now, finally, she could go to them, but how could she race the crevice? "At least, I hope they are." She set off at a run. "This way," called Nish. "It's quicker." He scrambled up the side of the sky galleon. Melis climbed the rope ladder. "Melente isn't here," said Nish, looking around, "and neither is Tian." "I saw Chismool a minute ago," said Melis. She yelled, "Chismool!" "What?" She was sitting glumly on the ground on the other side of the sky galleon, staring at her feet. Chismool had been called to fly earlier, but she had not heard the call, and now it was too late. The battle was over, and she might never fly again. "Pilot!" yelled Melis. "We need you!" Chismool bounded to her feet and scrambled up the rope ladder. "Where to?" "Mazahaiza, and make it snappy." The sky galleon hurtled away, racing the crevice across the plain. After overtaking it halfway, Chismool landed near the dark, grimy steps that led down to the prison. "Get clear in case it falls in," said Nish. "We won't be long. I hope." The prison was dark save for a few guttering lanterns, for the guards had fled hours ago. The God Emperor's silent watchers, the wisp watchers, loop listeners, and snoop sniffers, which, when linked to the tears, could detect a creeping mouse in darkness, hung still and lifeless. Nish ripped 2 lanterns off the wall, handed one to Melis, and they ran down the wet steps into the reeking gloom, letting the prisoners out as they went. There weren't as many as she would have thought. Most of the cells were empty, and there was no sign of her family. They must be dead. "What a horrible place," she said, pressing up against him. Do you mind if I hold your hand?" "I don't mind at all. You can't imagine the memories Mazahaiza brings back." The smoky lantern glasses allowed out only a feeble brown light, which made the prison look even more grimy and oppressive. It was miserably cold, and the smell grew worse the further they descended. They reached the lowest level, the 9th, which consisted of a short corridor leading to a single cell whose large brass key hung from a hook. She took it. After splashing through festering sullage, they approached the cell which had been Nish's home for 10 years. "You spent 10 years down here," Melis said, crushing his hand. "I wonder that you didn't go mad." "There were times I thought I had," Nish shuddered. "It's as if no time has passed since my escape," he whispered. "I might be being led in now to begin my sentence. Go on." Melis had been hanging back, afraid to look in, but she swallowed and peered around the edge of the cell. In the dim lantern light, she could just make out something huddled against the wall at the far side of the cell. Her hand shook as she turned the key. "They look dead, Nish." "So did I, half the time I spent in there. Be brave." She crept in, appalled at the smell, which was far worse than it had been in the corridor. The stench was distantly familiar, for Nish had smelled just like this when she had helped him to escape last autumn. Something moved on the bench, and Melis, thinking about the Shadow Realm, put her hand over her mouth. What horror was she going to discover? A tall, bony figure sat up stiffly, focused on her, and snapped. "You took your time, girl. You always were a lazy slattern." The woman was tall and skinny, with an eagle's beak of a nose. Aunt Hagar. Trust her to survive. She had always been the tough one. Melis threw her arms around her aunt, overcome to realize that at least one of her family had survived, sour and cranky though Hagar was. "Get off," said Hagar, pushing her away. "What's the matter with you?" Melis turned to the crumpled figures in the corner. "Are they?" "Your mother died 5 days ago and they've taken her body out," said Hagar briskly. "Lima always was the weakest." Tears pricked at Melis's eyes. Her poor mother had never recovered from the destruction of Niflheim Manor, and the dispersal of her clan, and the loss of Melis's father had broken her. It was a wonder she had lasted this long. "What about Boogie?" "Aunt Boogie," said Hagar, slapping her face. "You may have been swanning around the world with all manner of villains and reprobates, but you're not yet of age. You will show respect, girl." Melis met Nish's eyes, and he looked shocked at her reception, but she could have hugged Aunt Hagar for joy. The world hadn't been completely torn apart after all. Hagar was the same cranky old martinet she had always been, and Melis didn't want her to change one iota. Hagar was Clan Niflheim now, and Niflheim survived. "Boogie passed this morning," said Hagar. "Seneschal Vomix tortured her cruelly after we were taken, and she was glad to go in the end. But Phyllis clings to life. She might be saved, if you know a good healer." Vomix again. He was the cause of all the clan's misfortunes, and it had all come about because of a thoughtless remark Melis had made when passing him on the road as a child. No wonder her mother and aunts had treated her so badly and lavished all their love on Phyllis. "I know a very good healer," said Melis. "The best there is." She bent over Phyllis, who lay in the filthy straw, panting, soiled, and terribly thin. Her eyes were dull and empty. A thin band, studded with jewelled knobs, encircled her forehead. "What's this?" said Melis. "The Scryers put it there to stop her from using her gift," said Hagar. "It's linked to the Wisp Watchers and can't be removed." "The God Emperor is dead, and so are the Wisp Watchers," said Melis, easing the band away and tossing it into the corner. It had been on so long that Phyllis's brow was scarred underneath. Phyllis's eyes sprang open. "Big sister," she said softly,
I knew you'd come,
and fell asleep. Melis wept. 50. The prison began shaking as Melis carried Phyllis up. Nish came behind, bearing the body of Aunt Boogie, and Hagar hobbled up the stairs by herself, refusing all offers of aid. They gained the sky galleon as the broadening crevices approached Mazahaiza, and lifted off without looking back. I never want to see this place again, cried Melis, sitting on a bench beside her sleeping sister and stroking her filthy blonde hair. What do you want? Nish said quietly, watching her from the corner of his eye and wondering what she was going to do next, though he had a feeling he knew. And the worst of it was he had nothing to offer her, at least nothing she would value above Niflheim. Just to bathe the stink of Mazahaiza away and go home, she said. I've got to have a home now. I understand. You have your family to look after. She looked as though she was going to say something important, then, oddly, Melis blushed. My family, yes, but... What is it? They'll never be safe while Vomix survives. He'll destroy them just to make me suffer. I'm really afraid of him, Nish, so afraid that I've got to go after him. I couldn't bear to think of him out there just waiting for the chance. You don't have to worry about Vomix ever again. She turned, clutching his blood-stained shirt with both hands and looking into his eyes. Are you sure? Is he? The sudden relief in her eyes was replaced by doubt. He's slimy as an eel, Nish. He can survive anything. Not this time. We spotted him from the sky galleon on the way down from sealing the void. His personal guard fled down the ridge below Mazahaiza, but they were ambushed by a troop of Atatusk and wiped out. Vomix got away and ran for his life through the woodland with a handful of his officers, abandoning his men yet again. Nish shook his head in disgust. How could father have raised a man like him to high office? We hunted him from the air for half an hour, dropping flares to light the way, but with all the trees we couldn't get close enough to corner him. Then Tian spotted a band of those Lyrinx-like hunters, the ones that came through the opening first. They were just over the hill, and she drove Vomix towards them, letting him think he was getting away. I hope they ate him, Melis said fiercely. You don't feel as though you should forgive your enemies, Nish teased, now they've been defeated. Not after what he did to my clan. Vomix hasn't got a single redeeming feature. He certainly hasn't now. The hunters pulled down his officers one by one and left them lying where they fell, but they held Vomix down and ate him from the feet up while he was still alive. He threatened them, begged them, then wept and whined like the cur he is when he finally realized that there was no way out, but it made no difference. It wasn't a pleasant way to go. But he's definitely dead. Melis was still holding him. We thought he was dead before, yet he came back. This was one gift Nish could give her. He could relieve her of the burden of Vomix forever. Had he survived, we would have finished him off, but I watched until the last gulp. He's dead and gone, Melis. There won't be any tombstone for Vomix, just a stinking pile of manure between the rocks. She sagged against him. Then we've won. We've finally won. Yes, said Nish as they landed. It's over. He helped her to climb down with Phyllis, then added quietly, but at a terrible cost. Only 10 of my faithful Gendragorian militia are left, of the 500 I set out with, and they never wanted to fight in the first place. He shook his head at the futility of war. I talked them into it. They weren't the only losses, far from it. With the last of the invaders mopped up, the Allies gathered on the upthrust boulders between the sacred lake and sunken Moraloon to count the grim cost of the day and night. Garthor had fallen, and more than half of his 1,000 Arkim with him. The redhead Arkim of Clan Eleanor had fared even worse, losing 3/4 of their number in less than an hour, when several large troops of Atatusk had come down right in the middle of them, though Irael had survived. The Phalem had lost only 1/4 of their 350, but both Galgiliel and Laenor were among them, and being a small and slight people, many more had been badly injured. The whelm had also suffered grievously. Of their original 80, only 7 remained, and none were unscathed, for though they were doughty and tireless fighters, they were slow and awkward compared to their opponents.
"More than 200 of my people have fallen," said Rill, who was haggard and blood-stained. His armoured skin flickered white and grey, the colours of unbearable grief. "Almost half, and Liette." His deep voice cracked. "My one, my only Liette will soon join her ancestors." Nish had been afraid of that. It seemed impossible that Liette, who had always been so magnificent, so brave and bold and full of life, could be dying. And yet the Lyrinx, for all their toughness, were as mortal as any other species. "Is there nothing that can be done for her?" "Our healers have been working on her since I brought her down," said Rill, "and I was by her side the whole time, but her belly wounds are too many and too deep. The Mancer who speared her must also have damaged her inside. I have little hope now." He bowed and withdrew. After the toll of battle had been completed, everyone stood in silence for 10 minutes, remembering their dead. Nish tried to count his own, from the time when Phylis had taken him out of Mazahisa, but the number was too great. The faces flashed through his inner eye, hundreds of the Defiants killed in that fruitless battle with his father's army. Faithful Zam, that gentle giant at the top of Mistmurk. More than 300 men and women of the militia he'd fought beside at Blisterbone Pass, Taranta, the monastery, and since, and half of Eula's 100. Not to mention wild, rebellious, beautiful, brave, and loving Liette. He remembered all the faces, but he could not always put a name to them, and that was the worst of all.
"Nish, you'd better get on with it,"
said Flid abruptly. Nish roused with an effort. What?"
"Take command of the survivors before they get restless."
"Yes, I suppose so. How many are left?"
"Hackle's mercenaries have fled, but some 3,000 of Vomix's and Lygian's troops remain. Plus they're injured, and they'll swear to you if you demand it."
"All right," said Nish, "but I'll not take their oaths as God Emperor, only as Commander-in-Chief of the Empire's forces."
"Whatever," snapped Flid. "Just get on with it."
Nish took their oaths, then distributed Vomix's enormous war chest equally to every surviving man and woman, excepting himself and his allies. The coin was tainted in his eyes, and he wanted none of it.
"I'd advise you to put your troops to work at once," said Flid. "Idleness will allow them to brood upon their terrible losses, and we can't afford that."
There were thousands of dead soldiers, far too many to be buried in the thin, stony soil, so Nish ordered that they be carried to the cracked and crumbling sump that had once been Mazahisa prison and placed in a pit there. When it had finished settling, the pit would be filled with rubble, and the huge slabs that had roofed the prison would be placed on top, a permanent memorial to the slain. The Lyrinx gathered their own fallen, then dragged up dozens of dead trees and built a pyre on the far side of the plain, near the forest. The bodies were carefully arranged on the pyre, and the sacred rites said over them, after which Rill sent a runner for Flid, Nish, Igur, Malien, Tian, and Malus, plus those surviving members of the militia who had fought beside Liette. "Is it the worst?" Nish asked. "I'm afraid so," said the Lyrinx messenger, a big, heavily armoured female with a battered green crest. "Our beloved matriarch has fallen. Liette is dead." They stood by the pyre at a respectful distance to one side of the mourning Lyrinx, while Rill carried Liette's limp body to the top of the pyre and gently folded her beautiful wings for the last time. He kissed her brow and her crest, knelt beside her for several minutes, gazing at her, then backed down. "Thank you for coming, my friends," he said when he reached the bottom. He embraced them one by one. "Liette would have been proud to see such a gathering." "I'm so sorry," said Nish, so choked up that he could barely speak. "She was one of the greatest of all the Lyrinx, and I'll never forget her. I'll miss her more than I can say." "There was no Lyrinx like her," said Rill. "I may remain as patriarch for a while, but I will never take another mate."
His eyes shed thick tears. And yet, if she had to die young, Liette would have wanted to go this way, in battle defending her friends and everything she cared about, and this beautiful world. She loved Santhenar more than any of us. The sacred rites were spoken, then Rill carried fire to the four sides of the pyre, and within minutes it had enveloped all the bodies, the flames roaring higher than the treetops, as if to carry their spirits away to their own special corner of the shadow realm. When the bodies had become ash, Nish and his friends trudged silently back to Moraloon. The Arkim and Phylem had gathered their dead to be taken through the portals to their own lands, while the Whelm were bearing theirs into the forest, though they would not permit anyone to help them or to witness their rites. "What are you going to do about your father?" Flid said quietly, for Jal Nish's body remained in the crumbling palace. "I plan to bury him myself when it's safe to go into Moraloon. Despite all that he did, I owe father that much. But not today." Nish could not face it. He went looking for Melis and found her in one of the healers' tents, sitting beside Aunt Hagar, who was confined to a stretcher and cursing everyone in sight, though she broke off the moment he entered. "Prince Krillnish," she said, pasting on a sickeningly obsequious smile and trying to rise and bow at the same time. "Or should it be Emperor?" He grimaced. Last autumn, Hagar and her two sisters had required Melis, as a family duty, to lead Nish away from Mazahaiza and try to become pregnant by him, so as to save Clan Niflheim and restore it to its rightful position. Though he understood why they had imposed that duty on Melis, he had not forgiven Hagar for it. And yet she was Melis's only surviving adult relative, so he could not spurn Hagar either. "Call me Nish," he said. "I'm no prince nor emperor and never will be. I'm just an ordinary man." "Of course, Prince Krillnish," said Hagar. Phyllis was on Melis's other side. She took after her mother and aunts and looked nothing like Melis, being tall for her age, slim, blonde, and blue-eyed. Phyllis had recovered more quickly than anyone had expected, and now, though as pallid as a long-term prisoner, and with a hacking cough, she was sitting up smiling as she played with a little wooden toy. Nish knew nothing about her save that she was an obedient, somewhat simple child with an astonishing gift. She could hide people from the God Emperor's scryers and wisp-watchers. Last autumn, when she had only been 8, the aunts had sent her into the horrors of Mazahaiza to get Nish out, and incredibly Phyllis had done so. He would never forget it, nor forgive the dried-up old women who had put such a burden on her. "Hello, Phyllis," he said, shaking her pale hand. "I'm Nish. Do you remember me?"
"Of course," she said softly. "I rescued you from Mazahaiza. You were very smelly."
Aunt Hagar choked. "Phyllis, how dare you speak?" Nish cut her off with a gesture. "Yes, I stank, and I'm sorry. You saved my life that day, and I want to thank you with all my heart."
"And you and Melis saved mine," said Phyllis.
A shadow crossed her face.
"But not poor Mummy or Aunt Boogie."
"We didn't get here in time. I'm sorry."
"Aunt Boogie was tired. She went to sleep and didn't wake up, and Mummy just cried and cried. She was always crying, ever since Daddy had to run away. Mummy is at peace now."
"Yes, she is. Are you hungry?"
"I'm starving. The food in your prison was horrible. I couldn't eat it."
"Neither could I," said Nish. "But that's all over now, and as soon as you're better, we're going to have a feast."
"A feast?"
Phyllis clapped her hands.
"I'm better already."
Nish smiled and stood up. "Rest a while. I'll come for you when it's ready."
"The last feast I remember was at the end of the war," said Melis, going with him to the flap of the tent. "I was only her age."
"What are you going to feast on?" said Flid, walking slowly by with a Gur, whose arms and chest were swathed in bandages and his face and hands shiny with balm. Chthonic had not been able to heal his burns completely, and he was still in great pain, and yet he looked more at peace than Nish had ever known him. Igur's carbonized hair had been shaven, revealing a long, bony skull, which made him look rather severe, even though he was smiling. Army rations for the most part, said Nish, supplemented by delicacies from Hackle's personal supply wagons. Call it a victory dinner if you prefer, in recognition of all that our friends and followers have done, especially those who gave their lives on the way, and to serve as a marker between the past and the future, between the God Emperor's brutal reign and whatever comes next. Flid gave him a keen glance from under his single, snake-like eyebrow. But also, said Nish, thinking about the last victory feast we had 10 years ago and the way it ended so abruptly, so terribly, I wanted to do it properly this time. We all wish we could have that day over again, said Igur. The tables were set up on the other side of Moraloon, away from the battlefield, in the triangular space between the edge of the plain, the pit surrounding the palace, and the sacred lake. The head table was placed closest to the jumbled rock at the edge of the pit, and had a pleasant view, for those facing away from Moraloon, across the lake to the mountains beyond. Nish had set it up so the 10 survivors of his militia could be seated together. Fletch and Amy were to his left, and the rest of the militia occupied that end of the table. Having no happy memories of Moraloon, he had seated himself so his back was to the palace. Malis was on his right, with Phyllis beside her, playing with some little wooden figures she'd brought from Mazahaiza. Hagar sat next to her, and Nish noticed her secreting a basketful of large golden fish under the table. She must have caught them in the sacred lake, and good luck to her. Clan Niflheim had lived on the verge of starvation for years, and the fierce old bird never missed an opportunity to feed her family. She would always survive. Opposite Nish sat Flid and Persea, who was laughing at something Flid had said, then Flangers and Chismul, Igur and Chulitine. She looked much better since the caduceus had been destroyed, and did not seem to be in such pain. Further down sat Melente, Eula and Lillis, who wore a feather in her hat and a brown patch over her left eye, and looked more piratical than ever, though she had been subdued for some time after Malis told her of Nadiril's fate. Malien, Tian and Rill were at the end. Rill's huge figure would ordinarily have dominated the table, but he was slumped on his bench, silent and lost in his grief. Clearly he did not want to be here. Well done, Nish, said Flid, raising his goblet so that the wine glowed in the afternoon sunshine. After last night, this is just what we needed. I wanted our feast to be as close to the one we shared at Ashmode at the end of the Lyrinx War as I could manage, said Nish. And the food is on that low par, though the wine, he took a deep sniff, is surprisingly good. I confiscated Vomix's private stores before they could be looted, said Flid. How come you didn't share it out among the troops? Nish said with a sly grin. That would have been like washing my filthy feet in it. There are limits. Flid took a sip and said quietly, I know why you've organized the feast this way. I hoped, if we could have it again, that it might lay one of my demons to rest, said Nish, thinking of Irisis's death. I hope it does. And what does the future hold for Zervish Flid, ex-scrutator? Said Nish, changing to a more cheerful subject. Are you going to write your histories of the war again? They were the great work of my life, when I had nothing else to do for 9 years in my Amberwood hut, but I'm not planning to write them a second time. Then it must be the little cottage and the flower garden, Nish said teasingly. Nope, said Flid. Had a garden for a while at the top of Mistmurk Mountain. Wasn't as interesting as I'd imagined. Plants don't do anything, they just sit there. Then what? Said Nish. I can't believe you're going to fade away like some decrepit old pensioner. You've got a damned hide, cried Flid. We're going on a long holiday. I'm planning to catch up on all I missed in my years on the mountain. And since that time at Fizz Gorgo and Gore's torturers, you know. Nish did know. Where are you going? To Roros, of course, the centre of the civilized world. The weather is warm, the people friendly, and the food and wine are magnificent. We're leaving on 3 reckless old ladies as soon as things are sorted out here. Tomorrow, I hope. Tomorrow? Cried Nish, feeling abandoned to a task that he had never wanted and which he felt was way beyond him. But what about the Empire? I'm sure it's in good hands. After all the months of trying to manipulate me to become God Emperor, you're just going to walk away. Learned the error of my ways, said Flid airily. It's time for a new generation to take over. Nish did not believe Flid could let go that easily, but he let the absurd statement lie. You keep saying we. Who are you going with? How could he have met someone so quickly? But then, women had always been drawn to the ugly old scoundrel.
He's going with me,
said Persea, taking Flid's battered hand in her smooth brown one and looking extremely satisfied with the arrangement.
My 7 years with Eula are up, and my indenture has been fulfilled. And now that you've seen to Vomix, Nish, I'm free at last.
Flid will give you the security you crave so desperately, Nish thought. He won't let you down. I wish you the very best, he said, and meant it. Igur, I don't need to ask what you and Chulotine will be doing in your retirement. My art will be gone within days, maybe hours. I'm just an ordinary man with not long to live, and I can't say that I'm sorry about it. All things must pass, said Chulotine, but not for a few years yet, I hope. What will happen to the regression spell now? Said Malis. I don't know, said Chulotine. The pain in my bones began to fade when the chthonic fire disappeared and the caduceus died, though the spell could still harm me in other ways. But whatever happens, Igur and I are going to live our lives as though each day were our last. What about you, Malis? Said Flid. She was sitting back with her arms wrapped around her stomach. She glanced at Nish, who realized that he was staring at her and looked away. Aunt Hagar, Phyllis and I are going home, said Malis. We're taking Mother's body with us, and Aunt Boogie's, and Father's bones if I can discover where he was buried. Once they've all been laid to rest, I'm calling home the surviving cousins of Clan Niflheim, and we're going to rebuild Niflheim Manor just as it was before, only better. The best way to heal the Empire, said Chulotine, is for everyone to get on with their ordinary lives. And so to you, Nish, said Flid. At our last feast you didn't say what you wanted for your future, but the heir to the Empire can't get off so lightly. Don't dare say that you're going to tear it down, said Eula from the end of the table. That would only set off worse violence, and it would last a lot longer. A piece of rock broke away from the pit wall behind Nish and went tumbling down the slope, making a small splash as it landed in the water. How long before the whole palace crumbled? How long before he had to face the grim task of burying his father? He clung to the hope that the collapsing palace would entomb the body for him. I think you should be God Empress, Eula, Nish said irritably, for people never stopped telling him what to do. I'm sure you'd be a lot better at it than I would. Eula's little eyes gleamed with greed, but she shook her head. Every realm requires an able administrator, and few were better than I was when I was governor of Crandor. But that was long ago, and my time has passed. The Empire needs youth and vigor and heirs. The stability of the realm must be maintained. Gravel crunched behind Nish. The song of the tears rose and fell, and he smelt a foul, decaying odour. Someone gasped. Opposite him, Chulotine's eyes widened, and Igur cursed. Flid thrust himself to his feet, his mouth agape. Finally, reluctantly, Nish rose, already knowing, though it was quite impossible, what he was going to see. Indeed it must, said his father, Jal Nish, emerging from between the rocks at the edge of the pit. And clearly, since you've all underestimated me yet again, none of you have what it takes to maintain my empire. But we saw your body, said Nish. You're not. I'm not reanimated, if that's what you're worried about, said Jal Nish, for I was never completely dead. He looked it, though. His skin still had that hideous green-purple tinge, like a long-dead corpse. His flesh was bloated and shiny, slimy, stinking muck was oozing down his chin, and he was limping badly on both feet. The God Emperor's imperial robes were draggled with dust and mud, Yet the mask was back over his face, and the profane tears hung from his neck, and Nish knew that all the agony of the past half-year had been for nothing. "Stilkeen slew me," said Nish, who spoke thickly as if his bloated tongue filled his gluey mouth. "The moment he discovered that I knew nothing about chthonic fire, and I would have died instantly had I not already taken precautions." "Then what we saw up on the 9th level, your corpse—" "It was real," Nish said with a shudder. "My body was a rotting corpse, and you can't even imagine what a horror that was. There can be no worse feeling on this side of death than to live on in a dead body." "How?" Nish croaked. "How could you live?" His father smiled thinly. "The instant I saw Stilkeen, even before it caught me, I withdrew part of my life force into Reaper, and as long as a single living cell remained in my corpse, I clung to life. Weeks passed in that ghastly state, until finally, late last night, faithful Clam brought me the tears. Once I had them, Reaper revived me and repaired the worst of the damage. Now here I stand, somewhat decayed and with much work to do to slough off the rotted flesh and restore myself, but very definitely alive." He favoured Nish with a grotesque smile. Through the half-mask, his gums were grey, his good eye oozed a sticky fluid, and even from 5 spans away his breath was foul. Nish opened his mouth but closed it again. There were no words for what he was feeling, and there was nothing he could say to his father. "I'm particularly disappointed in you, son," Nish said. "I'd thought after your mighty deeds since the Range of Ruin that you were fit to succeed me after all. Clearly I overestimated you." "I don't want to be God Emperor," said Nish. "I never did." "Which proves beyond doubt your unfitness for the throne, in the unlikely event that it should ever become vacant. Had you been fit to succeed me, you would not have stopped until you had burned my body to ash and taken the tears for yourself. But what do? Sit down to a picnic without taking the slightest precautions." Nish's voice dripped contempt. And he was right. How could Nish have come so far, then failed so badly in the final moments? Because he could not bear to go near his father's corpse and do what had to be done. "You set up this feast to be as much like the last one as possible," Nish went on. "Did it not occur to you that it might also end the way the last one did, in every particular?" That had not occurred to Nish, but it should have, for Nish had turned up to ruin the feast at the end of the war as well, and since he'd had the tears for more than half a day, he must have timed his appearance to coincide with this feast. He glanced at Malis, whose brows were knitted. She hadn't worked it out yet. But then she had been just a kid 10 years ago, and she had not been there. "How did you get here?" Nish said dully. His stomach throbbed with jagging pains, as if he had swallowed fishhooks and someone was trying to pull them out. "Did Malis not tell you that she'd encountered faithful Clam in the lower levels of my palace, and that he was looking for me?" Nish beckoned, and Clam hobbled out from behind the rocks, walking on one foot, and the knob-ended rod bound above the stump of his amputated leg. The dwarf looked dreadfully haggard. Nish glanced at Malis, whose small hands were raised now as if to hold back the horror of Nish. "We haven't spent much time together lately," said Nish. At the tables further off, people were talking, laughing, clinking their mugs and celebrating the victory as though nothing had happened, for they could not see Nish. "Clearly," said the God Emperor, "since she didn't give you the one piece of information that should have set your alarm bells ringing instantly." "It would have made no difference," said Nish. "We'd all seen your rotting corpse." "Then you're a bigger fool than I thought." The militia scrambled out of the way as Nish approached. He clambered up onto the left-hand end of the table, pallid and blotchy and reeking like the corpse he had been, but utterly determined to take back what was his. "The God Emperor has returned," he said in a ringing voice. "All hail the God Emperor!" The revelry broke off instantly, and Nish heard someone throwing up. A shocked silence spread across the banquet tables like a ripple across a lake. Then everyone began to shout at once. Jalnish raised the tears above his head until their churning quicksilver shimmer was reflected in every eye. "The God Emperor has returned," he repeated more commandingly. "All hail the God Emperor!" Many soldiers rose to their feet, some eagerly, most slowly, and began to chant and bang their swords on their shields. "All hail the God Emperor! Hail, hail!" "Imperial Guard, you have sworn to me and me alone," called Jalnish. "Your God Emperor needs you. Come forward and renew your oaths." The surviving Imperial Guard, 11 white-clad, battered and blood-stained men, came forwards. "Only 11, said Jalnish, "out of 800. Still, 11 of my loyal guards are worth 3 times as many common soldiers." They renewed their oaths, not entirely without hesitation, and once they had, Jalnish gestured them to stand around Nish's end of the table. "This time I won't be bothering with an heir," he said with a meaningful glance at Nish, and a darker look at Melis that sent another jagging pain through Nish's belly. "I don't need one because neither my flesh nor my powers will ever wane." Clam dropped his knoblaggy but did not pick it up. Melis gave a muffled cry, reached for Nish's arm, then drew back, and he knew what she was thinking. Months ago, at the Pit of Possibilities, after she had seen into Jalnish's mind when he'd been using the tears, she had said, "He needs only 3 things to become invulnerable for all time: perfect knowledge of the tears, complete mastery of himself, and a clear understanding of the art by which he uses Gatherer and Reaper, and he's close to gaining all 3. "I learned a lot from Stilkeen," said Jalnish. "I now know enough to master the tears and leap further than any other Mancer can dream. I'm going to become an immortal being." "And we can't stop you," Nish thought, for they had never found what they had originally gone all the way to the Tower of 1,000 Steps for, the antithesis to the tears, the one power, process, spell, or device that could unbind them forever. But then it got worse, so terribly, agonizingly worse that Nish wished he could die, anything to escape the agony renewed 1,000 times over. "You lied to me, didn't you?" Jalnish said to Melis. I, she said. "You told me that you gathered up my son's spilled seed when you nursed him in his delirium," Jalnish grated, "and inserted it within your virgin body so as to become pregnant to him. Do you deny it?" Aunt Hagar was staring at Melis, so astonished that for once she was speechless. "No," whispered Melis. "I said that—" "And I believed you, because fool that I was desperate for a grandchild, but it was a lie, wasn't it?" "Yes." Her voice was barely audible. "Worse than a lie, it was a monstrous insult to the majesty of the God Emperor, one that requires the most dreadful punishment. Then, subsequently, you became pregnant to Ember, son of Rulka and Yalkara, the 2 Charon who, together and separately, brought ruin upon Santhenar many times." "Yes," said Melis. Now Aunt Hagar's mouth was opening and closing like a dying fish. "So you fully understand what I must do now," said Jalnish. Melis didn't answer. Clearly she did not know what he was talking about, though she feared the worst. But Nish knew, with a shrieking, scolding horror worse than anything he had ever felt, exactly what Jalnish was planning to do. He'd already said so. "Did it not occur to you that it might also end the way the last one did, in every particular?" Jalnish had said, but Nish hadn't fully taken it in at the time. Now he understood, and the horror was magnified 100-fold because he already had the entire scene in mind. He'd been replaying it for more than 10 years, and the agony never grew any less. "Guards," Jalnish said to the nearest Imperial guardsman. "Drag Malis out between the tables and bare her neck. You," he said to the second man, "raise your sword and do the business." 51. The two guards hesitated, but only for a second, before the closest man took hold of Malis. She was just sitting there, her eyes staring. She finally understood what was going to happen. Everyone did, with the exception of Phyllis, who was moving her little wooden figures about on the table and talking to them in a range of voices, totally immersed in her world of make-believe. "Hold them!" cried Jalnish, pointing to Nish, Flid, Kletch, Flangers, and especially Rill, and the other 9 Imperial guardsmen who had so recently sworn allegiance to Nish, sprang to obey. "Bind the Lyrinx. He's the one who maimed me 13 years ago, and I have a special punishment for him." Before Nish could draw his sword, he had been taken from behind, and so had Flid and the others. 3 guards held Rill, a naked sword across his throat, while a 4th bound him. Clearly Jalnish knew exactly who had power and who, like a Gur, was no longer a threat. The people from the surrounding tables were on their feet, staring, but many had already hailed the God Emperor, and while the profane tears sang their dreadful threnody, none dared to oppose him. He clambered down, directing the first 2 Imperial guardsmen to take Malis to the open space between the table and the edge of the sacred lake. They held her tightly, and she put up no resistance. She must have known it was futile. The guardsmen were heaving her from her chair under Jalnish's gloating, oozing eye, when little Phyllis set down her toys, picked up a long serving fork, turned around, and plunged it bone deep into his left thigh. He let out a sharp cry, staggered a couple of steps, and bellowed, "Guards!" The guards behind Nish and Kletch turned to defend Jalnish, but Kletch knocked the first down with an elbow to the nose, while Nish thrust his sword between the legs of the second, gashing him badly on both thighs and sending him reeling to the ground in twin sprays of blood. The rest of the guards, save those holding Rill, ran around the end. Jalnish wrenched out the bloody fork, dropped it, and turned to face Phyllis, slowly moving his hand towards the churning surface of Reaper. "You're going to die for that, little girl," he said viciously. "Guards, seize her as well. You can take both heads off with the one stroke." Now Malis began to struggle desperately, but she was powerless in the hands of the guardsmen. One carried her away while another went for Phyllis. As he lifted her from her chair, Aunt Hagar, a tall, stringy mass of fury, sprang up, swinging one of the large golden fish by the tail, and smashed Jalnish across the face so hard that it lifted him off his feet. He fell backwards, the mask went flying, and Nish's gut tightened, for beneath the mask the wounds that had refused to heal for 13 years were gone. That side of his father's face showed no rot at all. It was baby smooth, and in his empty eye socket silvery flames flickered, as if the surface of Reaper was reflected there. The guard let go of Malis and stared at the God Emperor. Little Amy came out from under the table as if there were springs under her soles and rammed her fist into the throat of Phyllis's captor. He collapsed, gasping for air, and Amy pulled her away. The other guards froze, swords in the air. Nish slipped free, slid between Malis and her guard, and held up his bloody blade. "If you want her father, you'll have to kill me first." Jalnish shakily climbed to his feet, and Nish could see how the father who still cared, in his own twisted way, for his one remaining child, was struggling with the monster who had been obsessed with power for so long that no depravity was beyond him. Would he give the order? He almost did. Jalnish's lips framed the awful words, "Kill him," but he could not speak them. "Guards," he said softly, "take the girls and kill them." The Imperial Guardsmen shook their heads and backed away. They had sworn allegiance to the God Emperor, but clearly that oath did not include this flame-eyed version of him.
Then I'll do it myself,
said Nish, reaching for Reaper. There was nothing Nish could do this time, nothing anyone could do.
"Leave my sister alone, you nasty man!"
cried Phyllis, raising her right hand. Nish spun around, staring at the blonde-haired child, so thin and pale, yet so determined. Her little chin was pointed and her oddly blank eyes met his unflinchingly. His arm quivered, his fingers twitched, but he could not move his hand down the fraction of an ell required to touch the yearning surface of Reaper. Incredibly, the gift Phyllis had used to protect her family from the Scryers, by preventing the Wisp Watchers and Loop Listeners from talking to the Tears, had blocked the God Emperor from using Reaper.
"Clam,"
Nish said over his shoulder.
"Take her down."
"I don't harm children," said Clam, picking up the knoblaggy. The flame in Nish's eye flared.
"Just months ago you swore a sacred oath to me, dwarf."
"I swore to the man you used to be," said Clam, "because Santhenar was in peril and you were the only man with the strength to stop it, or so I thought." He glanced at Nish thoughtfully. "But that peril is gone now, and I did not swear to the power-crazed monster you've become."
"No one breaks their oath to me,"
grated Nish.
"Especially not the only man I've ever trusted with the Tears."
He punched his fist into Reaper, and a silver flash lanced towards the dwarf, who threw himself backwards over the edge of the pit.
"You'll keep,"
said Nish after a long pause.
"All of you."
He dropped his hand onto Gatherer, then both he and the Tears faded and disappeared. After a considerable hesitation, the allies went to the edge of the pit and looked over. An uncanny flame was slowly spreading across the corroded stone of Moraloon again, though this time it had the same silvery shimmer as Nish had seen in his father's empty eye socket.
"We've got to find out what he's up to," said Flid that night, "and I can only think of one way to do so."
The allies, except for Rill, had gathered on the rim of the pit near where they'd had the banquet and, save for Malis, were looking down at the rising and falling lights of Moraloon. Malis had not joined them. She was sitting on a rock, well to one side, gazing up at the mountains. She could only think of home and family now, her poor mother weeping in that terrible cell until she died of grief, her beloved father, Rodigo, seized years ago and tortured, though it had taken him months to die, and crusty old Aunt Boogie, who had held out almost to the end. The memory of cranky Aunt Haga, who Malis had always thought hated her, slapping down the God Emperor with a fish pilfered from his sacred lake, brought a smile to her lips. But when she thought of her little sister, it faded again. What kind of a monster imprisoned a child in that stinking hellhole, and how had she survived it? Malis suspected that Haga, Boogie and Lima had starved themselves so Phyllis would have enough to eat. And her sweet, simple little sister, who had always been frail and who would not step on an ant, had saved Malis's life. Phyllis's blind loyalty brought tears to Malis's eyes. Where had she found the courage to stab the mighty God Emperor, and how had she managed to deny him the use of Reaper at the most critical time? It had been too much for her. Phyllis had collapsed the moment Nish disappeared, and she was now back in the healer's tent with Haga watching over her anxiously. Malis wished she was there too. She shook her head, slowly realizing what Flid was talking about. "You want to go back into Moraloon?" cried Nish.
"No, I don't," said Flid. "But we've got to get into Nish's mind while he's using the Tears to see how close he is to mastering them. Once he succeeds, it'll be too late."
"Of all the dangerous things you've done," began Nish.
"No, I can't do it. That would be far too perilous for all of us."
"Then who?" said Nish.
"Only one person has seen into his mind since he's had the Tears," said Flid.
"Who?" said Nish, frowning.
"No,"
cried Agur. "This time you're going too far, Flid. I can't allow it." Malis leaned back against the rock and closed her eyes. She couldn't care less what they were plotting. She'd done her bit, and now that she had her family back, all she wanted was to go home, to make a home for them, and for the baby. "You must," said Flid. "Indeed, Agur, you're the only one who can make it happen, if you've got any power left." "It's on its last gasp," said Agur. "I already told you that." "All the more reason to get on with it. Malis, come here, please." She stood up, her mind still on Phylis and Niflin. "Yes?" "You're the only person to ever see into Jalnish's mind," said Flid. "What?" The memories came back so sluggishly that for half a minute Malis did not realize what he was on about. "Oh, yes. It was when Nish and I went down to the pit of possibilities, months ago. My Tafloid woke for a moment and I saw Jalnish using the tears. He was gloating that he would soon master them, and would then be invulnerable for all time." Realizing that everyone was staring at her, she said, "No, definitely not. Don't even imagine." "No one else can do it. You must get back into his mind and see how close he is so we can find a way to stop him." "I couldn't do it again if I wanted to," said Malis. "It happened by itself. I didn't plan it." "The Tafloid was the critical factor," said Flid, "and it was originally Agur's. Therefore, if anyone can make it duplicate what it did in the pit of possibilities, he can."
52. The tent had been set up on the narrow strip of paving between the curving edge of the pit of Moraloon and the oval sweep of the sacred lake, and Malis was sitting cross-legged on a folded blanket on the floor. The hour was late, and it was almost pitch dark inside the tent. To see with the Tafloid, she had to block out her natural sight completely. It did not block her other senses, though. Malis could hear waves lapping against the stone edge of the lake, and every so often a marshy odour drifted across from the fringing reed beds. Once or twice there came a hissing sound from the pit, or the tumble of a dislodged pebble down its sides. She blanked out the sounds and smells, and holding the Tafloid lightly between her clenched hands, as Agur had instructed her, closed her eyes. All sounds from outside faded, and shortly she made out the distant, hackle-raising song of the tears. Almost immediately she envisaged the faint outline of a tear, though she could not tell which one. They were made of nihilium, she recalled, the purest substance in the world, and one that held the print of the art more tightly than anything else could. The tear was floating above a pedestal that had been rough-sawn from black meteoritic iron. It resembled the iron from which the caduceus had been made. Jalnish was not looking directly into the tear this time. From the way the dark background was moving, he must have been walking around the pedestal, watching it from the corner of his eye. He was in the topmost level of Moraloon, which was open on all sides. The ceiling was supported by intersecting circles of slender columns made from a golden stone polished to waxy smoothness, though unlike the rest of Moraloon, the stone here was hardly stained at all and only slightly corroded. The 9th level was still a beautiful, sparsely furnished space, but thickly coated in dust now and with hairline cracks running across the ceiling. A large brown stain marred the floor beneath a hook mounted in the ceiling, where Jalnish's decaying body had been hung up by his toes. "I thought I understood the tears," he mused as he walked. "Once they would do exactly as I ordered, but since Clam has held them, they've become capricious. Is that because I allowed him to use them? Or can it be the willful nature of the tears themselves? Or can they only have one master?" He made several more circuits, the good hand and the replaced one clasped behind his back. 13 years I've spent prying into their secrets, he murmured, and yet full understanding still eludes me. I've got to know how they were formed from the destruction of the node at Snizort, but only 2 people ever knew. One is dead, and the other, Flid, will never tell me. Jalnish paced between the columns agitatedly, across and back, as if trying to steel himself for something he'd never had the courage to do. Abruptly he turned, strode to a blue curtain, and wrenched it aside. Dust sifted to the floor,
and Melis saw a rectangular coffin made from crystal as clear as glass standing on its end. Inside was the naked body of a beautiful, tall, and curvaceous woman. She had eyes of the most brilliant blue and hair as yellow as corn. Had it not been for the thin line running around her throat, she might have been asleep. It was Irisis, and not only had she been beautiful, clever, brave, and loyal, she had also sacrificed her life to try to save Nish. No wonder he had loved her so much. Maybe he still did. How can I compete with that? Melis half rose, embarrassed and wondering where that thought had come from. She had been over her infatuation with Nish for months. She still cared for him, but only as a friend. Definitely no more than that. "Dare I commit the ultimate forbidden crime?" Jalnish was saying when she sat down again. "Irisis was with Flid in Snizort when the tears were created. Can I raise her from the dead long enough to rip the secret from her lying tongue?" He began to pace again, back and forth, back and forth. Melis couldn't bear to watch him any longer. With a shudder, she dropped the taphloid onto the floor, and instantly she was back in the tent by the lake. "Flid," she said softly. He drew the tent flap open, and she made out Gur behind him, moving painfully because of his many half-healed burns. Nish was further back, pacing as anxiously as his father. She went out into the starlight. "The tears are acting oddly, and Jalnish can't work out why," said Melis to Flid. "He believes something strange happened when they were formed, and since he knows he'll never get it out of you, he's planning to do the other thing." "What other thing?" snapped Flid. "Speak plainly, girl, we don't have time." "He was looking at Irisis in the crystal coffin," said Melis, avoiding Nish's eye. He made a keening sound, and she went on, desperate to get the words out while she still could. "He's thinking about raising her from the dead so he can question her about the tears." Nish choked, stumbled away, and she heard him throwing up over the edge of the pit. "What did happen when the tears were formed, Flid?" said Tulatine. Flid gestured her near, and the others followed. "It was a long time ago at the battle for Snizort," he said quietly, sitting down at the nearest table and picking up a half-full wineglass abandoned during the interrupted feast. "The Lyrinx had excavated a city into the tar pits there. They put in a node drainer to prevent us drawing from the field of the Snizort node to power our clankers and air floaters, and to take that power for themselves. The Council of Scrutators made a device to destroy the node drainer and ordered me to take it into Snizort. But the order was a disguised death sentence from my enemy, Chief Scrutator Gore. He didn't believe anyone could get into a city of 100,000 Lyrinx and out again, and to make absolutely sure of me, the device he gave me was booby-trapped. It was designed for an artisan, not a mancer, and if I had tried to use it, it would have killed me." He gulped the wine and continued. "Irisis was an artisan, of course, so I had her work the device instead. Unfortunately, the booby trap failed, and all the power of the node flowed the wrong way, destroying the node itself." "But not utterly," said Agur. "No, the blast distilled the essence of the node into 2 nihilium tears, which Jalnish stole, and because he killed his own men to conceal that he had them, and ever since has used them for debased purposes, they became the profane tears." "What doesn't he know about them?" said Agur. "What's he trying to find out?" "I don't know," said Flid. "But if he succeeds, he'll be impregnable and immortal, so we've got to strike soon and hard. Melis, you must find out what he's up to." "What if he sees me watching him?" Melis could not stop thinking about the narrow seam around Irisis's neck. Had Hagar and Phylis not acted so quickly, she, Melis, would now be preserved in another crystal box with an identical seam around her throat, where her severed head had been reattached. "You can't imagine how much he hates me, Zervish." "I can imagine it. But if he gets what he's looking for, it's the end for us all," said Flid after a long interval. "And you're the only one who can do it." "All right." She crept back to the tent. When Melis located Jalnish a few minutes later, he was crouched over the iron pedestal. Now both tiers stood on it, but the uncertain, pacing God-Emperor of before was gone. He was confident and commanding again. What had he seen in the intervening time? Could he have raised Irisis and wrung the truth out of her so quickly? It hardly seemed possible. And yet, with the tears, anything might be possible. Plunging both hands into one of the tears, Gatherer, surely, he said cajolingly, "Nish, my son, I was in pain earlier. The most terrible pain from the torments Stilkeen had inflicted upon me. A madness came over me, and for a few minutes I was out of my mind, but I've come to my senses now." Lifting the tear, he held it up before him, and momentarily Melis thought she saw Nish staring at his father, but Jalnish moved the tear closer, and the image disappeared. She shivered in the cool night. Could that really be happening? No, Nish wasn't in Moraloon, he was just outside the tent. "Join me and become my lieutenant, beloved son, and all will be forgiven," said Jalnish to Gatherer. "I give you my word that I will restore Irisis to you, whole and unblemished, and never threaten her again as long as I shall live." Another figure appeared within Gatherer, but this time Melis saw it clearly. It was Irisis, wearing a flowing gown of blue silk. There was no seam around her throat. She was gliding gracefully around a large chamber, looking back at someone and smiling, and her smile lit up the room. No wonder Nish can never get over her, she thought. Melis wanted to wish them well together, but the thought nearly choked her. "No!" cried Flid from outside the tent. "Nish, he sent that image to us deliberately. He's manipulating you, as he's done so many times before. You can't!" So Jalnish had sent the image of Irisis to the others. Did he know she was watching him? Suddenly Melis felt exhausted and so cold that the taphloid could not warm her. She allowed it to spill from her fingers, breaking her envisioning, and crawled to the flap. "Let me go," hissed Nish. "It's nothing to do with you. This is between me and him." "Don't be a fool," said Flid. "It's exactly what he wants you to do. And I'm still going to do it." Melis scrambled out of the tent and saw Flid wrestling with Nish in the starlight. He fought Flid off, scrambled over the edge of the pit, and she heard him going down the steep slope like a madman, heading for the palace. "Isn't anyone going to stop him?" said Melis in a small voice. "We'll never catch him," said Agur. "He spent 10 years in prison brooding about Irisis," said Flid, shaking his head. "And I've often wondered if the experience had turned his mind. No wonder he isn't interested in becoming emperor. He's totally obsessed. He's got to have her, no matter what it costs. He can't think about anything else." "What is it going to cost?" Melis whispered. "More than I can bear to think about," said Flid. "Would you wait here, please?" He drew Agur and Chthonic aside, leaving Melis standing by the tent, wondering how everything could have fallen to pieces so quickly. She made out a low, furious argument, and shortly they returned. "This can't be allowed to happen," Flid was saying. "Whether Nish joins his father or even takes the tears for his own, they can't be allowed to exist any longer. That was our original aim up on Mistmurk Mountain, if you recall, to find the antithesis to the tears and use it to destroy them. We lost track of that purpose after Stilkeen came, but we have to get rid of the tears, and surely with the best minds on Santhenar gathered here, we can find the way." "Suppose you do find the way," said Melis, trying to think through the implications. "What if Nish is near the tears when they're destroyed?" "The conflagration that formed them laid waste to everything within half a league. I can't imagine their destruction will be any less violent." "But Nish would be killed, Zervish." "I expect he would be," Flid said evenly. "Yet the tears must be destroyed, or Santhenar's oppression will never end. Surely we agree on that?" "Yes," said Agur slowly, and so did Chthonic and Malien, whom Melis had not realized was there. "And if Nish has gone over to his father's side to get her back, he's made his choice," said Flid, sounding more like his old, hard self every minute. "Well, let's see what our collective minds can do. Come away. We're too close to Moraloon. Who knows what spying devices Jalnish might be able to activate now he holds the tears again." They headed out into the middle of the plain, but Melis did not follow. She was too stunned. How, after all they had done together, could Flid be talking about sacrificing Nish? She sat on a boulder and stared across the sacred lake, feeling helpless and trapped. Even if Nish had gone to Moraloon for a woman raised from the dead, an abomination Malis could not bear to think about, she wasn't giving up on him. He meant too much to her, and she had to do something. "Malis," Flid had come back. "Get a move on. There's no time to waste." "No, I beg your pardon," he said in the famous scrutator's voice that few people dared to defy. "I'm not going with you. You can all go to hell." Flid raised the right half of his continuous eyebrow. "Very well. I don't expect you'd have had anything useful to contribute anyway." "Probably not. Go away." As soon as he was out of sight, she returned to the tent and took up her taffloid, fuming. Nothing to contribute indeed. Malis had also been thinking about the antithesis to the tears, and the search that had taken them all the way to the Tower of 1,000 Steps. The Numinator had said that she hadn't heard of the antithesis, but when Malis had asked the question for the second time, the Numinator had replied, "All knowledge collected by the God Emperor's spies passes through Gatherer. Look within the tears. Look within the tears." It had seemed such a useless answer at the time, but the more she dwelt on it, the more she thought that the Numinator had been telling the truth. Dare she use the taffloid one final time to peer into the tears themselves? If she was to do anything for Nish, she had to, but what if Jal Nish was waiting? He had tailored Gatherer to be the perfect spy, and if she looked, he must surely catch her and kill her. Nonetheless, Malis had to try. If Jal Nish wasn't stopped, the Empire would be in his thrall, as it had been for the past 10 years, and no one would suffer more than the surviving members of Clan Niflheim. She used the taffloid as she had done before, and saw Jal Nish at once, which was worrying. Yet even if it was a trap, she had to go on. He was sitting at a circular table carved from green stone, writing in a journal. The tears must be to his left, on their pedestal, though she could not see them from here. She could not see Nish either, and her heart gave a hard thump, but settled. He would not have reached the palace yet. It might take him half an hour to clamber down the steep walls of the pit, cross the water, and climb up to the 9th level. "Over the past 10 years," Jal Nish had written in a beautiful copperplate hand, "I have absorbed all captured powers, forces, and arts into the tears to strengthen them even further. But I did not understand what I was doing. That was always my failing. As Flid told me many years ago, I was greedy. I snatched at the power without troubling to understand it. The Nihilium tears were created with no power nor art of their own, but an infinite ability to absorb the art from elsewhere. And I was so eager to make them the mightiest artifacts on Santhenar that it did not occur to me to only absorb compatible arts. Is that why the tears are increasingly unstable? It's a lesson my study of the history should have taught me. But not just unstable," Jal Nish wrote. "I worked so hard to make each tear different that I enhanced Gatherer and Reaper's intrinsic antipathy to each other, and it grows worse each day. They cannot trust one another. They no longer talk to each other nor cooperate unless I force them, and whenever I carry them about my neck I can feel their churning rage. If not for their mutual repulsion, which is far more powerful than trying to hold two north poles of a magnet together, I believe they would have attacked each other by now. And what would happen if they did? It does not bear thinking about." He scattered fine sand over the page to absorb the surplus ink, tapped it into a bowl, and closed the ledger. "No matter," he said softly. "Once I know exactly how they were created, I will be able to resolve their mutual antipathy, and then I will have the power to become a being." As he spoke, all the clues Malis had been puzzling over slid together, and the answer sprang into her mind. The tears must be their own antithesis. Gatherer and Reaper would have to be forced together so powerfully that their mutual repulsion was overcome, and they would merge into one roiling mass which, overburdened with self-antipathy, would be annihilated. She wasn't planning to tell Flid that, though. He was so determined to end the power of the tears that he might act without care for the consequences. But Melis cared very much, and she was going to save Nish, if she could, then annihilate the tears, assuming she could find a way to overcome their resistance without killing herself and everyone around her. It was time to go into Moraloon. 53. Nish had come to Moraloon because the matter had to be ended once and forever, even if he must commit the worst crime of all. He paced slowly across the floor of the 9th level, struggling to control the panic he always felt before a confrontation with his father, for in the past Nish had lost every one of these battles. He wiped sweaty palms on his pants and took several deep, slow breaths, trying to steady his racketing heart. I can do this, he thought. I've got to, else Melis and all her clan will die. His father was sitting at the circular greenstone table, though he no longer wore the platinum mask that had concealed his mutilated face for 13 years. A closed journal lay in front of him, and a quill beside it. He appeared healthier than he had at the feast, less decomposed, though there was still a tinge of green to his complexion and a dribble of thick fluid from his eye sockets. When Jalnish looked up, Nish wished he had put the mask back on, for he could not come to terms with the baby-smooth skin on the right side of his father's face, nor the quicksilver flicker in the empty eye socket. I hoped you would come, son. We have had... Nish's palms were sodden. Again he wiped them, then met his father's eye. What do you want? Jalnish's face hardened, but he forced a smile, and slowly it broadened and became genuine. At last you're growing more like me. I'm nothing like you, Nish grated. Get on with it. All right, I need your help. Beg for it, then. Jalnish ignored that with an effort. My plan to master the tears and become a being, a true god if you like, is thwarted by one obstacle. I can't fully understand the tears until I know how they were created, but only 2 people know precisely what happened in the tar cavern in Snizort before the node exploded, Flid and Irisis. And Yulie? Nish said coldly, for that strange, troubled child woman had once fallen in love with him, a love he had not been able to return, and he could not forget that it had cost her her life. Yulie would not have understood, Jalnish said dismissively, even if she had been paying attention. And Flid will never tell me. Neither will Irisis, and you know it. She was prepared to die for her principles. How can you hope to compel her from beyond the grave? I can't, said Jalnish. I have many failings, son, but misreading people is not one of them. He thought for a moment, then said softly, But if you asked it of Irisis, she might tell you out of the love she holds for you. If there's one thing I know about the dead, they see more clearly than the living, and Irisis always saw through you. I can bring her back, Krillnish. I would do that for you. The temptation so burned Nish that he had to use rage to fight it. Don't lie to me, you stinking maggot-eaten mongrel. You don't give a damn about me and never have. The only thing you care about is your obscene obsession with power. And what for? What has it ever given you? You'll never understand, Jalnish said scornfully. You're truly pitiful, Nish. Power is its own reward, and the most seductive of all life's pleasures. Only an impotent man would say that, said Nish pointedly. I prefer my pleasures a trifle more physical, more real. I'm sure you do, said Jalnish. You always were shallow, superficial, and common. Do you want to see her or not? Nish's throat seemed to have swollen, and for several breaths he had to fight for air. I want to see her. Raising Irisis seemed to take an eternity. He watched, barely able to breathe, while Jalnish stroked the surface of Gatherer in one motion after another, teasing it into patterns and reading them, then shaking his head and dissolving the patterns back into an amorphous glister and starting again. She will need clothing, Nish said. Nakedness had not bothered Irisis while she was alive, but he could not bear the thought of her coming out that way before his vile, sneering father. I have already laid garments to hand.
Finally, Nish put his hand deep into Reaper, drew it back to Gatherer, and Nish heard something stir on the other side of the dusty curtain. On the day his 10-year sentence in Mazahaiza had been up, Nish had drawn back that very curtain to show him Irisis's body and forced him to relive her death over and again. A sharp pain grew in the centre of his chest, and a hot flush ran up his throat until his face glowed. What was the matter with him? He was blushing like a schoolboy. His heart gave a slow thump, and another. Nish felt the air being drawn all the way down her dry throat and into lungs that strained to expand after not knowing air in 10 years. She swayed, suffering a momentary dizziness, and he felt that too, as if his father had linked him to Irisis in some way. He also felt her knees wobble as she took a step, and for a second Nish wasn't sure that they would bear her weight. "Leave us, father." Nish nodded and went across the floor of the 9th level out of sight. As he did, the iron pedestal faded, and the tears with it. He was taking no chances. The lid of the coffin whispered open, silk rustled, and Nish heard her bare feet on the floor. His mouth went dry. The curtain was pulled back, and tears prickled his eyes, for Irisis stood there, alive. Or at least, restored to life. He felt an overpowering urge to run and sweep her into his arms, but held back. Apart from a slight pallor and a faint blueness of the lips that was already changing to pink, she looked just as she had done the moment before she died. Even the thin seam around her throat was gone. No, not gone completely, though it had faded to the faintest thread-like scar. No doubt Nish had left it there deliberately, as a reminder to them both that he had killed her and then raised her again. Irisis looked at Nish, did not seem to recognize him. Then her eyes widened. "Poor Nish," she said in the deep, throaty voice that had always sent a thrill up his spine. "You've aged shockingly. What you must have been through." It had not occurred to him that he would look so different. Most of the time he felt like a young man, well, youngish, though he'd never regained all the flesh he'd lost in prison. His hair had thinned at the front, and he bore many recent bruises and battle scars. "It's been 10 years and nearly another half," he said. "Do you know, in the Shadow Realm, what goes on in the real world?" "The Shadow Realm is my real world," Irisis said quietly. "Yet, should one take the trouble, it is possible to see a little of what is happening on Santhenar. As time goes on, however, it becomes harder to understand why you mortals do the things you do." Did she mean that she could have watched him from the Shadow Realm but had not bothered? Did she no longer care? This wasn't going at all the way Nish had expected. "You look as beautiful as ever," said Nish. "Oh, Irisis, why should I not? My body has been preserved, frozen in time by your father's vile arts." "But you're alive again. You really have come back." "I've been dragged back from death, forced into the body I was torn from long ago, and the spark of life so violently extinguished has been relit. Yes, I'm alive, but I'm not the Irisis you knew any more than you're the Nish you were when I died. Why have you brought me here?" Malis was struggling down the steep, broken face of the pit in the darkness, terrified that she was already too late, when she heard someone not far behind. Nish must have sent the Imperial Guard to do what they had failed to do last time. Drawing her knife, she moved behind a slab of rock, though if he was directing the attack with Gatherer, he could probably see her wherever she tried to hide. She peered around the side. A shadow was creeping down, following her path. She raised the knife, but lowered it again when he vanished. Where was he? Had he sensed she was here? "Malis, what the blazes are you doing?" On recognizing Flid's voice, her knees went weak with relief. "I'm looking after Nish," she snapped. "Someone's got to." "What are you talking about?" he said irritably. "You're planning to destroy the tears even if that destroys Nish at the same time." Pulling her close, he hissed in her ear, "You little fool, I said that in case Nish's loop listeners had picked us up. Do you really think I've encouraged, cajoled, and driven Nish all this way, all this time, only to abandon him now?
Besides, we haven't worked out how to destroy the tears. We've no idea what their antithesis is."
Melis started, but fortunately the darkness concealed it. She had never been good at keeping secrets, while Flid had been an expert at extracting them. Had he been able to see her face, he would have known that she was holding something back. "And I'm not going to tell you," she thought. To distract him, she said, "I'm going to Nish," and headed down the slope.
"What do you expect to do when you get there?" he said, conversationally as he followed. "Save him from himself?"
"I don't know," she muttered, "but I'm still going and you can't stop me."
"I can," Flid said equably, "but I'm not planning to."
They were almost to the bottom now. The moon had come out and there was just enough reflected light from the palace for them to pick their way across the broken rock, partly filling the watery moat. It took ages to reach the steps surrounding the palace, and Melis was afraid they were already too late. "How long would it take?" she said as she clambered onto the once magnificent promenade, now fractured and with its tilted paving stones covered in gravel and grit, making it impossible to move quietly.
"To do what?"
"Raise Irisis from the dead."
"How would I know?" Flid said. "I'm no necromancer. Besides, as far as I know, it has never been done."
"Keep your voice down, the guards—"
"He knows we're coming, Melis."
"He knows?" she whispered.
"Of course. Nish is a show-off. He wants us there so we can all see how brilliant he is. Surely you didn't think you could sneak in undetected."
"Oh," she said, feeling like a foolish little girl. "Then what are we going to do?"
"We'll have to make it up as we go along."
They went inside and up the floors one by one, though Melis saw no one until they were climbing the dusty stair to the 9th level. 2 Imperial guardsmen stood at the top, the pair who had been going to kill her at the feast. She froze on the steps, too afraid to move, but Flid took her arm, and the guards silently stepped aside to let them enter.
"Nish no longer has any fear of us," said Flid. "That's bad."
As they moved across the polished floor, the dust squeaked beneath their feet. Melis could hardly breathe. There was a swelling in her throat the size of a lemon, and she felt a sharp pain in the region of her heart. They turned around a column together and stopped, staring.
"He's done it," said Flid in a strangled voice. "I never thought it was possible. But Nish has brought her back."
Nish was about 30 paces away, looking up at a tall, beautiful woman who had the most extraordinary yellow hair. He appeared to be straining forwards, and there was an odd, yearning expression on his face. Irisis was standing side on, and Melis could not read anything from her features, but she did not need to. "How can I compete with that?" she muttered, her small shoulders slumping.
"I wasn't aware that you wanted to," Flid murmured.
"Neither was I until Nish mentioned raising Irisis," said Melis. "I loved Nish once, after we fled from Mazahaiza last autumn, but that was just a silly, girlish hero worship. And after the way he treated me when he was playing at being the deliverer, I almost hated him for a while. But since we met again at the Range of Ruin, he's been really thoughtful and kind, and brave, and true. And I knew I was seeing the real Nish at last, and, silly girl that I am, I even imagined—"
"But you can't possibly compete with the risen dead," said Flid, going ahead.
"No, I can't." Melis followed, keeping behind him, for she did not want to be seen. She felt sure that Irisis would judge her and find her wanting. "I'm still going to save him, though."
"I would expect no less of a true friend," he said over his shoulder.
Irisis turned suddenly, smiled, and reached out to Flid. "Servish!" She took a step towards him, stopped, frowning, but came on again. "What happened to your renewed body?" Melis tried to hide behind him and knew it wouldn't work, since her hips were considerably wider than his scrawny frame.
"It never suited me," said Flid, laughing in delight, "so I went back to the old one."
He clasped her hands in his. "No, it never did," said Irisis. "I thought you said it was too much trouble to look back to Santhenar," muttered Nish, somewhat piqued. "I didn't say that," said Irisis, her smile fading. "I merely allowed you to think it." She turned back to Flid and it flickered on again.
You're not quite the old Flid, she said, looking him up and down. Poor Nish has aged 15 years in 10 while you've taken 5 years off. You look very well, old friend. I feel it. I'm fully restored to the man I was when we first met. Fully? She said with a roguish smile. Oh, yes. Then I'm glad. She stepped around him and approached Melis, who had no idea what to say or do. Hello, Melis. I'm so pleased to meet you at last. Irissus reached out and took her hands. She seemed even taller and more beautiful close up, and yet again Melis found herself flushing. What do you mean at last? I've been watching you ever since you saved Nish last autumn. You'll do perfectly. Before Melis could ask what she meant, Jalnish appeared 50 or 60 paces off on the far side of the 9th level. As he came across, the pedestal reappeared with the tears standing on it. Flid had seen them too. Melis could tell by the slight stiffening of his posture and the gleam in his eyes that he could not entirely conceal. Did he still yearn for them the way Nish yearned for Irissus? Was he obsessed by the ultimate power they could give him? You can finish the reunions afterwards, said Jalnish, striding towards them, his replaced arm hanging limp, the other swinging vigorously and wafting out that faint corpse smell. Irissus Sturm, I brought you back for a reason, and I'm sure Nish has told you what it is. Melis moved well back, for she could not bear to be near Jalnish. You want to know what happened at the node drainer, said Irissus, to cause the Snizort node to explode in such a way as to create your profane tears. That's right, Jalnish said eagerly. And you're terrified that, when Tian made all the nodes explode at the end of the war, 1 or 2 of them might also have produced nihilium tears. I'm not terrified. Of course you are, said Irissus, and laughed scornfully. You never had it in you to be a great Mancer, Jalnish, and despite all your boasting, you still aren't one. You owe everything you have to the tears, and you're terrified that if another set should be found, a truly great Mancer, like Flid, would soon cast you down and undo everything you've achieved with them. All right, he snapped. You've had your fun. Tell me what happened at the Snizort node. No, said Irissus. What? He roared. The old side of his face crinkled up, while the restored side barely moved. I'm not going to tell you, said Irissus. But that was the price, he cried, flustered, then his face hardened. If you don't tell me, I'll send you back to the Shadow Realm. "54. Melis clenched her fists helplessly. Irissus would have to tell him now. Good, said Irissus. I want to go back. Jalnish stared at her in incomprehension. But you can't. No one chooses death over life. I do. She laughed in his face. How does it feel to be as powerless as the least of your subjects, God Emperor? There's absolutely nothing you can do to compel me. I could kill Krill Nish, said Jalnish. Then we'll be together in the Shadow Realm, said Irissus, and momentarily such a wistful look crossed her beautiful face that Melis felt tears form in her own eyes. It was only right that they should be reunited, and yet it felt so wrong. But not even you could kill your only son. I could kill Flid, though, said Jalnish. Flid took a small step closer to Jalnish. Go ahead, said Irissus, not smiling now. If killing is your only answer. Flid's had a good life, and he'll be wonderful company for me in the Shadow Realm. Kill him or not, I'm not telling you what you want. Then I'll kill Melis, snarled Jalnish. Why should she have your son if I can't? Said Irissus. She moved to her left, and Jalnish's eyes followed her, but Melis noticed her make a tiny, wiggling gesture of her fingers to Flid. He sprang, punched Jalnish in the face, knocking him down, and ran for the tears. Jerking them from their pedestal by their chain, he slid his gnarled fingers above the roiling surfaces of Gatherer and Reaper. Servish! Melis cried. "The tears are their own antithesis. If you crush them together, I think they'll annihilate each other." But how was he supposed to do that without killing himself and everyone else? Or was that the only solution? Jalnish rolled over, spat out blood and a broken tooth, and snapped his fingers. The surface of Reaper seethed and bubbled. Flid's hand began to smoke, and he was hurled 10 spans across the floor, where he lay on his back, rolling from side to side and holding his head. "You've always been predictable, Flid," said Jalnish, "and it was worth a tooth to have you take the tears because I'd set my trap earlier. The moment you touched Gatherer, it drew from you the memories of what you did and saw and felt in Snizort, and now I have them. I will finally understand the tears." He went to the pedestal, laid his good hand upon Gatherer, and stood for a minute or two, head down. "I see it," he said. "The process that created the tears was unique, and none of the other exploded nodes would have reacted that way. There are no other tears on Santhenar. No one can hope to match my power." He closed his good eye, and momentarily the shimmer in his empty eye socket died as well, though when he looked up it was back, brighter, deeper, and darker. "Finally I understand the tears, and I have everything I need to turn myself into an immortal being. It will be good to escape the shackles of this feeble, fragile world. I've finished with it, and all of you." "You did discover the antithesis to the tears," he said mockingly to Flid and Melis, "but you could never have done anything with it. No human save me can withstand the touch of the tears, and even if anyone could, no human has the strength to overcome the repulsion between Gatherer and Reaper and force them to coalesce into one. The tears can never be destroyed. They are my chthonic fire, and they will last forever, just as I will, once I become a being." He closed one fist, and Melis staggered, for it felt as though he was squeezing her heart like a lemon. He opened it again and the pain was gone, yet she felt so weak and breathless that she could hardly stand up. "Your clan has been a burr under my saddle far too long," said Jalnish, "and I've reserved a special torment for you, Melis Niflin, after I become a being. All that time in Stilkeen's thrall taught me much about pain, and I can't wait to put my lessons into practice." He hung the tears about his neck, put one hand into each, and for a moment Jalnish looked almost serene. Then he withdrew his hands and closed his fist again. Melis gasped, for the squeezing pain in her heart was far worse this time. The room swam before her eyes, her knees gave, and Nish just caught her before her head hit the floor. Jalnish didn't look at them. Through her daze, she saw that he was moving his hands in complicated patterns above the tears, his movements lifting silvery tendrils off the surface of Gatherer and sending them streaming out towards Reaper, further each time. What was he doing? She struggled to think, knowing she had to, and fast. Ah, yes! Once he overcame the antipathy of the tears to each other, the antithesis would no longer exist, and he could no longer be stopped. They had to act now, but Flid was still twitching on the floor, and there was nothing she could do either. Melis was as weak as a newborn infant. Had Nish let her go, she would have collapsed. Nish was staring at her, not even looking at Irisis, and to her amazement his face was wet with tears. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry it's come to this," he said, holding her tightly and smoothing her sweat-damp brow. "Everything you and your clan have suffered has been done to you by father or by me, yet everything I have I owe to you. From the moment we met, you've stood by me, not because I deserved it, for I did not, but because you could not do otherwise than keep your word. When you give, you do so without reservation, and no matter what I've done, you have always remained steadfast. No man has ever had a better friend, yet I can do nothing to help you when you need it most." "Your being here is a great help," she said, clinging to him. Melis felt someone's eyes on her and looked up. Irisis was watching them, and she was smiling.
I lied, Nish, Irisis said softly. Of course I've been watching you. I've been aching for you in your terrible grief ever since my death. For it's not the one who dies that loses, it's those who are left behind. Not a day of your imprisonment went by without my checking on you, and it wrung my heart that I could do nothing to ease your pain. Now at last you have set me free, and I can do no less for you. What did she mean? How was Irisis going to set Nish free? Horror churned Melis's insides, for she could only think of one way to do that. Irisis came to them. She kissed Nish on the lips and Melis on the brow, then flashed a savage warrior's smile, just as the tales said she had done when going recklessly into battle back in the days of the Lyrinx War. Thank you, my love, she said softly to Nish, and strode across to Jal Nish. He looked up at her indifferently, then bent to his work again, knowing that while he had the tears no one could harm him. But she took him by the arm, spun him around, and caught him from behind in a bear hug, squeezing him against her breast. Jalnish went for the tears, but she clasped his wrists so tightly that he could not touch either Gatherer or Reaper, and though he struggled furiously, neither could he break her grip. Irisis was half a head taller than him, and had always been strong. She was far stronger than a man of Jalnish's age. "Reaper!" he gasped. "Burn her from the inside out! Destroy the yellow-haired bitch!" "You can't," said Irisis with a mocking laugh. "You made a fatal mistake when you raised me from the dead, Jalnish." Flid rolled over, came to his knees, and got up painfully. The squeezing pain around Melis's heart faded, and she felt the strength returning to her legs, but she still clung to Nish. It felt wonderful when he held her, for the first time since she had been a little girl and Clan Niflheim had been attacked. She felt safe. "What's that?" Jalnish's good eye bulged, his face twisted in the first vestiges of unease. "You forgot a fundamental law of nature," said Irisis. "What law of nature?" he sneered, jerking his arms fruitlessly. "The law that says no one can be killed twice. You had me slain 10 years ago, and you can't do it again. There's nothing you can do to stop me, God Emperor, but I'm going to stop you, forever." "Your pathetic artisan's art was never a patch on my mansery," sneered Jalnish. "You can't hope to use the tears against me, and as for taking them from me—" "Your big mistake," said Irisis, holding him without any visible strain, "and the one you've never learned from, is the assumption that other people want the same things as you. I've no intention of attacking you with the tears, and neither do I want them for myself." "What do you want?" There was a tremor in his voice now. Irisis pulled his wrists closer and closer yet, until the tears were shuddering with antipathy as they tried to repel each other. "Can't you guess?" "No," he cried. "It can't be done anyway." "No human has the strength to overcome the repulsion between Gatherer and Reaper and force them to coalesce into one," she quoted mockingly. "Aren't you forgetting something? You raised me from the dead, Jalnish. I'm no longer human." Irisis pushed the tears another ell closer, and though Jalnish strained with all his strength, he could not stop her. "Besides," said Irisis, "I was always stronger than you, mentally and physically." The repulsive forces between the tears grew ever stronger, and they shook ever more wildly, but she continued to thrust them together until they touched. Instantly they flared so bright that Melis could see the outline of Jalnish's bones through his skin, and suddenly the facade of calm and control the God Emperor had maintained all this time sloughed from him like a carapace shed by a cockroach. "Reaper, unbind her soul from her body!" he raged. "Hurl the slut back into the shadow realm where she belongs!" The quicksilver surface of Reaper boiled, and shining globules burst forth from it, but were drawn back at once, and Irisis was unaffected. The tears no longer had the power to affect her in any way. I can't be killed twice, she reminded him, nor can any spell designed to attack a human touch me.
He froze and the tears went still. You can't do this to me, cried Nish. I'm the God Emperor. I'm going to become a being. He twisted to look up at her, and his voice took on what he imagined to be a cajoling tone. Irisis, will you come with me? I've always admired your beauty, your courage.
You impotent little turd, she said. How dare you suck up to me? Your son is 10 times the man you were. He's a real man, and that's the only kind I ever cared for.
I'll give you...
Irisis's slender forearm muscles knotted. Then she forced Gatherer and Reaper into each other until they coalesced into a 2-lobed spheroid of liquid metal that brightened until it appeared to outshine the sun. Melis was forced to look away, but she had to see. She let go of Nish and peered through her slitted fingers. Sweat burst from her forehead. Her heart thundered like a great drum.
You can have the world, cried Nish, trying to twist around to beseech her. The universe! I'll make you into a being too.
Irisis laughed in his face. There's no coming back from annihilation, Nish. Not for you, nor the tears either. You're going to the fate you've been trying to avoid all your life.
No, I won't. I can't.
It's a beautiful irony, don't you agree? That the very objects you killed for and stole to stave off death should be the ones to drag you whining and whimpering through the worst death any human can suffer and beyond it to the ultimate oblivion.
I'll hunt you down in the Shadow Realm. I'll make you pay.
You're not going to the Shadow Realm, Nish. Haven't you worked that out yet? The Shadow Realm is too good for you. You're going all the way to eternal nothingness, and I'm delighted to take you with me. Oblivion is all I've craved since you slew me so brutally. Goodbye, dearest Zervish, she said. And you, beautiful Melis. Farewell, sweet Nish, the love of my life. But not beyond it. I'm taking Nish where no one in the 3 worlds nor the Shadow Realm can follow. He struggled furiously, and for an anguished moment Melis thought he was going to free himself after all, but Irisis tightened her crushing grip on him. I'm afraid, said Melis, clinging to Nish for comfort and never wanting to let go. What's going to happen if the tears do annihilate each other? I don't know, he said, holding her. They'll destroy the whole palace and us. They've got to. All that power has to go somewhere. At least we'll be together. I don't want to die with you. I want to live with you. Irisis crushed the coalesced tears, now an almost perfect sphere, tighter to Nish's chest, squeezing it until it passed through his ribs into the region where any normal man would have had a heart. Nish shrieked as Gatherer gathered the very life and soul out of him, then slumped bonelessly as Reaper brutally reaped it. Farewell, false God Emperor, Irisis cried. Annihilation, take him. And she tossed the revolving sphere into the air. The single tear drifted upwards and flared so brightly that Melis, squinting through the slits between her fingers, could see nothing but a molten ball of fire whose heat made the stone floor fume underfoot. With a shrill wail, the fire and light were sucked into the ball, and the ragdoll remnants of Nish too, until he disappeared like smoke drawn back into a pipe. Irisis opened her hands, and the tear settled and floated in front of her in mid-air, slowly rotating, but quiescent now. She stood there, gazing at Melis, Nish, and Flid, then gave him a fond, parting smile. I told you that I had a destiny after death. I never believed you, said Flid, and there were bright tears in his old eyes. But you were right. You were always right. And I can say it now. Yes, she said. That day,
10 years ago was also the worst day of my life. For you were the only woman I ever loved.
Don't be ridiculous, Irisis said, looking ever so slightly uncomfortable for the first time. You must have been with thousands of women.
I've had my share, he conceded, but only one mattered. You were the only one I cared about. And even after you cast me aside and took up with Nish, I never stopped loving you.
You're a good man, Zervish, she said wistfully, but this has to stop. She cupped her hands around the tear and pressed gently, and it brightened again and swelled. Wait, cried Malus. What happens when Gatherer and Reaper annihilate each other and explode? The coalesced tear doesn't explode, it implodes, said Irisis. And all that power doesn't have to go somewhere, it has to go nowhere. Farewell, my friends. She crushed the tear between her palms. The dazzling globe shrank to a pinpoint, and she was drawn into it, smiling at them, shrinking until she and the tear could no longer be seen. With a little pop, it vanished, and Irisis had gone to a place from which there could be no returning. Nish stared after her for a long time, then gave Malus a small, uncertain smile and took her hand. Irisis was always right, he echoed. I'm glad she's found peace at last.
Ah, Irisis, said Flid, rubbing his eyes.
The ceiling gave a creaking groan and cracked from one side to the other.
We'd better go.
He continued to stare at the point where she had disappeared, then shook himself and took Malus's free hand.
Moraloon was built with the tears, and now they're gone, there's not much holding it up.
With an almighty crash, the metal spire toppled and fell. They ran out to the edge of the 9th level and saw that the spire had crashed across the gap, and its tip now rested in the sacred lake, which had begun to spill down into the moat surrounding Moraloon.
Do you think we can walk across? Said Flid.
We'd better, said Malus. There won't be time to run all the way down, then climb up. They teetered along the flattened spire in the moonlight and clambered down onto the cracked paving next to the abandoned feast tables. A mass of people were running their way. What did Irisis mean about her destiny? Said Malus. Agur and Tulatine were coming towards them, and behind them were several other people who could not be identified in the dark, apart from Lillis's slender figure and Eula's sack-like form.
Nish and I talked about it that night we camped in the mountains, said Flid, after we stole the seneschal of Taranta's best wine.
Irisis believed that her destiny could only be fulfilled after her death.
That's why she never expected to survive the war. And if Jalnish hadn't killed her, she would never have been able to bring him down or destroy the tears because no human could have done it.
Nish did not reply, and after a long pause, Malus said, She must have been a wonderful woman. It's no wonder. She glanced at Nish, then away hastily. She was a beautiful, warm, wonderful part of my life, said Nish, wiping his face.
Of all our lives,
Flid added. And I'll never forget her, Nish added. But she's gone. Forever.
It's over, said Flid. It's finally over.
He looked around, sniffing the air like a dog on the hunt, and added,
That's strange.
What? Says Malus and Nish at the same time.
Just for a moment, I thought I sensed a faint, distant field.
A field? Said Malus.
The force created by nodes and the source of most Mansa's power.
But with Tian's destruction of the nodes at the end of the war, said Nish, all the fields disappeared, leaving Father with the tears in command of almost all the secret art.
And now the tears are gone, the fields are coming back, said Flid. Slowly, I suspect, and they probably won't be as strong as before, but even so they'll be available to all who can master the secret art, not just to one corrupt man.
And just in time, said the Numinator from the darkness, to complete my project. 55. Malus had no chance to run, for the Numinator, now right behind her, grabbed her wrist. Don't worry, she said. I'm going to take very good care of you and your unborn child.
It won't do you any good, Maygraith, said Chthonic, her granddaughter.
Don't call me Maygraith, snapped the Numinator. It is a phylum name and I won't have it.
Numinator is equally inappropriate, said Chthonic coldly. The numinous one indeed. You're no more a being than Nish was a god emperor. You were frauds, both of you, and Maygraith it is.
Well, I'm having the child, Maygraith ground out. 220 years I've worked on my great project and I'm not giving it up now.
You won't find what you're looking for here, said Chthonic. If you recall, and I'm sure you were watching, Yalkara held the same view until the moment she touched Melis's belly. She seemed to age 100 years, and then she said, I have nothing left. As you of all people know, Charon don't give up lightly.
I don't ever give up,
said Maygraith, and having the field back will make it so much easier. With a flick of her fingers, she conjured up a hollow dagger of fuming ice, much like the stiletto she'd used to test Melis's fertility in the Nightland, save that the core of the dagger was as green as Atatusk blood, and its point as narrow as a needle. Before Melis could move, Maygraith had pressed the tip through her shirt into her belly. Melis felt a burning, freezing pain, then the point was withdrawn, and inside was a small thread of blood. She drew the blood up into the green core, which slowly changed to grey. Maygraith went the same colour.
No, it isn't possible.
Yet it's happened, said Chthonic, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Maygraith studied the grey core again, and her shoulders slumped. It's certain. No wonder she gave up. What's the matter? Cried Melis, clutching at her belly. Is there something wrong with the baby?
Terribly wrong.
What? Tell me.
She took Maygraith by the coat and shook her.
You've got to tell me.
It's entirely old human, said Maygraith. Had Yalkara also said that? At the time, Melis had been so shocked at being told that she was pregnant that she hadn't taken it in.
It can't be. Ember is the father and he was a full-blood Charon.
I've been studying the mating business for more than 200 years, said Maygraith wearily, and there's no doubt. But how can it be? She thought for a minute or two, while all the people gathered around stared at her. I think I understand. When you and Ember lay together in the Nightland, the chthonic fire that killed him must have stripped his seed back to its essence. And the essence of all 4 human species is the one they sprang from in the deeps of time. Old human. The child was worth nothing to Yalkara, that's why she gave up, and it's no use to me either. You're free, Melis, and I must start again, from the beginning. Surely it's time to abandon this fruitless obsession, grandmother, said Chthonic. I never give up, Maygraith repeated. She double-clapped her hands and vanished from Moraloon. That afternoon, after the last of the soldiers' bodies had been interred in the sump of Mazahisa, the allies gathered at the tables by the sacred lake for a final meal. The palace had collapsed and the army was making ready to go down to the garrison at Fad, under Flanger's command. Well, Nish, said Flid, when everyone had settled at the table, you swore that oath 10 years ago. You fought the God Emperor all the way, and you've prevailed. No one could argue that this is your hour. So what are you going to do about the Empire and your people? You were right all along, said Nish, who had given the matter much thought. The Empire can't be torn down, for civil war would surely follow, but neither am I going to become God Emperor, or merely a humble Emperor. He gave Melis a twisted smile, and went on. For most of my life I've yearned for power, authority, and the respect of all who knew me. Yet now I have all those things. What I want most of all is peace and an ordered world where ordinary people can live their lives as freely as possible. Unfortunately, peace isn't so easily maintained, and I know nothing about maintaining it. Nish, said Flid warningly. Nish held up his hand. I've spent most of my life either in the manufactory, in warfare, or in prison. I wouldn't know how to run a household, much less rule an empire.
any of you would do a better job."
"Your father was an able administrator, if nothing else," said Eula. "He might have been an evil scoundrel, but he knew how to control his empire. You could learn."
Her words were gall in Nish's mouth, but she was right. Anything that was good about Father's empire must be maintained, and all that was evil will be torn down and remade, but not by me. "Nish!" snapped Flid. "No, Flid. I've had enough of war, empires, dictators, and universal rule. The 100 nations of Santhenar should be free to live according to their own laws and customs, rather than having them imposed from above." "You can't tear down the empire, and you can't walk away," said Agur. "I wasn't planning to," Nish said mildly. "I'm going to replace it with something better." "Better!" cried Flid. "What are you talking about?" "I plan to use my authority as the heir of the God Emperor and a hero of the wars to set up a parliamentary council to advise and constrain the elected leader of the Confederated Nations of Santhenar, when Santhenar is ready for such a leader, and it won't be me. I swore that I would not become my father, and I will not, but neither will I leave Santhenar to anarchy. Eula, you will advise me as to the permanent members of the council and what its statutes should be. You'll be a member, of course, at least for the first term." Eula was playing with another of her crystal specimens, a mass of intergrown golden cubes as shiny as metal. "Thank you," she said, staring into the distance, and a greedy gleam came and went in her small eyes. "Don't get any ideas about having your monopolies back," Nish added, then smiled. "At least not all of them." One had to be realistic. It wouldn't do to try and change the world too quickly. "Flid, you'll be on the council, of course, so you'll have to postpone your holiday. I'll be its head at first, since the people must have continuity of leadership, but my vote will be worth no more than anyone else's unless the issue is tied." "Very well," said Flid. "I suppose it's the best I could hope for. It's good enough for the moment, but don't think I've given up on you," he said darkly. Nish shrugged. "I didn't expect you would." "You'll need an interim council," said Agur, "to maintain order and authority until the parliamentary council can be established." "And I propose that everyone at this table be on it," said Nish. "At least all those who care to." "Thank you," said Rill, who had been sitting silently, head bowed. "But this is not our affair, and we have our own world to look after. I will see you again before we depart." He bowed and turned away, his shoulders hunched. Lyrinx rarely partnered more than once, and his grief for Liette might take the rest of his lifetime to fade. The members of the council were agreed upon. Flid and Agur, Eula and Melente, Lillis and Malien, Tulatine and Nish, Chismul and Flangers. "Melis?" said Nish. She had that far-away look in her eyes again. Melis shook her head, and he understood that she could think of nothing save going home and all the work it would take to raise Niflheim Manor from the ruins. Not even her unused gift for the art, nor the fact that she was too old to begin learning it, mattered any more. "That's enough," said Nish. "I'll take your oaths now, and once the council statutes have been agreed, I'll have them carved into the largest fragment of Moraloon as a perpetual reminder of what the new realm stands for. Smaller stones will be taken from the palace and also engraved with the statutes. They will be set up in every city, town and village at the places where the God Emperor's Wisp Watchers once stood, so the people may know who rules them and the principles by which they are ruled. And now," he added, "since I can't remember when I last had a good night's sleep, I'm going to bed." Melis was exhausted, but zigzagging back and forth between the anticipation of finally going home and her dread of tomorrow's farewells, she slept badly and woke late, feeling more tired than when she'd lain down in her blankets. "There's one last thing we must do before we separate," said Agur as Melis joined everyone at the long table for the last time for breakfast. "A great injustice has been done to two dear friends of mine, Karan and Lian, and it must be righted." Melis's weariness vanished, for she had often thought about them, and particularly Karan. Magraith had pursued Karan too, but relentlessly, and Melis would forever feel linked to that unknown woman whose life had ended so tragically 200 years ago. And why had Agur, Lillis and Malien
The only people here who had actually known Karan and Lian, grown so angry when their names were mentioned.
"Dear friends of ours," said Malien, "I never believed those lies either. I can't believe that the scrutators were taken in by them, Flid."
"We obeyed the chief scrutator who took his orders from the Numinator," said Flid. "And as I may have mentioned previously,"
he rubbed his scarred and twisted hands, from which most of the flesh had been gouged off decades ago,
"asking questions was strongly discouraged.
The Numinator decreed that my friends be called Karan Kinslayer and Lian the Liar," said Agur, "and I believe that to be a vile slur on their names, a terrible injustice. It would please me greatly, Nish, if the first decision of your council was to right that wrong." "The council will be happy to review the matter," said Nish, "once it has heard all the facts." To Melis, sitting beside him, he sounded overly formal, even a trifle pompous, but then she reasoned Nish had never wanted this position, nor had he done anything like it before. What mattered was that he had a good heart. He was bound to grow as leader of the council in time. Agur looked at Flid. "Will you do it or shall I?"
"As the only former scrutator here, I believe it's my responsibility," said Flid. "Let's begin with Lian's case, since it's the clearer. The scrutators called him Lian the Liar, the man who corrupted the histories. His great tale was banned, withdrawn, and all known copies burned, and a new version was subsequently written. To clear his name, strong evidence will be required that the charges were false."
"Lian was a master chronicler of the histories, an honor awarded to few people," said Malien, "and I knew him as well as anyone still alive. He was an honorable man and a brilliant teller of the great tales, though," she added wryly, "he was pretty useless at practical matters. He had a head full of stories."
"He got better in the end," said Agur. "He was willing to learn, unlike some others."
"And Lian loved the histories for their truth," Malien went on. "When it came to writing the chronicles of the times, or crafting the tale that he hoped would become a great tale, he was scrupulous. Lian would permit no relevant omission, no exaggeration, and absolutely not the least hint of falsehood. Besides," Malien said, fixing Flid with a cold eye, "his tale was read by everyone who survived the time of the mirror, including myself and Agur, and no one found any fault with it."
"Do you agree with these statements, Agur?" said Flid.
"I do."
"In that case, we must accept them as truth," said Flid.
"You weren't so accepting when the matter was first raised," Melis said mildly. "I recall you getting angry with Colm and pompously standing on your scrutatorly dignity."
"So I did," grinned Flid, "but the renewed me wasn't as clear-headed as I am."
"What does Colm have to do with them?" said Persea. "Wasn't he the fellow who went over to the enemy?"
"He was," said Melis, remembering the good times and the bad with him. "And he drowned in the flood on the Range of Ruin. Poor Colm. He was a descendant of Karan's cousin," she said to Malien, "and heir to her estate, or would have been had it not been for the war. He was bitter about his loss, and about the stains on Karan's and Lian's names."
"As I was saying," said Flid, "May Graith, when she was the Numinator, ordered that Lian be called the Liar so as to take revenge on Karan, though this was long after her death."
"Where did you hear that?" said Malien.
"It was in the Tower of 1,000 Steps," said Melis, though Maygraith didn't actually admit it.
"She didn't bother to deny the accusation," said Agur, "and she definitely gave the order to Chief Scrutator Gore, didn't she?" "No question about it," said Flid, "and that's all I know about the matter."
"The case seems perfectly clear," said Nish. "Does the interim council agree to clear Lian's name?"
"And have his original great tale restored," said Agur.
The council agreed to both. "Now to the matter of Karan Kinslayer," said Nish, "which from what I know of it is rather more complicated. I don't see how we can get at the truth after all this time. What are the facts, Agur?"
"After Maygraith's lover, Rulka, was slain," said Agur, "and she found that she was with child, she became obsessed with creating an eternal monument to him by breeding her triune children and Karans to create quartines,
That is, children with the blood of all 4 human species. She hoped that these quartines would have all the strengths and none of the weakness of their progenitors, particularly the carer on whom she believed to be extinct.
Karan rightly would have none of this terrible scheme, said Malienne, but Maygraith pursued her relentlessly. She kidnapped Karan's firstborn daughter, Sulien, when she was just 13, and gave her to her thuggish son, Rulkan, the twin who most resembled his father, in looks if not in nobility.
Karan managed to steal Sulien back, said Agur, and the family fled Gothheim in secret. They spent more than a year on the run, pursued by Maygraith all that time. They were penniless and hungry, while she was wealthy and powerful by then. She made sure that Liang could never tell again, then destroyed his reputation, and finally Karan could take no more. She was driven out of her mind.
They were hiding in Shazmak at the time, said Malienne. She hurled her children, then Lian and herself, off the top of a tower into the river Gar, where they all drowned.
56. At least, that is the tale, said Agur meaningfully. But is it true, said Nish, or is it falsehood? Everything is true up to the point of Karan's madness, said Agur. We all knew it at the time, it was no secret, and Maygraith did not bother to deny it either. Indeed, at the Tower of 1,000 Steps, she attempted to justify her wickedness on the grounds that Karan had 3 children and Maygraith only wanted 1. Madness is the curse of blendings and triunes, said Flid thoughtfully. Perhaps Maygraith also lost her wits. It was an evil, cunning madness if she did, said Agur. Someone let out a pained grunt from the jumble of rocks behind the table. Malis jumped, then saw that it was the dwarf, who was covered in dust. He limped towards them, slowly and exhaustedly, as if it had taken him hours to struggle free of the ruins. "What are you doing here, Clam?" she said. "Coming back to my own," he said tentatively. "You assume too much, little man," snapped Flid. "Treachery is not easily erased." "It wasn't treachery, since there was nothing left of our alliance to betray. Swearing to Jalnish was a mistake, and I've paid dearly for it." "Not dearly enough." "Would you think better of me if, after swearing that sacred oath to Jalnish, I chose to break it?" "Ahem," said Nish. "That'll do, Flid. Since I've been pressed into service as leader of this council, I hereby declare my first amnesty. Clam, your past is wiped clean, under sufferance." Clam bowed a trifle awkwardly, and Malis saw that his stump was causing him great pain. "Thank you, Nish," he said. "I always knew you were a man of honor." "Don't push your luck. Getting back to the matter we were debating," said Nish. "There must have been justification for Karan's crime, in her own mind at least. Driven beyond endurance and with nowhere else to turn, she may have seen this terrible act as the only way out. We may feel sympathy for her, even understanding, but on this evidence the council cannot clear her name. If she killed her family, Karan Kinslayer, she must remain." "How do we know she did?" said Malis, feeling for that poor, tormented woman, harassed far more unrelentingly than she, Malis, had been.
"It was about 15 years after the time of the mirror, as I recall," said Malienne. "Karan and Lian were still famous, and the news of their deaths even reached me at my lonely eyrie inside Mount Turthrax, the highest peak in the 3 worlds.
"Who witnessed the deaths?" said Nish. "I don't remember," said Agur.
"The witnesses weren't Arkhim," said Malienne. "Few of my people had returned to Shazmak by that time."
She turned to the other end of the table.
"But Lilith might know."
"It was one of the first important matters that dear old Nadiral entrusted to me after I became a fully fledged librarian," said Lilith, "because I had known Karan and Lian."
"And the names of the witnesses were?" asked Nish.
2 called Idlis and Yetcha."
"I remember them," said Malienne. "It's almost unheard of for Whelm to form friendships outside their own kind, but there was a deep bond between Karan and Idlis, despite their differences. He was the healer who put her shattered bones together after the way between the worlds was opened, and I was there when he left to go home. I will come to Gothheim on this day once a year in case you need the drug Hrux, he said to Karan, because nothing else could relieve her pain. There is no other way of getting it, for no one else knows how it is made. And Karan told him and Yet Cha to come to Gothheim if ever they needed help.
Malien added. Extraordinary, said Agur. But Karan was extraordinary, and if anyone could befriend the friendless whelm, it would have been her.
A whelm long-lived, said Nish.
They can be, though not so long that they would still be alive 2 centuries later. The whelm keep their own histories, of course, but I very much doubt that they would allow us access to them.
They are a secretive people at the best of times. Then we can't take the matter any further, said Nish, rising. Wait a minute, said Malis, who had been thinking through all she'd ever heard about Karan. There's something else, isn't there, Zervish?
I don't know what you mean.
I mean Karan's heritage, left to her as reparation by her enemy, Phalamor. It had once been hidden in that cave we visited in Eliodore.
Eliodore, cried Agur, clinging to Tulatine for a moment.
Malis eyed him curiously, but he said no more.
Colm said that Karan had spurned that gift,
Flid reminded her.
Yet years later, in desperate need, she might have gone back for it. Remember that the mine mule had been dug up and replaced, and it had been used twice.
Why would anyone use it then replace it? Said Nish, frowning. Why not keep it? To convince Maygrafe that Karan had never touched her heritage, perhaps, said Malis. Again, I ask why, said Nish.
We'd have to go to Eliodore to find out, said Flid. Unfortunately, the mine mule has died, and without the caduceus...
That reminds me, said Nish, scowling at Flid. How come you didn't make a portal with the caduceus at the range of ruin? You could have saved the lives of most of the militia.
Do you have to ask? Snapped Flid, who had never liked being questioned.
Well, yes, I do.
You still had to take the pass and hold it. That's why you were there, remember? To stop your father's army.
But you could have made it easier. You could have taken us behind the enemy lines at the pass, for instance.
If you'd had an easy victory, you wouldn't be here now.
Nish opened his mouth, but closed it again.
Besides, said Flid, I didn't know how to make a portal then. If you recall, at the time, I didn't even have the strength to make light with my fingers. And if I had no idea that the caduceus could make portals. At that stage, we still thought it was a trap. Have you finished interrogating me?
For the moment, said Nish, unfazed.
Splendid, Flid said sarcastically. You were right not to become God Emperor. Power is already going to your head.
You wanted me here, said Nish, grinning. It's too late to complain now.
Anyway, as I was saying, said Flid loftily, without the caduceus, I no longer have the capacity to make portals.
Ah, but I do, said Clam, who seemed eager to impress them, or perhaps to make amends.
Really? Said Flid darkly. How?
During the weeks I spent travelling through the Shadow Realm, replied Clam, I found cause to reconsider my allegiance to the God Emperor, after I discovered that he was not the man I'd thought him to be.
And yet you saved him, snapped Flid.
I'd sworn an oath. I had to fulfill it. But I also had to take precautions for the good of the Empire, in the event that my worst fears about Jalnish were realised. I took the liberty of siphoning some of the power of the tears into my Noblagi, just in case. No wonder he couldn't get them to work properly, said Malis.
Well, get it out, man, said Flid, and take us to Eliodore without delay.
Clam's eyes flashed at his former friend, but he made a portal, and minutes later they were standing at the entrance to the cave on that steep, forested slope above the field of bones. I know this place, said Agur, looking over his shoulder, and again he swayed and clung to Tulatine for support. My skin crawls at the memory of Eliodore, for it is the scene of my most devastating defeat. In the time of the mirror, Phalamor lured my entire army over the cliffs above us in a fog. 2,000 men met their deaths in that hour, and it took me a good 50 years to recover from it. Flid gripped his shoulder.
We saw the bone field when we were here last time. Would it help if you went down?
Agur shuddered. I don't think so. Let's get on with it.
The ebony bracelet Catilla had worn just a month and a half ago lay outside in the short grass, cast away as useless. Malienne used it to break the perpetual illusion, and when she moved the bracelet about, the shadow figures Flid and Malis had seen with Colm and Catilla came and went.
Many people dwelt in this cave over the years, said Malienne, though we won't see any before Phylamore created the perpetual illusion to hide her treasure, nor any who came afterwards, save those who possessed enough art to imprint their shadows on the illusion.
That's Phylamore, said Agur, pointing to the outline of a small, slender woman bent over something on the floor. She's burying the treasure, more than 220 years ago. A pair of scryers armed with wisp watchers came and went. Why are they next? Cried Malis. Did they get it?
They did not, said Malienne, smiling. Visitors are not shown in order of appearance. The scryers would have been here within the last few years, as were these villainous-looking reprobates.
Malis saw herself and Flid excavating the little wooden box, and then her finding the mime mule and Flid taking it. Catilla was a fleeting shadow near the entrance, but Colm did not appear at all.
Where's Colm? She said.
He had no art, Flid said curtly. He created no shadow.
Is that Catilla? Said Nish. I remember telling her stories long ago when her family sheltered me in their hovel. She was a pretty, eager girl, and she so loved to hear tales of the outside world, he sighed. And now she's dead.
She did not have a good war, poor child, said Flid.
There's Magraith, said Agur. Her shadow was standing by the entrance, watching people digging under the direction of a robed and hooded whelm, though they did not appear to find anything. Finally, a small, curvaceous woman appeared by herself, limping slightly.
Karan, said Malienne.
Karan's shadow dug up the box, took the mime mule from it, and put everything else back, then faded. She reappeared, dug a hole near the cave entrance, and buried the mime mule in it.
So Karan came here twice, said Agur. She used the mime mule, then put it back so there would be no evidence that she'd ever touched the treasure because Magraith was hunting her and Karan didn't want her to know what she'd done with it.
Is there any way to discover what she used the mime mule for? Said Nish.
Not as far as I can tell.
Flid was turning the stained, knobbly wooden object over in his hands.
It's completely dead now. Whatever power it once held has been exhausted and cannot be replenished by any art I know about. Wait a minute. Remember how we escaped from here? When the mime mule touched the virtual construct, it opened a gate instantly.
Instantly,
cried Agur. But when you used the virtual construct to leave the Nightland, it took ages to open a portal, didn't it? A good hour and a half, said Flid, even though the virtual construct was live.
So the mime mule had encountered the virtual construct previously, said Agur. I think I see where this is going.
57.
Be so good as to explain, said Nish irritably, for I haven't the faintest idea.
When I found the virtual construct in the Nightland, it was still live, said Flid. But who could have used it? Rulka was long dead, and neither Yalkara nor Ember had touched it. I asked Yalkara before she died. Who else knew about it? Said Flid.
No one, said Agur, because I begged Leanne to leave all mention of the virtual construct out of his great tale. I told you that at the Tower of 1,000 Steps.
So you did, said Flid.
Therefore the only other people who knew it was there were Karan and Leanne, because they'd been to the Nightland. I'd say Karan used the mime mule to return to the Nightland, said Agur, then brought it back to the cave so Magraith would never know she'd had it. And while in the Nightland, she must have used the virtual construct. That's why it was live when we got there. Portal us to the Nightland, Clom, and let's see what we can read from it.
Unfortunately, I took the virtual construct with us when we left the Nightland, said Flid, and it was subsequently destroyed.
The virtual construct could never be removed from the Nightland, said Agur, because it was built from it. You must have inadvertently made a copy, but Rulka's original will still be there. Clom, let's go. Clom was looking unsteady on his mismatched feet, but he made a second portal which took them directly to the room where the virtual construct, Rulka's three-dimensional model for the real construct he'd subsequently built in Carcaron, floated above the floor.
It was about the size of a large covered wagon, though very alien in appearance. Its exterior shell appeared to be made from a dark metal, but was shiny smooth and shaped in perfect curves that no smith on Santhenar could have duplicated, even using the art. The construct curved up towards the rear to a high platform, then cut sharply down at the back. It was not metal, of course, just a model that could be walked through to see the insides, as Malis had done the first time she was here. Now she sat on the cold floor, weary and wanting to go home, while Nish walked in and out, studying every detail. It was the artificer coming out in him, she supposed, and of course he'd worked on constructs and the flying version of them, Thapters, during the war. It's an earlier version, Nish was saying. Rulka made many changes and improvements to his real construct, but even so, it's marvellous.
What can you read in it, Agur? Said Flid. Can you tell where it went?
Agur and Malien were standing inside the structure, and Malis could just see their shadowy outlines.
It doesn't seem to have been used here at all, said Agur.
Then it must have been used in Heliodore, said Malien.
So Karan used the mine mule to mimic a portal and came here, mused Flid, and then she mimicked a copy of the virtual construct and took the mine mule back to the cave. It all seems rather complicated. But necessary if she was to conceal her tracks from Magraith.
What did she do then? Said Agur.
Clam, you'd better take us back to the cave.
I can't keep doing this, said Clam, who was pale and sweating now and clearly in tremendous pain. My Noblagi doesn't protect me from after sickness, you know.
Think of it as reparation for your crimes, snapped Flid.
Clam staggered. Malis ran to him and held him while he renewed the portal, and she could feel the agony he was struggling with all his mighty heart to conceal from them, and especially from Flid. You're killing him, Zervish, she said softly.
I'm all right, said Clam, pulling free. I believe in paying my debts. I can do it.
They returned to the cave and Flid used the illusion-dispelling bracelet again. Outside the entrance, where he had not looked previously, 5 shadows appeared, walked into a construct, and vanished.
That was Karan, Lian, and their 3 children, said Malien.
Where did they go? Said Malis.
If I had to guess, I'd say Shazmak, and the top of the tower from which, it said, she hurled them into the Gar flood.
Can you direct us to the place? Said Flid. Neither Clam nor I have ever seen Shazmak.
Nor I for some time, said Malien, though I love it most of all our cities. We'll go the scenic way. I'd like to see Shazmak from afar for the last time. Clam, if you would make the portal like this.
She bent and whispered in his ear. Clam nodded weakly and created the portal, but she had to support him all the way. Malis, watching the little man anxiously, could hear the roar of the river before they arrived, for this time the portal became transparent while it was carrying them above a mighty gorge some distance from the city. The walls of the gorge plunged hundreds of spans to the raging River Gar, and the cliffs extended above them almost as far. Ahead, the river swirled around a rocky pinnacle, and from it Shazmak soared up to the heavens, a profusion of slender towers, aerial walkways and looping stairs all connected to each other. A pair of gossamer bridges crossing the gorge led to the paths in and out of Shazmak.
The gale rushing down the great river never ceases, said Malien as the portal drifted closer.
The wild wind shook the towers and howled around the stairs and walkways, setting Malis's teeth on edge. It seems a sad place.
It is now. Shazmak was sacked by the Garshard, formerly Agur's Whelm, just before Rulka escaped from the Nightland, and much of the damage they did inside has yet to be repaired. Few Arkim dwell here any more, and most of those are from Clan Eleanor, or were. The flower of my clan's youth went to Moraloon to defend their adopted world, but few of them will come home to Shazmak.
Malien turned away, wiping her eyes. She studied the towers, then pointed to the one tower which stood directly above the river.
That must be it.
The portal deposited them on the flat roof of the tower and faded out. Clam flopped down on his back, panting. His face had gone blotchy and his lips were drawn back, baring his square white teeth. Malis could not imagine how he bore after sickness on top of the agony of his severed foot, though he was famously tough, brave, and determined. Malien went to the edge, which was enclosed by a chest-high wall, and looked down at the river.
"It is a sad place for me," she went on, "for my son, Rael, drowned in the Gar down there while helping Karan and Leanne to escape, the first time they came here."
She turned away.
"To business."
After walking back and forth a number of times, she borrowed the knoblaggy, used it, and another series of shadow figures arose, though they looked clearer than the ones in the cave. There were 7 of them, Karan and Leanne, the 3 children, and 2 taller folk, an emaciated man and a gauntly pretty woman with huge eyes and long dark hair.
"Whelm,"
said Malis, shivering, and not just because of the icy wind on the back of her neck.
"Idlis and Yetcha," said Malien. "Karen knew she could rely on them, utterly and forever. Watch."
Karan's shadow embraced the 2 whelm, then Idlis and Yetcha headed down an internal stair. Karan, Leanne, and the children went inside the virtual construct, and it vanished.
"So she didn't kill them," said Malis.
Malien did not answer for some time. She was walking back and forth, moving the knoblaggy about and frowning. What could be the matter now?
"Of course she didn't," said Malien, but Malis could see the relief in her eyes. "I never believed that story for a second. Besides, Karan was scarcely bigger than you, and Leanne wasn't a small man. She could never have thrown him over such a high wall. She faked their deaths so as to put the family beyond Maygraith's reach."
"I've seen enough," said Nish. "Well, Council, are we happy to clear Karan's name and restore her to her rightful place in the histories?"
"No," said Malien. "It can't be done."
"Why ever not? They disappeared more than 2 centuries ago. They must have died long since. Maygraith can't threaten them now."
"Unfortunately, I think she can."
"Why?" said Malis. "Where did they go?"
"I don't know where she took them," said Malien, "but I do know when."
"When?" said Flid. "There is no when with portals."
"There is now," said Malien, "for I have just read the echoes left by her last portal as clearly as you can see their shadows. The other treasures Philemore left in the cave must have included the secret of moving a portal forwards in time, and that's what Karan did. She took her family."
Malien frowned and concentrated hard, her lips moving as if she were reading something dim and distant.
210 years forwards, to a time when she must have thought Maygraith could no longer be a threat.
If they were here 15 years after the time of the mirror plus 210, that's 5 years from now, said Nish. And Karan's name can't be cleared in case Maygraith finds out.
"Which she will," said Agur. "Now that we all know, the secret is bound to get out."
"What are you suggesting?" snapped Flid.
"I'm not suggesting any of us would reveal it," Agur said, "but Maygraith is both brilliant and determined, and given time, she'll follow in our footsteps."
58.
"I don't see why she should," said Flid. "Maygraith was suspicious the very first time she saw the mine mule, if you recall," said Agur. "She spent many years in Philemore's thrall and must have recognized it and known where it came from."
"And she knows about the virtual construct too," said Malis, "because I mentioned it when she questioned us in the Tower of 1,000 Steps."
"Well," said Nish, "there's nothing we can do about it now. And who knows, in 5 years Maygraith may have changed." "She never changes," said Agur, "and never gives up either. Let's go back. I'm weary unto death and my burns hurt abominably. Clam?"
He was still lying on his back, and his crusted stump was oozing blood in several places.
"I can't do it," he said listlessly. "Can't take any more."
Flid squatted down beside him.
"It's a long walk back to Moraloon, comrade."
"Too long for me," said Clam. "I'm sorry, Zervish, I really am. Sorry for everything. Do you think you can find it in yourself to forgive all I've done?"
Flid studied him coolly. "You're not planning to die on me, are you?"
"Isn't that the only form of atonement you'll accept?"
"You stupid old fool," Flid exclaimed.
What makes you think I want you to die?
I've never known you as a forgiving man.
People change. All right, I forgive you, you stupid bastard, as long as you never mention it again.
Clam smiled faintly. The pain lines relaxed and he let out a little sigh. Malus thought he had died, but he opened his eyes again. I don't suppose if I loaned you my knoblaggy you could...
You're going to lend me your precious, precious knoblaggy, cried Flid in astonishment.
Just to make a portal or two. Don't get any ideas, you devious old sod.
But if you were to die while I still had it, said Flid with a cunning leer, it would be mine, wouldn't it?
You've always lusted after it, you greedy swine, said Clam. But you're not going to get it.
I don't see how you can stop me if you're...
Dead, said Clam. I'm not going to die no matter how much I want to. I'm going to outlive you just to spite you. Now take the damn thing and get us out of here.
Grinning, Flid made a portal, and they returned to Moraloon, where the army was ready to depart for Fad. The healers attended to Clam, and managed to relieve his after-sickness and some of the pain of his severed foot, after which everyone prepared to leave for their separate destinations. Malus stood some distance away, an enormous lump in her throat. One part of her just wanted to go home, but the rest couldn't bear the parting. It's farewell then, said Flid, and for some of us it must be for the last time. I doubt that we'll ever all be together again. He shook Agur's hand. I don't expect I will, said Agur with a weary sigh. I haven't many years left.
Nor I, said Malien, and I plan to spend them on Arcan. Now that we have a world to go back to, and the field gives us the power to do so, many of my people will join me. And I don't plan to return to Santhenar.
All things must pass, said Flid, and all people too, even the oldest of friends. I'll miss every one of you.
His eye caught the dwarfs, and he said,
Even you, runt.
I'll miss you equally little, Scarface.
Flid shook hands with Clam, each trying to crush the other's hand. Then they both laughed. Flid embraced Malien and turned to Agur. There's a certain irony in Maygraith so desperately hunting those few people with care on blood for her breeding program, and yet she rejected you, her half-care-on first lover.
I'm glad I've found my true heritage at last, said Agur, carefully putting his bandaged arm around Chulatine's waist, and equally glad that I'm powerless now. She would no longer want me any more than I would have her back.
Before you go, said Malus, can anyone explain to me why I didn't appear in any of the futures we saw in the Pit of Possibilities? I always thought it meant I was going to die.
It must have been the Tafloid, said Agur, hiding you from your enemies just as Kandor had set it to conceal me from mine. I'm glad you have it, Malus, and long may it look after you and yours.
Malus suspected that its power had gone when the hidden bottle of pure fire had been removed, yet the Tafloid would always be a comfort to her. She was embracing him when she felt the little parcel, Yalkara's gift, in her pocket, and drew it out.
I wonder what this is.
The wrapping was pitted and charred. I hope it's still all right. Inside, she found a small rectangular metal mirror, highly polished, with glyphs arranged around all four sides, and a symbol in the top right corner.
It's the Mirror of Arcan, Malien exclaimed. Where did you get it?
Yalkara gave it to me for the baby.
I'm astonished. I don't think you should keep it. It was a terrible, corrupting device.
She said it had been cleansed of the past by the pure fire, said Malus.
Yalkara took it to the void with her at the end of the time of the mirror, said Agur. I wonder why she kept it.
Why does anyone keep keepsakes, said Malien. To remind them of happier times, I suppose.
They said their last goodbyes, and Flid created a final portal with the knoblaggy. The Lyrinx came marching up, then Rill stooped and embraced them one by one. Malus, remembering all the tales she'd read about Lyrinx when she was young, found his hug alarming, though she thought she'd managed to conceal it.
Someday, when things are better,
Rill rumbled, I would have you come to Talalame. I would like everyone to see what we've made of our new world, and Liette would have wanted that too. His eyes grew wet at the memories, then he sketched a farewell, and went through the portal without looking back. Flid diverted the portal north to Ferranda for the Archim, to Shazmak for Malien, Irael and the surviving Archim of Clan Eleanor, then finally to the south for Tian, the Whelm and the Phylem. The portal closed for the last time and faded away. Flangers and Chismul shook everyone's hands. "Well, General Flangers," said Flid, "until we meet again." "Not so much of the General, if you please," said Flangers. "I've only taken the command because someone had to, and once I've trained some officers up, I'm leaving the army." "But you've been a soldier all your life," said Flid, taken aback. "It's a bit late to change now." "If Nish can change, so can I. Besides, now that the field is back." Flangers looked fondly at Chismul. "What?" said Flid. "We thought we might go into the business of flight," she said, grinning broadly and rubbing the scar where her ear had been. "And if monopolies are being handed out to the unworthy, I don't see why I shouldn't have one too." "Be off with you," said Flid, laughing, and they waved and turned away to the army. Tulatine helped Agur to climb aboard 3 reckless old ladies. Flid, Persea and Lillis followed them, and finally Clam was helped up. He sat on the side, clinging to a rope and looking wan. 8 of Nish's militia were already aboard, going home to Gendragore at last, yet there was no sign of Kletch or Amy. "Where the blazes are they?" muttered Flid. "I said if they weren't here by 10, I was going without them," said Eula, and gestured to Malente, who was at the helm. "Aren't you forgetting something, Flid?" said Clam coldly. "What?" said Flid. "My noble Aggie, you larcenous scoundrel. Hand it over." Flid pretended he did not know what Clam was talking about, then patted his pockets and reluctantly brought it out. "How did that get there? Sorry, must have slipped my mind." "I'll bet," said Clam, snatching it. "Once a thieving scrutator, always a thieving scrutator." "You'd know." They were still bickering cheerfully as the sky galleon lifted off, circled twice, then headed south for Roros and Gendragore. Malis was left standing among the tables by herself, dreading what was coming next. Nish was at the other end of the main table, staring into the pit at the ruins of Moraloon, while Hagar and Phylis were a little way off, watching the craft dwindling into the northern sky. "I suppose you'll be going to Fad too," she said. "Fad?" said Nish. "Why would I go to that dreadful mosquito-ridden hole?" "That's where your army is going." "It's not my army. Why would I want an army?" "You're the head of the council. You're a great man now, the most powerful in all the empire. You've got to have an army." "No, I don't." She was staring at him, more confused than ever, when there came a high-pitched peal of laughter, followed by a deep, good-humoured bellow, and Kletch and Amy appeared from the sacred lake, where evidently they had been bathing together. They were both drenched. Kletch had a huge splatter of mud in the middle of his chest, and Amy was aiming another mud ball at him. "Where have you been?" said Nish in schoolmasterly tones. "You're behaving like children, and now they've gone without you."
"We know. We're going with you," said Amy. "Someone's got to look after you and keep you out of trouble."
"And the leader of the council has to have an honor guard," Kletch said seriously, scraping the mud off his chest and flicking it at Amy, who ducked just in time, then ran back to the lake for more. Nish scowled at the 2 dripping figures, Kletch the giant and Amy like a little bird barely coming up to his breastbone, then smiled. "And I could never wish for a better honor guard. Well," he said to Malis, "it's over. Let's go home." She couldn't speak for a minute. What was he talking about? I can't possibly. Where is your home, Nish? I don't think you ever told me." "My home is wherever you are." "But, what? You can't come with me. You're the son of the late God Emperor, the leader of the council. You can't live at Niflheim." "Why ever not?" "It's just a pile of rubble. There are only 2 rooms left standing, and one of them has no roof." "Then we'll live in the one with a roof while we rebuild Niflheim Manor and make it as beautiful as it ever was." "But I'm going to have a baby. To another man. A good, kind and decent man by all accounts," said Nish, "and I'm sure I would have liked him." Besides, poor Ember is dead and his old human child needs a father as well as a mother. Malis couldn't take it in. She kept searching for reasons why it wouldn't work. But Aunt Hagar is really cranky. You couldn't possibly put up with her. I'm the son of the late God Emperor, grinned Nish, putting on a pompous voice, and the leader of the council. Not even Aunt Hagar would dare be cranky to me. Besides, she sent you away from Niflheim to get me, remember? Malis had the grace to blush. And now I have you, she said softly, extending her hands to him, so she can't be cross with me either. Call your honor guard, Nish, and let's go home. Belinda hopes you enjoyed the reading of The Destiny of the Dead, Book 3 in the Song of the Tears trilogy, written by Ian Irvine and read by Jack Hawkins. Our audiobooks are becoming increasingly popular among travelers, families, and people who are on the go. If you really enjoyed this audiobook, please introduce your friends and family to the experience. We're sure they'll love you for it. If you want to hear more about our fabulous range of titles, please visit us online at bolinda.com. Thanks for listening, and remember to always take a Bolinda audiobook with you.
Audible hopes you've enjoyed this program.